the strongest daddy system. I must tell you, today Aunt Sun has introduced a high achiever for you. If you mess this up, I won't hesitate to break your legs when we get home. Within the grand confines of the Haiqing Hotel, Wang Chu recalled the admonitions from his parents before his departure, prompting an involuntary sigh to escape his lips. After graduating from university, he had spent 4 years abroad, harboring the hope that his parents would cherish him upon his return. Yet, within mere days, he found himself bombarded by relentless matrimonial pressures. Old Lou from my office is already a grandfather, proudly flaunting pictures of his grandson today. Old Lee's granddaughter is already old enough to run errands. Your childhood friend's son can now call for his grandparents. On the verge of a nervous breakdown due to his parents' incessant nagging, Wang Chu reluctantly acquiesced to their wishes and agreed to embark on blind dates. At only 26 years of age, why the rush? Oh, Wang Chu was once a notable figure on campus, defeating the elders at the Southern Mountain Nursing Home and kicking at the Northern Sea Kindergarten. In my senior year, I even rescued a stunning beauty, basking in glory as countless charming junior girls cast admiring glances my way. Who would have thought that I would find myself in such a predicament, reduced to seeking a match? A dragon in shallow waters is mere prey, and a once splendid phoenix is no better than a chicken. At that moment, Aunt Sun entered, accompanied by a short, sturdy girl. Could this be my blind date? Wang Chu's heart sank, his face resembling an absurd pumpkin from the game Plants vs. Zombies. Young Wang, this is our office's beauty, Su Lulu. She is a graduate student from Daijing University. Lulu, this is Wang Chu. As I mentioned, Edo, isn't he look impressive? Wang Chu's mouth twitched. A beauty? Aunt Sun must be blind to utter such nonsense. Surely, she had misinterpreted the term beauty in her description. Suppressing his internal ridicule, he stood, donning a smile. Aunt Sun, it has been a while since we last met. Please have a seat. Aunt Sun waved her hand dismissively. No, I must pick up my grandson from school shortly. You two chat, young Wang. Be more enthusiastic. I must take my leave. With that, she hurriedly exited. Wang Chu glanced at Su Lulu. Miss Su, please take a seat. May I ask if there's anything you would like to eat? Now that Aunt Sun has left, let's speak frankly. I won't be eating. Su Lulu scrutinized Wang Chu from head to toe, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes. This entire outfit barely cost 300 yuan, suggesting that this fellow was hardly a person of means. Miss Su, please do share. Wang Chu replied calmly. I have high expectations for my partner. Firstly, I require a duplex residence of no less than 150 square meters in a prime location in the city center, and it must be purchased outright. Furthermore, I cannot live with my in-laws after marriage. My best friend's boyfriend earns $1 million a year, a golden collar from a publicly listed company, so my expectations for my partner cannot be lower than his. An annual income of $1 million is the bare minimum ideally. He should own his own company. As for cars, I have no excessive demands, but it must be no less than 1 million yuan for a BBA. The most crucial point is that the house and the car must be in my name. Wang Chu felt somewhat speechless, although she was not particularly attractive. She had quite the lofty expectations. Is there a problem? Su Lulu asked with a hint of disdain. Wang Chu chuckled lightly. I don't have a 150 square meter duplex, but I do own a villa in Dingxing Yuan. As for the car, I have no particular demands, however. It seems my garage lacks any BBA models, as I personally favor luxury vehicles akin to Maybachs. By the way, do you enjoy the ocean? I often take my yacht for coastal excursions, and I hope my partner shares the same passion. A flicker of astonishment crossed Su Lulu's eyes. Mr. Wang, what do you do for a living? I'm a locksmith. Do you need my services? Wang Chu replied with a teasing smile. You. Su Lulu was no fool. She detected the mockery in Wang Chu's words. With a resounding clap, she slammed her hand on the table. Wang Chu, do you find it amusing to toy with me? Have you looked in a mirror to see what kind of person you truly are? With such a narrow-minded disposition, you should prepare for a lonely future. At that moment, a sweet little girl wobbled past and hugged Wang Chu's leg. Daddy, hug. Wang Chu was taken aback. Whose child was this? And how could she so freely claim him as her father? To think you are remarried and have a child. Su Lulu exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and anger. How utterly disgusting. With a loud thud, Su Lulu grabbed her backpack and turned to leave. How ridiculous it was to be on a blind date with a divorced man. Meanwhile, Wang Chu was too preoccupied to pay attention to Su Lulu. As the girl clung to him, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Detected that the host has made contact with his daughter. The ultimate daddy system is now activated. What is this? A system? Is this truly the fabled system that protagonists possess? Wang Chu felt bewildered. What astonished him further was this little girl was his daughter. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed a resemblance in the girl's features that mirrored his own. But when did I ever have such an older daughter? Daddy, hold me. The little girl's adorable voice instantly melted his heart. Ding. Sensing Yeye's wish, please fulfill Yeye's desire to receive a novice reward. The mechanical voice resonated in Wang Chu's mind once more. Instinctively, he lifted the little girl into his arms. Yay! The girl tightened her grip around Wang Chu's neck, her initial nervousness swiftly transforming into joy. Daddy, help me. Daddy, help me. Yeye is so happy. With that, Yeye unexpectedly planted a kiss on Wang Chu's cheek. Wang Chu was utterly stunned this little imp had taken advantage of him. Simultaneously, the mechanical voice reemerged in Wang Chu's consciousness. Due to the host's successful completion of the task, a novice gift pack has been awarded. Would you like to open it? Open it. Wang Chu instinctively responded. Congratulations. You have received a perfect physique. Charm is increased by 5 points, and pleasure value by 50 points. Perfect physique, an irresistible allure to women. Pleasure value, points that can be used in the system mall to exchange for items and skills. Wang Chu felt a rush of warmth throughout his body, followed by an unprecedented sense of ease. All the excess flab that once clung to him vanished, replaced by well-defined muscles. His face remained the same, yet it now bore an added firmness and charisma. Chapter 2. Who could it be? Is this truly a novice gift pack? How astonishing! Wang Chu distinctly felt the transformation within himself, his eyes reflecting a surge of excitement. However, if the system was indeed authentic, it implied that this little girl was genuinely his daughter. Gazing at the child who clung closely to him, a tender warmth flickered in Wang Chu's eyes. Yeah, where is your mother? Although Wang Chu remained uncertain about whose child this was, he believed that locating Yeye's mother would clarify everything. Just then, 4 burly men descended the stairs with haste, each one robustly built, clad in black suits and donning dark sunglasses, resembling 4 imposing towers. In no time, these formidable figures encircled Wang Chu. His gaze turned wary, and he instinctively tightened his embrace around Yeye. What were these individuals up to? Could it be that he had stumbled upon a gang? It's the young lady. What a stroke of luck. Who are you to attempt to abduct the young lady? Release her at once. You are surrounded. Surrender immediately. Wang Chu scrutinized the 4 towering figures and then glanced at the little girl in his arms. Could it be that the young lady they referred to as this adorable little girl? His mouth fell agape in shock. At that moment, Yeye's melodious voice rang out. Don't bully my daddy. The 4 men collectively inhaled sharply, the atmosphere around them growing tense. Their previously menacing gazes towards Wang Chu transformed into astonishment. To think you are the son-in-law. My apologies, esteemed son-in-law. Please forgive our earlier offense. Kindly wait a moment. We shall report to the master immediately. The enigmatic son-in-law had unexpectedly appeared here, eliciting excitement on the faces of the black-clad bodyguards. One of the bodyguards hurried upstairs, while the other 3 maintained their vigilance around Wang Chu, fearful that he might escape. On the 2nd floor, an elderly man with hair as white as snow was savoring tea with great deliberation. Master, joyous news. The young lady has been found, and the son-in-law is here as well. The burly man announced in a deep voice. With a loud clatter, the elderly gentleman's hand trembled, causing his teacup to topple. Ouch! That is hot. He sprang from his chair as scalding tea splashed onto him. Master, are you all right? The bodyguards displayed expressions of concern. The elder waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine, I'm fine. What were you saying? Son-in-law? Where did I acquire a son-in-law? As he spoke, a hint of menace seeped into his tone. A man downstairs is holding the young lady, and she claims he is her father. The elder frowned. Bring him up. I must see who my granddaughter's husband is. Soon. Wang Chu was escorted upstairs by the bodyguards. Upon seeing Yeye and then Wang Chu, the elder's eyes widened in surprise. What a spirited young man. Perhaps it was due to Wang Chu's increased charm, but the elder found his initial impression of him quite favorable. Yet, Why did this young man seem so familiar? Suddenly, the elderly man's eyes narrowed, as if he recognized Wang Chu. May I inquire your name, young friend? I am Wang Chu, he replied calmly. While the elder scrutinized Wang Chu, he too was assessing the old man. Was this elder the relative of the little girl? Yet, Wang Chu found the elder's visage unfamiliar. He was acutely aware that he had never encountered this man before. Who, then, was the mother of the elder's granddaughter, Ye? Countless questions swirled in Wang Chu's mind. My great-granddaughter is quite fond of you. Might you indulge her with your company for a while? A warm smile graced the elder's face as he patted Wang Chu's shoulder. It would be my pleasure. I find Ye delightful. Wang Chu nodded, his gaze towards Ye filled with affection. However, he was eager to inquire about the elder's granddaughter and the identity of Ye's mother. Yet, to ask directly felt rather abrupt, causing Wang Chu some distress. Daddy, shall we go see the fish? There are beautiful little goldfish there. Hearing that Wang Chu would accompany her, Ye beamed with joy, tugging at his hand to lead him away. You all, follow closely and ensure Ye's safety. Upon hearing the elder's command, several bodyguards promptly trailed closely behind Wang Chu. Watching their retreating figures, the elder stroked his beard, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. This young man was indeed someone the elder had seen before, albeit not in person. He had glimpsed him through his granddaughter's phone. Moreover, his granddaughter had mentioned that he was Ye's biological father. However, searching for a person based solely on a blurred photograph was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. The elder had nearly given up hope. Yet fate had brought him face to face with the real individual here. He was now certain that this Wang Chu was indeed the man from his granddaughter's phone. Investigate who this Wang Chu truly is. I want a comprehensive report within the hour, the elder commanded, extending his hand, revealing 2 strands of hair, one thick and one fine and delicate. Earlier, while patting Wang Chu's shoulder, the elder had discreetly collected a hair that had fallen there. Listening to the elder's words, his assistant nodded, accepting the strands before turning to make the necessary arrangements. Meanwhile, Wang Chu felt a sense of unease burgeoning within him. It seemed certain that Ye was indeed his daughter. Yet, he had no recollection of who her mother might be. If he were to admit to a tumultuous personal life, he could accept that. However, his conduct had always been exemplary, having only held hands and shared innocent kisses with his sole girlfriend. Ye, would you like to play a little game with me? Wang Chu suggested, hoping to find a breakthrough through her. Oh yes, Ye replied, her big eyes sparkling. What does Daddy want to ask Ye? Do you know what your mama's name is? Wang Chu inquired cautiously. Ye tilted her head thoughtfully before responding, Mama is called Mama. Wang Chu's lips twitched slightly. What I meant to say is, do you know what your mother's full name is? Ye tilted her head, pondering for a moment before responding. I don't know, but great-grandpa calls her Xiaodao. Xiaodao? Wang Chu furrowed his brow. That name sounded quite unfamiliar. Furthermore, throughout his life, he had never encountered any girls with the surname Xiao. Who could it possibly be? Chapter 3. Taking the initiative, Wang Chu had firmly convinced himself that he was indeed Ye's father. After all, the system would not deceive him. And the moment he held Ye in his arms, he felt an innate sense of kinship. However, the old man's reaction baffled him. The fact that he did not recognize him suggested that he was unaware of Wang Chu's paternity. Had Ye's mother not mentioned him to her family? Yet, the old man did not seem particularly averse to Ye calling him daddy. What could this mean? Wang Chu mused, eager to unravel these mysteries, knowing that he would have to wait for Ye's mother to appear. Despite his myriad of questions, Wang Chu thoroughly enjoyed his time with Ye. An entire hour passed without him noticing the flight of time, and he even accrued 50 points of joy from his experience with her. At that moment, 2 stacks of documents lay before the elderly gentleman. One contained Wang Chu's comprehensive personal information, his academic achievements, teacher evaluations, accolades, family background, character, and even details of his travel itineraries and volunteer work were meticulously compiled. The second was a medical report. The old man first opened the second document, and a flicker of shock and delight crossed his eyes. He glanced at Wang Chu, who was playing with Ye, and let out a sigh of relief. I never expected you to truly be Ye's biological father. He then opened the first document. After perusing its contents, Satisfaction gleamed in his eyes. Although Wang Chu still lagged behind the young elites of the capital, he stood out among ordinary individuals. Most importantly, he met the old man's aesthetic standards. This child, Wang Chu, is as handsome as I was in my youth. Such a person would not be a poor match for my granddaughter. Since he is Ye's biological father, he must embrace the responsibilities of fatherhood. Wang Chu, what brings you here today? The old man inquired kindly after Wang Chu had finished playing with Ye. A trace of embarrassment crossed Wang Chu's face as he confessed. To be honest, I was compelled by my family to attend a matchmaking event today. Oh, a matchmaking event? Are you averse to the idea? How did it go? The old man asked with curiosity. Under the elderly man's inquisitive gaze, Wang Chu recounted the events that had transpired earlier. A look of melancholy swept across the old man's face, and he sighed deeply. Dear elder, do you have something on your mind? Why the sigh? I sigh for my granddaughter, he replied. She is undeniably a beautiful, gentle, and charming girl, yet due to a past incident, we have arranged numerous matchmaking opportunities for her, all of which have ended in failure. A sudden shock coursed through Wang Chu's heart. Had his counterpart also been arranged for a blind date? Instantly, a sense of urgency enveloped him. If she were to succeed in her matchmaking endeavor, would his child, Wang Chu's child, end up calling another man daddy? This notion was utterly inconceivable. Pray tell, is your granddaughter still single? Wang Chu inquired cautiously. The elder nodded in affirmation. A sigh of relief escaped Wang Chu. He inhaled deeply and said, Elder, what are your thoughts on me? For the sake of his daughter, for Ye. Wang Chu felt compelled to take proactive measures rather than remain passive. You? The elder was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Wang Chu from head to toe. A wave of anxiety washed over Wang Chu. Did that gaze imply disapproval? I recently returned from working abroad and have yet to establish my career here, he began, only to be interrupted by the elder. Young man, I harbor no objections towards you, yet I do have two concerns. The elder continued. Firstly, my granddaughter is a mother to a 3-year-old daughter, a fact that many find difficult to accept. I hold great affection for Ye, and she reciprocates. Does that not bode well? The elder nodded slowly. Secondly, my granddaughter's job is quite demanding, leaving her little time for family. Should you two genuinely wish to unite in the future, sacrifices will be necessary on your part, perhaps even necessitating a transition to a full-time caregiver role for Ye. Such a burden may be rather unfair to you. Wang Chu shook his head resolutely. I do not perceive this as an issue. In any family, someone must contribute more. If her career cannot accommodate familial responsibilities, I am willing to shoulder the care of Ye. A glint of approval sparkled in the elder's eyes as he smiled. If you can accept these two facets, that would indeed be splendid. However, I must first consult my granddaughter's opinion. If she consents, I shall arrange for you two to meet. Wang Chu exhaled, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. May I inquire how to address you? What is Ye's mother's name? I am surnamed Yun. You may call me Grandfather Yun. As for my granddaughter, it is best that you converse after your meeting, the elder chuckled. I cannot overstep my bounds. Wang Chu nodded, excitement bubbling within him at the prospect of finally meeting Ye's mother. Daddy, I'm hungry. At that moment, Ye leapt into Wang Chu's embrace. Then let me order something for you. This is the Grand Hotel of Haiqing. What delicacies could possibly be lacking here? Just then, Wang Chu's phone rang. Wang Chu, have you lost your mind? You dare to claim you have a child? Very well, you must bring the child to me. If you fail to do so, do not expect to return. His mother's authoritative voice resonated through the phone. A hint of embarrassment crept onto Wang Chu's face. It must be that Su Lulu had reported him. What a childish act, resorting to tattling at such an age. Just as Wang Chu grappled with his discomfort, Ye's excited voice broke through. Daddy, is that Grandma's voice? Ye wants to speak with Grandma. Grandma, can you hear Ye's voice? Ye's sweet, endearing voice reached her mother's ears, leaving her momentarily stunned. What on earth is happening? Is this girl the daughter you've mentioned? Wang Chu quickly responded, I will explain everything when we get home. The situation is rather unusual right now. Daddy, can I talk to Grandma? Ye tugged at Wang Chu's hand, her voice tinged with a playful charm. Reluctantly, Wang Chu replied, Mom, Ye wishes to speak with you. Would you like to talk to her? I'll hand the phone to her right now. With that, He placed the phone into Yeye's hands. Beaming, Yeye held the phone and said, "Hello, Grandma. It's Yeye. I've missed you so much." Observing Yeye chatting merrily with her grandmother, Wang Chu felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, he knew he would need to provide a thorough explanation about Yeye later, which weighed heavily on his mind. His mother's fiery temper could lead to dire consequences if he failed to clarify the situation. Moments later, Yeye returned the phone to Wang Chu, exclaiming, "Daddy, Grandma invited me to her house to play. Can I go? Please." Wang Chu smiled wryly. He wished to take Yeye home to introduce her to his parents, but they were still unaware that he was her biological father. Would they truly agree to this arrangement? "Wang Chu, it seems Yeye genuinely adores you. If it's convenient, why not let her visit your home?" A look of surprise illuminated Wang Chu's face. "Really? Is that permissible?" "Of course. Yeye is fond of you. And you seem quite fond of her as well. I have no reservations about her visiting you," the elder replied with a smile. "I have matters to attend to, so I must entrust Yeye to your care." Filled with excitement, Wang Chu nodded vigorously, "Absolutely. Rest assured, I will take excellent care of Yeye." After exchanging contact information, Wang Chu cradled Yeye and exited the Haiqing Grand Hotel. Leaving as a single man, he returned home with a daughter, which felt surreal to him. Yet, a thought nagged at him. The elder's surname was Yun. Why was Yeye's mother surnamed Xiao? Could she be a granddaughter? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought, unwilling to ponder further. When Wang Chu entered his home with Yeye in his arms, both his parents stood frozen in astonishment. His mother, initially wielding a rolling pin, and his father, holding a belt, were instantly captivated by Yeye's adorable appearance. "Wang Chu, is this Yeye? She's absolutely precious." His mother's eyes sparkled with uncontainable affection as she beheld Yeye in his embrace. Although she had previously extended a polite invitation for Yeye to visit, she had never anticipated that Wang Chu would actually bring her home. With a sudden clatter, she tossed the rolling pin to her husband. "Put that away. What if you frighten the child?" His father's lips twitched. Moments ago, she had insisted on teaching Wang Chu a lesson. "Hello, Grandma. Hello, Grandpa. I'm Yeye." Yeye greeted them with cheerful confidence, displaying no hint of shyness. "Yeye, your grandmother warmly welcomes you as a guest, like a little sprite." Yeye instantly touched the soft heart of her mother. Initially, her mother had intended to prepare a sumptuous meal for Wang Chu, but now it seemed more prudent to tidy up after Yeye's departure. Wang Chu sighed with relief, thankful that he had brought Yeye back, given the earlier tension. A mixed doubles showdown seemed imminent. "Mom, is there anything to eat at home?" Wang Chu inquired. "There's no food for you." "I'm not hungry, Yeye is," Wang Chu replied, bemused. "Is Yeye hungry? What would she like to eat?" "Grandma will cook for you, all right?" His mother instantly brightened. Yeye laughed joyfully. "As long as it's made by Grandma, I will eat it all. How about I make you a savory egg custard, sweet and delicious? I assure you will love it." With that, her mother carried Yeye into the house. Just as Wang Chu was about to follow, his father pulled him aside. "What on earth is going on? Why have you brought someone else's child back?" Wang Chu explained, "This situation is rather complicated. I promise to clarify everything after Yeye leaves." "What do you mean by clarify, mister?" Wang queried, visibly displeased. Wang Chu took a deep breath. "This child is mine, but I am currently uncertain who her mother is." "What?" Mr. Wang was taken aback. He and his wife had assumed Wang Chu's mention of a child was merely an excuse to reject a blind date, given what they knew of him. It was inconceivable that he would engage in premarital indiscretions. Yet now, not only did he have a child, but he was also uncertain of her mother. When had Wang Chu's private life become so dissolute? The family's reputation was in tatters. "Oh dear, this is a bit complicated. As I mentioned, I will provide you both with a satisfactory explanation when this is all over." Wang Chu knew from his father's expression what thoughts were racing through his mind. "Fine, but if you don't provide us with a reasonable explanation soon, beware of my belt." Yeye was having a splendid time at Wang Chu's home. Not only did she savor the delectable egg custard, but she also played cards with her grandmother and watched animated films that her mother usually forbade her from viewing. If it weren't for the darkness creeping in, Yeye would have wished to stay longer. "Yeye, it's time to go home. Great-grandpa is waiting for you outside," Wang Chu gently said as he picked her up. Yeye's face reflected reluctance. "Will Daddy come with me?" Wang Chu chuckled awkwardly. Daddy can't leave right now. But I promise you, as long as you come to find me, I will always be here waiting for you. How does that sound? Really? Then I'll come find Daddy again tomorrow, okay? All right, I shall await your arrival. Yeah. Let's make a pinky promise. Those who deceive are but little dogs. I would never deceive you. At that moment, Grandpa Yun's car was waiting at the street corner. Wang Chu quickly carried Yaya outside. Grandpa Yun, I am returning Yaya to you. Although he said this, he was reluctant to part with her. Grandpa Yun smiled gently. Yaya, hop in. We are heading home. But I don't want to leave Daddy. Yaya's large eyes instantly brimmed with tears. I finally found Daddy. Wang Chu, feeling a pang of sympathy, gently wiped the tears from Yaya's face. Yaya, didn't you promise Daddy that you would come to see him tomorrow? We even made a pinky swear. Tonight, you must get a good night's sleep, and tomorrow, Daddy will take you to the amusement park, all right? I want to play in Mickey's Funhouse. All right, I promise you. I also want to go to the beach and play in the sand. Absolutely. I want to ride the bumper cars. Of course, I want to ride the roller coaster. That, however, is out of the question. It's far too dangerous. After agreeing to many of Yaya's wishes, she finally released her grip around Wang Chu's neck and planted a kiss on his cheek. Daddy, I'm leaving now, but I will come to see you tomorrow. As the car gradually receded into the distance, Wang Chu stood still until it turned the corner and vanished from his sight, at which point he turned away, feeling a profound sense of loss. Yaya, did you have fun at Daddy's house tonight? On the car, Old Yun gently inquired. I had a great time. Grandma's steamed egg custard was delicious, and she has a big cat that is so much fun. Seeing Yaya's exuberance, Old Yun felt a flicker of satisfaction. It seems that for a child to grow up healthily, the presence of a father is indispensable. Upon returning home, a somewhat disheartened Wang Chu keenly sensed that the atmosphere in the house was rather unsettling. What on earth is happening here? Seeing his mother pick up the rolling pin again while his father brandished a belt, Wang Chu felt a shiver run down his spine. What is going on? Your father just told me everything. Aren't you going to explain? His mother took a deep breath, gritting her teeth as she spoke. Is Yaya truly your child? Is she my granddaughter? Wang Chu nodded. If all goes as expected, she is indeed your granddaughter. Yaya is 3 years old, which means you were just out of college 4 years ago. How could you be so irresponsible towards that girl? You just walked away without a care? How can you face the values I've instilled in you? Now tell me, who is Yaya's mother? Faced with his mother's fierce anger, Wang Chu timidly replied. If I say I don't know, will you think I'm lying? With a sharp crack, his father swung the belt, producing a crisp sound in the air. Wang Chu shivered and quickly said, Yaya's mother is named Xiaoyao, a very beautiful and lovely girl. Xiaoyao? Why have I never heard you mention her before? You're not trying to deceive me, are you? His mother furrowed her brow. Wang Chu felt tears welling up. He could not recall when he had ever interacted with this girl named Xiaoyao. I don't care what you think right now. The bloodline of the Wang family must return to the Wang family. His mother declared emphatically. I don't care what methods you use. I want Yaya to recognize her ancestry. And I want Xiaoyao to become my daughter-in-law, understand? Wang Chu took a deep breath and replied earnestly, I will. Chapter 5. I feel like I've grown stronger. Qingyao, are you still busy? Grandfather, I've just finished work. What is it? Could it be that Yaya is being disobedient? Yet, Yaya is quite obedient. There is something I wish to share with you. I have recently come across a charming young man. Grandfather, I have already mentioned that I am well aware of my romantic life. Please refrain from meddling. This is different. Yaya is quite fond of him. When will you return to meet him? Let us discuss this upon my return. As she hung up the phone, a beautiful visage was marred by an expression of gravity. It was perplexing that one of her suitors had managed to sway her grandfather and capture Yaya's affection. Such cunning was truly remarkable. No matter who you are, if you think to approach me through such despicable means, you shall not succeed. In the old Wang residence, perhaps it was Yaya's charm that brightened her mother's spirits, thus sparing Wang Chu from a bout of maternal displeasure. Back in his room, Wang Chu reminisced about Yaya's adorable demeanor, her soft voice, and her sweet scent, causing a smile to unconsciously grace his lips. This is my child, Wang Chu. I have missed the first 3 years of her life, but I shall not miss her future growth. Xiaoyao, is your name truly Xiaoyao? Who are you really? Wang Chu sighed softly. For years ago, Shortly after parting ways with his ex-girlfriend, he had not emerged from the throes of heartbreak, rendering any intimate encounters with other women impossible. Could it be that during a drunken escapade with his close friends at a bar, something unexpected had occurred? His mind was a tumultuous whirlpool. Memories from 4 years past were no longer clear, and he remained utterly bewildered as to whom Yia was truly the child of. Enough of these thoughts. Did not grandfather Yin mention he would discuss my situation with Yia's mother? Once I meet her, I believe all will be revealed. Wang Chu exhaled deeply. Perhaps I should first examine the system. Since the binding of the Supreme Daddy system to Wang Chu, he had yet to thoroughly explore its features. The system's marketplace was devoid of any items, leaving him perplexed. What good is having over 100 joy points if there is nothing to purchase? Ding. The host has one free lottery draw opportunity each day. Would you like to proceed? Items obtained from the lottery will automatically enter the marketplace for future purchase with joy points. The host may spend 10 joy points for an additional lottery draw. Understanding dawned in Wang Chu's eyes. So that is how it is. No wonder the marketplace is empty. He decisively declared, I will proceed with the draw. A free daily lottery draw was an opportunity not to be missed. Ding. The lottery is in progress. Congratulations, you have won a strength pill. Strength pill permanently increases the consumer's strength. Effects are cumulative. Wang Chu's eyes widened with astonishment. A strength pill right from the start. Use it immediately. The pill vanished, and he felt a surge of warmth flood through his body, as if every muscle were joyously trembling. I feel stronger, Wang Chu murmured, suddenly apprehensive as he touched his head. Thank goodness, my hair is still intact. At this moment, there exists a singular item within the marketplace. Strength pill permanently enhances the user's strength. Effects are cumulative, priced at 20 joy points. How exorbitant! Wang Chu pursed his lips and then exchanged for 5 strength pills. Upon swallowing the last one, a system notification resonated in his mind. Your strength has reached its peak and can no longer be enhanced. Have I truly reached my maximum capacity? Wang Chu felt a sense of satisfaction with the current transformation and, after a yawn, lay down. He eagerly anticipated the scene of reuniting with Ye the following day. On the morning of the next day, when Wang Chu awoke, he sensed a heaviness on his chest, as if something were pressing down upon him. Could it be that the large orange cat raised by his mother had entered his room again? As he opened his eyes, he was taken aback, for he beheld a face radiating with an angelic smile. Daddy, you're awake. Ye was perched on Wang Chu's chest, her face lighting up with delight upon seeing him. Wang Chu, astonished, rubbed his eyes and exclaimed in disbelief, Ye? When did you arrive? Daddy, how embarrassing. I've been here for half an hour, and you're still sleeping soundly. Ye giggled, as if her mere presence brought her immense joy. Wang Chu carefully rose and embraced Ye. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he noted that it was only 6:30. Had Ye really come at 6? That was rather early. By the way, Ye, who brought you here? Wang Chu inquired. It was great-grandfather who brought me. Then he left, Ye said, rubbing her little belly. Daddy, I'm hungry. Then let us go out for breakfast. Wang Chu responded as he carried Ye outside. Outside, his mother had already prepared the meal. Ye, come to eat. You little rascal. Hurry and wash up. You look like a mess. The corners of Wang Chu's mouth twitched. The disparity in treatment was quite excessive. Once he finished washing up, the family had gathered together, ready to dine. While Wang Chu was feeding Ye, his mother quietly asked, Wang Chu, was the elderly gentleman who brought Ye today her mother's grandfather? Wang Chu nodded. His mother's face revealed a hint of worry. Their family must be quite well off, right? Wang Chu pondered for a moment. Anyone capable of having several bodyguards must hold a significant status. Thus, he nodded again. Doesn't that mean the probability of you marrying Ye's mother is rather low? Wang Chu let out a bitter smile. Mom, you need not fret about that. I will fulfill the promises I made to you. Moreover, Ye is my child, and now that I am aware of this, I will never let go. Observing Wang Chu's resolute demeanor, his mother finally felt reassured. The Wang family was but an ordinary household, and if the other party truly belonged to a wealthy family, could Wang Chu genuinely hope to mend the rift with their daughter? Yet, there was no use in dwelling on such thoughts now. After all, it was his own son who had made a mistake in the past. My mother holds a singular perspective, no matter what. We must bring Yaya back and seek the girl's forgiveness to return her to the Wang family. After dinner, Yaya looked longingly at Wang Chu and asked, "Daddy, are we going to the amusement park today?" "Indeed," he replied. "Yay, that's wonderful." A radiant smile illuminated Yaya's face as she exclaimed, "Daddy, let us hurry." Chapter 6. The accident. Wang Chu drove his father's vintage car towards the largest amusement park in Haicheng. Throughout the journey, Yaya was bubbling with excitement in the back seat. "Daddy, does the amusement park have many fun and tasty places?" Wang Chu chuckled as he drove. "Yes, didn't I promise you yesterday? Today, we will have a splendid time." "Yay, you're the best, Daddy." Yaya's south eyes sparkled like crescent moons. Wang Chu felt a pang of curiosity. "Yaya, has your mother ever taken you to the amusement park?" Yaya shook her head. "Mother is always busy with work. She often says she will take me to the amusement park, but it has never happened." Sensing Yaya's mood dip, Wang Chu regretted bringing it up. What was the point of mentioning that? "Yaya, what do you want to play first at the amusement park?" he asked, attempting to shift her focus. "I want to ride the bumper cars and the carousel first." Indeed, once the topic changed, Yaya's spirits lifted considerably. As Wang Chu's car approached an intersection, a sports car suddenly darted out from the side and zoomed across in front of him. Startled, he slammed on the brakes. A curse nearly escaped his lips, but was swallowed back. He couldn't utter such words in front of his daughter, lest it tarnish his image in her eyes. Fortunately, he had been driving slowly. Otherwise, that sports car would have surely collided with his. It was not about his own safety, but rather Yaya was in the car. What would he tell her mother if something went awry? What was the big deal about driving a sports car? Running a red light. Was there an urgent need to meet one's maker? Wang Chu silently lamented. Then, with a thunderous crash, the car that had run the red light seemed to lose control and collided directly with a sedan waiting for the green light. The two vehicles triggered a chain reaction, resulting in a pile-up involving 5 or 6 cars behind them. Instantly, the intersection was gridlocked. The front of the sports car was crumpled, and it had flipped over, creating a scene of utter devastation. Wang Chu gasped. "Not my concern," he thought, ready to maneuver his car around the chaos when he heard Yaya's voice from the back seat. "Daddy, there has been an accident. Are you going to help the people?" Ding. Mission. Become the superhero in Yaya's heart by rescuing everyone from the accident. Wang Chu's mouth twitched. A superhero in Yaya's eyes? What sort of task was this? Rescuing people at an accident scene is perilous, you know? "Yaya, do you want me to help them?" he turned to ask. Yaya earnestly stated, "Indeed, Mama says that Daddy is a superhero, always protecting the world, which is why he cannot come home." Wang Chu gazed into Yaya's hopeful eyes, and in that moment, an infinite well of courage surged within him. If he were alone, he might have turned a blind eye and left the matter to the traffic police. However, now he felt compelled to act, for before his daughter, he could not falter. After all, he was the superhero in her eyes. "I will park the car by the side and then go save the people. Yaya must wait quietly in the car for Daddy to return, all right?" Yaya clapped her hands joyfully. "Okay, Yaya will be very good." Without further ado, Wang Chu parked the vehicle in a public spot by the roadside and dashed towards the scene of the accident. The site of the crash was already teeming with onlookers. The drivers involved had exited their vehicles, awaiting the traffic police to handle the situation, except for the 2 cars most severely damaged. The offending sports car had flipped entirely, the driver's compartment crushed beneath. Meanwhile, the door of the smaller car had been deformed. The driver was unconscious, and the door could not be opened from the outside. Several well-meaning individuals attempted to rescue those trapped inside, but the contorted door was beyond their strength, and after a few fruitless attempts, they could only shake their heads and retreat. The gasoline pooling at the scene added to the peril, and though explosions were rare in such accidents, the dramatic portrayals in films rendered many hesitant to approach too closely. "There's no way to open that door. We must wait for the police," someone lamented. Yet, even the arrival of the traffic police would be of little use. This situation called for the fire department, as the door was so warped that it was unyielding to ordinary efforts. "What do we do? I just saw that driver seemed to be unconscious, and there was a lot of blood on his face. If he doesn't receive timely medical attention, his life is in jeopardy." Upon hearing these words, Wang Chu felt a heavy weight in his heart. The situation inside appeared dire. Make way, Wang Chu squeezed through the crowd and rushed towards the two vehicles. "Young man, come back. It's dangerous," someone shouted from behind. However, Wang Chu paid no heed to the warning and hurried to the side of the crashed car. Indeed, the driver was unconscious, his head covered in blood. Hey, wake up, wake up." Wang Chu knocked on the door, but there were no signs of awakening. It seemed he would have to resort to force to open it. Having consumed a strength-enhancing pill, Wang Chu was aware of his own considerable power. Yet he was uncertain of his limits, unsure if he could rescue those trapped inside. "I shall do my utmost and leave the rest to fate." He took a deep breath and delivered a punch to the side window, shattering the once sturdy glass into fragments. Then, with both hands gripping the door, he braced his foot against the car body and exerted all his strength to pull the door open. Observing his actions, many in the crowd shook their heads. The door was severely deformed. It was unlikely to be opened from the side, and it would be more feasible to extract the person through the window. If it were so easy to pry open the car door, then countless individuals would not have returned empty-handed. This is no jest. If he could force the door open with sheer strength, he would not be human, but rather a superhero. The young man's courage is admirable, his spirit commendable. Yet regrettably, his efforts seemed to be in vain. However, just at that moment, with a resounding thud, Wang Chu astonishingly yanked the deformed door down. Instantly, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, and the onlookers gazed at Wang Chu with expressions of astonishment and bewilderment. How could this be possible? Is this an act achievable by mere mortals? Is he perhaps nurtured on hormones? Is there anyone to lend a hand and rescue the trapped individual? Wang Chu shouted. For the earlier inability to open the door had halted many from proceeding with the rescue. Yet now that the door was ajar, a few compassionate citizens rushed forward to assist Wang Chu in saving lives. With the door flung open, the injured party could be successfully extricated, and next, Wang Chu would endeavor to rescue the reckless driver. Although this driver was the root cause of the calamity, when lives are at stake, Wang Chu could not turn a blind eye. Chapter 7. Departure. After the matter is resolved, the reckless sports car had completely overturned, with the driver's compartment trapped beneath it. The difficulty of this rescue far exceeded that of the previous vehicle. Wang Chu glanced at the scene, uncertain of how to extricate the occupant. Nevertheless, he realized that if he could manage to flip the car, the task would not be insurmountable. The door appeared to have sustained minimal deformation and should still be operable. After circling the sports car, Wang Chu approached one side, grounding his energy and positioning his hands at the vehicle's stress points, preparing to lift the car. Good heavens! Look at that extraordinary individual. Is he attempting to right the car? My word, is he a superhero? This young man does not appear particularly muscular. How can he possess such strength? The weight of the vehicle must exceed a ton. How could it possibly be overturned by human effort alone? Although skepticism lingered, many spectators discreetly pulled out their phones. With a deep breath, Wang Chu summoned all his strength, feeling his muscles tremble as he exerted himself. Gradually, astonishingly, he actually lifted the sports car. As he gently set the vehicle back down, the driver's side door swung open and a young woman with long hair stumbled out. Despite the blood on her forehead, she was not in mortal danger. Indeed, luxury automobiles are built with remarkable safety features. Zhao Ruo felt as though she had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. She had intended to return home swiftly, only to discover that the car's braking system had failed. This catastrophic failure led to the severe accident. After the car rolled over, she found herself trapped inside, believing she would perish within the vehicle. Little did she expect that someone would manage to right the car, thus granting her a miraculous escape. As she prepared to seek her savior, she found herself unable to locate Wang Chu. At that moment, police and ambulances had arrived. Even reporters were present. Please make way. Do not obstruct traffic. Doctors are ready to attend to the injured. Soon, the police erected a cordon, while ambulances transported the wounded to the hospital. As the journalists searched for the identity of the individual who had rescued these people, it became apparent that Wang Chu had vanished without a trace. He departed quietly, concealing his deeds and accolades. What a noble spirit and character he possesses. Reporter, interview me. I witnessed everything. That man is nothing short of a superhero. He first pried open the deformed car door, then righted the overturned sports car. The beautiful reporter's lips quivered slightly. I desire a genuine report of the scene, not your artistic embellishments. How could a normal person possibly accomplish such feats as opening a car door with one hand and flipping a sports car with two? What is this expression? Do you not believe my words? Ask others. If I speak a single lie, I shall never find a girlfriend in my life. Moreover, I have a video of him saving lives on my phone. Upon viewing the footage, astonishment and excitement illuminated the reporter's face. This is monumental news. A sensational story. A car accident, typically a negative headline, can transform if it features a solitary hero, an individual who, with extraordinary strength and courage, rescues a trapped driver. Such a narrative would undoubtedly captivate public attention. Furthermore, with Haicheng currently evaluating its status as a civilized city, the emergence of this heroic figure could not only mitigate the accident's negative impact but may even establish him as a symbolic representative of Haicheng. Yes, that is how it shall be written. Meanwhile, after rescuing the victims, Wang Chu quietly departed, not out of a disdain for fame, but rather to avoid wasting precious moments with Ye on trivial matters. After all, his act of heroism was merely a task prompted by Ye and the system. Upon returning to the car, Ye gazed at Wang Chu with sparkling eyes. "Daddy, you are truly amazing. You really are a superhero." Wang Chu felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him as he flexed his arm. "Of course, I shall always be Ye's superhero. However, in the past, I protected the world. Now, I shall protect you." Ye shook her head. "Daddy, you are mistaken. You must also protect Mama." Wang Chu paused for a moment and then kissed Ye on the cheek. "Indeed, from now on, I shall protect both Ye and Mama, all right?" Due to the time spent on the rescue, when Wang Chu and Ye arrived at Haicheng's largest amusement park, it was already bustling with visitors. After purchasing tickets, Wang Chu carried Ye into the park. Upon entering, they were greeted by a small children's stage adorned with performers dressed in fairy tale costumes, energetically captivating the audience. Ye's face lit up with excitement. "Daddy, I want to see this. I want to see this." Wang Chu glanced around and noticed that other parents were accompanying their children to watch the performance, albeit positioned at the back of the crowd with a considerably obstructed view. If he himself struggled to see clearly, one could only imagine how difficult it would be for Ye. Turning to her, he asked, "Ye, would you like to experience the thrill of being lifted high or riding on a horse?" "Yes," Ye eagerly replied, with a gentle grip under her armpits. Wang Chu hoisted her onto his shoulders. Ye's eyes widened as her perspective expanded dramatically. However, lacking the comforting embrace of her father, she clung tightly to Wang Chu's head, a hint of nervousness evident in her demeanor. "Don't worry, Ye, Daddy will keep you safe." Wang Chu reassured her with a smile. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she realized that from her perch atop her father's shoulders, her view improved considerably. Moreover, those towering adults who had seemed so intimidating now appeared shorter than herself. This novel sensation was exhilarating and delightful. "Daddy, you're amazing." A nearby chubby boy cast an envious glance at Ye and tugged at his father's hand. "Daddy, I want to ride like that little girl too." The boy's father, slender in build, could only smile helplessly at his son's request. "Daddy, look. The princess is so beautiful. Do you think the princess can defeat the wicked sorcerer?" "Daddy, if the princess is in danger, you must go and protect her." Although Wang Chu was unfamiliar with the fairy tale Ye referenced, he relished the interaction they shared. The emotional fulfillment derived from their connection brought him a profound sense of tranquility and warmth. Chapter 8. Enemies? Unsurprisingly, the princess and her friends triumphed over the wicked sorcerer through justice and love, resulting in a joyful conclusion. Even after the stage play, Ye continued to murmur about the princess and the dark sorcery, illustrating the captivating allure of fairy tales for young children. In the ensuing hours, Wang Chu took Ye to enjoy bumper cars and then a carousel, filled with her laughter and delight. However, after the carousel ride, Ye's expression darkened. "What's wrong? Ye, are you feeling unwell?" Wang Chu asked anxiously. In a hushed voice, Ye replied, "Daddy, I need to go to the restroom." Realizing that they had been out for over 2 hours and that she was still a small child, Wang Chu felt a pang of regret for not anticipating her needs. "All right, let us go to the restroom," he said quickly. Upon arriving at the restroom, Wang Chu faced a dilemma. On one hand, the restroom was overflowing with visitors. On the other hand, he could not allow Ye to enter the ladies' room alone. What if she were to stumble or encounter a stranger? Ye, how about you come with Daddy to the men's room? He suggested cautiously. The men's restroom was less crowded, and he could keep an eye on her. Yet, Ye's face displayed outright resistance. Daddy, Mommy told me that girls can't go to the men's room. Ye said earnestly. Wang Chu felt a headache coming on, as he had never encountered such a situation before. How should he handle this? He was quite anxious. Daddy, I can't hold it anymore. Ye stamped her foot. Her large eyes filled with urgency and a hint of moisture. Wang Chu was utterly bewildered. He had no idea what to do. Surely, he couldn't venture into the women's restroom, or he would be deemed a pervert. Yet, Ye vehemently refused to enter the men's restroom. Moreover, he believed Ye's mother had instilled proper values in her, and he did not wish to instigate any doubts regarding her upbringing. System, I urgently seek assistance. Do you have any solutions? Wang Chu silently pleaded. Unfortunately, the system remained silent. However, he did recall that after completing a previous task, he had not only earned 50 happiness points but also received a system reward. He opened the system rewards. Ding, task completed. Congratulations. You have received a pair of adorable bunny-eared red caps. Bunny-eared red caps. These will maintain a comfortable temperature around the wearer and effectively shield against harmful radiation. What a splendid item, yet ultimately inconsequential. Wang Chu gazed at Ye, his heart racing with anxiety. Daddy, I can't hold it any longer. Hearing her words, Wang Chu gritted his teeth. For his daughter, he had only one path to follow. He glanced at the queue of women waiting for the restroom, and finally spotted a young woman accompanied by a child near the front. Wang Chu swiftly removed his jacket, revealing just a tank top, and approached her. Excuse me, I have a favor to ask. The young woman turned to Wang Chu, and the snug tank top accentuated his well-defined physique. What a fine figure this man has. She thought to herself, though she maintained a facade of composure as she replied, Did you call for me? What is it? Wang Chu quickly explained. I'm out with my daughter, and she urgently needs to use the restroom, but it's inconvenient for her to go to the men's. The young woman glanced at Ye beside Wang Chu, and without hesitation, she cheerfully said, I understand your predicament. Just let me take the child to the restroom. Wang Chu sighed with relief. Thank you so much. No problem. The woman stole another glance at Wang Chu's chiseled chest, her cheeks slightly flushed. Finally relieved. A faint sheen of sweat appeared on Wang Chu's forehead. He never imagined he would find himself in a position to barter his appearance. Yet, for Ye, any sacrifice felt worthwhile. Once the woman led Ye into the restroom, Wang Chu finally exhaled and donned his jacket once again. As he waited by the restroom door, a hesitant voice called from behind, Wang Chu? He turned around, and a shadow crossed his previously cheerful expression. It truly was a case of old acquaintances meeting again. How could he have encountered these individuals? Standing before him were 5 people, 3 men and 2 women. Among them, one girl recognized Wang Chu. It was Lin Xiaoyun, his former girlfriend from university. Standing beside Lin Xiaoyun was none other than Yang Wei, the affluent heir who had stolen Wang Chu's romantic interest. At that time, Lin Xiaoyun was the belle of Wang Chu's class, and he had exerted immense effort to win her heart. Wang Chu had initially believed that their relationship would blossom from the innocence of youth into the maturity of adulthood, ultimately leading them to the altar. However, during their senior year, Wang Chu's close friend discreetly informed him that he had seen Lin Xiaoyun in a high-end restaurant with a wealthy classmate. Although Wang Chu was initially skeptical, a chance encounter one morning revealed Lin Xiaoyun and Yang Wei emerging from a budget hotel, their laughter and camaraderie betraying an intimate connection. In that moment, he realized that the notion of unwavering love could not withstand the allure of a designer handbag. The joy of riding behind on a bicycle paled in comparison to the comfort of sitting in a luxury car. To this day, Wang Chu recalls Lin Xiaoyun's words during their breakup. Wang Chu, what Yang Wei can offer me is something you will never be able to provide. I appreciate your respectfulness and the fact that you never pressured me. Thus, I am quite content with Yang Wei. Exhaling deeply, Wang Chu's gaze swiftly regained its tranquility. After all, he had long since moved on from Lin Xiaoyun and now had a daughter of his own. Is there something you need? Wang Chu inquired calmly. Lin Xiaoyan appraised him with a discerning eye, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. Though she had successfully cast aside the poor boy Wang Chu to pursue the affluent Yang Wei, it had never occurred to her that 4 years later, Wang Chu would have transformed significantly in both physique and demeanor, exuding a newfound masculinity. I heard that you were devastated because of me and went abroad after graduation, Lin Xiaoyan remarked, glancing at Wang Chu with a hint of regret. I must admit, I feel somewhat guilty. But seeing you now, you appear well and thriving, which puts my mind at ease. Wang Chu scoffed, devastated for you. I certainly was heartbroken for a considerable time, but as for my reasons for going abroad, I believe no one understands better than your wealthy boyfriend standing beside you. Do you think discussing this now holds any significance? He continued with a wry smile. Or is this merely a way to reinforce your delicate, innocent facade? Chapter 9. Apology. Who gave you the audacity to speak to my fiancé in such a manner? Yang Wei could no longer contain himself upon witnessing the humiliation of his betrothed. Wang Chu, do you think you hold any relevance? In my presence, you are nothing. Is that so? In my eyes, you are no more than a mere nuisance. Wang Chu shrugged nonchalantly. Yang Wei, taken aback for a moment, then erupted in anger. Wang Chu, have you not learned your lesson from 4 years ago? I assure you, with just a word from me, there will be no place for you in Haiqing. What is it? Do you intend to employ the same tactics from 4 years ago against me? Wang Chu scoffed. Do you genuinely believe that Haiqing belongs to your young family? How amusing. Wang Chu, you have gone too far. Lin Xiaoyan bit her lip, disappointment evident in her gaze. I had hoped that after leaving you, you would strive for improvement, but it appears you remain unchanged. I am quite relieved that I have not altered. Wang Chu replied calmly. Unlike certain individuals who, as they journey through life, forget their original intentions. Yang Wei stepped forward, seizing Wang Chu by the collar. I advise you to show respect towards my fiancé. Otherwise, you will come to understand the treacheries of this world. Do you comprehend? Wang Chu regarded the fierce Yang Wei and sighed. Yang Wei, I must admit that I hold a certain admiration for you. This unexpected remark left Yang Wei momentarily dumbfounded. Was he admitting fault and attempting to curry favor? I initially thought you were merely toying with Lin Xiaoyan, but it seems you have progressed to the point of engagement. Quite an achievement. Nowadays, there are so few dedicated second-generation wealthy individuals like you. I believe I may have been somewhat biased in my previous judgment of you. Yang Wei was puzzled, unable to discern whether Wang Chu's words were meant as flattery or criticism. Brother Wei, this lad is mocking you and your sister-in-law. A nearby man, unable to contain himself, cautiously interjected. Yang Wei's irritation grew. Wang Chu clearly held him in contempt. Daddy, let go of me, Daddy. At that moment, Ye emerged from the restroom, witnessing Yang Wei gripping Wang Chu's collar, and rushed over to push Yang Wei away. Where did this brat come from? Get lost. Yang Wei glared, roaring in anger. Ye was taken aback. Fear flickered in her large eyes, yet she bravely stepped forward. I won't allow you to bully my daddy. Your father? Wang Chu. Yang Wei glanced at Ye, then back at Wang Chu. Wang Chu, is this your little illegitimate child? Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Chu struck him with a resounding slap. You dare hit me? Yang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. Do you have any idea who I am? Wang Chu grasped Yang Wei's hand with a dark expression. Upon hearing Ye's voice, he had not intended to engage further with these individuals. After all, his time was precious, meant to be spent with Ye. However, he could hardly fathom Yang Wei's audacity in insulting Ye as an illegitimate child. No one dared to bully Wang Chu's daughter in his presence. Hiss, it hurts. Yang Wei was poised to retaliate with a vicious remark, but he suddenly felt as if his wrist were caught in an iron vise, immense pressure threatening to crush it. Apologize to my daughter. Immediately. Wang Chu fixed his cold gaze on Yang Wei. Yang Wei gritted his teeth. You expect my fiancé to apologize to your illegitimate child? Dream on. Before he could finish, Wang Chu's grip tightened. Yang Wei let out a painful wail, his entire arm nearly immobilized. Let go of Wei Xiao. Release my brother Wei. The other two men, witnessing Yang Wei being slapped by Wang Chu, exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to ingratiate themselves with Wei Xiao? Thus, they charged forward decisively. Observing the two approaching figures, a cold smirk emerged at the corners of Wang Chu's mouth, and he swiftly unleashed two kicks. These kicks landed precisely on their abdomens, sending them flying. With two resounding thuds, the duo crashed to the ground, writhing in pain as if their very insides were about to shift. "Apologize, or I shall crush your hands," Wang Chu reiterated. "Wang Chu, enough? Do you even realize what you are doing?" Lin Xiaoan interjected, stepping forward. "Can you not leave me utterly disappointed?" Wang Chu cast a glance at Lin Xiaoan, his eyes glinting with derision. "Lin Xiaoan, when I had affection for you, your words held weight. But when my feelings wane, what do you believe you amount to? Besides, I have a daughter now. Do you truly think you possess such allure that I would remain perpetually enchanted by you?" Lin Xiaoyan's complexion paled. Disbelief etched across her features as she gazed at Wang Chu. In the past, he had been a quintessential gentleman before her. When had he ever spoken to her in such a tone? Even during their breakup, his demeanor had never been this harsh. Was it merely because Yang Wei had insulted that little girl? "I shall grant you 5 seconds to contemplate. Let us see whether your resolve is firmer than your words." Wang Chu addressed Yang Wei once more. The excruciating pain was unbearable for Yang Wei. "I was wrong. I apologize. Is that not sufficient?" His face contorted. He forced a smile. "I am sorry for the earlier outburst. I should not have shouted at you." Wang Chu released his grip. "Get lost." Yang Wei's wrist bore a deep bruise from the grip. His entire arm felt numb and painful, rendering it nearly immobile. "Wang Chu, just wait. As long as I, Yang Wei, am in Haicheng, I will make your life unbearable." Freed from the grip, Yang Wei felt a surge of indignation. As a wealthy heir, when had he ever faced such humiliation? Yet, he found himself powerless, for they were no match for Wang Chu. "Let us depart." Yang Wei cast a lingering glance at Wang Chu before speaking coldly. Lin Xiaoan and her companions followed behind Yang Wei, but before leaving, Lin Xiaoan shot Wang Chu a penetrating look, her eyes brimming with a peculiar emotion. "Ye, do not be afraid. Daddy is here." Wang Chu gently cradled Ye, speaking soothingly. Ye clung to Wang Chu's neck, nodding vigorously. "Daddy, I'm not scared. The bad guys were chased away by you. You're the best." Wang Chu exhaled in relief. It seemed this incident had not cast a shadow over Ye's psyche, which was for the best. Turning his head, he noticed a young woman standing at a distance. "Thank you for your help earlier." Wang Chu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Without her assistance, he truly did not know how he would have managed. The young woman's eyes shimmered with a unique light. "No need for thanks." The earlier scene, where Wang Chu heroically protected Ye, stirred something within her. This man was undeniably captivating. Chapter 10, The Big Bun. "Ye, have you thanked your aunt?" Wang Chu inquired. The young woman promptly responded. "Ye has already expressed her gratitude to me. She is truly a polite and charming little girl." Wang Chu affectionately ruffled Ye's hair, and then, with a flourish of his hand, a red bunny-eared hat appeared in his grasp. "This is the hat I just bought for you. Do you like it?" Ye's eyes widened in delight. The red bunny hat was simply exquisite. Particularly, the little bunny design on the hat had utterly captured her heart. "Daddy, Daddy, I want to wear this little red hat," she exclaimed joyfully. Wang Chu placed the little red hat atop Ye's head. Instantly, a refreshing aura enveloped her, dispelling all the heat, which filled Ye with wonder and elation. "Daddy, look at me. Am I pretty?" Ye gazed at Wang Chu with eager anticipation. Wang Chu playfully pinched Ye's nose, declaring, "Ye is the most beautiful." At that moment, the 5-year-old girl, whom the young woman was holding by the hand, displayed a glimmer of envy in her eyes. She too desired such a lovely hat, for it truly appeared stunning. Wang Chu noticed this and produced another little red hat. "This hat shall serve as my token of appreciation." "Oh, that cannot be," the young woman promptly replied. "I merely offered a small assistance. I specifically bought these for the 2 children. It is a gesture of my goodwill, so do not refuse." Wang Chu chuckled. "Without you, I truly would not have known what to do." The young woman hesitated for a moment, observing the longing in her daughter's eyes, and did not protest any further. "Are you out here alone with the children? Where is their mother?" she inquired tentatively. Wang Chu casually replied, "Her mother is quite busy with work and does not have much time to accompany the child, so I have taken it upon myself to spend more time with her." A flicker of disappointment crossed the young woman's face. It dawned on her that he was unlike her, for he had a wife. With a sense of regret, the two soon parted ways. Yeah, what would you like to play next? Daddy will spend the whole day with you, all right? Yes. Yaya planted a kiss on Wang Chu's cheek. Yaya loves Daddy the most. At that moment, in a rustic courtyard on the outskirts of Haicheng, the garden was filled with a plethora of vegetables, and in the corner, several blooming roses radiated vibrancy. An elderly man, with a limp, reclined in a rattan chair at the entrance, gently fanning himself with a palm leaf fan. His gaze was fixed upon the distant mountains, his eyes seemingly brimming with untold stories. Just then, a black sedan quietly arrived at the front of the courtyard. Elder Yun emerged from the vehicle, spotting the man reclining in the chair, and a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. Yang Dawodu, the elderly man, who had been half squinting, suddenly opened his eyes wide, lifting his head to behold Elder Yun. Upon seeing Yun's aged countenance, the elder hesitated for a moment before uncertainly asking, "Are you Yin Tunmian?" Elder Yun erupted into laughter, and amidst his mirth, tears began to flow down his cheeks. "Indeed, it is I, the wonton noodle." The elderly man, filled with excitement, rose from his rattan chair and limped towards Old Yun. Old Yun hurried forward as well. They embraced each other tightly, lost in a heartfelt reunion. "Wonton noodle, I never imagined I would have the chance to see you again in this lifetime." "Big steamed bun, neither did I. After searching for you all these years, I have finally found you." Yang Duangxiu, whose real name is Yang Limin, had received this nickname from Old Yun back in the day, as he once expressed that his greatest desire in life was to have an abundance of steamed buns. Conversely, wonton noodle was a name given to Old Yun by Yang Limin, who adored wonton noodles in his youth. They were comrades in arms during the revolutionary era. A swift passage of over 60 years had flown by. The spirited young men of yesteryear had now transformed into aged men with silver hair. "Big steamed bun, have you been here all these years?" Old Yun's eyes glistened with emotion. "Why didn't you come to find us?" Yang Limin chuckled softly. "During the sniper battle, my leg was shattered, and I lost consciousness in the grass. It was the local villagers who rescued me. I lay on a mud kong for half a year before I could barely move again. At that moment, I realized I would never return to the battlefield." Yang Limin sighed. "Thus, I resolved to stay here, to guard this land where our comrades sacrificed their lives. In my spare time, I chat with them, lest they feel lonely." Old Yun's expression turned somber. Indeed, the ambush was extraordinarily fierce. "I still carry 3 bullets within me. At the beginning, our battalion had over 100 men, yet by the end, fewer than 20 remained. Our retreat was so chaotic that we didn't even have time to gather our comrades' remains." Yang Limin smiled gently. "Come, let me take you to a special place." Half an hour later, the two elderly men supported each other as they ascended the mountain. The bodyguards behind them were visibly tense, fearful of any untoward incident befalling the two elders. Eventually, they arrived at a cemetery. "After I recovered from my injuries, I could only find 50 bodies. The rest were indistinguishable." Yang Limin's voice was heavy with sorrow. Old Yun gazed at the small mounds of earth before them, where a stone tablet stood prominently. 165th Regiment's death-defying company bravely engaged the enemy at Haicheng, fighting for 8 hours and 32 minutes, holding off over 10,000 enemy troops, eliminating more than 1,000, and sacrificing 93 of our own, successfully covering the retreat of the main force and the villagers, thus accomplishing our mission. In honor of the death-defying company, Yang Limin. Beneath the inscription were the names of all the soldiers in the company: Zhang Taizhu, Chen Megan, Zhou Fatsai, Wang Damon. As Old Yun read the now faded names on the stone, his eyes welled with tears, cascading down his weathered cheeks. Gradually, he raised his hand and rendered a crisp military salute. Yang Limin followed suit, as did the solemn bodyguards behind them. "Here lie the loyal souls beneath the verdant hills. There is no need for horses to carry their remains. Old comrades, I, Yin Zhangwo, have come to visit you. I am late, and for that, I apologize." Old Yun's voice trembled as he spoke. Upon returning to the courtyard, Elder Yun conveyed to Elder Yang, "Dawotu, I have a notion I wish to share." Unbeknownst to them, the sky had darkened. Wang Chu, reluctantly parting from the amusement park with the endearing Yaya, was met with her eager inquiry, "Daddy, where will you take me to play tomorrow?" With a smile, Wang Chu replied, "Let us venture to the seaside, shall we? I did promise Yaya a trip to the beach yesterday." "Hooray! That sounds wonderful, Daddy. You can tell me stories, can't you?" Wang Chu felt a twinge of embarrassment as he admitted, "Storytelling is not quite my forte." Chapter 11. A visit. Upon returning home, Elder Yun's associates awaited them downstairs. As Wang Chu entrusted Yaya to their care, a wave of reluctance washed over him. It was his first moment of true joy since returning to the country. Yeah, akin to a little angel, filled his heart with tenderness. "Daddy, aren't you coming home today? Mommy isn't here, and I want you to stay with me while I sleep." With tearful eyes, Yaya grasped Wang Chu's hand, pleading, "All the other children get to hear their daddies tell stories at night, and I want that too." A pang of sorrow gripped Wang Chu's heart. Despite his desire to comply, the timing was not right. He needed to meet Yaya's mother and clarify matters first. "Yaya, when Mommy returns home, Daddy will come back too. How about this? From now on, I will take you out to play every day and tell you lovely stories every night, okay?" Yaya extended her pinky, insisting, "Let us make a pinky promise. When Mommy comes home, you will come home too." After sealing their promise, a smile illuminated Yaya's face. "Daddy, I'm going home now, but remember to take me to the beach tomorrow." She waved to Wang Chu as she climbed into the bodyguard's car. Watching the vehicle carry Yaya away, the smile on Wang Chu's face gradually faded, replaced by a look of wistfulness. Just as he prepared to turn back toward home, he noticed a city bookstore in the distance. After a moment of hesitation, he stepped inside. "Hello, do you have any fairy tale books?" That's a wrap. Today's shooting concludes here. Everyone may disperse and take a break. With the director's announcement, a collective sigh of relief swept through the set. After a long day of filming, exhaustion permeated the air. Yun Qingao sat on a chair, massaging her wrists and knees. Today's pivotal scene had involved extensive wire work, leaving her feeling as though her body was in disarray. "Qingao, are you all right? Do you need to rest tomorrow?" The director approached with a concerned expression. Yun Qingao smiled reassuringly. "I'm fine. As an artist, it is my duty to fulfill my role as an actress. This hardship is trivial." A hint of admiration flickered in the director's eyes. "You are the most down-to-earth popular artist I have ever encountered." "Director, you flatter me. Please, attend to your other matters. I shall rest for a bit," Yin Qingyao responded with a smile. At that moment, her manager, Sister Chun, approached with a rather grim demeanor. "Qingyao, that fellow has come again." Yun Qingyao furrowed her brow. "Lin Zifeng? He truly is persistent." Lin Zifeng is an extraordinarily affluent heir from the prestigious Dijing, and he is also the most fervent admirer of Yun Qingyao. It remains a mystery how he learned of her filming location, yet he has been lingering nearby, appearing every few days. Being a member of the elite class, the production team dares not offend him too much, which leaves Yun Qingyao feeling quite helpless. "What scheme has he concocted today?" she inquired. Sister Chen responded. "He has purchased an extravagant array of items and is treating the entire crew to a meal, claiming it's a visit." Yun Qingyao retorted with irritation. "Who does he think he is? This is not a visit. If word gets out, it seems this is precisely the effect he desires." Sister Chen sighed. "Since you have consistently rejected his advances, he will naturally resort to alternative tactics." Yun Qingyao took a deep breath, realizing that her previous refusals were perhaps insufficiently resolute. "Sister Chen, come with me." Meanwhile, outside the production set, a young man wearing sunglasses was exuberantly addressing the crowd. "Feel free to indulge. I have prepared a small gift for each of you. As long as you cooperate with our Qingyao on set, I, Lin Zifeng, will ensure that none of you are left wanting." As he spoke, he pulled down the tarpaulin from the cart behind him. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. The cart was filled with the latest model of rice smartphones, each priced around 5,000 yuan, and there were no fewer than 100 of them, meaning this haul was worth at least 500,000 yuan. Such generosity is indeed rare. Typically, visitors bring along drinks or fruits. Who would splurge 500,000 just for a visit? Lin Xiao is truly magnanimous. "Thank you, Lin Xiao," exclaimed some. "Ah, Sister Qingyao is indeed fortunate. If I had someone like Lin Xiao interested in me, I would have accepted long ago." I doubt many women can resist such an onslaught, both gentle and wealthy. It is said his family has at least 100 billion. As Yun Qingyao made her appearance, all eyes shifted towards her, with many believing she would be taken aback by Lin Zifeng's lavish gesture, perhaps even secretly charmed. However, to their surprise, her expression was one of displeasure, bordering on anger. "Qingyao, I'm here to see you," Lin Zifeng exclaimed, oblivious to the atmosphere. As he approached her with a sense of entitlement, "I know you work hard filming, so I've reserved a romantic dinner for two at the Yunyu Hotel. Let us go eat." Yun Qingyao inhaled deeply and replied, "Lin Zifeng, how many times must I say this? Please refrain from such presumptuous gestures in the future, all right? I'm merely considering your well-being. Building a good rapport with the crew can only benefit you." Lin Zifeng chuckled awkwardly. Yun Qingyao shook her head firmly. "No need. I can handle my own affairs. Sister Chun, please transfer 1 million to Lin Xiao. Consider these gifts my treat for everyone." Sister Chen nodded. "All right, I shall proceed now." Lin Zifeng promptly interrupted Chen's words. "Qingyao, I genuinely have feelings for you, and I sincerely wish to do something for you. Am I, of all people, in need of that 1 million? This is an affront to me." Yun Qingyao resolutely replied, "I must make it clear that I do not wish to engage in any romantic relationships at this time. Furthermore, I do not want rumors to circulate within the crew or elsewhere due to this matter. If you cannot accept this, please refrain from appearing before me in the future. Sister Chun, send the money immediately." After uttering this, Yun Qingyao turned and walked away. Sister Chun cast a helpless glance at Lin Xiao. The atmosphere on set suddenly became quite tense. Everyone had expected a grand romantic confession, but it seemed that Yun Qingyao truly felt no spark for Lin Xiao. At that moment, Lin Xiao's phone rang. "Lin Xiao, the roses are ready." "Forget the roses, just throw them away." Lin Xiao's mood was far from pleasant. Chapter 12, 10 consecutive draws. "Qingyao, was your attitude a bit too cold just now?" Sister Chen caught up with Yun Qingyao, cautiously inquiring. Yun Qingyao halted her steps. "If I hadn't acted that way, Lin Zifeng would undoubtedly continue to pester me, if word of this got out. But which popular female artist is without scandal? ISNT there is saying, a celebrity without rumors is not a celebrity at all. Others are others. I am me." Yun Qingyao shook her head. "I'm rather tired now. Please take me back to the hotel." Half an hour later, in her hotel room, Yun Qingyao had finished her evening routine and lay comfortably in bed wearing a soft robe. After reviewing her lines and scenes for the following day, she noticed the hour was quite late. At that moment, her phone rang. Upon seeing the name on the screen, a rare softness and smile graced Yun Qingyao's face. Answering the call, she was greeted by the adorable face of Yeye. "Mama." Upon seeing Yun Qingyao, Yeye's eyes instantly turned into crescent moons of joy. "Mama, when are you coming home?" Yun Qingyao shifted into a more comfortable position, smiling as she replied, "What's the matter? Do you miss Mama so soon?" Yeye blinked. "Yes, I miss Mama." However, Mama had said she would be away for about a month, and it had only been less than a week. A hint of regret tinged Yun Qingyao's voice. Although she longed to care for and accompany Yeye, she also had her own dreams. Thus, she found herself constantly torn between the two. Fortunately, Yeye was quite understanding, not like other children who would fuss and cry. Otherwise, Yun Qingyao would be at a loss for what to do. A trace of disappointment crossed Yeye's face. With over half a month left, wouldn't that mean Daddy wouldn't be home to sleep with her for that duration? Noticing Yeye's mood darkening, Yun Qingyao quickly changed the subject. "What did you do today? Is there anything joyful you would like to share with Mama?" As soon as this topic arose, a lively smile illuminated Yeye's face. "Mother, let me tell you, today I went to the amusement park with Father, and there were so many people. Father even lifted me onto his shoulders, making me feel so tall. He took me to play bumper cars, but he wasn't very good at it, and kept getting bumped by me. For lunch, Father treated me to fish, which was absolutely delicious." Every word Yeye spoke darkened Yun Qingyao's expression a little more. She could hardly believe that grandfather would allow that man to take Yeye out to play alone. It was utterly outrageous. She hadn't even had the chance to take Yeye to the amusement park herself, and now Yeye's first experience was being usurped by a man. What troubled Yun Qingyao even more was that in just one day, Yeye had already accepted that man so readily. If they continued to interact for another half-month, she dared not imagine the consequences. What a scheming man, aiming to win over my daughter first, and then me. I will never allow you to succeed. Taking a deep breath, Yin Qingyao called the director after finishing her conversation with Ye. Director, I need to trouble you with something. I need to take a 3-day leave for personal reasons, but I promise to return and catch up on the progress. Thank you, Director. After hanging up, Yun Qingyao inhaled deeply and began to pack her belongings. Soon, Sister Chen arrived. Qingyao, what are you doing? Is something wrong? Are you leaving the crew? I have a personal matter to attend to, but I'll be back in 3 days. Sister Chen, I'm counting on you here. With that, Yun Qingyao lifted her suitcase and headed for the door. Wait, if you go out like this, what if the paparazzi spot you? Sister Chen said impatiently. Don't worry. I'll arrange everything. At that moment, in the Wang household, Wang Chu isolated himself in a small room, engrossed in a fairy tale book he had purchased. He then turned on the recorder, stood before the mirror, and took a deep breath. Once upon a time, there was a little white rabbit, living a carefree life on the vast prairie. 5 minutes later, he finished the fairy tale in front of the mirror. Eagerly, Wang Chu played back the recording, but a strange and unpleasant voice emerged. He gasped in disbelief. Was that really his voice? How could Ye possibly enjoy stories told in such a voice? Did he truly lack the talent for storytelling? Doubt crept into Wang Chu's mind. However, he quickly regained his composure. For Ye, this father must forge ahead. It was just storytelling, and it was merely an unpleasant voice. With more practice, he would surely improve and succeed. Taking a deep breath, Wang Chu continued his practice. Outside, his parents were listening intently. Dear, what do you think our son is mumbling about in there? Is he under some kind of stress? Don't be ridiculous. Didn't you see him come home with a stack of books? He is probably just reading. What books? And why is he mumbling? He never did that before when reading. His father questioned, perplexed. They're fairy tale books. That mischievous lad certainly puts in a lot of effort. Father chuckled with delight. Mother interjected with a huff. What does effort matter? He won't truly succeed until he brings Xiao Yao home. With that, she declared, all right. Let us retire for the night and allow him to ponder in solitude. Father yawned and took Mother by the hand as they departed. Meanwhile, Wang Chu had practiced for a solid hour, feeling as if his throat were ablaze. Yet the quality of his storytelling remained woefully stagnant. It was devoid of emotion, lacking in rhythm, utterly incapable of captivating an audience. How exceedingly challenging this was. Wang Chu reclined on his bed, a pained expression etched upon his face. He had not anticipated storytelling to be so arduous. System, is there a way to enhance my storytelling abilities? Alas, the system offered no response. Truly, a system devoid of empathy. However, a sudden thought struck Wang Chu. He realized that today's lottery draw had yet to occur. Instantly, excitement surged through him as he sprang from his bed. System, I wish to participate in today's lottery. Ding. The lottery is in progress. Congratulations. You have acquired the super combat technique. An unfamiliar knowledge flooded Wang Chu's mind. He blinked in astonishment at the super combat technique, which seemed remarkably impressive. Though it was of no immediate use to him, a glance at his pleasure points revealed he had 150 left. Each lottery draw consumed 10 pleasure points. Thus, he would conduct 10 consecutive draws. Wang Chu declared solemnly. Chapter 13. The Celestial Melody. A 10 consecutive draw cost only 100 pleasure points. As long as he could obtain the skills he desired, it would all be worthwhile. After all, pleasure points could be replenished through Ye. Ding. The system is conducting the lottery. Wang Chu felt a wave of excitement wash over him. 10 consecutive draws. In various games, a 10 consecutive draw often guaranteed rare skills or items, didn't it? Anticipation thrummed within him as he awaited the results. Moments later, the system finally provided its verdict. Ding. Congratulations, you have received a bottle of magical spring water. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a set of children's swimwear. Ding. Congratulations, you have received the system's gratitude. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations, you have received the system's gratitude. Thank you for your patronage. Wang Chu's countenance darkened as he realized he had received 7 consecutive thank you for your patronage. This system must have been developed by a bargain platform. How could there be so many thank you for your patronage? Was this a scam? Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired the skill, Celestial Melody. The final message left Wang Chu in a state of shock. Celestial Melody? At last, he had drawn a skill of genuine value. Magical spring water possesses extraordinary powers, capable of slightly enhancing physical constitution. Each bottle is valued at 5 pleasure points. Children's swimwear protects against saltwater erosion, prevents drowning, and includes a locating feature. Each set is valued at 30 pleasure points. Celestial Melody enhances the sweetness and magnetism of your voice. Wang Chu felt a refreshing coolness in his throat, akin to the bliss of sipping divine nectar. Clearing his throat, he began, "Once upon a time, there was a little white rabbit." This time, as he spoke, he astonished even himself. Her voice felt clearer, the timbre softer, and her grasp of the emotions within the story seemed more precise. If Wang Chu's voice could previously be rated at 60, it now undoubtedly deserves a score of 99. It was worth it, truly worthwhile. Excitement illuminated Wang Chu's face. Tomorrow, she would surely tell a delightful story to Yaya. The mere thought of Yaya's joyful smile as she listened to her tales filled Wang Chu's heart with sweetness akin to honey. In the opulent villa complex of Dingxing Huayuan, the most luxurious in Haiqing, Yun Qingyao trudged into the residence. "Xiaoyao, why are you back? Didn't you say you would be busy for a month?" Old Man Yun's face displayed a hint of surprise upon seeing Yun Qingyao return. She rolled her eyes. If she didn't return soon, her precious daughter would belong to someone else. "Grandfather, since you are still awake, I have something to ask you." Yun Qingyao took a deep breath. "Did you send Yaya to that boy you mentioned yesterday?" A smile flickered across Old Man Yun's face. "Yes, didn't Yaya tell you? She was so happy today. I have never seen her this joyful before." "Grandfather." Yun Qingyao's voice grew intense. "Aren't you worried that he might treat Yaya poorly?" "Not at all, rest assured. Moreover, I have discreetly sent someone to follow them. I am well aware of their activities today." Old Man Yun waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, by the way, since you're back, I'll arrange for you both to meet tomorrow. You will definitely be astonished." Yun Qingyao frowned, uncertain of what kind of spell the boy had cast on her grandfather to make him so willing to entrust Yaya to him. Initially, she hadn't concerned herself with Wang Chu, but now she sensed a profound threat in his existence. "Grandfather, I don't know who this person is, and I have no desire to find out." Yun Qingyao inhaled deeply. "Furthermore, I will not allow Yaya to meet him again. You don't even know who he is, yet you dismiss him so easily." Old Man Yun smiled gently. "Why not give each other a chance? That is unnecessary. However, if that were the case, Yaya would be very upset. Children cry for a couple of days, and then it's over." Yun Qingyao gritted her teeth. "Better a short pain than a long one. Don't you want to know why Yaya likes him so much?" Hearing this, Yun Qingyao paused. Old Man Yun patted her shoulder. "I know you are a strong-willed child, but at times, you must delve deeper to uncover the truth. How about this? Tomorrow, you meet him, and if you find it unsuitable, I will not interfere again. What do you say?" Yun Qingyao furrowed her brow slightly before responding. "Fine, but I will arrange it myself tomorrow." Meanwhile, in the local nighttime news of Haiqing. Dear viewers, good evening. This is Haiqing News. Today, a series of car accidents occurred on Renmin Road, caused by a luxury sports car's brake failure. Fortunately, the speed of the sports car was not excessive, and the accident did not result in any casualties. With the assistance of the surrounding crowd, all drivers involved were safely rescued. Among the Good Samaritans, there was a nameless man who single-handedly saved 2 drivers, as captured in footage provided by onlookers. Subsequently, a broadcast featured a man who, with remarkable strength, pried open the deformed car door and righted an overturned vehicle. If anyone knows how to contact this heroic figure, they are encouraged to call our station. The news concluded, yet all who witnessed it were left in disbelief. Is this for real? How could someone possess such immense strength? Indeed, the fabrication is glaringly obvious. This is a local official media outlet. How could they publish such a story? It's utterly outrageous. The young man in the video does not appear particularly strong. It is implausible that he could exert such power. If he truly possessed such strength, why not compete in a strongman contest? Under the official Weibo account of Haiqing News, countless viewers expressed their discontent with the report, as everyone believed it to be false. No one could possibly open a deformed car door with one hand, nor could anyone ride an overturned vehicle with both hands. That is not human. That is superhuman. Meanwhile, in the hospital, the reality was undeniable. I was not unconscious at that time. I was fully aware of my surroundings. On the hospital bed, a young woman with her head bandaged turned to the middle-aged man beside her and said, "Dad, you must help me." The man nodded, assuring her, "My daughter, rest assured. I will find that young man. I, Zhao Guangyao, am not one to forget a kindness. He saved my daughter. I will repay him, no matter what." The woman nodded in agreement, her eyes revealing a hint of anger. Is there someone behind the malfunction of my car's brakes? Chapter 14. The meeting. Zhao Guangyao shook his head. At first, I suspected someone was targeting the Zhao family, but after my investigation, I found it was simply a case of brake failure. The woman was taken aback, struggling to believe. "Dad, are you saying that I spent several million to buy a car with faulty brakes?" As it stands, that appears to be the case. Zhao Guangyao was at a loss for words, bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. The woman gritted her teeth, declaring, "Might I, Zhao Ruo, will settle the score with you." That night, Wang Chu slept soundly, immersed in a long dream. In his dream, he owned an enormous children's amusement park filled with characters from fairy tales, princesses, little rabbits, and talking big-faced cats. He and Yaya frolicked joyfully throughout the park, surrounded by her laughter and delight. Yet, in his dream, there was also a graceful woman whose true visage he could never quite discern. Nevertheless, each time he caught sight of her blurred silhouette, he felt a warm sense of comfort. Ding, ding, ding. The alarm clock rang. Wang Chu opened his bleary eyes. It was already 6 o'clock. But why hadn't Yaya come over today? Wang Chu furrowed his brow, pondering whether he had exhausted himself yesterday, resulting in a late slumber today. After rising and completing his morning routine, he stepped out of his bedroom to behold a lavish breakfast spread across the dining table. Seafood shrimp porridge, steamed chicken rolls, and delicate steamed egg custard. Goodness, what occasion is it today to warrant such a feast? Wang Chu settled at the table, eager to savor a piece of chicken roll, only to have his chopsticks knocked away by his mother. What is the rush? Yaya, hasn't he arrived yet? Are you the only one with a craving? She chided. Wang Chu blinked in surprise. So, all this is prepared for Yaya? Of course. It's for my precious granddaughter. You two are merely benefiting from her good fortune. His mother replied with conviction. His father chuckled from the side. Your mother fretted all day yesterday about not having prepared anything nice for Yaya. And here she is, up early to whip this up. Glancing at the bountiful spread, Wang Chu expressed his concern. Perhaps Yaya has already finished her meal. No way. Call her and find out when she is coming over. His mother insisted. Wang Chu felt a twinge of exasperation. Once the cherished darling of the household, his status had visibly diminished since his mother learned that Yaya was his child. Now, he was barely a notch above his father, and even below the family cat, the big orange tabby. With a sigh, and under his mother's authoritative gaze, he reluctantly pulled out his phone. However, before he could make the call, the doorbell rang. Could it be Yaya? His eyes brightened as he rushed to the door. Yet, standing outside was a young woman wearing a mask. Though her face was obscured, Wang Chu was taken aback by her presence. She was tall and slender, her exposed skin radiating a soft, delicate glow, and her long hair added to her allure. Who could she be, arriving so early in the morning? Is she a salesperson? May I ask who you are looking for? Wang Chu inquired. The woman seemed momentarily taken aback, her gaze fixed intently upon him, making him feel somewhat uneasy. Daddy, I'm here. At that moment, a small head peeked out from behind the woman, adorned with a little red hat, exuding cuteness. Yaya, come in. Wang Chu quickly crouched down to scoop her up in his arms. Did you think of Daddy last night? He asked. Yaya earnestly replied, Of course. Did Daddy think of Yaya? Absolutely, he affirmed. Can Daddy stay with Yaya tonight and tell her a story? A hint of embarrassment flickered across Wang Chu's face. I can tell you a story later, but let us not dwell on that now. Grandma has prepared a delicious meal for us. Let us eat together. His mother beamed upon seeing Yaya, her face lighting up with joy. Yaya, come sit beside Grandma. Then, noticing the young woman standing behind Wang Chu, her eyes widened with surprise. What a graceful young lady. Could this be Yaya's mother? Wang Chu, the individual behind you is. Wang Chu turned to glance at the woman wearing a mask, a hint of embarrassment gracing his face. I apologize for not greeting you earlier, he said. The woman spoke. I am Qingqing, Yeye's tutor. Yeye's tutor? A flicker of confusion crossed Wang Chu's eyes, yet he remained courteous, responding, Please come in. Would you care to join us for a meal? The woman shook her head. Yeye and I have already eaten, so I shall pass. Oh, you've already dined? A look of disappointment surfaced on his mother's face. Then all my careful preparations were for naught? Noticing her grandmother's disheartened expression, Yeye blinked her eyes and chimed, Grandma, did you make all this? It looks delicious. May I have just a little more? At this, Wang Chu's mother smiled. Well, I shall serve Yeye a bit more. And if she cannot finish, she can share with Grandma. All right? All right. Yeye replied cheerfully. Wang Chu sighed in relief. If Yeye had refused to eat entirely, his mother would surely have felt quite disheartened. Miss Qingqing, is it necessary to wear a mask at home? Wang Chu remarked, noticing her still donned with it. She shook her head. I have been feeling a bit under the weather lately, and I wish to avoid spreading anything to you, hence the mask. Wang Chu shrugged. Suit yourself. After all, it is not I who is uncomfortable. Since Yeye had already eaten, she merely nibbled a little before feeling satisfied. The remaining rice in her bowl was naturally placed before Wang Chu, who polished it off completely. Daddy, let us go play at the beach. I want to play in the sand. Wang Chu smiled. All right, once I tidy up, we shall go, shall we? At that moment, Qingqing interjected. I would like to join you today. Wang Chu paused, surprised that she would accompany them. Is that appropriate? After all, this is a father-daughter outing. And taking a beautiful lady along seems a bit awkward. Yesterday, Yeye mentioned your plans for the day out. With me there? You won't feel uncomfortable or embarrassed if Yeye needs to use the restroom. Wang Chu suddenly understood. So that was the reason why Old Man Yun wanted Qingqing to accompany them today. He had not even considered this angle. He truly felt like an inadequate father. Chapter 15. The beach. The sun shone brightly. The sky was devoid of clouds, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. A perfect day for a trip to the beach. Before 9 o'clock, Wang Chu had already escorted Qingqing and Yeye to the first seaside bathing area. The city of Haiqing earned its name because it stands by the sea. And what draws visitors from across the nation is its possession of the finest beach in the entire Jiuzhou region. Surrounded on 3 sides by mountains and facing the sea on one, the bay boasts crystal-clear waters and gentle waves, with a smooth shore that accommodates thousands for shallow water swimming. Additionally, the area is adorned with an array of uniquely styled buildings, shaded pathways, and charming cafes, making it not only a favored spot for couples, but also a prime destination for family outings. As the weather warms, the restless young ladies sway their slender, fair legs, eagerly rushing towards the embrace of the sea. If only the prattle of the older women could be filtered from view, this place would indeed be a paradise for gentlemen. Squatting outside the changing room, Wang Chu gazes at the increasingly scantily clad beauties, murmuring to himself, Oh, so Mr. Wang has a penchant for this, he muses. Acknowledging the undeniable allure of long-legged beauties, he turns to Qingqing and inquires, Aren't you going to change into your swimsuit? Qingqing shakes her head. No? I've been feeling under the weather lately. I don't wish to venture into the sea. Your cold is a consequence of your lack of exercise. You should engage in more activity. Wang Chu replies with a smile. Although he cannot see Qingqing's face clearly, he is certain she is a stunning beauty. It seems somewhat unreasonable for such a captivating woman to come to the beach fully covered. Qingqing smiles, but refrains from responding to Wang Chu. You've come out. Where's Yeye? Wang Chu cranes his neck to look behind. I've already helped Yeye into her swimsuit. She's admiring herself in front of the mirror. Qingqing glances at Wang Chu's exposed muscles. Sharply defined and exuding a unique charm, her eyes flickering slightly. Wang Chu's perfect physique radiates allure, drawing the attention of several girls nearby. Daddy. At that moment, Yeye's cheerful voice rings out from behind. Turning around, he sees Yeye leap into his arms like a baby dove. Daddy, do you think Yeye is pretty? A warm smile spreads across Wang Chu's face. My Yeye is the most beautiful. Let's go play in the sand and water. Dressed in a child's swimsuit procured from the system, Yeye resembles a little sprite. Her creamy white skin appears delicate, and with a small red cap atop her head. She seems to have stepped straight out of a painting. As they walk, every passerby, men, women, the elderly, and children, casts admiring glances at Yaya. What kind of perfect person could possibly have such a daughter? In fact, even Wang Chu's captivating physique pales in comparison. After procuring beach toys like shovels, Wang Chu and Yaya squat on the sand, ready to unleash their creativity. Daddy, I want to build a big castle. All right, I'll construct a tall wall around your castle to protect it. How does that sound? Good. And so, the duo, big and small, joyfully begins to dig in the sand. Behind them, Qingqing watches with a tender glimmer in her eyes. What a harmonious scene it is. A smile graces her lips as she finds a spot beneath a beach umbrella to sit. Meanwhile, Wang Chu and Yaya are completely engrossed in their play, leaving Qingqing momentarily forgotten. At last, with Wang Chu's assistance, Yaya's grand castle is complete. Though its surface may appear rough, both are filled with joy, as this is the first creation of their father-daughter duo. At that moment, a girl passing by Wang Chu suddenly slipped, leaning towards him. Wang Chu was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events and instinctively rushed forward to shield Yaya. With a thud, the girl landed squarely on the father-daughter duo's creation, utterly obliterating the grotesque castle they had assembled. Gasping, Qingqing immediately stood up upon witnessing the scene. Once she confirmed that Yaya was unharmed, she exhaled in relief, though her brow furrowed in concern. I'm so sorry. I slipped. The girl scrambled to her feet, her face etched with regret as she spoke hastily. Wang Chu took a glance at her. She appeared to be in her 20s, with a hint of baby fat on her cheeks that lent her an endearing charm. However, what captivated his attention the most were the prominent curves of her chest. He couldn't tell if she was wearing padding, but when she bowed to apologize, he found himself momentarily dazed. It's all right. Just be careful while walking, Wang Chu replied somewhat helplessly. This was a public space after all. The girl had already apologized, and it would be unreasonable to demand further atonement. Daddy, my castle is ruined. Yaya pouted, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she gazed at the disheveled structure resembling a layered cake. Wang Chu's heart ached. Don't worry, Yaya. Daddy will help you build another one, all right? The girl, still wearing an expression of remorse, added, I'm really sorry, little sister. How about I help you rebuild it? My crafting skills are quite impressive. As she said this, the girl bent down to assist Yaya in reconstructing the castle. Wang Chu frowned slightly, pondering how to decline the girl's offer when a shadow approached. Yaya, the sister has apologized. What should you say? Qingqing had walked over, looking at Yaya. Yaya sniffled. It's okay. I will build an even better castle with Daddy later. Qingqing nodded and then addressed the girl. I believe it was an accident on your part, and you certainly did not intend to bump into us, correct? The girl looked up at Qingqing, sensing the powerful and imposing aura emanating from her, which made her heart race with trepidation. Of course, I would never do that on purpose, the girl stammered awkwardly. Qingqing nodded again. I agree, it was merely an accident. You need not apologize excessively. If I'm not mistaken, your friends are over there, right? Don't keep them waiting. The girl's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly stood up. Then I'll take my leave. I'm sorry. Her departure appeared somewhat flustered. Wang Chu blinked, entirely unaware that, in the brief moment, the two women had engaged in a subtle clash. He merely sensed that the atmosphere had shifted oddly. Qingqing squatted down. Yeah, come. Let us build a grand castle together, shall we? Chapter 16. Qingqing. Yin Qingao? Rong. What do you think? ISNT, that boy quite handsome. Upon the girl's return to her companions, they eagerly bombarded her with questions. Rong patted her slightly trembling chest, and, still feeling a sense of lingering dread, said, You scared me. Did you all notice the look in that masked girl's eyes? It seemed as if she wanted to devour me whole. Is it true? She can't possibly be that handsome gentleman's wife, can she? It's quite possible, another chimed in. If I had such a dashing husband and an adorable daughter, I wouldn't trust him to go out alone either. Wang Chu, oblivious to the thoughts of the young girls, found himself puzzled. Why had Qingqing suddenly decided to join in the endeavor of building a castle? Nonetheless, if she wished to assist, he would not refuse. Soon, with their combined efforts, a larger sandcastle was completed. Yaya's rosy cheeks were speckled with fine grains of sand as she exclaimed, Daddy, I want to take a picture with Teacher Qingqing. Wang Chu patted his beach shorts, replying, I didn't bring my phone. Yeah. Ching smiled and retrieved her phone from her bag. Let me take a picture of the two of you. Great. Yaya wrapped her arms around Wang Chu's neck and posed with a peace sign for the camera. Wang Chu mirrored her gesture. Ching stepped back, holding the camera, and counted down, 3, 2, 1. At that moment, a man behind her gave her a sudden shove, causing her to stumble forward. Wang Chu sprang into action, swiftly catching the falling Ching. What are you doing? Though he held her gently. A wave of anger surged within him. Had he not caught her in time, she would have face-planted into the sand. What is the matter? Why are you blocking our way? 3 unruly youths, sporting vibrant hair colors, encircled them menacingly. Blocking your way? This is a public space, not your home. Wang Chu retorted firmly. Apologize, or this matter will not end well. Not end well? Oh, we're so scared. Mocked the youth on the left, feigning fear. What? If we don't apologize, are you planning to gang up on us? I'm trembling. The one in the center scrutinized Wang Chu with a derisive gaze, sneering, Listen, brother. Why are you making trouble where there is none? Wang Chu took a deep breath. So, you have no intention of apologizing? Apologize? You're not a child anymore. Can you be less naive? Do you think this is still school? However, if you let us touch your girl, I might consider an apology. With a resounding thud, Wang Chu delivered a swift kick, sending the arrogant youth flying. He crashed to the ground, howling in pain, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. How dare you lay a hand on our brother? The central youth, momentarily taken aback, erupted in fury. It seems you don't intend to leave here alive today. Do you know what you and Teddy have in common? Wang Chu replied calmly. The youth paused, instinctively asking, What? All your strength seems to reside in your mouth. You've never lost a verbal battle, yet you've never won a physical one. Boss, he is insulting us, whispered the youth beside him. Wang Chu let out a light chuckle, turning to Ching as he said, Take Yaya and move a little further away. I shall deal with these ruffians first. Ching nodded and retreated a few steps while holding Yaya's hand. So what will it be? A duel or a brawl? Wang Chu remarked, flexing his wrist. Just yesterday, he had unlocked the super fighting technique, and now these troublemakers had come knocking. His heart raced with excitement. Let us take him on together, the ruffian leader said in a grave tone. He realized that his opponent was no ordinary foe. One-on-one, he might not stand a chance. As 2 ruffians charged at him, a hint of disdain flickered in Wang Chu's eyes. Indeed, they were mere thugs, relying solely on brute strength with no semblance of technique or strategy. Their weaknesses were glaringly apparent. Wang Chu shook his head. With a couple of swift kicks, he sent them flying, leaving them on the ground wailing in pain like their fallen comrades. Not a single capable fighter among them. Wang Chu lamented, feeling a twinge of regret that he hadn't even exerted himself before they succumbed. The commotion quickly drew the attention of many onlookers, who began to gather around. While they marveled at Wang Chu's formidable prowess, a flicker of doubt crept in. Why does this person look so familiar? One wondered. I feel like I've seen him recently. Could he be a celebrity? Another mused. Surely not, but he was undeniably impressive just now. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, He is the hero from yesterday's car accident. The mention of the accident and the hero triggered a wave of recognition among the crowd. Given Wang Chu's display of strength in dispatching the 3 ruffians, could the footage from yesterday have been authentic? Ching, noticing the stir, felt a surge of vigilance. Could she have been recognized? That seemed implausible. She had applied makeup and had been wearing a mask, leaving no reason for anyone to identify her. Yet, if she had indeed been recognized, a flicker of worry crossed her face. At that moment, the security personnel from the beach arrived, inquiring, Is there a fight? Where are the individuals involved? Wang Chu's expression shifted. He quickly scooped up Yaya and took Ching's hand, urging, We must flee. By the time the security arrived, they found only 3 groaning ruffians on the ground, while the instigator, Wang Chu, had vanished. Can you let go of my hand now? Ching asked calmly once they reached a secluded corner. My apologies. Wang Chu chuckled awkwardly, releasing her soft hand. We ran a bit hastily, but I must say, your hand is quite delicate. Why did we run just now? Ching queried, clearly puzzled. Wang Chu blinked. The beach security had arrived. So what? They were the ones looking for trouble. Ching replied. Wang Chu retorted, True, they were the provocateurs, but it was I who struck first. If I don't run, I might just end up taken to the police station for some tea. Oh. Ching Ching nodded slightly and said, "Thank you for earlier." Wang Chu waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. You are Yu's tutor. I couldn't just stand by and watch you be bullied." At that moment, Wang Chu's expression shifted, and a hint of suspicion flickered in his eyes. The voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations. You have gained 1 point of pleasure value from Yun Qingyao." Chapter 17. Recognized. Although the pleasure value gained was minimal, it unveiled a significant truth. The girl in the mask was indeed named Yun Qingyao, but why did that name sound so familiar? Wang Chu felt an odd sense of déjà vu regarding that name, yet he couldn't quite place it. Perhaps it belonged to a protagonist from a novel. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. "Why are you looking at me?" Yun Qingyao keenly sensed the fleeting doubt in Wang Chu's eyes and feigned calmness as she inquired. Wang Chu smiled. "I was just curious. Don't you find it stifling to wear a mask all the time?" Yun Qingyao blinked her large eyes at him, remaining silent. Wang Chu felt a bit uneasy under her gaze and waved his hand, saying, "Never mind. If you don't find it uncomfortable, it's none of my concern. It's just a pity that I haven't had the chance to take a photo of the big castle Yue and I built." Yue looked up at Wang Chu. "Daddy, you were amazing just now. You scared off those bad people who were bullying the teacher in no time." In her excitement, Yue almost let something slip. She cautiously glanced at Yun Qingyao, relieved to find no unusual reaction from her mother, and then smiled brightly again. However, Yue was puzzled as to why her mother specifically told her not to let Daddy know about her identity. Of course, Daddy is Yue's superhero. Wang Chu chuckled. "Yue, what shall we do later? I want to go to the water park." Yue's eyes sparkled. Wang Chu grinned. "All right, Daddy will take you there soon." He then turned to Yun Qingyao. "Are you coming along? The water park requires tickets, and if Yun Qingyao didn't plan to go, Wang Chu wouldn't need to buy her ticket. I didn't bring a swimsuit, so I won't go. I'll wait for you both at the milk tea shop outside." Yun Qingyao shook her head. Wang Chu did not press the issue. After all, his inquiry was merely out of casual curiosity. Although he was somewhat intrigued by the thought of Yun Qingyao in a swimsuit, the water park offered numerous attractions, and Wang Chu couldn't possibly take Yue on every ride. After a few, Yue grew tired, prompting them to find a place to rest. "Yue, Daddy has a few questions for you. Will you answer honestly?" Yue nodded eagerly. "Sure. What does teacher Ching Ching usually teach you? And when did she become your teacher?" At that moment, Yun Qingyao was comfortably sipping her milk tea in the CAF. After a long day of hanging on wires yesterday, her body felt nearly worn out, so she seized the opportunity to rest for a couple of days. "However, I did not anticipate that the person my grandfather mentioned would be Wang Chu." A faint smile graced Yun Qingyao's face, her eyes shimmering with nostalgia. At that moment, she suddenly noticed reporters approaching from a distance, and a flicker of vigilance crossed her features. Reporters? Could it be that her identity had been exposed? If that were the case, then Ye's identity would surely be revealed as well. Yun Qingyao's brows furrowed deeply. To her surprise, however, it seemed that the reporters were not focused on her at all. "Ye, after we go out, what would you like to eat?" "I want spicy chicken pieces and crispy prawns." "All right, Daddy will take you to eat." Just as Wang Chu emerged from the water park with Ye, he was met with a chorus of gasps. "He is out. He is finally out." A throng of people surged forward. Wang Chu was taken aback. Could these individuals be associates of those 3 ruffians? However, upon closer inspection, he realized that they were wielding cameras and microphones. "Reporters. Hello. Are you the hero who rescued people at the car accident scene yesterday?" A strikingly beautiful female reporter thrust her microphone almost into Wang Chu's mouth. "Car accident scene? Hero?" Wang Chu's brow knitted in confusion. "I'm sorry, you must have mistaken me for someone else." His primary objective today was to accompany Ye for a delightful outing, and he had no intention of allowing anything to disrupt the precious time they shared. The reporters were taken aback by his denial. Wasn't he the hero from the accident scene? Why was he denying it? Yet, having finally located Wang Chu, they were not about to let him slip away easily. "Sir, you are clearly the hero from yesterday's incident. Why do you insist on denying it? Haiqing is currently lauding your brave act, and we would be grateful if you could spare a moment for an interview. Could you share your thoughts during that moment? Were you not afraid?" Wang Chu felt speechless. These reporters were indeed relentless, bombarding him with questions. It appeared that if he did not admit his involvement, they would not relent. However, he glanced at Yaya, truly not wanting to squander time on such matters. All right, I admit it. I did rescue people at the accident scene yesterday. Wang Chu took a deep breath and continued. But as you can see, I need to accompany my daughter for some fun, and I really don't have time for an interview. Perhaps we could schedule another time? The female reporter quickly replied, We want to take up too much of your time. Wang Chu's expression turned cold. I'm truly sorry, but I have no time. We can arrange another time, but I will not be accepting interviews today. Seeing Wang Chu's resolute stance, the female reporter had no choice but to relent. After agreeing on a future interview time, they finally dispersed. Upon arriving at a milk tea shop, Wang Chu spotted Yun Qingyao seated by the window. A complex expression flickered in his eyes. Miss Qingqing, it's nearly noon. Shall we go for lunch? Yun Qingyao nodded, poised to speak. When suddenly the door of the milk tea shop swung open. Nearly 20 individuals surged inside, encircling Wang Chu and his companions. Unrelated individuals, vacate immediately. Our brother Fa has matters to address, shouted one young man with yellow hair, directing his voice at the patrons sipping their tea. The surrounding couples, caught off guard, hurriedly departed. The door of the milk tea shop was firmly shut, and the curtains and roll-up door were drawn. The atmosphere thickened with tension. Kid, you are quite audacious to lay hands on my people. A man in his 30s stepped forth before Wang Chu, a cigarette dangling from his lips. His gaze replete with a predatory gleam. Boss, this is the little brat who assaulted us. One of the three ruffians, previously beaten by Wang Chu, pointed an accusatory finger at him, his voice laced with fury. Chapter 18. A song's duration. Wang Chu inwardly cursed. Were these three pests still haunting him? Unable to defeat him alone, they had resorted to summoning reinforcements? Was there no sense of professional ethics? The cramped confines of the shop, coupled with his duty to protect Yia and Yun Qingyao, placed him at a significant disadvantage. Although he had acquired superb combat skills and enhanced his strength through potent means, he was still outnumbered, and protecting the two girls further complicated matters. Kid, where's your bravado now? The ruffian he had previously bested sneered, reveling in his moment of triumph. Dare to lay a finger on me again and see what happens. His finger jabbed repeatedly at Wang Chu's chest, spittle nearly landing on his face. Wang Chu furrowed his brow. What are your intentions? If it's merely an apology, I could entertain the notion. A man should be flexible. If it meant preserving his daughter's dignity, he could swallow his pride. What to do? Brother Fa chuckled softly. You struck my man, thus tarnishing my reputation. A man lives for his dignity, and I must reclaim it. I present you with two choices. First, kneel and crawl through my legs, and we shall consider this matter resolved. Second, the leg you used to kick my man shall be severed. Wang Chu's expression darkened. Kneeling and crawling. He was no Han Xin. He would never accept such humiliation. Moreover, in front of his daughter, he could not allow her to harbor a negative impression of him. As for losing a leg? Absolutely out of the question. Clearly, they were not inclined to negotiate. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Wang Chu retorted. Is there truly no alternative? I could offer some compensation to the three young brothers. Who the hell cares about your pathetic money? Compensation? The yellow-haired youth scoffed. If we're talking compensation, how about you offer your wife to us? I bet she'd be quite delightful. With a resounding thud, before he could finish his taunt, Wang Chu had already delivered a swift kick. However, unlike the previous encounter, this time Wang Chu exerted 80% of his strength, whereas he had only utilized 40% before. He was genuinely concerned that if he employed his full strength, he might inadvertently cause fatal harm. Nevertheless, even with this restraint, the young man with the yellow hair was propelled backward, crashing into the group behind him. Wang Chu's kick left everyone present utterly astonished. Was this fellow a simpleton? With nearly 20 ruffians around, from whence did he draw the audacity to strike? Or rather, to kick? Did he truly consider himself a Terminator like Schwarzenegger? Fa Gu was momentarily taken aback, but the anguished cries of his subordinates soon reached his ears, and a flicker of anger crossed his face. Get him. Dismember his arms and legs. I want him to learn the true meaning of death. Yet, as he spoke, Wang Chu had already closed in, unleashing a torrential assault with his fists upon the crowd. The various parts of Wang Chu's body, elbows, knees, close-range strikes, combined with his remarkable combat skills and immense strength, allowed him to single-handedly fend off the onslaught of 20 assailants. "Oh dear, I'm scared." As she witnessed Wang Chu in combat, Ye's eyes reflected a hint of panic. Yun Qingyao reached out, embracing Ye tightly, and softly reassured her, "Do not fear, my darling. Daddy is a superhero and will surely protect you." As she spoke, she cast a glance at Wang Chu, who stood as a bulwark before them, her gaze softening with affection. Whether 4 years ago or now, he always shielded her during perilous moments. Could this be fate? Despite the overwhelming numbers opposing them, Yun Qingyao felt no fear, for standing before her was a mighty mountain capable of safeguarding her. 3 minutes may seem fleeting, akin to the duration of a single song. Yet for Wang Chu, it was a revelation of his true capabilities. He had anticipated being outmatched against 20 opponents, but once the fighting commenced, he realized how feeble they truly were. Despite their numbers, not a single one posed a worthy challenge. Moreover, with the enhancement of his extraordinary combat skills, their attacks appeared riddled with flaws, failing to present any pressure or threat. After 3 minutes, the floor was littered with groaning ruffians, their cries echoing throughout the milk tea shop. Fa Gu was finally struck with panic. Was this person truly human? How could one individual so effortlessly vanquish 20 adversaries? This was untenable. He needed to flee. After all, one must preserve the mountains to avoid the worry of firewood. However, as he turned to escape, despair gripped him as he discovered the door of the milk tea shop was firmly shut. Initially intended to prevent Wang Chu's escape, it had now become a stumbling block on his own path to safety. "Where do you think you're going, Fa Gu?" Wang Chu's calm voice resonated from behind him. "Did you not come seeking face? What? Have you abandoned that notion?" Fa Gu turned around, a sheepish expression gracing his features. "I no longer seek it. I no longer seek it. What's wrong? Do you think I am the sort to disregard face?" Wang Chu's countenance darkened with displeasure. "Come here. I shall grant you that face." In the depths of his heart, Fa Gu felt a pang of bitterness as he glanced at his subordinates rolling on the ground, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. "Wang Chu, do not presume that your ability to fight makes you formidable. Let me enlighten you. In this society, strength amounts to little." Fa Gu spoke coldly. Wang Chu narrowed his eyes. "Do you know me?" Fa Gu, taken aback, hastily denied it. "I do not know you. I am merely here to avenge my subordinate. Yet I have never uttered my name, and yet you spoke it just now. This indicates that you are indeed aware of my identity. Thus, the so-called vengeance is a scheme you orchestrated? Your subordinate intentionally provoked me?" Wang Chu inhaled deeply, stepping forward. "Speak. Whose orders have you come to instigate trouble under?" "I haven't." Fa Gu stammered, visibly flustered. With a resounding slap, Wang Chu struck his face, leaving an imprint on his left cheek. "If you remain silent, I shall not be so gentle next time," Wang Chu declared sternly. "Who is behind this?" Feeling the sting of pain on his face, Fa Gu stubbornly replied, "No one instigated me." Another slap echoed through the air, this time with greater force. Fa Gu gasped, blood spewing forth, mingled with a few bloodied teeth. At that moment, Fage's phone rang. Chapter 19. The Hidden Manipulator. Fage's heart raced. How could a call come at this moment? Yet before he could react, Wang Chu had snatched the phone from him. "Yang Xiao, I believe I now comprehend who is plotting against me." Wang Chu sneered, answering the call. "Chen Fa, have you resolved the matter?" "It is merely dealing with a Wang Chu. Why is it taking so long?" Yang Wei's irate voice boomed through the line. Wang Chu cast a sidelong glance at Chen Fa, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Chen Fa was drenched in cold sweat, internally cursing Yang Wei. Initially, Yang Wei had merely instructed him to deal with a naive fool, yet he had failed to mention that this fool was exceptionally formidable. "Damn it, are you mute? Why the silence? Don't tell me you cannot handle a mere fool." Yang Wei's voice continued. "I do not care what means you employ. I want Wang Chu utterly unable to survive in High City. Do you understand?" Wang Chu sighed, addressing the phone. "I say, Yang Wei, considering I am your senior, isn't this a tad ungracious of you? You are Wang Chu. How do you have Chen Fa's phone? Where is he?" Yang Wei's voice trembled with surprise. Wang Chu glanced at Chen Fa, grinning. Ah, you mean Fa Ge? We have engaged in a friendly exchange, and now we are good brothers through our skirmish. Do you truly think Fa Ge will heed your commands to confront me? What a joke. On the other end, a look of astonishment crossed Yang Wei's face. Wang Chu and Chen Fa had a friendly exchange. What nonsense. However, after the initial shock, Yang Wei quickly succumbed to fury. Wang Chu, clarify yourself. Whose senior are you? Wang Chu chuckled. Isn't it said that women are akin to a university? We all graduated from the same university. Naturally, I am your senior. You are playing with fire. Although it was I who wooed Wang Chu's girlfriend, and she is indeed the genuine article. Wang Chu's current demeanor has led Yang Wei to feel as if he is the one who has picked up discarded footwear. Understandably, he is filled with fury. Enough of your futile bluster. Wang Chu chuckled lightly and remarked, do you think Haiqing is your Yang family's Haiqing? Do you believe I am still the Wang Chu of 4 years ago? You intend to drive me out of Haiqing? I await your attempt. After Yang Wei angrily hung up, Wang Chu tossed the phone to Chen Fa. Let us depart. This place is no longer suitable for us. With Chen Fa stirring up trouble, Wang Chu had lost all desire to continue enjoying the day with Ye. Half an hour later, in a private room of a restaurant, Wang Chu was carefully peeling shrimp for Ye. Once she was satiated, she quickly grew drowsy and lay down on the nearby sofa, falling asleep. Wang Chu let out a sigh of relief. The little one was asleep, and it was now time to discuss serious matters with Yun Qingyao. There are only the 3 of us in this room. You need not keep wearing your mask, Wang Chu observed, glancing at Yun Qingyao. Are you not going to eat at all? I am currently on a diet and do not wish to eat. Wang Chu sighed. I truly do not understand why you insist on wearing that mask. Is there some scar upon your face? Rest assured, I, Wang Chu, am not such a superficial man. Especially since you are Ye's mother. A hint of surprise flickered in Yun Qingyao's eyes. How did you know? Wang Chu scoffed. Do you really think Ye could keep that from me? She is merely a 3-year-old child. With a simple inquiry, she divulged everything, unbeknownst to the peacefully sleeping Ye. Her beloved father had easily betrayed her secret. Yun Qingyao glanced at Ye with a touch of helplessness before removing her mask. Initially, Wang Chu had thought that Yun Qingyao must have some flaw in her appearance that compelled her to wear the mask, but when she unveiled her face, it was as if the entire room had been illuminated. She was flawless, a beauty beyond compare. In that moment, no words could adequately describe her beauty. It was as if an angel had descended upon the earth. How beautiful, truly beautiful. Wang Chu murmured to himself. A smile graced Yun Qingyao's face. Wang Chu. It has been a long time. Wang Chu blinked. It has indeed been a long time. I apologize, but have we met before? When did we become acquainted? Although Yun Qingyao was undeniably stunning, Wang Chu felt compelled to voice his confusion. Ye is his daughter, yet he had no recollection of Yun Qingyao in his mind. With such beauty, he could not fathom how he would forget having met her. Yun Qingyao smiled gently, then pulled a piece of paper from her small bag. Here, take a look at this. Wang Chu took the paper with suspicion, unable to suppress a gasp. It was a paternity test. The document clearly stated that he was Ye's biological father. However, when exactly did Yun Qingyao do this? It is rather unsettling. Yet, the paternity test brought a sigh of relief to Wang Chu. He had been concerned about how to explain things if Yun Qingyao refused to acknowledge him as Ye's father. Now, it seems such worries have dissipated. I suspect you may have some doubts. I heard from my grandfather that Ye has recently been very attached to someone, but I never imagined that person would be you. Yun Qingyao gazed tenderly into Wang Chu's eyes and asked, do you remember, for years ago, one evening at the Oriental Film City, when you saved a girl from drowning? Her words struck Wang Chu like a bolt of lightning, illuminating the doubts he had harbored for so long. 4 years ago, at the Oriental Film City. At that time, Wang Chu had just witnessed the harsh realities of life, as his beloved girlfriend had fallen into the arms of Yang Wei. Heartbroken, he chose to end their relationship. Yet, a breakup does not equate to a lack of pain. Following the advice of a close friend, Wang Chu decided to travel to ease his heart. The Oriental Film City was the final stop on his journey. As he strolled along a small bridge over the moat, enjoying the evening breeze, he suddenly heard someone shout that someone had fallen into the water. Under the moonlight, he saw a figure struggling in the river. Without a moment's hesitation, he jumped in. The winter waters were frigid, and it took all his strength to rescue the drowning person. However, by the time he pulled her out, her lips were already turning pale from the cold, and she could barely speak. With no other option, he took her to his hotel. But when he awoke the next morning, he found the girl had vanished. Could that girl have been Yin Qingyao? Yet, at that time, she resembled a drenched chicken, a stark contrast to her current self. Chapter 20. I will take care of you. Was that girl you? Wang Chu found it hard to believe. Yin Qingyao playfully blinked. Indeed, are you surprised? Surprised is an understatement. It was utterly shocking. However, he had never done anything inappropriate with Yin Qingyao. He was not that kind of man. Could it be that he had acted wildly one night? Otherwise, how could Ye have come to be? As this thought crossed his mind, a look of guilt surfaced on Wang Chu's face. I am sorry, he said, taking a deep breath and speaking in a solemn tone. Yin Qingyao paused for a moment, then squinted her eyes. Why are you apologizing to me? Wang Chu took another deep breath. Because I must have caused you pain. You must have suffered greatly all these years, and perhaps even hated me? As Yin Qingyao looked into Wang Chu's remorseful eyes, she seemed to understand something. It appeared that Wang Chu had misunderstood. At that time, Yin Qingyao had secretly gone to the Oriental film city with dreams of becoming a star. Hiding it from her family, she had believed that with her own talent, she could write a moving tale of triumph. After all, that is how stories and films portrayed it. However, reality dealt a heavy blow to Yin Qingyao. Not only did she fail to realize her dreams, but she was also introduced to a disreputable gathering by a morally bankrupt director. To her horror, someone had even slipped drugs into her drink. Fortunately, she discovered this in time and fled, but in her haste to escape her pursuers, she inadvertently fell into the water. At that moment, Wang Chu came to her rescue. Later that night, as the effects of the drug took hold, Wang Chu, suffering from a slight fever and having taken cold medicine, slept soundly. Thus, throughout the ordeal, it was Yin Qingyao who took the initiative, leaving Wang Chu completely unaware of the situation. Perhaps it was for the best that Wang Chu misunderstood. Explaining the circumstances to him would have been a source of embarrassment for Yin Qingyao. As for feelings of resentment, she realized she had never truly harbored hatred towards him. After all, were it not for him, she might have perished in the river long ago. Looking at Wang Chu, she posed a question. Now that you are aware of Ye's identity, what are your plans? Wang Chu took a deep breath and replied, Now that I know Ye is my daughter, I shall embrace the responsibilities of fatherhood. He glanced at Yin Qingyao, adding, If you are willing, I would also take on the responsibility of caring for you and our daughter. But is it merely responsibility? Yin Qingyao brushed her long hair aside. A moment of allure that left Wang Chu momentarily spellbound. He swallowed hard. Her unintentional gesture was undeniably captivating. If I were to say that I have fallen in love with you, would you think me a lecher? Wang Chu hesitated before responding. Yin Qingyao blinked at him, teasingly inquiring, What's the matter? Given my appearance, it wouldn't be surprising if you fell for me, would it? Such boldness. Yet, Yin Qingyao was acutely aware of her own beauty. All right, I admit it, she continued. The moment you removed your mask, my heart skipped a beat. Wang Chu raised his hands in surrender, confessing. After all, she was the mother of his daughter, and their past intimacy 4 years ago, coupled with Yin Qingyao's transformation into a stunning swan, made it impossible for Wang Chu to remain unaffected. Upon hearing his admission, a satisfied smile graced Yin Qingyao's lips. Well then, let's discuss something serious. Taking a deep breath, she continued. Ye is growing up, and she cannot lack the presence of her father during her formative years. Thus, I hope you can become a full-time father. A full-time father? Wang Chu blinked in surprise. You mean that due to my work, I might only return home once every few months, which severely limits my ability to care for and accompany Ye. Therefore, I hope you can sacrifice your career and focus on family instead. This way, I can devote myself entirely to my work. Wang Chu pondered this thoughtfully. Meanwhile, a hint of anxiety flickered in Yin Qingyao's eyes, for she understood that such a request posed a significant challenge for any ambitious man. After all, for a man to sacrifice his career and aspirations to become a full-time father is not merely a personal decision. It also entails bearing the scrutiny of family, relatives, and society at large. Can Wang Chu truly consent to such a proposition? May I inquire about the nature of your current profession? Wang Chu hesitated before asking. What profession? When busy, I sometimes don't return home for months, Yin Qingyao replied, astonished at Wang Chu's ignorance. You don't know what I'm currently doing? Should I? Wang Chu was taken aback, then recalled her previous appearances at the Oriental Film City. Are you still navigating the entertainment industry? He could not help but frown. Yun Qingyao nodded slightly. Wang Chu took a deep breath and cautioned. They say the entertainment industry is a vast cauldron of complex human emotions. What if something were to happen to you, being a girl? Observing Wang Chu's earnest demeanor. A hint of a smile graced Yun Qingyao's lips. But if I don't work, how can I support Ye? Will you support me? I would indeed. Wang Chu answered without hesitation. Yun Qingyao was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a radiant smile. All right, let me consider it. If I truly cannot make it, you must remember your words today. Just then, Yun Qingyao's phone rang. She glanced at it and said to Wang Chu, "It's my agent calling." With that, she answered the call in front of him. Wang Chu gazed at Yun Qingyao's profile, his heart filled with astonishment. He had never imagined that Ye's mother was the very girl he had rescued 4 years prior. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Yun's family always had several bodyguards accompanying them, which indicated that the Yun family was likely not an ordinary one. If that were the case, what about Yun Qingyao? Wang Chu took out his phone, typed Yun Qingyao into the search bar, and clicked search. Instantly, information regarding Yun Qingyao appeared before him. Yun Qingyao, an artist of Yun Shangxing Chen Entertainment Company. Debuted 3 years ago, released 3 albums, starred in 4 television dramas, and 2 major films, excelling in film, television, and music. She is the leading figure of the new generation. Recently, the period drama Dian Jiang Tai commenced filming, with the director singing praises of the lead, Yun Qingyao. Her Weibo followers surpassed 50 million, making her the most followed artist under 30. Staring at this information, Wang Chu was taken aback. Supporting her would indeed be quite a challenge. Chapter 21, Marriage License? Due to events from 4 years ago, Wang Chu had always assumed Yun Qingyao was a peripheral figure in the entertainment industry. However, he was astounded to discover that she had become a prominent star, with a promising future ahead. This realization was a significant departure from his previous expectations. With her current fame, she must be earning tens of millions a year, right? How could I possibly support her? A wry smile crept across Wang Chu's face. Have you finished checking my information? At some point, Yun Qingyao ended her call and looked at Wang Chu with a teasing expression. Wang Chu felt somewhat embarrassed. Yes, I finished. I didn't expect you to be so popular now. Indeed, if you are to take care of me, it would not be a simple endeavor. Yun Qingyao stretched her waist, revealing her exquisite figure. Due to familial circumstances, I have managed to carve out a decent niche in the entertainment industry. Hence, I have no immediate plans to depart from it. However, I do not wish for my aspirations and career to subject Ye to undue attention and scrutiny. After all, she deserves a healthy and joyful childhood. Thus, I hope you can make sacrifices and be by Ye's side. Rest assured, I will take on all household expenses. And once Ye begins school, you will still have the opportunity to pursue your own interests. What do you think? Yun Qingyao gazed earnestly at Wang Chu, her voice tinged with a hint of plea. Although this proposition might be somewhat excessive for Wang Chu, she found herself at a crossroads where fulfilling both her dreams and family obligations seemed implausible. Wang Chu lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip, then raised his gaze to meet Yun Qingyao's flawless visage. All right, he replied. A flicker of surprise crossed Yun Qingyao's eyes. Do you have no demands or conditions? Wang Chu shook his head. The mere chance to encounter you again and to meet my daughter is the greatest blessing bestowed upon me by fate. As for becoming a full-time father, that is, indeed, a source of immense happiness, is it not? Yun Qingyao let out a sigh of relief. Wang Chu then inquired, what do you intend to do about our relationship? Yun Qingyao blinked. What are your thoughts? If possible, I wish to embrace the responsibility of caring for and protecting you. However, if you have other ideas, I shall respect your thoughts and decisions. You silly. Yun Qingyao rolled her eyes playfully, exuding charm that made Wang Chu's heart race. But since you've left the decision to me, will you unconditionally agree to any choice I make? Wang Chu nodded, his tone resolute. Indeed. Then it is settled. As Ye's father, you must live with us. I have a villa in Dingxinghua Yuan, so you will need to move in with us. Moreover, you mentioned taking responsibility for me. Conveniently, I am also single. Hence, we can be together, but before we officially embark on that path, you must pass my test. Wang Chu's eyes widened in astonishment. Could Yin Qingyao genuinely be considering a relationship with him? Though they had shared a convoluted fate 4 years prior. The current Yin Qingyao was a goddess adored by millions, with an illustrious lineage to boot. Wang Chu had presumed that she would not entertain thoughts of him, yet unexpectedly, as he beheld her delicate features, his heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. Absolutely. Wang Chu stammered, his voice somewhat incoherent. Yin Qingyao, brushing her hair back, wore a smile in her eyes. If you can accept all this, then when shall we go to register our marriage? What? Wang Chu instinctively nodded, then processed the incredibility of her words. Register our marriage? Yin Qingyao affirmed, yes, registering our marriage. Is there any issue with that? Or are you merely toying with my emotions, unwilling to take responsibility seriously? No, that is certainly not the case. Upon hearing the words registering for marriage, Wang Chu was momentarily taken aback. He wondered if it was all happening too swiftly. Had she truly considered it thoroughly? The prospect of marrying a stunning celebrity like Yin Qingyao filled Wang Chu with exhilaration. Yet this sudden wave of happiness left him feeling as though he were in a dream. Is it too fast? Do you doubt your ability to be a good father? Or perhaps a good husband? Yin Qingyao rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Wang Chu. Looking into her clear eyes, an impulse and courage surged within him. All right. Since you have granted me this opportunity, I shall undoubtedly prove to you that I, Wang Chu, will not only be a good husband, but also an excellent father. His voice resonated with conviction. That is wonderful. Yin Qingyao's eyes sparkled like a crescent moon. Ding. Congratulations, you have gained 50 points of Yin Qingyao's delight. Wang Chu blinked. This time he had harvested 50 points of delight, indicating that Yin Qingyao was in remarkably good spirits. Did this mean she harbored feelings for him? Unbeknownst to him, Wang Chu had long believed he was the one who had initially hurt Yin Qingyao, never realizing that it was she who had taken the initiative back then. Moreover, Yin Qingyao had no intention of revealing the truth to Wang Chu. If the outcome is favorable, what significance do the process and origins hold? However, Wang Chu pondered a matter. He needed to inform his family about the marriage registration. After all, it was a significant event. Wang Chu hesitated. That is only natural. I must formally visit your uncle and aunt. Yin Qingyao smiled and said, Do you think I am so naive? Wang Chu chuckled awkwardly. Of course not. Hearing her words, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. When Ye awoke, Yin Qingyao took Wang Chu and Ye to the Century Mall. As the son of your uncle and aunt, you should know their clothing sizes, right? Wang Chu was taken aback. Are you preparing to buy clothes for my parents? Of course. It is my first official visit. I can't arrive empty-handed. Yin Qingyao shot him a playful glance. After purchasing clothes, I shall buy a set of cosmetics for your aunt and 2 bottles of fine wine for your uncle. So, you are intent on winning over your future in-laws. After some time, Wang Chu shook off his initial shock and returned to his usual manner of speaking. Indeed, I must win them over. After all, I shall be relying on their son to support me in the future. Yin Qingyao teased. Compared to the previously reserved Wang Chu, she preferred the more carefree version he had become. Chapter 22, Rising Up. The Century Mall is one of the largest shopping centers in Haiqing, boasting a variety of high-end brands, which had previously been a realm far beyond Wang Chu's reach. After all, this was not a place where someone from a working-class family like his could afford to shop. Gazing at the price tags in the boutiques, which began in the 5-digit range, Wang Chu felt a sense of astonishment. These items do not appear to be worth their exorbitant prices. Yet, as Wang Chu followed closely behind Yin Qingyao, she truly witnessed what it meant to spend lavishly. Anything that caught her fancy was purchased with a mere swipe of a card, without a second glance at the price. Such extravagance was indeed astonishing. In no time, Yin Qingyao had acquired nearly 10 garments. While at the Shangshang brand store, she took a liking to a belt, finely crafted and exquisite. However, upon seeing the staggering price of 38,000, Wang Chu was left utterly speechless. For such a simple belt to cost 38,000, it felt like daylight robbery. Qingyao, I think that's sufficient. We've already purchased quite a few items, and you spent a considerable amount. Isn't that enough? Wang Chu murmured softly. Yun Qingyao turned to her, saying, but I only need a belt to complete the outfit I bought for Uncle. I must buy the entire set, right? But it's far too expensive. Wang Chu furrowed her brows in response. This is simply not worth it. At that moment, a store attendant approached. Sir, this is our classic belt from Xiangxiang Company. Crafted from the most resilient leather of Highland yaks and made using a unique technique. Its exquisite workmanship truly enhances one's aura. The attendant wore a warm smile, adding, of course, this price may indeed be difficult for some to accept. After all, our clientele is exclusively high-end. Wang Chu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she touched her nose. The attendant's words were laced with subtle mockery. It was clear that Wang Chu's entire outfit barely amounted to 4 digits, while the Tiffany watch adorning Yun Qingyao's wrist was worth several $100,000. The staff here had long honed their discerning eyes. They could easily distinguish between genuine wealth and those merely pretending to be affluent. From the moment Yun Qingyao and Wang Chu entered with Yaya in their arms, it was evident that the one in charge was the young woman wearing sunglasses. And that man was unmistakably a kept boy. Yet, now this boy dared to disrupt their business? Taking money from others was akin to murdering one's parents. Each sale brought in a considerable commission, hence the attendant could not resist making her remark. However, upon hearing this, Yun Qingyao's expression darkened. High-end clientele? Who was she subtly insulting? Just because they sold foreign clothing, did they consider themselves superior? Yun Qingyao set down the belt and addressed the attendant. Where is your manager? The attendant responded with utmost respect. Miss, whatever you need, I am at your service. With a resounding slap, Yun Qingyao struck the attendant's face. The sharp sound echoed, leaving a distinct mark on the attendant's fair complexion. A hush fell over the scene, and Wang Chu was astonished. Yun Qingyao had actually struck someone. Was she standing up for me? A warmth and sense of gratitude welled up in Wang Chu's eyes. The attendant, covering her face, looked aggrieved. Miss, what are you doing? The manager hurriedly emerged from the back. Esteemed customer, I am the manager here. What is the matter? The store manager inquired anxiously. What have our staff done to displease you? Yun Qingyao lifted her proud chin and retorted, your staff is truly polite. She even dared to scold me. The employee, feeling wronged, protested, Manager, I did not. Yun Qingyao coldly replied, are you implying that I have wronged you? I apologize on behalf of our store for any unpleasant shopping experience you may have encountered. I assure you there must be some misunderstanding, the manager hastily responded. Yun Qingyao shot a frosty glance at the manager and remarked, if apologies were effective, what need would there be for the police? Before Yun Qingyao could finish her thought, Wang Chu swiftly grasped her arm, saying, well, we accept your apology, let us leave. Though Yun Qingyao wanted to voice her grievances further, she was unable to resist Wang Chu's strength and was pulled outside. Wang Chu, what are you doing? She exclaimed, somewhat irritated. I haven't yet dealt with that employee. Wang Chu bore a warm smile. I understand. You wish to defend my honor. Dream on. I merely found her insufferable. Yun Qingyao retorted defiantly. Wang Chu chuckled, knowing the truth of his own feelings. Qingyao, do not forget that you are a renowned celebrity. Although you wear sunglasses, if this escalates, your identity could be exposed, leading to dire consequences, he advised with a sigh. Yun Qingyao's expression shifted. She had been so focused on avenging Wang Chu that she had neglected this crucial consideration. Yet, despite Wang Chu's sound reasoning, she resolutely refused to admit any wrongdoing. You, a grown man, are dawdling. Let us go? I still need to buy cosmetics for my aunt. As she spoke, she casually slipped a card into Wang Chu's hand. Wang Chu was momentarily taken aback. You will handle the payment. The password is 082709, she added after a pause. This is Yaya's birthday. Wang Chu's eyes glimmered with warmth upon realizing that August 27th marked her special day. Without hesitation, he accepted the card. Understanding that Yun Qingyao was concerned about a repeat of the earlier incident, hence her decision to entrust him with her card. Such deep affection from a beauty. Wang Chu silently vowed to cherish and care for Yun Qingyao. Initially, his admiration for her stemmed from her stunning appearance, a visceral response to her beauty. However, he increasingly recognized that beneath her exquisite exterior lay a heart even more beautiful and tender. In the ensuing time, they successfully purchased an exquisite set of cosmetics and 2 bottles of 20-year-old Maodai. Wang Chu estimated the gifts to be worth several $100,000. This is exceedingly extravagant. He sighed, choosing not to voice his concerns, as he knew it would be futile. Instead, he resolved to take good care of both her and her mother in the future. Yun Qingyao grasped Ye's hand, while Wang Chu carried an array of gifts. As they entered the lobby on the first floor, a throng of people surged in from outside, and at the center stood a dazzling woman. Upon seeing her, Yun Qingyao's expression darkened significantly. What a fortune to encounter her in this place. What is it? Wang Chu noticed Yun Qingyao's unease and inquired. Nothing. Just an encounter with someone utterly repugnant. Yun Qingyao cast a disdainful glance at the glamorous woman at the heart of the crowd, her voice tinged with contempt. Wang Chu furrowed his brow slightly. What exactly is going on? She's also a celebrity. She shouldn't concern you. You truly know nothing of the entertainment industry. Yun Qingyao replied, exasperation evident in her gaze. Wang Chu's face showed a hint of embarrassment as he confessed. I have just returned from abroad and have little interest in the entertainment scene. That woman is Chun Shuling, an artist under Starlight Entertainment, and my sworn rival. Yun Qingyao stated coldly. When I first debuted, she was already an established artist. During a particular show, she openly sought to undermine me. At that time, I had no footing in the industry. My moments were cut from the broadcast, and the only 2 clips that remained were merely to highlight her. A flicker of resentment gleamed in Yun Qingyao's eyes, clearly indicating that she had not forgotten the past grievances. Wang Chu inhaled deeply. What is Qin Shuling doing here? Who knows? Perhaps she is here for an event. Yun Qingyao adjusted her hat and asserted, let us go. I do not wish to see her. Wang Chu followed her for a few steps before halting. No, I cannot simply walk away. What do you intend to do? Do you plan to confront her? Yun Qingyao asked, somewhat helplessly. If she were not a woman, I would indeed confront her. Wang Chu replied earnestly. I cannot swallow this indignity. Yun Qingyao fixed her gaze on Wang Chu's eyes and then let out a soft laugh. She entwined her arm with his and gently said, enough. The past is behind us. We will settle our scores in due time. Today, I must visit my uncle and aunt. Let us not squander precious moments on such individuals. Come, let us leave. With that, she pulled Wang Chu out of the Century Mall. Meanwhile, Chen Shuling caught sight of Yun Qingyao's retreating figure amidst the crowd, her brows furrowing in recognition. Why does that silhouette seem so familiar? Could it be Yun Qingyao? But that can't be. She should be filming at the theater, and certainly wouldn't be so intimately close to a man. She exhaled, realizing that the pressure Yun Qingyao exerted on her was formidable, prompting her to think of her. In Yun Qingyao's eyes, Chen Shuling was hardly a concern. After all, her standing in the industry far surpassed that of Chen Shuling. Certainly, Century Mall would not be able to attract a celebrity of Yun Qingyao's caliber for their events. When they returned to Wang Chu's home, laden with bags and packages, both of his parents were taken aback. Did you go rob a bank? Though the exact value of the items was unknown, the sight of 2 bottles of Maotai and a set of premium cosmetics made it abundantly clear that these possessions were of extraordinary worth. Wang Chu, clarify this for me. His mother stepped forward, grasping Wang Chu's arm, and quietly inquired, who is this young lady, and why has she brought so many things? Yun Qingyao removed her sunglasses and hat, revealing an exquisitely flawless visage that left Wang Chu's parents in a state of stunned silence. This girl was truly beautiful, rivaling even the stars of television. Wang Chu managed a wry smile, saying, Mom and Dad, allow me to formally introduce you. This is Ye's mother, Yun Qingyao. Ye is our child. He gestured towards Qingyao, adding, Qingyao, this is my parents. You met them earlier this morning. Hello, uncle and aunt. Yun Qingyao greeted them with a gentle smile, her face radiating warmth. Ye's mother? Isn't she the girl who was abandoned after the incident? His mother suddenly became anxious. Auntie, we had some misunderstandings that led to my temporary separation from Wang Chu, but now we are back together. I came today as a gesture of respect to visit you, hoping you will support our desire to co-parent Yeya. Yun Qingyao spoke softly, sincerity etched on her features. She could see how much Wang Chu's parents adored Yeya, leaving her with no grounds to believe they would refuse her request. With a sharp slap, Wang Chu's mother struck him on the forehead. He was utterly bewildered. Why are you hitting me when she is speaking to you? Does this mean you disapprove? You scoundrel! How could you let such a wonderful girl slip away? I could just strangle you. His mother glared at Wang Chu before quickly softening her expression, turning to grasp Yun Qingyao's hand. My dear, you have suffered over the years, and this is all our fault. We have failed in raising our son properly, resulting in such a scoundrel. Yun Qingyao quickly reassured her. Andy, you are mistaken. Wang Chu is truly an exceptional young man, and I genuinely care for him. His mother, touched, patted Yun Qingyao's hand. Such a good child. If this rascal dares to bully you in the future, just let me know, and I will ensure he receives a proper reprimanding from his father and me. Yun Qingyao's eyes sparkled with delight. Thank you, Annie. With your assurance, it's as if I hold a royal decree. Wang Chu would never dare to mistreat me. Wang Chu, standing nearby, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, fully aware that his mother would undoubtedly take a liking to Yun Qingyao. Grandma, what about Yeya? Observing her grandmother engrossed in conversation with her mother, Yeya felt a pang of jealousy. She tugged at her grandmother's clothing, looking up and asking, Don't you like Yeya anymore? Immediately, his mother scooped Yeya into her arms, exclaiming, How could that be? You are my favorite granddaughter. How could I ever not adore you? Yeya's previously stern expression finally blossomed into a radiant smile. Wang Chu inhaled sharply, realizing that his little princess was, in fact, a veritable jealous creature. It is often said that daughters resemble their fathers, yet he was not one to harbor jealousy. Could it be that she had inherited the temperament of Yun Qingyao? Was Yun Qingyao also prone to jealousy? Contemplating this, Wang Chu couldn't help but glance at Yun Qingyao, only to find her looking back at him, playfully making a silly face. This was simply too adorable to bear. How could someone who was already a mother remain so charming? Auntie, there is something I wish to discuss with you and Uncle. Yun Qingyao cast a sidelong glance at Wang Chu. Shall I speak, or will you? Wang Chu cleared his throat. I suppose I shall take the lead. Chapter 24. Confession. Though this matter could be articulated by Yun Qingyao, and both his parents would undoubtedly support it, Wang Chu felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, this was akin to proposing to become a son-in-law. No matter how open-minded his parents were, he feared that it might create an uncomfortable rift in their hearts. If he were to voice it, any displeasure would likely be directed at him rather than at Yun Qingyao. Mom and Dad, since Qingyao's work keeps her quite busy and she sometimes cannot attend to Yeya, I would like to move in with her. This way, I can take better care of Yeya. He continued. Moreover, Qingyao has worked hard these past few years, and as her father, I haven't done much for Yeya. I wish to compensate them as much as I can. Upon hearing Wang Chu's words, his mother understood his intent and glanced at old Wang. The usually silent old Wang nodded. It's only right. It seems you have a conscience after all. But are you planning to have Qingyao support you? Of course not. At that moment, Yun Qingyao interjected earnestly. Uncle, if Wang Chu can care for Yeya, it allows me to devote myself entirely to my work, which would be the greatest encouragement and support for me. Wang Chu, slightly disgruntled, remarked, Dad, do you think I'm some pampered man living off a woman? Old Wang shot a glare at Wang Chu before responding. All right then, as long as you two have come to an agreement, it's fine with me. After all, this little rascal has only caused us grief at home. Wang Chu's lips twitched. His father was unmistakably candid. After old Wang's words, his mother turned and walked into the room. Wang Chu felt a swell of emotion. His mother still cared for him. Hearing his father speak so, she couldn't bear to remain in the room. However, it wasn't long before his mother re-emerged, tossing a small bag in front of Wang Chu. Here are your change of clothes. Don't forget to take them when you leave. Wang Chu felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Perhaps he had been too quick to feel touched. Are you all so eager to send me off? He retorted with a hint of irritation. Yun Qingyao, standing by, covered her mouth and chuckled. She relished the light-hearted atmosphere. Dear daughter, the more I look at you, the more beautiful you seem, and you appear so familiar. His mother resumed her seat, grasping Yun Qingyao's hand, her face reflecting a moment of contemplation. Haven T, we met somewhere before? This feeling was something my mother sensed from the very beginning, though at that moment, she was merely taken aback. The more she observed Yun Qingyao, the more familiar she appeared. Eventually, she could no longer restrain her curiosity and inquired. Yun Qingyao was acutely aware that standing before Wang Chu's parents meant she would be completely transparent with them. After all, to build a lasting relationship, certain truths could not remain concealed. Annie, I am actually an artist. Yun Qingyao spoke softly. An artist? My mother paused momentarily, then, somewhat perplexed, asked, Are you referring to an artist from the entertainment industry? Yun Qingyao nodded. You are correct, Annie. I am indeed an artist from the entertainment realm. A trace of concern crossed my mother's face. She had not anticipated that Yun Qingyao belonged to the entertainment sphere, which is often regarded as chaotic. As Wang Chu, the biological son of the Wang family, sensed his mother's hesitation, he understood her thoughts immediately. Mom, Qingyao is currently one of the rising stars in the entertainment industry. Due to her impressive family background, she has navigated her career quite smoothly. Wang Chu hastily added, Among artists under 30, no one shines brighter than Qingyao. To his surprise, his father exhibited a look of disbelief when they left, yet his mother was not as pleased. If it were her choice, she would have preferred her daughter-in-law to be an ordinary person. As a star, there would inevitably be numerous paparazzi, which would prevent her son from openly being with her. And even the existence of Yaya would need to be concealed. Sigh, one step at a time. After all, it was Wang Chu, this mischievous lad, who brought about this situation. I never expected Uncle and Auntie to be so open-minded. After stepping outside, Yun Qingyao exhaled deeply, as if a huge burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Even when she first met the renowned producer, she had not felt this anxious or exhilarated. Wang Chu, with a hint of grievance, carried his backpack and sighed. Of course, they have such an adorable granddaughter now. How could they not be delighted? With that joy, they would naturally agree to anything. What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied? Yun Qingyao shot Wang Chu a glance. Wang Chu quickly grinned. How could that be? I'm more than happy. Yun Qingyao rolled her eyes at him. Behave yourself. Let us go home and show you our new place. Wang Chu nodded, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. The Dingxing Huayuan was the most luxurious villa area in the entire city of Hai. Previously, Wang Chu had only seen pictures of it online, and for him, it felt like a world apart from the outside. Shall we take a taxi? Wang Chu inquired with curiosity. Yun Qingyao shook her head. Taxis cannot enter Dingxing Huayuan. I've arranged for the driver to come and pick me up. No sooner had she spoken than a sleek black Mercedes-Benz glided to a stop before them. Let us get in, Yun Qingyao instructed. Wang Chu, aware of Yun Qingyao's extraordinary status, was not overly surprised and promptly entered the vehicle. Once inside, Yun Qingyao addressed the driver. To home, please. Certainly, miss. The driver nodded and then set the vehicle in motion. Wang Chu, cradling Yaya, settled beside Yun Qingyao. The delicate fragrance emanating from Yun Qingyao, reminiscent of orchids and musk, enveloped Wang Chu's senses instantaneously. In the confined space, he could distinctly perceive the warmth radiating from her, igniting a flicker of heat within his heart. Wang Chu had previously believed that, even if he were not a paragon of virtue, he was certainly not a lecherous man easily swayed by beauty. However, he now found himself grappling with profound self-doubt, as an overwhelming urge to embrace Yun Qingyao surged within him. How absurd, he mused, after 4 years abroad. Surrounded by exotic allure, he had maintained his composure, yet here he was, utterly captivated by Yun Qingyao. He felt a twinge of disdain for himself. The atmosphere inside the vehicle grew somewhat ambiguous. Despite the presence of the little one between them, neither dared to utter a word. Daddy, can you tell me a story today? At this moment, Yaya looked up at Wang Chu with innocent curiosity. He nodded. Of course, dear Yaya. Whatever story you wish to hear, I shall tell you. His voice was gentle, akin to a soft beam of sunlight. Yun Qingyao couldn't help but glance at Wang Chu, noticing the tenderness reflected in his gaze. He seemed destined to be a wonderful father. After soothing Yaya, Wang Chu glanced at Yun Qingyao, a hint of shyness evident in his demeanor. Do you have something to say to me? Yin Qingyao inquired, observing him. Feel free to ask. You don't strike me as the shy type. Wang Chu rubbed his nose. Well, since you've put it that way, I'll be direct. Is what you said in front of my parents true? What is true? Yin Qingyao responded with a quizzical look. I've said many things in front of your uncle and aunt. Which statement are you referring to? That you truly like me, he stated, and at that moment, Yin Qingyao's face flushed a deep crimson. Ahem, did I say that? She stammered, shooting him an incredulous glance. You must have misheard, she retorted. Wang Chu insisted. I heard it quite clearly. Yin Qingyao, still defiant, replied, I don't recall saying that. Just then, Ye piped up, Mommy, you did say that. Wang Chu's heart leaped for joy. What a delightful ally he had in this little one. Oh, you little one, what do you know? You must have misheard. Yin Qingyao maintained her stance. I did not. I heard it very clearly. Ye declared proudly. Yin Qingyao regarded Ye with a calm demeanor. Is that so? I believe there is still a piece of nut milk chocolate at home. Ye's eyes widened, and she could not help but swallow hard. Ye, repeat after me. Did you mishear? Yin Qingyao asked with a warm smile. Ye hesitated, weighing her options before finally allowing her anticipation of the chocolate to triumph over her sense of justice and morality. Mommy, I might have misheard. Ye blinked her eyes and inquired. So can I eat chocolate when I return home? Yin Qingyao, with a sense of pride, replied, that depends on your subsequent performance. Wang Chu felt a rush of frustration. How could she so openly incite his little darling right in front of him? This was simply intolerable. However, witnessing Yin Qingyao's smug demeanor was indeed quite a spectacle. Under Wang Chu's fervent gaze, Yin Qingyao averted her eyes. Master, could you please turn on the air conditioning? Don't you feel it's rather warm in the car? She complained, waving her small hands. The driver wore a faint smile of resignation. The temperature inside the vehicle had always been maintained at an optimal level. How could one possibly feel hot? It seemed he was simply a victim of circumstance. Yet, he was astonished. The young lady, who typically remained indifferent to men, was now playfully flirting with one. If this news were to spread, it would surely cause quite a stir. Mama, I don't feel hot. Ahem, chocolate. Ye abruptly fell silent. Haicheng, surrounded by mountains on three sides and facing the sea on the other, housed the prestigious Dingxing Huayuan, perched on a hillside near the coastline. This locale boasted the most exquisite environment in Haicheng, situated at its very heart. Dingxing Huayuan was deemed the pinnacle of luxury villa districts not merely for its opulent villas, but also for its premium real estate. Ordinary affluent individuals lacked even the qualifications to reside here. The vehicle soon entered Dingxing Huayuan. Is this Dingxing Huayuan? Wang Chu gazed curiously around, noting the abundance of luxury cars, truly a hallmark of Haicheng's elite villa district. The car halted before a villa. Miss, young master, we have arrived. Upon hearing the driver's words, Wang Chu was taken aback. Was he truly being addressed as young master? He glanced at Yin Qingyao, only to find her expression composed. Clearly, she had tacitly accepted the driver's designation, perhaps indicating that he was permitted to address her in such a manner. After all, how could a driver so boldly refer to him as young master without her consent? Realizing this, Wang Chu felt a surge of exhilaration. It appeared that although Yin Qingyao feigned indifference, she still held some recognition of him in her heart. As soon as he alighted from the car, Wang Chu was rendered speechless. Yin Qingyao's villa was evidently larger than the others by a considerable margin. Within the courtyard beyond the villa's entrance, there was even a small amusement park, clearly designed for Ye. On the opposite side lay a miniature garden styled after Suzhou's traditional landscapes, adorned with exquisite railings and intricate stonework, surrounded by flowing water, a veritable oasis amidst the concrete jungle. What are you looking at? Yin Qingyao noticed Wang Chu's gaze lingering on the garden and could not help but ask. Wang Chu smiled. I just observed that plot of land is quite level. If vegetables were planted there, it would surely yield a bountiful harvest. Yin Qingyao was taken aback. You intend to plant vegetables in Dingxing Huayuan? That's quite a bold idea. However, it does sound intriguing. Do give it a try, and when your vegetables are ready, don't forget to let me have a taste. In this splendid Huayuan, the vegetables cultivated here might possess a uniquely exquisite flavor. Upon hearing Wang Chu's sudden whim, Yin Qingyao, after a brief moment of astonishment, found the idea rather intriguing. At that moment, the grand entrance of the villa swung open, revealing 2 rows of elegantly attired maids and butlers stepping forth. "Welcome, young master." Wang Chu was taken aback. Could it be that these individuals were all employed at the villa? There seemed to be at least 20. Nevertheless, a sense of warmth enveloped him, for he understood that these people must have received their orders and arrangements from Yun Qingyao. "What a handsome man! Such a splendid physique," murmured one maid. "I always thought the young lady had little interest in men. Who would have imagined she would bring her husband home?" Questions swirled in their minds. What manner of man could be worthy of the young lady? Though silence reigned, their eyes betrayed a shared curiosity. In their hearts, Yun Qingyao was nearly a paragon of perfection, while none dared to voice their thoughts regarding Yeye's father's status. Each harbored their own speculations. Could he be a scion of a prestigious family, a successful entrepreneur, or perhaps the son of a wealthy magnate? However, this striking young man seemed, by the simplicity of his attire, not to belong to the affluent class. Was it possible he hailed from an obscure but noble lineage? Such thoughts danced in their minds. "He is Wang Chu, the father of Yeye, and I, Yun Qingyao, am his wife. From this day forth, he shall be your young master. Even in my absence from Haiqing, he will reside here in the villa." Yun Qingyao surveyed the crowd and declared, "You are to regard him with the same respect you afford me. Should I discover any disrespect towards Wang Chu, I shall not hesitate to take action." "Yes, miss." As Yun Qingyao's words echoed, Wang Chu felt an unusual sensation wash over him. It was as if he had unknowingly consumed a hearty bowl of soft rice. Was this the feeling of being supported? Quite delightful, indeed. Chapter 26. The affluent following closely behind Yun Qingyao, Wang Chu entered the villa. The architectural style of the villa, primarily rooted in classical Eastern design, harmoniously blended with Western artistry, imbuing the entire space with an air of elegance. "Miss, the meal is prepared. When shall we dine?" A woman in her 40s approached them. "Aunt Wang, I have already dined outside." Yun Qingyao turned to Wang Chu, saying, "Wang Chu, this is Aunt Wang, who has cared for me since childhood and is now the housekeeper here." Wang Chu promptly greeted her. "Hello, Aunt Wang." "Greetings, young master." Aunt Wang appraised him from head to toe, her eyes radiating satisfaction. "Indeed, young master is quite the distinguished gentleman." At that moment, Yeye tugged at Yun Qingyao's sleeve with a pitiful expression. "Mommy, what about the promise you made to me?" "What promise did I make?" Yun Qingyao feigned ignorance. "Chocolate." Yeye's face lit up with anticipation. Clearing her throat, Yun Qingyao replied, "You have already eaten at Grandma's house, so why would you want more chocolate? Besides, too much chocolate is not good for little ones. It can cause cavities." Yeye pouted, "But Mommy promised me." "I merely mentioned it would depend on the situation. Not that I would definitely give it to you." Yun Qingyao blinked and spoke. "Yeye seems a bit down. Aunt Wang, please take Wang Chu around to help him familiarize himself with this place. I will take Yeye to bathe first." "Of course, miss." Aunt Wang replied. "This way, young master. Here is the gym, and over there are the Mrs. study and piano room, where she usually works. This area is the underground wine cellar, where each bottle of red wine is worth a fortune. And here is the swimming pool, with water that is filtered and disinfected daily, meeting drinking water standards. Lastly, this is the banquet hall, although the Miss doesn't have many friends, and even fewer are invited here. Generally, it is used only to entertain elders." As Wang Chu followed Aunt Wang on a brief tour, he transitioned from shock to numbness. Is this truly the life of the wealthy? Indeed, the joy of the affluent is something a destitute person like me cannot fathom. "Excuse me, Aunt Wang, may I ask how much this villa costs?" Wang Chu timidly inquired. Aunt Wang smiled and replied, "Young master, when the Miss purchased this villa, it cost less than 400 million. But the subsequent renovations and decorations amounted to over 500 million. Altogether, it is close to 1 billion. 1 billion? Upon hearing this figure, Wang Chu felt his mind whirl. Given the current average annual income in Haiqing is 80,000, 1 billion equates to a person working for 12,500 years. That is more than double the span of 5,000 years of history. Extravagance, it is simply too extravagant. Oh. And this does not even include the luxury cars in the garage and the helicopter on the roof. Aunt Wang added. Wang Chu felt a bit dizzy. Aunt Wang, does Qing Yao also have a helicopter? Indeed, due to the nature of the Miss work, she often must fly across the country. If she were to take commercial flights, it would waste a significant amount of time, so she specifically purchased a helicopter, Aunt Wang explained. Wang Chu, struggled to suppress the expletive that nearly escaped my lips. How extravagant indeed. Is there truly such wealth in the entertainment industry? It is hard to believe. Yun Qingyao has only been in the entertainment industry for 3 years. Even with her family's support, she became famous in just 2 years, yet she has managed to buy this villa worth 1 billion, along with numerous luxury cars and a helicopter. No wonder so many people are eager to break into the entertainment realm. Besides being a popular star, the Miss also has numerous investments. And all of this is self-made. She has truly worked hard over the years, Aunt Wang remarked with a sigh. Fortunately, the Miss has found you, young master. Now she will have someone to care for her, and won't he have to struggle so much? Wang Chu fell silent, feeling a sense of reflection. It is indeed no small feat for Yun Qingyao to care for Ye while striving in the entertainment industry to realize her dreams. Such burdens are not easily borne by the average woman. Now that I, Wang Chu, am here, I will ensure that Yun Qingyao is well protected and will no longer let her fight alone. For over half an hour, Wang Chu finally completed a thorough tour of the villa. Upon finishing, one thought resonated in his mind: understated luxury. In many areas. Had it not been for Aunt Wang's explanations, he could scarcely have imagined such extravagant expenditures. For instance, the entire house was constructed with premium materials that met the highest national standards, aimed at minimizing impurities in the air to ensure that Ye could grow up healthy and happy. Such meticulous details were abundant, clearly reflecting Yun Qingyao's boundless love for Ye. At that moment, a small figure came racing down from upstairs. Daddy, please come and dry my hair. Wang Chu was startled and hurriedly rushed to embrace Ye. Ye, be careful. What if you fall? His voice bore a hint of anxiety. Hee. Yeah, however, was unfazed, her laughter ringing like silver bells as she flicked her damp hair. Daddy, come dry my hair. All right. Wang Chu affectionately stroked Ye's hair. Let us go. Daddy will dry your hair. In the bedroom, Yun Qingyao had just finished her bath. When Wang Chu pushed the door open, he was met with the sight of an enchanting beauty clad in a bathrobe. Her skin was as white as snow, translucent and radiant. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, her lips a vivid red against pearly teeth. She exuded an alluring grace and charm. If during the day Yun Qingyao resembled an ethereal fairy, after her bath she radiated even more allure and vivacity, akin to a lotus emerging from the water. Noticing Ye nestled against Wang Chu, Yun Qingyao playfully remarked, "Previously, it was your mother who dried your hair. Now that you have Daddy, do you no longer need me?" Ye giggled, ignoring her mother and burying her face in Wang Chu's chest. Wang Chu felt a quiet relief as he noted that Yun Qingyao displayed no unusual emotions upon his entrance. Could it be that the possibility of sharing a bed with this beauty tonight was within reach? Though he had not harbored such lofty hopes before arriving, the mere thought of it now stirred excitement within him. "Let me dry Ye's hair first, then I'll dry yours." Wang Chu glanced at Yun Qingyao as he spoke. She smiled, her eyes curving like crescent moons. "All right, I'll wait for you." Chapter 27. Starting from scratch? Picking up the hairdryer, Wang Chu first tested the temperature at the nozzle with his hand, relieved to find it not too hot, and began drying Ye's hair. However, his movements were somewhat clumsy, at times appearing a bit frantic. Yet, Ye paid no heed to his awkwardness. Her heart swelled with pride at having Daddy dry her hair. Alas, with only Daddy and Mommy around, she had no one to boast to. After a moment of hesitation, Ye turned to Yun Qingyao. "Look, my daddy is drying my hair." Observing Ye's proud demeanor, Yun Qingyao wore a puzzled expression. "So what?" She chuckled lightly. Ye replied earnestly, "Aren't you jealous that your husband is drying my hair?" Yun Qingyao? Her husband was the first to blow dry her hair. "Aren't you envious?" Yun Qingyao's expression had already soured. "I still intend to sleep with Daddy tonight, so you can't join. Will that make you angry?" Observing the increasingly smug Ye, Yun Qingyao felt the primal force within her beginning to surge uncontrollably. Wang Chu's face displayed a comical mix of amusement and exasperation. Ye's little mouth was quite the chatterbox. All right, your hair is all dried now. Go out and play. Wang Chu sensed that Yun Qingyao's temper was nearing its limit and quickly patted Ye's little head. Ye stuck her tongue out at Yun Qingyao and dashed outside. Come back. Yun Qingyao admonished in a low voice. Ye's little face froze. Was Mommy about to get angry? What a mess this freshly washed hair had become. Yun Qingyao grabbed a hair tie, squatted behind Ye, and fashioned her unruly hair into a small ponytail. There, now you can go out and play. Yun Qingyao said with a smile. I thought you were angry. Your expression was somewhat unfavorable earlier. Once Ye had left, Wang Chu shrugged. How old am I? Getting angry over a 3-year-old? Yun Qingyao sat at the vanity. I actually know that Ye is seeking revenge on me. Wang Chu blinked in surprise. Revenge? For not letting her eat chocolate? Of course. Yun Qingyao nodded. Wang Chu found it rather unbelievable as he continued to blow dry her hair. He remarked, that can't be true. Ye is so adorable and sensible. How could she possibly harbor such thoughts? I've cared for her for 3 years. Don't be deceived by her angelic exterior. Inside, she houses a mischievous little devil. Yun Qingyao chuckled softly. That trait comes from me. I have a strong sense of retribution. The corner of Wang Chu's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but tremble slightly. Is your sense of retribution really that strong? Of course. Yun Qingyao nodded. My kindness is limited to those who treat me well. For those who do not, I shall naturally retaliate. I am no saint. So Yun Qingyao paused. You must treat me well in the future. Otherwise, when I seek my revenge, even I might be frightened. Wang Chu quickly pledged his loyalty. I will certainly treat you well. You can rest assured about that. Yun Qingyao smiled without speaking. Although she did not yet know Wang Chu thoroughly, she trusted her own judgment. He would undoubtedly become a competent father and husband. Qingyao, there is actually something I wish to discuss with you. What is it? It concerns your earlier decision to deny Ye chocolate. Wang Chu took a deep breath. I understand you have your own methods of educating Ye, but I still believe that promises made to children should not be broken. Otherwise, they may lose trust in us, correct? Yun Qingyao chuckled lightly. I am also aware of the story of Xingzi sacrificing a pig. Wang Chu appeared puzzled. Then why? Because Ye and I have an agreement, which is to refrain from eating after dinner, especially sweets like chocolate. It is evident that Ye, in her desire for chocolate, has even compromised her own will, uttering words that are insincere. Do you think I should still reward her for this? In response to Yun Qingyao's counter-question, Wang Chu was left momentarily speechless. Indeed, at this juncture, what should he do? Yun Qingyao smiled, acknowledging that although Wang Chu possesses a gentle heart and will undoubtedly become a good father in the future, he currently lacks the knowledge of how to educate a child. To nurture an exceptional child, love and companionship are undeniably important, yet the methods employed are equally crucial. Clearly, at this moment, Wang Chu is still lacking in certain techniques and approaches. Nevertheless, Yun Qingyao firmly believes that Wang Chu will become an admirable father. I understand now. Utilizing bribery as a means of educating a child is inappropriate. Wang Chu inhaled deeply, contemplating. If I were to give Ye a chocolate this time, she would perceive such behavior as correct, which would be detrimental to her future development. Yun Qingyao cast a surprised glance at Wang Chu, chuckling softly. I didn't expect you to grasp this so quickly. Wang Chu confidently replied, I have been the class monitor since childhood, and serving as the representative for Chinese class has made these matters trivial for me. Yun Qingyao giggled, her laughter causing her to sway charmingly. Wang Chu's expression shifted as he realized that from his elevated position, he could catch a glimpse of her subtle curves. With a gulp, he swallowed hard. Hey, why have you stopped moving? Noticing Wang Chu's sudden stillness, Yun Qingyao looked up in confusion, only to find him staring blankly. Goodness, you're such a rogue. Yun Qingyao suddenly realized that her attire might have become revealing. Instinctively, she tightened her bathrobe, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, internally cursing herself. Yet unbeknownst to her, this gesture only accentuated her alluring figure, enhancing her unique charm. Clearing his throat, Wang Chu felt parched and hastily redirected the conversation. Aunt Wang just took me on a tour of the villa. I truly did not expect it to be so vast. Indeed, Yun Qingyao replied, a hint of pride gracing her features. I dedicated considerable effort into acquiring this villa. Wang Chu nodded slightly, recognizing that she had indeed invested a lot of thought into it. I heard from Aunt Wang that you started from scratch and faced many hardships. Started from scratch? Not quite. Yun Xingyao blinked, explaining, the funds for this villa came from my elder brother, the renovation expenses from my second brother, and the helicopter was a gift from my third brother. Wang Chu gasped in astonishment, realizing he had 3 brothers-in-law. Xingyao, please do introduce me to your 3 brothers-in-law. Not for any ulterior motive, but to strengthen familial bonds. Is that so? Well, that sounds splendid. They have long wished to meet their irresponsible brother-in-law. Yun Xingyao said with a smile in her eyes. My elder brother has already informed my second and third brothers that they need to hold back. As long as they don't kill you, he will find a way to save you. Wang Chu shivered at the thought, forcing a chuckle. Your brothers certainly have a humorous way of expressing themselves. My third brother has a penchant for jesting, while my eldest brother possesses a serious demeanor, never indulging in any form of humor with us. Yun Xingyao cast a knowing glance at Wang Chu, who responded with a forced chuckle. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Perhaps we should part ways for now. Could you please help me appease our uncles? Look at you. Yun Xingyao shot him an exasperated look, well aware that Wang Chu was merely teasing her. After all, she had witnessed his prowess firsthand, combined. Her eldest and third brothers were no match for him, aside from her second brother. By the way, Qi Yao, why have I not seen Grandpa Yun? Is he not in Haicheng anymore? Wang Chu inquired, having anticipated encountering the elder in the villa, only to discover his absence. My grandfather is out visiting old friends and likely won't return for a couple of days, Yin Xingyao replied. Ah, so that was the case. Wang Chu mused silently before asking, I still don't know what your family does. Although he suspected Yun Xingyao hailed from a distinguished lineage, he had yet to learn the specifics from her. Yun Xingyao brushed her hair back and softly spoke. Our Yun family is quite unremarkable. Have you heard of Muyun Pharmaceuticals? Of course, Wang Chu exclaimed, disbelief evident in his gaze. Are you implying that Muyun Pharmaceuticals is a venture of the Yun family? If that were true, it would be utterly astonishing. Muyun Pharmaceuticals is the largest pharmaceutical conglomerate in the 9 provinces, rivaling Liuxiu Pharmaceuticals as the 2 titans of the industry. Rumor has it that 5 years ago, Muyun's market value exceeded $1 trillion, with many well-known medications such as Baiyun Spray and Luhua Oral Solution becoming household names. If Muyun Pharmaceuticals indeed belonged to the Yun family, then Yun Xingyao would be the epitome of a wealthy heiress. Indeed. Finally, Wang Chu received this confirmation from Yun Xingyao, his expression frozen in astonishment. He had suspected the Yun family was affluent, but he never imagined they possessed such immense wealth. He had unwittingly latched onto a significant advantage. Who would believe he was not merely living off of her fortunes? Though, it was undeniably a luxurious existence. My eldest brother founded the largest private hospital in the capital. My second brother enlisted early and is now serving in a special forces unit, while my third brother has a flamboyant personality, solely seeking the pleasures of life. And established Yunshangxingchen. Yunshangxingchen? That name sounds so familiar, Wang Chu pondered. Aren't you the one who debuted through Yunshangxingchen? Yun Xingyao nodded. For years ago, there was a notable incident. Afterward, my third brother asked if I still wanted to be a big star. I said yes, and he then established Yunshangxingchen. To realize his sister's dream, Yun Xingyao's third brother had actually founded an entertainment agency. This move left Wang Chu utterly astounded. This was the true definition of wealth and indulgence. No wonder Yun Xingyao had skyrocketed to fame in just 3 short years. She had such formidable resources backing her. My elder brother possesses a rather meticulous disposition and seldom indulges in jest. My second brother is often absent and has a fiery temper, while my third brother is merely a few years my senior, and I share the closest bond with him. Nevertheless, all 3 of them hold an immense affection for me. Yun Xingyao winked at Wang Chu and remarked, So, if you ever bully me in the future, my 3 brothers will not spare you. Wang Chu immediately replied, Rest assured, my love for you will surpass that of your brothers. Indeed, like begets like, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes to phoenixes, and a mouse's offspring knows how to burrow. The Yun family boasts a trio of remarkable talents. Nay, With Yun Qingyao included, it becomes a quartet of brilliance. Let it not be said that mere resources guarantee success. Within the entertainment industry, how many individuals, despite being heavily promoted, remain obscure? To wear the crown, one must first bear its weight. By the way, let us visit the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow morning. Yun Qingyao proposed. We shall complete the necessary formalities. Are we obtaining a marriage certificate? Wang Chu's heart raced suddenly. Though he had gradually come to terms with the notion, the thought of the stunning Yun Qingyao becoming his wife filled him with overwhelming excitement. Does this mean we can sleep together tonight? He blurted out impulsively. In an instant, Yun Qingyao's face flushed crimson. Flustered, she stood up, declaring, "My hair is dry. I must check on Yaya. She might be sneaking chocolate." With that, she wrapped her bathrobe tighter and exited the room. Given that there were no male servants in the villa, Yun Qingyao had no concerns about appearing immodest. Meanwhile, left alone in the room, Wang Chu felt an urge to slap himself. How foolish of you. He chastised himself. She had just mentioned they would obtain a marriage certificate tomorrow. If he had been bold enough today, he might have truly embraced the beauty. But having laid his cards on the table, it was evident that Yun Qingyao was quite shy as well. Alas, has my mind gone awry? Wang Chu sat in the chair, a bittersweet smile gracing his face. At that moment, the phone on the vanity emitted a notification sound. In her haste, Yun Qingyao had forgotten to take her phone with her. Upholding the principles of a gentleman, Wang Chu would never pry into Yun Qingyao's phone. However, glancing at it couldn't be deemed a crime, could it? After a quick look, he furrowed his brow. Yao Yao, I heard you are no longer with the production team. What has transpired? If it is due to my confession that day, and you are upset, I sincerely apologize. I am simply too fond of you, but I promise, without your consent, I shall never act so recklessly again. Is that all right? Are you still angry? As long as you are not upset, I will comply with any request you make. The messages continued to arrive, tightening the frown on Wang Chu's forehead. The user with the nickname at the peak, I stand, had sent several messages in quick succession. This appeared to be one of Yun Qingyao's suitors, and evidently one she found unworthy of her attention. From his messages, Wang Chu detected a strong whiff of infatuation. Oh, it is no wonder. Who could resist such beauty as my wife? Wang Chu mused contentedly. The phone rang after a moment of silence, and a young man's voice resonated through the line. Yao Yao, I sincerely apologize. I hadn't considered everything thoroughly that day. Wang Chu cleared his throat and replied. She just finished her bath and stepped out. Perhaps you could call back later? Who are you? The voice on the other end suddenly turned tense and ominous. Me? Wang Chu pondered for a moment and responded. After tomorrow, she should be calling me her husband. With a loud crash, Wang Chu heard something fall to the floor before the call abruptly ended. How rude, he remarked, raising an eyebrow. Chapter 29. Surrender. In the presidential suite of the Holiday Hotel, Lin Zifeng hurled his phone to the ground in frustration and in a fit of rage. He smashed a nearby glass of red wine against the floor. His mind was consumed by two haunting phrases. She just finished her bath and stepped out. And after tomorrow, she should be calling me her husband. These words echoed in his head like the whispers of a demon, driving him to the brink of madness. Who are you? How do you know Yun Qingyao just bathed? Why will she call you her husband tomorrow? A terrifying thought crept into Lin Zifeng's mind. Had Yun Qingyao abruptly taken leave from the filming crew to attend a blind date arranged by her family? But even if it were a blind date, cohabitation was out of the question, wasn't it? Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already 9 in the evening. Lin Zifeng's heart raced as if 1,000 alpacas were galloping through his chest. Images of Yun Qingyao entwined in the arms of another man flashed across his mind. No, it couldn't be. Yun Qingyao was not that kind of woman. Taking a deep breath, he picked up a glass of water, striving to calm himself. Yet, in the next moment, the glass shattered on the floor once more. How could he find tranquility now? No, I must seek out Yun Qingyao. I must discover what manner of man could snatch her away from me. Yeah, it's getting late. It's time for bed. Outside, Yun Qingyao glanced at the time and spoke to the still excited Yaya. A reluctant expression crossed Yaya's face as she replied, Mama, I want to keep playing. But we agree that you must be in bed by 9:30. Yun Qingyao insisted. Do you want to be a child who breaks promises? Yaya pouted. Had it been any other day, she would have climbed into bed long ago. However, with both her parents home today, her desire to stay awake surged. For she feared that upon waking, either Papa or Mama might be gone. Then I want Papa to tell me a bedtime story. Upon hearing this request, Wang Chu readily agreed. Ever since acquiring the skill of heavenly voice, he had been eagerly anticipating the opportunity to tell Yaya a story. Oh, by the way, you received a phone call earlier, and I accidentally answered it. After lifting Yaya into his arms, Wang Chu turned to Yun Qingyao and asked, whose call was it? On Yun Qingyao's face, there was no sign of disturbance. Ah, it's that fellow who calls himself at the peak of the mountain. Oh, it's him. No need to pay him any mind, just a self-important individual. Yun Qingyao said to Wang Chu, after you soothe Yaya to sleep, let us discuss tomorrow's matters. Wang Chu observed the somewhat feigned composure of Yun Qingyao, a knowing expression crossing his face. This was clearly a subtle indication that they were meant to share a bed. Happiness had come upon Wang Chu so unexpectedly that he found it hard to believe. However, the immediate priority was to lull Yaya to sleep first. In Yaya's small bedroom, she lay in bed, her large eyes gazing up at Wang Chu. Wang Chu cleared his throat. Yeah, what story would you like to hear? I want to hear the story of the magic castle. Wang Chu's heart swelled with certainty. He had purchased the storybook about the magic castle just yesterday and had already read it twice. Once upon a time, there was a magical kingdom. Wang Chu began to narrate the tale of the magic castle with dramatic inflections. With the enhancement of his melodious voice, the story unfolded with thrilling peaks and valleys. And Yaya responded with gasps of surprise and laughter. Seeing Yaya so engrossed filled Wang Chu with a sense of accomplishment. Yet, a dilemma arose. Yaya was so captivated by the story that sleep was the furthest thing from her mind. What was to be done? If Yaya could not sleep, how could he return to Yun Qingyao's room? Wang Chu took a sip of water and said, Yeah, let's pause here for tonight, shall we? We can continue tomorrow. No, I want to hear more. Yaya pouted, resting her head on Wang Chu's lap, her large eyes filled with yearning. Wang Chu felt a twinge of helplessness. But it's almost 10 o'clock. You should be going to bed. Oh, Yaya's mood dipped momentarily, but she quickly raised her head. Then I want you to stay with me while I sleep. That won't do, Wang Chu replied. I would much prefer to keep your mother company. However, perhaps his tone was too abrupt. Yaya's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. Daddy, do you dislike Yaya now? This question filled Wang Chu with profound guilt. He gently wiped the tears from her eyes and, with a hint of remorse, said, No, my favorite is still you, Yaya. I will stay with you tonight, all right? Upon hearing this, Yaya's face brightened immediately. Yet, Wang Chu looked at Yaya seriously and said, I must first inform Mama, all right? I'll be right back. Turning around, he was taken aback to see Yun Qingyao standing at the door. She had initially thought Wang Chu would return promptly, but had not anticipated that he would take so long. Unable to contain herself any longer, she stepped outside, only to find Wang Chu earnestly telling Yaya a story. This scene filled Yun Qingyao with warmth. Was this not precisely what she had always longed to witness? Moreover, in the brief moment she stood at the door, she found herself captivated by Wang Chu's melodious narration. Qingyao, what if I stay with Yaya tonight? Wang Chu hesitantly suggested upon noticing Yun Qingyao. Yun Qingyao let out a cold snort. Who would care for someone like you? Fine, today you can sleep with Yaya. Yay, Yaya exclaimed, leaping onto Wang Chu's back. Today, Daddy can accompany me to sleep. 10 minutes later, in the darkness, Wang Chu gently patted Yaya's back, singing a lullaby. Yaya, are you asleep? He whispered. Not yet, Daddy. Yaya's crisp voice rang out, her bright eyes sparkling like stars in the night. Wang Chu couldn't help but chuckle. How could this 3-year-old girl possess such boundless energy? Shall we play a game? He suggested. Yaya eagerly nodded. Let's play 1, 2, 3, Wooden Man. When I count to 3, we must close our eyes, not open them, nor speak. We can only lie in bed. If anyone speaks or opens their eyes, they lose. If Daddy loses, he will grant Yaya one wish. But if Yaya loses, she must grant Daddy a wish, okay? Okay, Yaya confidently declared, I will not lose. All right, 1, 2, 3, start. Yaya immediately closed her eyes, her tiny body lying still on the bed. Wang Chu watched her, unable to suppress his laughter. Indeed, within 3 minutes, the sound of her even breathing filled the room. Good night, my darling. Chapter 30. Going to kindergarten. Although Wang Chu had missed the opportunity to be intimate with Yun Qingyao, being beside his daughter, watching her sleep peacefully, and feeling her affection warmed and touched his heart deeply. The next morning, Wang Chu woke up early, but Ye was still asleep. He quietly exited the room, careful not to make a sound that might disturb her. Upon stepping out, he realized that Yun Qingyao had already risen and was walking in from outside. "You're up so early?" Wang Chu asked, surprised. "I always wake up early to exercise. You know, as an artist, one must maintain their figure. One must either control their diet or exercise more. I prefer not to torture myself with food, so I choose to exercise more." After her workout, a healthy glow adorned Yun Qingyao's face, her graceful figure concealed beneath loose athletic wear, adding a touch of vivacity to her sunny demeanor. After breakfast, we will take Ye to kindergarten, then head to the Civil Affairs Bureau. And I must rush back to the film set in the afternoon. Yun Qingyao said to Wang Chu, "For nearly a month ahead, I won't be able to return. So you must take good care of Ye." Wang Chu paused. "Take Ye to kindergarten? I thought she wasn't attending yet. How could she not go to kindergarten?" Yun Qingyao laughed. "She just took a couple of days off because she had a slight cold. But now that she's better, she naturally must go." "Oh, I see." When Ye awoke and learned that she was going to kindergarten today, her little face instantly filled with displeasure. She still wished to continue playing with her parents. "Why must she go to kindergarten?" "Mom, I don't want to go to kindergarten." Ye looked at Yun Qingyao with pleading eyes. "I think I'm still a bit unwell. Can I stay home for one more day?" "No." Yun Qingyao replied firmly. "You have already played at home for several days. It's time for you to go to school." Seeing her mother's unyielding stance, Ye immediately shifted her focus to Wang Chu. "Dad, can I not go to kindergarten?" Wang Chu was somewhat amused, wondering if every child disliked going to kindergarten. Ye, why don't you like kindergarten?" he gently inquired, crouching down to her level. "Because I'm afraid that when I get home at night, Mom and Dad will be gone." Ye's voice dropped. Wang Chu felt a pang in his heart. It seemed there had been instances when Yun Qingyao had left unexpectedly, or else Ye wouldn't express such fears. Hearing this, a look of guilt and self-reproach crossed Yun Qingyao's face. However, as an artist, there are some matters beyond her control. In her heart, her child was of utmost importance. Yet she also harbored her own dreams and aspirations. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Ye, I promise you, I will never leave you." Wang Chu gently patted Ye's little head. "Just think, you haven't been to school for so many days. Your friends at kindergarten must miss you dearly. You can play with them during the day and spend the evening with Dad. Doesn't that sound delightful?" At Wang Chu's words, a spark of light returned to Ye's eyes. "And you can share all the things that happen at kindergarten with Dad, okay? All right, but Dad must promise not to leave." Ye extended her tiny, delicate finger. Wang Chu hooked his pinky with hers, and at that moment, Ye's face truly lit up with joy. Yun Qingyao breathed a sigh of relief. She realized that Wang Chu possessed quite the talent for fatherhood. In her efforts to care for Ye, she had read numerous parenting books, yet as a first-time mother, she often found it challenging to communicate calmly with her daughter. After breakfast, Yun Qingyao asked Wang Chu, "Can you drive?" He nodded in affirmation. "Great. You should drive today. Let us take Ye together. I have plenty of cars in my garage. Choose whichever one you like." When they arrived at the garage, Wang Chu was taken aback by the sight of a collection of luxury cars. Bentleys, Porsches, Lamborghinis, Bugattis, Ferraris, McLarens, dozens of high-end vehicles lined up, resembling a luxury car exhibition. "Are all these your cars?" Wang Chu's eyes widened. Yun Qingyao nodded. "Some were gifted to me by my third brother. Others were given by endorsement companies. I've never purchased a single one. I'm not particularly interested in cars." "Wow. Can we still be friends after this?" Wang Chu approached a high-end Land Rover, perhaps the most understated vehicle in the collection. "Let us take this vehicle, as it offers ample space, ensuring your comfort during the journey." Aunt Wang, seated beside us, retrieved the keys to a Land Rover from her backpack and handed them to Wang Chu. A casual glance revealed that the bag was brimming with keys alone. "Is this what they call understated luxury among the affluent?" Wang Chu sighed. In his youth, he had harbored a disdain for the wealthy, yet here he was, embodying the very image he once loathed. Although his current circumstances were due to a rather unorthodox means of support, he had indeed benefited from a moment of serendipity. Driving a Land Rover worth over $1 million is an entirely different experience. The handling is unparalleled, as smooth as the finest chocolate melting on the palate. Qingyao, I haven't yet inquired about Yu's kindergarten, he remarked. Soon, from the back seat, came in Qingyao's voice. Victory Road, Big Windmill International Bilingual Kindergarten. Wang Chu had heard of this institution, known for its exorbitant monthly fees exceeding 50,000, certainly not a place for the average child. Yet, considering Yun Qingyao and her family's affluence, he found himself at ease. For her, 50,000 was merely a drop in the bucket. In less than half an hour, Wang Chu had arrived at Victory Road. Wang Chu, please drop Yu off at kindergarten. I shall wait for you in the car, Yun Qingyao sighed. You know that I am not the most suitable person to be there at this moment. Wang Chu nodded. After all, she was a superstar. Should the world discover that Yu was the daughter of the illustrious Yun Qingyao, it would undoubtedly create a media frenzy. Paparazzi would swarm around Yu, capturing her every move and magnifying it online. Naturally, Wang Chu wished to shield his daughter from such pressures. Rest assured, I shall take Yu inside and return promptly. He lifted Yu into his arms. Come, today Daddy will escort you inside. Chapter 31. A tinge of jealousy. Good morning, Teacher Yu. Good morning, Xian. Your braids look lovely today. Did your mother style them for you? At the entrance of Big Windmill Kindergarten, a tall woman with a ponytail and dressed in the kindergarten uniform greeted the arriving children with warmth and charm. Teacher Yu. Upon spotting the woman, Yu, nestled in Wang Chu's embrace, exclaimed excitedly and waved her hand. The woman turned around, catching Wang Chu slightly off guard. In her early 20s, with rosy lips and bright teeth, she radiated youth and vitality. Yu, I heard you were feeling under the weather. Are you feeling better now? Yu nodded. I'm all better now, Teacher Yu. This is my daddy. Teacher Yu glanced at Wang Chu, her eyes widening in surprise. Until now, Yu had always been accompanied by a middle-aged woman known as Aunt Wang. This was her first encounter with Yu's father. Hello, Yu's dad. I am Yumechi, Yu's main teacher. A smile graced her face as she continued. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hello, Teacher Yu. Wang Chu replied promptly. I greatly appreciate your care for Yu at the kindergarten. Yeye is an exceptionally understanding and obedient child, cherished by us all. Teacher Yu smiled and said, Yeye, hurry inside. Your good friend Tong Tong asked me yesterday when you would return. Yeye's eyes sparkled. Daddy, I'm going in now. With that, she hopped off Wang Chu's lap and dashed toward the kindergarten. Slow down, Wang Chu called out anxiously from behind. Yet, Yeye merely turned back and waved, Goodbye, Daddy. A look of wistfulness crossed Wang Chu's face. Yeye's father, please wait a moment. Just as Wang Chu was about to leave, Teacher Yu called out to him. Is there something you need? Wang Chu inquired, curious. I have something to discuss with you, Yumechi began. Yeye is typically very sensible. But there is an incident I wish to bring to your attention. The other day, she had a disagreement with a little boy, which has affected her mood. Did she win the argument? Wang Chu instinctively asked. Yumechi was momentarily taken aback. Was Yeye's father not grasping the gravity of the situation? Ahem. Wang Chu cleared his throat, realizing he had misspoken. What was the issue? It was a dispute over a toy, but the boy said some inappropriate things, which caused Yeye to feel quite downcast. What did he say? Wang Chu's brow furrowed. How dare another child bully his daughter? I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, but I hope you can collaborate with our teachers to spend more time with the children, Yumechi said earnestly. I understand your work keeps you busy, but even amid your responsibilities, the companionship and affection for your child should not be overlooked. Though they are small now, this is a critical time for them to understand the world. Wang Chu, observing the earnestness in Yumechi's expression, nodded in agreement. All right, I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Teacher Yu. Let us exchange WeChat contacts, and I will add you to the parent group. This way, I can promptly inform you of any class activities or matters concerning Yeye. Does that sound all right? Of course, Wang Chu replied eagerly. You seem to have enjoyed a pleasant conversation with that female teacher. Once back in the car, Wang Chu noticed Yin Qingyao had taken the passenger seat at some point and was teasing him. That Yeye's homeroom teacher, Teacher Yu. She is quite nice and very responsible. Wang Chu responded with a smile. She is also quite beautiful, isn't she? Yun Qingyao continued. Indeed, Wang Chu remarked. But as the words left his lips, he felt a sudden chill emanate from Yun Qingyao. He couldn't help but shiver and glanced at her. But her sunglasses obscured her eyes. Of course, compared to my wife, she falls short. Wang Chu quickly remedied his statement. Humph. Yun Qingyao let out a cold snort. Let us head home. Isn't it just a matter of going directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau? I simply wish to return home first. Is that not permissible? Yun Qingyao said irritably. Furthermore, my throat hurts, and I do not wish to engage in conversation. Wang Chu felt a pang of distress. What was this about a sore throat? It was evident that her jealousy stemmed from seeing him converse too much with that young teacher. If he could not sense the pungent aroma of her jealousy, then he would be exceedingly dull. Yet, Wang Chu found no reason to be concerned. Yun Qingyao's jealousy merely indicated that she cared for him, which was indeed a positive sign. Throughout the journey, Wang Chu attempted several times to strike up a conversation with Yun Qingyao, but she merely responded with non-committal murmurs, seemingly disinterested in dialogue. Soon, they returned to the Dingxing Huayuan. As they exited the vehicle, a man suddenly appeared before Yun Qingyao. Yao Yao, what was that phone call about yesterday? Who exactly is that man? Yun Qingyao was taken aback, instinctively retreating a step. Upon witnessing someone harass his partner, Wang Chu immediately stepped forward and delivered a swift kick, sending the man sprawling several meters away. Are you all right? Wang Chu asked, positioning himself protectively in front of Yun Qingyao, a hint of anxiety in his voice. A warm surge flowed through Yun Qingyao's heart as she gently shook her head, with Wang Chu by her side. She felt as though nothing in the world could harm her, a sensation that brought her great comfort. I am fine, she replied softly. Reassured, Wang Chu directed a furious glare at the man struggling to rise from the ground. Are you out of your mind? What were you thinking rushing over here? He demanded. Who are you, and why are you here? This was Yun Qingyao's villa. Who was this unfamiliar man? Lin Zifeng felt a searing pain in his insides. Having spent the previous night awake, haunted by Wang Chu's voice, he could no longer contain himself. He had employed various means to locate Yun Qingyao's villa in Haiqing and had rushed over early in the morning. However, he had not anticipated that he would be kicked out by Yun Qingyao's bodyguard before he could even finish his inquiry. If word of this got out, where would that leave his reputation as a young master from the capital? Do you know who I am? How dare you strike me? You must be seeking death. Lin Zifeng shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Chu. Wang Chu raised an eyebrow. What kind of fool would provoke him at his own doorstep? Do you even know who I am? I couldn't care less who you are. Aren't you just a pathetic bodyguard? Do you believe that with a single word? Yao Yao would dismiss you? Wang Chu was taken aback by Lin Zifeng's audacity. Where did this confidence stem from? Chapter 32, Bodyguard? Lin Zifeng, what brings you here? Yun Qingyao interjected, ignoring Lin Zifeng's threats towards Wang Chu, her expression one of clear displeasure. Lin Zifeng pointed at Wang Chu, venomously declaring, Yao Yao, your bodyguard is utterly outrageous. I demand that you dismiss him immediately. No one has ever dared to treat me this way in my entire life. Yun Qingyao's expression turned icy. Lin Zifeng, are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? To Lin Zifeng, dismissing a bodyguard seemed trivial. Could Yun Qingyao truly jeopardize their relationship over a mere bodyguard? However, what Lin Zifeng did not anticipate was that Yun Qingyao would confront him over this matter. Yao Yao, that is not my intention. What I mean is, before Lin Zifeng could finish his sentence, Yun Qingyao interrupted him. Lin Zifeng, please have some self-respect. Our relationship has not yet reached such a level, and the term Yao Yao is not something you can use. Lin Zifeng felt a surge of frustration. He could not comprehend why Yun Qingyao's demeanor towards him had worsened compared to before. Was it because she had gone on a blind date yesterday? Even now? Lin Zifeng believed that Yun Qingyao must have acquiesced to her family's matchmaking. All right, but Qingyao, my sincerity towards you is as vast as the heavens. I will treat you well. If you are willing, I can have my grandfather propose to your grandfather right now. Wang Chu, standing nearby, blinked his eyes. Although the fact that his girlfriend was being pursued by another man indicated her popularity, he felt a sense of pride. Yet, was it not somewhat disrespectful for someone to attempt to woo her in his presence? Brother, don't waste your efforts. She is already taken, Wang Chu said, patting Lin Zifeng on the shoulder with a hint of sympathy in his tone. Lin Zifeng exploded with anger. What gives you the right to speak here? Aren't you just a mere bodyguard? Get lost. A mere bodyguard? Wang Chu blinked, then surveyed himself. He was dressed quite smartly. How could he possibly resemble a bodyguard? What kind of gaze is that? Is there such a handsome bodyguard? Lin Zifeng, what exactly do you want here? Yun Qingyao stepped forward, standing alongside Wang Chu. Her brows furrowed, her voice laced with frost. If you have come here to cause trouble, I kindly ask you to leave immediately. And please clean your eyes. This is not my bodyguard. If he is not a bodyguard, then what is he? Lin Zifeng glanced at Wang Chu. However, Yun Qingyao's next words shattered Lin Zifeng completely. This is my future husband, Wang Chu. What? Lin Zifeng stared incredulously at Yun Qingyao. How can this be? You must be joking, right? Lin Zifeng found it impossible to accept this reality. He had conducted his research. Yun Qingyao had never shown any intimacy with another man. How could a fiancé suddenly appear? Had she truly established an engagement with this man in just one day? This was inconceivable. You are deliberately deceiving me because of what happened last time, aren't you? Lin Zifeng clenched his fists, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Yun Qingyao felt a headache coming on. She was well aware of Lin Zifeng's affections for her. However, she harbored no feelings for him whatsoever. Being part of the elite circle, she knew Lin Zifeng's character all too well. If she did not thoroughly disillusion him, he would undoubtedly continue to pester her. Yun Qingyao inhaled deeply and spoke softly. Do you truly believe I would deceive you? Do you think I would engage in such trivial antics because of you? As her words fell, Yun Qingyao seized Wang Chu's collar and pulled him downwards. Instinctively, Wang Chu lowered his head. Before him appeared an extraordinary visage. And then he felt a wave of softness and sweetness upon his lips. Yun Qingyao had audaciously kissed him, and on the lips no less. In that moment, Wang Chu felt as though the entire world had transformed into shades of pink. An indescribable sensation surged through his body, tingling and sweet. Happiness arrived with the swiftness of a whirlwind. Just as Wang Chu's mind began to spin, Yun Qingyao withdrew her lips and turned to gaze at the dazed Lin Zifeng. I wonder if this will validate my words? Lin Zifeng felt as though his heart had been pierced by dozens of daggers. He had pursued Yun Qingyao for 2 years, and the elite of the capital were all aware of his infatuation. Yet, he had never held her hand, and now, Yun Qingyao was kissing a rustic man right before his eyes. How could he possibly accept this? Yun Qingyao, Lin Zifeng bellowed, stepping forward. Do you find amusement in mocking me? Wang Chu's expression hardened, and he swiftly positioned himself protectively behind Yun Qingyao. You all wait and see. Yun Qingyao, Lin Zifeng, will obtain what I desire. If you dare to compete with me for a woman, it will be a matter of life and death. Lin Zifeng recognized that he was no match for Wang Chu and could only leave with that bitter declaration. A hint of derision appeared at the corner of Wang Chu's mouth as he coldly replied, Then I warn you, do not harass my wife. If I discover that you continue to trouble her, no matter who you are, I shall not spare you. Very well. Lin Zifeng glared at Wang Chu. If you have the courage, leave your name. Don't be a coward. Wang Chu, he stated calmly, remember my name, and now, get out of here. Do not force my hand. Fine, I shall remember you, Wang Chu. Until we meet again, Lin Zifeng grumbled, clutching his waist as he limped away. Meanwhile, Yun Qingyao watched Wang Chu tenderly from behind. Once Lin Zifeng had departed, she chuckled softly. Wang Chu, do you know who Lin Zifeng is? Wang Chu rolled his eyes. I care not who he is. No one shall bully my wife. Huh, I'm not your wife yet. Yun Qingyao's face flushed, but she quickly became serious. However, Lin Zifeng is quite petty. Having lost face this time, and with you having struck him, he certainly will not let this slide, regardless of what transpires. I will be here, Wang Chu asserted earnestly. Yun Qingyao nodded. Lin Zifeng is the legitimate heir of the Lin family, which primarily operates in the automotive manufacturing sector. The most renowned brand, Hongri, belongs to them. Therefore, should Lin Zifeng truly wish to target you, he may leverage considerable resources. Yun Qingyao stated with sincerity, so, if you sense any danger, you must notify me immediately. Because we are married, we are a unified entity. destined to confront the myriad challenges and adversities that the future may hold. Do you understand? A warmth enveloped Wang Chu's heart. He recognized that Yin Qingyao expressed such sentiments out of concern for him. All right, Wang Chu replied gently, I will not be overly ambitious. But I do have a modest request. What is it? I didn't quite savor the moment earlier. Shall we continue? Chapter 33, Hubby? Naturally, Yin Qingyao did not acquiesce to Wang Chu's audacious request. Her previous eagerness was merely to dissuade Lin Zifeng from harboring any illusions. Observing Yin Qingyao blush as she returned to the villa, Wang Chu smacked his lips, realizing that earning both her heart and mind would require some time. No worries. Good things come to those who wait. After all, the stew is already simmering, so there's no need to rush. Wang Chu chuckled, humming a little tune as he entered the villa. As soon as he stepped inside, Yin Qingyao stood at the bedroom door and said to Wang Chu, Come in. I have something for you. Upon entering the bedroom, Wang Chu was astonished to find that Yin Qingyao held an entire outfit in her hands. From the white shirt to the suit, from the tie to the leather shoes. He was momentarily speechless. When had Yin Qingyao prepared this? While buying clothes for my uncle yesterday. I thought to get you a set as well. Yin Qingyao feigned indifference as she continued. We're taking wedding photos today, so hurry and change. Wang Chu grinned. Truly, she was a wonderful wife. Without a second thought, he began to remove his clothing. Hey, why are you undressing so casually? Yin Qingyao exclaimed in surprise, instantly turning away. Hurry to the changing room and put on your clothes. Wang Chu dismissed her with a wave. Why bother with a changing room? I'm not that finicky, and besides, the windows are opaque. It's no issue. Yin Qingyao felt a surge of exasperation. Was it really appropriate? This was utterly embarrassing. Yet, she couldn't help but sneak glances at Wang Chu's well-defined physique in the small mirror on the vanity. His lithe form and robust muscles exuded strength, but were not grotesque. The perfect proportions were indeed the ultimate aspiration for every woman regarding her future partner. Yin Qingyao found herself swallowing hard. However, she soon became acutely aware of the heat enveloping her. Yin Qingyao, how shameless can you be, spying on a man's body? She chided herself. It's fine. Wang Chu is not just anyone. He is to be your husband. After obtaining our marriage certificate later, you will be legal spouses. So stealing a glance is hardly a grave matter. In her mind, two inner voices were fervently debating, leaving her feeling somewhat flustered. Just one more look. Just one more look, and then I shall cease. She silently resolved. That single glance turned into 5 minutes. Only when Wang Chu was fully attired did she finally turn her head. So handsome. A flicker of astonishment danced in Yin Qingyao's eyes. Clothes make the man. And as Wang Chu donned the elegant suit, his demeanor transformed dramatically, leaving Yin Qingyao with a fluttering feeling in her heart. Not bad at all. Yin Qingyao feigned calmness as she spoke. Wang Chu glanced at himself and remarked, Isn't that so? I believe if I ventured into the entertainment industry, I would easily surpass a host of young idols. Such arrogance. Yin Qingyao shot Wang Chu a sidelong glance before heading towards the dressing room. Wait for me outside. I need to change my outfit as well. Wang Chu blinked in confusion. If she was going to change, why not do so immediately instead of waiting for him to finish first? I think I could assist you in choosing, he suggested. That's unnecessary. I have a clear idea of what I want. With a resounding thud, Yin Qingyao slammed the dressing room door shut. Wang Chu shrugged. After all, they were on the verge of becoming a couple. Why be shy? I am quite open-minded, he thought, yet it was understandable for a girl to have some modesty. Regardless, their relationship had seen significant progress today, so there was no rush. Half an hour later, as Wang Chu began to feel drowsy, the dressing room door finally swung open. Yin Qingyao emerged, and his eyes widened in astonishment. She had not adorned herself extravagantly. She simply wore a classic white blouse paired with an elegant floral skirt. However, it was apparent that she had applied a delicate touch of makeup and styled her hair, radiating an aura of both innocence and allure. Let us go. Time is of the essence. Stop dawdling. Yin Qingyao approached Wang Chu, and noticing the expression on his face, she raised her chin slightly, a hint of pride glimmering in her eyes. Silly. Wang Chu had anticipated that obtaining their marriage certificate at the Civil Affairs Bureau alongside a prominent star would cause quite a stir, yet to his surprise, the entire process unfolded smoothly. Moreover, they were accompanied by designated personnel, which left him utterly astonished. This was evidently a precaution to prevent any disturbances. Yun Xingyao noticed the astonishment in Wang Chu's eyes and whispered, "My career is currently on the rise. While I don't particularly care for company regulations, it's better to avoid complications when possible." Wang Chu nodded in understanding. "I see. But what if we inadvertently get photographed? What then?" "You can simply say I'm your bodyguard. Just admit it if we're caught," Wang Chu replied. Yun Xingyao glanced at him. "Bodyguard? I, Yun Xingyao, am not the type to shy away from my identity. Besides, that would be unfair to you." Wang Chu tenderly ruffled her hair and murmured, "I would gladly be your bodyguard for a lifetime." Yun Xingyao shuddered slightly and leaned into Wang Chu's embrace. With special arrangements made, it wasn't long before their marriage certificate appeared in their hands. Gazing at the certificate adorned with a large red seal and the beaming faces of the couple, Wang Chu felt a blend of sweetness and enchantment in his heart. Had he truly just gotten married? Did he now belong to someone? Was there one less single person in the world? "Darling, I'm only back on leave, so I must hurry back to the set. Although we just got our certificate. I'm truly sorry." A hint of guilt flickered across Yun Xingyao's face. It seemed rather unreasonable to rush to the set immediately after leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau. However, Wang Chu was taken aback, for he had heard the word husband uttered from Yun Xingyao's lips. "What did you just say?" Wang Chu asked, swallowing hard. "I said, I returned on leave, so I must hurry back to the set," she replied. "Not that sentence, the one before it," Wang Chu insisted earnestly. Yun Xingyao's face turned crimson in an instant. "Husband," she whispered. In that moment, Wang Chu felt a surge of elation coursing through him from head to toe. "It's all right, my dear wife," Wang Chu exclaimed with excitement. "You go on with your work and pursue your dreams. Everything at home will be taken care of by me. You are truly wonderful." Yun Xingyao smiled, then rose on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on Wang Chu's cheek before turning to get into her car. "Hey, why sneak up on me again? If you have the courage, come straight at me." Chapter 34. The disheartened Wang Chu. Yun Xingyao had left, and Wang Chu felt a tinge of melancholy within his heart. However, before she departed, Yun Xingyao had promised him a chance to steal a kiss when she returned from her work, which thrilled Wang Chu immensely. Within mere minutes, a plethora of ideas for surprising Yun Xingyao had already begun to form in his mind. No, that's excessive." Wang Chu inhaled deeply, suppressing the array of inappropriate thoughts that flooded his imagination. Nonetheless, Wang Chu found himself grateful to Lin Zifeng. Without him, it was uncertain whether Yun Xingyao would have initiated the kiss. Regarding Lin Zifeng's status as a wealthy heir, although it weighed on Wang Chu's mind, he did not regret confronting him. How dare he encroach upon what was rightfully his? Moreover, as a man, it was his duty to stand up for his woman in such circumstances. Otherwise, what kind of man would he be? Yet, if his adversary truly sought to challenge him, should he rely solely on his wife's family background? Wang Chu pondered for a moment before shaking his head. It was not a matter of machismo. Rather, he felt the disparity between himself and Yun Xingyao was already significant. If he needed her to intervene every time he faced a challenge, it would be quite shameful. After all, he was a man with a system. Furthermore, from their previous conversation, Wang Chu could discern that although Yun's grandfather held a favorable opinion of him, her three older brothers would undoubtedly be formidable opponents. To genuinely win Yun Xingyao's heart, one must not only earn her affection but also conquer the entire Yun family. It seemed the difficulty had escalated to a hellish level. Wang Chu mused silently. Fortunately, he possessed a system. No matter how challenging the quest, he was unafraid. "Oh, I also have a free lottery chance today. I must not let it go to waste," Wang Chu thought to himself. "System, I wish to draw for free." Ding. The system is conducting the lottery. Congratulations, you have acquired extraordinary driving skills. Extraordinary driving skills. You will master all vehicle operation techniques effortlessly. Even the best drivers will bow before your prowess. In an instant, a torrent of information flooded Wang Chu's mind, as if a wealth of driving knowledge had been imprinted in his consciousness. This skill is quite impressive. Wang Chu's eyes sparkled with excitement. If it is indeed as the system suggests, Perhaps I should contemplate participating in some off-road rally or even a Formula One championship. The mere thought of potentially replacing Schumacher as the new deity of speed is rather exhilarating. What man does not harbor a dream of becoming a god of racing? However, Wang Chu soon shook his head. His most pressing duty now is to accompany Yaya as she grows. It appears that the skills of a racing deity have little utility at present. Nonetheless, it is certainly preferable to mere acknowledgments of patronage. Glancing at his system interface, Wang Chu noted that his joy value had surpassed 200, reaching an impressive 270. Over the past few days, Yaya and Qingyao had contributed significantly to his joy value. Should I attempt another round of 10 consecutive draws? Wang Chu pondered, but then shook his head. Joy values are hard-earned. It would be wise to conserve them, as one can never predict when they might be needed. More crucially, one ought to choose a fortunate moment to draw. If all he received were acknowledgments of patronage, he would surely be inconsolable. At that moment, Aunt Wang approached. "Young master, the young lady has asked me to deliver something to you." Curiosity piqued, Wang Chu inquired, "What is it?" Aunt Wang handed him a bank card. The very card that Yun Qingyao had used for a purchase yesterday. When Wang Chu left the mall, he had entrusted it to her. But now it seemed to signal a formal commitment to support him. "The young lady instructed me to inform you that this card is for your everyday expenses. She will deposit 1 million each month, and the overdraft limit is 10 million. With that, your daily expenditures should be more than sufficient." Daily expenses? 1 million a month? Is that a normal person's budget? Moreover, does she truly intend to financially support me in such a manner? Although Wang Chu had agreed to be a full-time stay-at-home dad for Yin Qingyao, relying on her finances weighed heavily on his conscience. "Young master, I am truly delighted," Aunt Wang exclaimed. "I never anticipated that you would make such a significant sacrifice for the young lady. I admit I had my reservations about you, but now I genuinely admire you." Wang Chu was taken aback. "What has Qingyao told you?" "The young lady mentioned that you have resolutely given up your career abroad to return home and care for Yaya for her dreams. Such a choice is not one that many men could make." Wang Chu was stunned. "Did she really say that?" "Indeed," Aunt Wang replied earnestly. "The young lady has been tirelessly balancing Yaya and her career. Now that you are here, she can wholeheartedly pursue her dreams. And I cannot express how happy that makes me. Young master, I can see how much she loves you. So I hope you will cherish her as she deserves, all right?" Wang Chu sighed softly as he accepted the bank card. "She is my wife. Naturally, I shall love and protect her, ensuring she suffers no harm." Inadvertently, Wang Chu found himself transformed into a millionaire. He lay in the bedroom, where the lingering scent of Yun Qingyao's delicate fragrance still permeated the air. Breathing in the intoxicating aroma while toying with a bank card in his hand, Wang Chu's face was etched with a profound sense of loss. Others pursued wealth and beauty. No, rather, careers and love. Yet what of himself? By some twist of fate, he had inadvertently acquired it all. What, then, remained to fuel his aspirations? With a heavy sigh, Wang Chu's gaze was imbued with melancholy. If given the choice, he would truly prefer not to possess everything. A stunningly beautiful wife, a sweet and charming daughter, a sumptuous life of ease. This sense of desolation weighed heavily upon him, a burden he dared not share. Dingling. At that moment, his phone rang. "Hello? Who is this?" Wang Chu asked languidly. "Mr. Wang, hello? I am a reporter from Haiqing television station. We had an appointment yesterday. Would you be available for an interview?" The reporter's soft voice resonated through the line. Wang Chu's eyes brightened. "Sure, I have time now. I'll be right over." Chapter 35. The Live Reveal. "Mr. Wang, I must inform you that this interview will be conducted via live streaming. Would that be acceptable to you?" "Live streaming?" "Indeed. Our station has an online broadcasting channel, and our management wishes to leverage this trending event to promote our digital platform." Wang Chu understood. They intended to use him as a means to attract viewers. "That's fine. What do you need me to do?" "We are immensely grateful. You simply need to follow the host's instructions on site." "Are you heading out, son-in-law?" Aunt Wang inquired as she noticed Wang Chu changing into a fresh outfit. "Yes, Haiqing television station wants to conduct a special interview with me. I need to go," Wang Chu replied, rubbing his nose. Admiration sparkled in Aunt Wang's eyes. "I see. You are truly remarkable, son-in-law. Do you require a different vehicle?" "A different vehicle?" Aunt Wang nodded. The young lady has mentioned that anything in the house can be disposed of at your discretion. So, do you need to switch cars for your outing? Since the young lady does not enjoy driving and there are many vehicles in the garage, I have kept all the keys here. If you wish to change cars, I can hand over all the keys to you. Wang Chu's lips twitched. Aunt Wang, are you referring to those luxury cars in the garage? Indeed, she responded. It would be wonderful if you could take care of those keys. With that, Aunt Wang placed a bundle of keys into Wang Chu's hands. Staring at the heavy keychain, he felt utterly dumbfounded. What meaning did life hold now? However, in the end, Wang Chu chose not to drive a sports car to the television station, as he preferred a more understated approach. Ultimately, he selected the discreet Maybach from the garage. After all, understated luxury was his true essence. Meanwhile, an official announcement from Haicheng television station garnered significant attention online. A close-range interview with the heroic rescuer of a car accident. Is it mere sensationalism or an undeniable truth? Recently, the video of Wang Chu's heroic act has garnered significant attention in Haicheng, even going viral nationwide through short video platforms after just 2 days of circulation. However, many have expressed skepticism regarding the video's authenticity, with several self-proclaimed experts asserting that such feats are utterly impossible for a single individual. Seizing upon this controversy, Haicheng Television decided to conduct a live broadcast, effectively shifting the focus from the accident itself to the hero, while simultaneously capitalizing on the ensuing buzz to enhance its own notoriety. Indeed, once the announcement was made, the live stream attracted hundreds of thousands of viewers, a number that continues to rise. Yet, where is the promised revelation? For those inquiring, the event is set to commence at 10 o'clock, and there remains over half an hour until then. Personally, I remain unconvinced. Clearly, the video has been edited. How could one person's strength possibly be so formidable? Let's disperse. This is merely a ploy for attention, exploiting a tragic accident with no regard for ethics. Meanwhile, the television station's staff, witnessing the surge of engaged viewers, wore smiles as the excitement escalated, eagerly awaiting the protagonist's grand entrance. At that moment, the hero himself was ensnared in traffic en route to the station. It was well past the typical rush hour. Why was the congestion so severe? Wang Chu furrowed his brow as he glanced at his phone, noting that less than 20 minutes remained. Being someone who places great importance on punctuality, he was anxious about arriving late. Having navigated through a congested stretch for an additional 10 minutes, he realized he now had only 10 minutes to reach the studio. A thought crossed his mind. The distance from his current location to the television station was 8 kilometers. And with a speed limit of 60 kilometers per hour in the city, theoretically, he could cover 10 kilometers in 10 minutes. Thus, time was indeed on his side, provided he could avoid traffic and stoplights. 3 routes lay before him, one featuring 7 traffic lights, another with 9, and the last with 10. On the surface, the route with 7 lights seemed most prudent. However, it was a major thoroughfare, with each traffic light requiring a 2-minute wait. In contrast, the route with 10 lights averaged a mere 30 seconds per signal. Even if he encountered red lights at every intersection, the total wait time would be only 3 minutes. In light of these considerations, the third route emerged as the most rational choice. In that fleeting moment, a clear analysis formed in Wang Chu's mind, leaving him somewhat astonished. Could this be the transformation brought about by extraordinary driving skills? With a silent affirmation, he pressed the accelerator and veered onto the third route. Throughout the journey, despite the heavy traffic, Wang Chu navigated the streets in his Maybach with the agility of an eel, effortlessly weaving through the congestion, inciting exasperated murmurs from surrounding drivers. Is he in such a rush to reincarnate? What is so impressive about driving a luxury car? His future son will surely be cursed. Wang Chu, however, felt every muscle in his body thrumming with exhilaration, reveling in the thrill of overtaking one vehicle after another. This sensation was akin to soaring through the azure sky. Finally, with just a minute to spare before 10 o'clock, Wang Chu arrived at the television station. The staff, initially anxious, brightened at the sight of him entering. Their faces lit up with joy. The protagonist had arrived, and the interview was assured to be a success. At 10 o'clock, the live broadcast from Haicheng officially commenced. The television station had invested considerable effort into this event, ensuring that all equipment was of the highest standard, and even dispatched the station's most popular host, the stunning Mao Xiaoyan. Since joining Haiqing TV, Mao Xiaoyan had captivated audiences with her remarkable beauty, solid hosting skills, and poised demeanor. Rumor had it that CCTV had extended multiple offers to her, yet she had no intentions of departing from Haiqing Satellite TV. Oh my goodness, it's my goddess Mao Xiaoyan hosting this interview. What a delightful surprise, exclaimed viewers. Who is this host? She is exquisite. I'm a fan now. It was evident that these comments came from out-of-town spectators, openly expressing their admiration for Mao Xiaoyan. In the studio, Mao Xiaoyan wore a host's uniform that elegantly accentuated her graceful figure. Good morning to all our online viewers tuning into Haiqing's live broadcast. She greeted with a warm and inviting smile. Today, we have the privilege of welcoming the hero who rescued others at the tragic accident on People's Road just 2 days ago. Like me, I am sure you are all curious to learn more about this remarkable individual. Please join me in welcoming Wang Chu to our live studio. At that moment, Wang Chu stepped into view, his chiseled features crystal clear on every viewer's screen. Wow, he is so handsome, exclaimed the audience. The previous video was unclear. I had no idea the rescuer was such a striking young man. I am completely smitten. I can't resist such a manly visage. In stark contrast to the enthusiastic declarations from female viewers, the male audience members reacted with jealousy. Please, is this really what they call handsome? Honestly, he pales in comparison to me. Let us wait and see. Who knows if he is a true hero or just a pretender? Thanks to Wang Chu's impeccable physique and the charm he exuded, he quickly captured the admiration of numerous women in the audience. The moment Mao Xiaoyan laid eyes on Wang Chu, a flicker of unusual expression crossed her features. In today's society, where effeminate young men and fresh meat are in vogue, it is increasingly rare to encounter a man like Wang Chu, exuding a robust masculinity. Mr. Wang. The scene of the accident on Remin Road 2 days ago was incredibly dire. It was you who rushed to the scene and rescued the 2 most critically injured individuals. The gentleman you saved has since stabilized. The doctors mentioned that had he been delayed by just 5 more minutes, he would have perished. Wang Chu clasped his hands together and replied, as long as everyone is all right, that's what matters. What motivated you to rescue them under such perilous circumstances? Mao Xiaoyan probed, fully aware of the danger involved. Wang Chu, of course, refrained from disclosing that he acted upon his daughter's wishes, for that would tarnish his image of valor and righteousness. Clearing his throat, he stated, my thoughts were quite straightforward. In fact, I had little time for contemplation. The situation was urgent, and my sole focus was on saving lives. Beyond that, I didn't think much. Were you not concerned about the risks? For instance, the possibility of a sudden explosion from the vehicles? Mao Xiaoyan continued her inquiry. Wang Chu shook his head. At that moment, such thoughts did not cross my mind. However, reflecting on it now, it does invoke a sense of fear. Generally speaking, high-speed collisions can indeed lead to a fire, but an explosion is different from a combustion. Moreover, there were no sparks at the scene, which made it relatively safe. Mao Xiaoyan chuckled. I take it you learned that afterward? Wang Chu sheepishly touched his nose. That is indeed the case. After all, I am just an ordinary person and can feel fear too. The interview with Mao Xiaoyan proceeded smoothly, and the discussions in the live chat were fervent. The primary concern among viewers revolved around the authenticity of the video footage from the accident scene. Other details held little interest for them. Nonetheless, Wang Chu managed to captivate a significant number of female viewers while simultaneously inciting jealousy among male viewers, resulting in a rather charged atmosphere in the studio. This pleased the leadership at Haiqing Television, as maintaining this momentum would ensure a substantial breakthrough upon the eventual revelation. Indeed, Haiqing Live could ascend to become one of the more prominent online official media outlets in the nation, given the current scarcity of popular official media in the digital realm. At the conclusion of the interview, Mao Xiaoyan remarked, I believe our viewers have a plethora of questions for you. Let's randomly select some queries for Mr. Wang to address. Shall we? Wang Chu nodded in agreement. The first question came from a user named Orange Milk Tea, who asked, Mr. Wang, what kind of girl do you like? A hint of exasperation appeared on Mao Xiaoyan's face, while Wang Chu felt slightly awkward. Do I really need to answer that? Since it's a question of interest to our viewers, I don't see why not. Mao Xiaoyan smiled, casting a glance at Wang Chu. Honestly, I'm quite curious myself. Wang Chu rubbed his nose. I prefer girls like Yin Qingyao. Wang Chu's response instantly brought joy to the live stream. What? Yin Qingyao? Brother, you certainly have quite the appetite. It's akin to a toad aspiring to dine on swan meat. Yin Qingyao, indeed? Does she even know who you are? Your courage is commendable, yet it does seem rather overambitious. Why is everyone upstairs so bitter? What is wrong with liking Yin Qingyao? I refuse to believe that none of you admire her. I cherish Yin Qingyao, and I shall protect our beloved Qingyao. Unbeknownst to Wang Chu, his words had the audience in the live stream in stitches. The viewers quickly divided into three factions. One side comprised fans of Yin Qingyao, who believed Wang Chu had good taste. The second side thought Wang Chu was merely a toad dreaming of swan meat, indulging in fanciful notions, and the third side, undeterred by the ensuing chaos, mentioned that Chen Shuling was also quite admirable. Wang Chu was oblivious to the barrage of comments flooding the screen. His mention of Yin Qingyao stemmed solely from the fact that she was, at that moment, his rightful wife. Furthermore, he was concerned that Yin Qingyao might be watching his live stream. Thus, professing his affection for her was a matter that solely pertained to her. Even if she stumbled upon the replay later, she would undoubtedly feel his love, wouldn't she? Now, let us proceed to select the second viewer's question. Mao Xiaoyan cleared her throat and stated, the second question comes from a user named Dr. Jean, who questions the authenticity of the video in question. This indeed aligns with the purpose of our interview. Mr. Wang, might you be willing to accept a challenge from our production team? Wang Chu raised an eyebrow. What challenge? A situational simulation challenge. Mao Xiaoyan chuckled as she explained, by simulating the circumstances at that time, we discovered that to pry open the distorted car door, one would require at least 10,000 newtons of force, a strength that surpasses human limits. Therefore, we propose a test to measure your strength at that moment. How does that sound? Instantly, both the viewers in the live stream and the staff present focused their attention on Wang Chu. Would he be merely seeking publicity? Or did he possess genuine strength? The moment of truth was upon them. Did he truly dare to accept such a test and challenge? Wang Chu smiled. Sounds good. In fact, I am curious to discover the extent of my strength. Mao Xiaoyan was taken aback. Are you implying that you were not performing at your peak, but rather had room to spare? Absolutely. Chapter 37. Tone it down, what a jest. 10,000 newtons of force equates to the ability to lift a ton. To put it into perspective, the heaviest weight in the world's strongest man competition barely reaches 500 to 600 pounds. If Wang Chu indeed possessed a ton of strength, he would be crowned champion of strongmen. This is undoubtedly a fallacy. I question whether Wang Chu has a misunderstanding regarding 10,000 newtons of force. I am quite eager to witness his reaction when he falters. If he truly possesses such strength, I shall eat my hat live on air. Screenshot taken. Eagerly awaiting the moment to see him proven wrong. Screenshot taken. Although I doubt Wang Chu's capabilities, what if? Screenshot taken. Suddenly, I find myself inexplicably looking forward to Wang Chu's test. Soon, the live stream transitioned to a nearby professional testing facility. Mao Xiaoyan addressed the screen, stating, we, at Haiqing Satellite TV, have specifically engaged a professional testing agency. Now, let us first utilize the equipment to gauge the strength of Wang Chu. Let us ascertain its magnitude. Subsequently, Mao Xiaoyan turned to Wang Chu and introduced, this is our invited national gold medal fitness coach, Coach Liu. He will preside over the testing today. Wang Chu nodded toward a tall, robust man standing nearby. Coach Liu reciprocated the gesture, but his gaze was imbued with disdain. He was well aware of the purpose for which Haiqing Satellite TV had summoned him. Yet as a professional in the field, he could not genuinely believe that anyone possessed a strength of 1 ton. It was absurd. Witnessing Wang Chu up close only deepened his disappointment. While Wang Chu's physique might be considered commendable by the average observer, to a specialist, such a build could not possibly support a force of 1 ton. Coach Liu, what should I do now? Wang Chu inquired, a hint of excitement and anticipation gracing his expression. Ever since consuming the power-enhancing pills, He had come to realize his significant strength, yet he had lacked a clear understanding of its true extent. This presented an opportune moment to measure his power. It's quite simple, Coach Lu replied nonchalantly. You merely need to pull this resistance ring, and the display here will indicate the magnitude of your pull. He continued. For an average individual, achieving a pull of 100 kilograms is already impressive. Wang Chu gazed at the imposing machine, gripping the resistance ring firmly with his right hand. I'll give it a try now, he declared. Mao Xiaoyan promptly directed the camera's focus onto Wang Chu. Taking a deep breath, he gradually exerted force with his right arm, causing the resistance ring to extend, while the display revealed Wang Chu's pulling strength. The red digits on the black screen surged rapidly. 50, 100, 200, 300, and finally halting at 450. Curious, Mao Xiaoyan inquired, Coach Lu, what does this 450 represent? At that moment, Coach Lu began to question his own reality. Upon hearing Mao Xiaoyan's question, he swallowed hard and responded, the unit is kilograms, which means Mr. Wang Chu possesses a pulling strength of 450 kilograms. Coach Lu's words echoed in the live stream, igniting a frenzy among the viewers. 450 kilograms of pulling strength? How is that possible? One commentator exclaimed. I just checked. An adult's pulling strength typically ranges from 100 to 150 kilograms. Wang Chu doesn't appear particularly muscular. How can he achieve 450 kilograms? The audience was incredulous, assuming that the satellite television station had resorted to deception, deeming it utterly ridiculous. 450 kilograms? Isn't it said that to pull open a twisted car door, one requires a force of 1,000 kilograms? Coach Lu glanced at the data on the instrument, his skepticism growing. How could this be? Could the equipment truly be malfunctioning? As Wang Chu released his grip, Coach Lu stepped forward, inhaled deeply, his powerful right arm muscle swelling, and he exerted all his strength in a mighty pull. The data displayed on the screen surged rapidly once more, ultimately settling at the value of 207. This indicated that Coach Lu's right arm could only exert a mere 207 kilograms of force, barely half of what Wang Chu could achieve. A look of disbelief crossed Coach Lu's face. The machine was functioning correctly, which meant that Wang Chu truly possessed a pulling force of 450 kilograms. This astonishing scene was relayed in real time to the entire live audience. Is this for real? This coach, with such a robust physique, can only manage a little over 200? If Wang Chu can indeed pull 450, is he even human? Perhaps he is a beast clad in human skin. My husband is amazing, shouted one viewer, while another chimed in, how shameless, that's clearly my husband. Coach Lu, unable to contain his curiosity, turned to Wang Chu and asked, how on earth did you achieve a pulling force of 450 kilograms? Wang Chu furrowed his brow slightly, pondering how to respond to such a query. After a moment, he replied, it's quite simple, really. Everyone was captivated, eager to learn how Wang Chu acquired such immense strength. With a chuckle, Wang Chu suggested, you just need to conserve some of your strength, that's all. Conserve strength? What kind of advice is that? The crowd was momentarily taken aback, and then Coach Lu, still in disbelief, inquired, are you saying you weren't using your full power just now? The surrounding staff were left speechless, while Mao Xiaoyan's mouth fell open in astonishment, her expression adorably bewildered. 450 kilograms was not even this man's limit. What, then, could his true potential be? Was it the very stars and seas? Wang Chu sensed the astonishment of those around him and, somewhat perplexed, reiterated, did I not just say? I was merely testing the waters. I haven't truly exerted myself yet. With that, he approached the pull-up ring and performed a few warm-up exercises. Without needing further prompting, the camera swiftly focused on him. After completing his warm-up, he took a deep breath and gripped the ring once more. This time, the sense of ease he had previously felt vanished, replaced by an intense gravity, as if the very air itself had solidified. Coach Lu held his breath, anxious that even the slightest sound could disrupt Wang Chu's concentration and hinder his performance. Huh! Wang Chu exclaimed, and then his right arm's muscles bulged dramatically, stretching his previously loose clothing to its limits. At that moment, the numbers on the display began to skyrocket, surpassing 450 kilograms in less than 3 seconds, and the count continued to rise. 500 kilograms, 600 kilograms, 700 kilograms. Coach Lu gazed at Wang Chu with a mixture of shock and disbelief, even a hint of fear. This was no ordinary feat. This was the prowess of a monster. Ultimately, with Wang Chu's maximum effort, the display registered a staggering 1,130 kilograms. This indicated that Wang Chu's single-arm pulling force had exceeded over a ton. If he were to use both arms, it was conceivable that he could reach 2 tons. Even the strongest man in the world could scarcely achieve such a feat. It is utterly terrifying. As this result emerged, a profound silence enveloped the room, with everyone gazing at Wang Chu in astonishment. Wang Chu, with a casual flick of his arm, inquired curiously, "What kind of looks are these?" "Mr. Wang, I truly did not expect your strength to be so formidable." Coach Lu spoke up, his face reflecting deep admiration. "I wonder if you would be interested in becoming a special guest coach at our Tianyuan club?" As he spoke, Coach Lu handed over a business card. Wang Chu blinked. "A coach? I'm not well versed in fitness. There are many who are adept in fitness, but individuals with your innate strength are exceedingly rare." Coach Lu replied, "You may not be aware, but our Tianyuan club is the largest high-end fitness establishment in the country, catering primarily to entrepreneurs and celebrities." Everyone was rendered speechless. No one had anticipated that the illustrious Coach Lu would attempt to recruit someone right before their eyes. However, it was understandable. It would have been rather unusual for Coach Lu not to make some overture. "Apologies, but I have little interest in becoming a fitness coach." Wang Chu politely declined. After all, he aspired to be a super dad, not a fitness instructor. "Mr. Wang, I believe you should contemplate it. Becoming a fitness coach is indeed a promising career." Coach Lu quickly added, "With your qualifications, you would undoubtedly become a top coach in the future." Wang Chu internally scoffed at the notion of a promising future. Would his role as a stay-at-home dad not be more advantageous? Oh, by the way, many celebrities are members of our Tianyuan club, including Yun Qingyao. It was evident that Coach Lu had seen the previous live broadcast. Wang Chu's brow furrowed. Yun Qingyao was also a member? Sensing Wang Chu's shifting expression, Coach Lu seized the moment. "You could serve as an honorary coach at our club without any obligations, and you would receive a base salary of 50,000 each month." Cough, cough. "Salary is not something I usually concern myself with," Wang Chu remarked as he accepted Coach Lu's business card. "Let us discuss this further later." Suddenly, a thought struck him. Although Yun Qingyao did not mind supporting him as a full-time dad, he was still a man. Spending her money, driving her car, and proudly living off her resources was one thing, but he could not continuously rely on her to subsidize his family. If he merely assumed the honorary coach position at Tianyuan Club, he could at least earn some money to buy gifts for his parents. Yes, that's it. This decision had absolutely nothing to do with Qingyao. However, this scene had already been witnessed by the viewers in the live stream, and they had certainly heard Coach Lu's words, prompting them to erupt in laughter. "Goodness, I've heard of Tianyuan Club. I understand that the membership fees are at least $1 million. I was under the impression that Wang Chu was truly a person of unwavering resolve. However, I was taken aback when he immediately capitulated upon hearing the name Yun Qingyao. Could it be that he genuinely intends to pursue her? How utterly absurd. One must always harbor dreams. What if they come to fruition? Haha, then I would gladly dub him the most fervent admirer. Oh, by the way, isn't there a certain individual known for live-streaming outrageous antics? Everyone, please help in tagging him." Tagging complete. The barrage of comments was filled with merriment. Yet there remained a faction of spectators who found it difficult to accept the spectacle before them, even positing that this was merely a publicity stunt orchestrated by Haicheng's satellite TV in collaboration with the Tianyuan Club. Nevertheless, the majority chose to believe the official broadcast. After all, it is no small feat to orchestrate a joint promotion between a star-studded television network and a nationally renowned fitness club. Moreover, should this turn out to be mere hype, where would that leave Haicheng satellite TV's reputation? Thus, while many viewers felt incredulous, they ultimately accepted the notion that Wang Chu was indeed endowed with extraordinary strength. "Mr. Wang, we have one final live simulation." Upon witnessing Coach Lu's blatant disregard for decorum, Mao Shaoan promptly interjected, "We have simulated the scene with 2 identical contorted car doors. One will be mechanically pried open, while the other will be opened manually by you for comparison. What do you think? Wang Chu appeared somewhat vexed. Is that truly necessary? This seems rather cumbersome. Mao Xiaoyun smiled gently. This is our commitment to authenticity. Is that acceptable? Wang Chu shrugged. Very well. Since I am already here, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. Before long, they were located outdoors, where two wrecked vehicles awaited, each door grotesquely twisted, resembling the aftermath of a calamity. One of the scrapped vehicles was tethered to a fire truck by a sturdy iron chain. Once preparations were complete, the on-site commander issued the command, and the fire truck began to move slowly. As the chain tightened, the door of the wrecked car emitted a creaking sound, and with a resounding bang, the door was yanked open. Report: the force exerted to open the door was 980 newtons. 9,800 newtons, nearly a ton of force. Wang Chu then approached the other scrapped vehicle, and as he had done previously, he grasped the door with his right hand. As his muscles bulged, the door likewise began to yield gradually. With a resounding thud, Wang Chu cast the open door to the ground, prompting an eruption of enthusiastic applause from the crowd. The evidence was irrefutable. Everyone was applauding the hero. This ovation spread swiftly among numerous online viewers, and soon the live chat was inundated with cheers. As the interview concluded and Wang Chu prepared to depart, Mao Xiaoyan called out to him. Mr. Wang, I have some matters to discuss with you, she exclaimed, hastening after him. What is it? Wang Chu inquired. The situation is as follows. Recently, Haiqing has been vigorously promoting the construction of a civilized city, and they wish to recognize your deeds as exemplary events. In a few days, there will be an awards ceremony, during which you will be presented with a commendation for bravery, and it is highly likely you will be named one of the outstanding representatives of Haiqing's Civilized City Initiative. Wang Chu gasped in surprise. Really? Does this mean I'm going to be famous? Mao Xiaoyan chuckled. Mr. Wang, are you not aware? You've already gained notoriety. In these past few days, Wang Chu had devoted all his thoughts to Ye and Yun Qingyao, leaving him with neither time nor energy to focus on matters circulating online. Naturally, he was oblivious to the fact that his heroic act at the accident scene had already begun to gain traction on short video platforms. Otherwise, Haiqing Satellite TV would not have exerted such effort to interview Wang Chu and clarify the situation. After all, this incident pertained to Haiqing's honor. As one of the individuals involved was Zhao Ru, the beloved daughter of the influential Zhao Guanyao. Consequently, behind the scenes, this matter had captured the attention of many. Wang Chu's eyes brightened. He did not revel in the prospect of fame, but rather believed that if he demonstrated his worth, Yun Qingyao's family might be more inclined to accept him. Although Yun Qingyao had not expressed any objections, Wang Chu could keenly sense that, apart from the elder Yun, the rest of the Yun family did not harbor a favorable impression of him. This was, of course, understandable. He had indeed wronged Yun Qingyao, which led to her unplanned pregnancy and left her to raise Ye alone for 3 years. Therefore, although Wang Chu was currently in a dependent state, he yearned to show the Yun family that Qingyao had chosen him and that he was fully capable of caring for her and ensuring her safety. Once the interview concluded, Wang Chu exited the television station and was approached by a girl wearing a summer-round hat. Dressed in a light pink dress that accentuated her curves and sporting elegantly long legs adorned with exquisite black shoes, she radiated youthful exuberance. Wang Chu instinctively stepped aside, not taking the time to scrutinize her features, for he was now a man with a commitment. The first rule of a responsible partner is to refrain from glancing at other women. This was not pretense. He merely worried that, should he become accustomed to such sights, he might falter when alongside Yun Qingyao. However, the girl unexpectedly sidestepped as well, positioning herself in front of Wang Chu. He took another step to the side, only for her to mirror his movements and reappear before him. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to remain still, waiting for her to pass. Yet, to his surprise, she too remained motionless, standing quietly before him. Wang Chu inhaled sharply, pondering whether she had anticipated his actions. Gazing at the girl, his brow arched as he noticed the smile gracing her lips. Was she targeting him? Wang Chu sighed inwardly, reflecting on how unkind the world could be towards young men. He had barely stepped out of the television station when he found himself under the gaze of a charming young lady. Young men must learn to safeguard themselves when venturing out, for danger lurks everywhere. Wang Chu, the girl exclaimed, extending her hand towards him. At last, I have found you. Wang Chu let out another sigh. Do you want an autograph? Becoming a celebrity is indeed no simple feat. I have only just begun to gain recognition, and already someone is asking for my signature? The girl paused momentarily, perplexed. Aren't you stopping me to request my autograph? Wang Chu, somewhat puzzled, inquired. But we don't know each other. What is your purpose in stopping me? With a soft laugh, the girl's south large eyes formed crescent moons. You truly do not remember me? If that's the case, it would sadden me. Wang Chu was taken aback. Miss, one must be cautious with words. We are not acquainted. Are we? How could you not recognize me? We are bound by a profound connection. She replied with a smile. It seems you have no recollection of me. So allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhao Ruo, the girl you saved the day before yesterday. She extended her hand once more. Wang Chu, thank you. Wang Chu breathed a sigh of relief, realizing the situation. He had not paid attention to the appearance of the girl he rescued, yet he was astonished by her beauty. You're welcome, he responded, shaking her hand. He refrained from offering any further pleasantries, feeling it was sufficient that she had come to express her gratitude. Had it not been for him, the severely injured man might have perished, and the girl would have likely faced criminal repercussions. Are your injuries all right? Wang Chu asked curiously, recalling how the sports car had flipped in midair. Of course, I have been in the hospital for 2 days. Zhao Ruo replied, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Wang Chu, my father wishes to meet you to express his gratitude. Please accompany me. Wang Chu instinctively waved his hand. No need. I merely acted as fate would have it. Anyone capable would have lent a hand. That won't do. I must show my appreciation, so you simply must come with me. Zhao Ruo insisted, winking playfully. Otherwise, I shall have to cry foul. Wang Chu found himself both amused and exasperated. Very well, where shall we go? He recognized that declining Zhao Ruo's invitation might lead her to take unexpected actions. Besides, having saved her, it was only natural for her to wish to express her gratitude. Then let us be off, Zhao Ruo said, casually linking her arm with his. Wang Chu stiffened momentarily. She certainly did not treat him as a stranger. I'm not quite accustomed to someone linking arms with me, he said, withdrawing his arm with a smile. Let us hurry, lest we keep your father waiting. A hint of disappointment flickered across Zhao Ruo's face. Initially, she had only intended to find her savior to express her thanks, but upon seeing Wang Chu, she felt an undeniable attraction, especially when she witnessed Wang Chu's godlike strength. It struck her heart profoundly. She even imagined that Wang Chu was the hero sent by heaven to rescue her, arriving by her side on a rainbow when she was at her most desperate. Thus, she couldn't help but feel an urge to draw closer to him. Wang Chu, feeling somewhat helpless, thought that this system had endowed him with an allure that attracted too much attention. If any misunderstandings were to arise in the future, it would be a predicament he couldn't easily clarify. What a petty response from a grown man, Zhao Ruo murmured quietly. Naturally, Wang Chu heard her words and could only smile wryly, pretending not to listen. As they reached the parking lot, Wang Chu asked Zhao Ruo, did you drive here? Zhao Ruo's eyes twinkled mischievously. I didn't drive. I took a taxi. Why don't you just take me there? Wang Chu sighed. All right, let's get in the car. When he opened the door of the Maybach, a spark of contemplation flickered in Zhao Ruo's eyes. Evidently, Wang Chu came from a well-off family. You can sit in the back, Wang Chu said calmly as he noticed Zhao Ruo comfortably taking the front seat. I already have a wife. Zhao Ruo, feeling somewhat disheartened, settled into the back seat, gazing at Wang Chu's chiseled profile. In her heart, she secretly vowed, Wang Chu, you are my hero, and I will surely win you back. Humph, the front seat will eventually be mine. Chapter 40. Acquaintances. Following Zhao Ruo's directions, Wang Chu drove the Maybach to a 5-star hotel in Haiqing. Just as he parked in the open-air lot, a small beetle turned into the parking area. Qinyao, I heard your blind date is a major client manager at Xinglong Real Estate, with an annual income exceeding $1 million. Sululu, seated in the passenger seat of the beetle, remarked with a hint of envy. Being beautiful has its advantages, unlike me. Last time, Aunt's son introduced me to some nonsense. Chen Yao, a woman with flowing long hair, chuckled softly while driving, saying, "What on earth did this Wang Chu do to upset you? It's been days, and you haven't stopped talking about him. Are you in love with him?" "Huh? Me in love with him?" Su Lulu exclaimed, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. With his timid demeanor, at 26, still an unemployed youth, returning from abroad because he couldn't make it. Does he really consider himself an overseas elite? Qinyao shook her head. Her friend was wonderful in many respects, yet her aspirations were a bit too lofty. "By the way, I brought you along to help me deal with this blind date," Qinyao explained. "I made it clear from the start that we weren't suited for each other, but he kept pestering the intermediary after seeing my profile, which is why I had no choice but to meet him." A flicker of envy crossed Su Lulu's eyes. "I wonder why you can't see it, Yao Yao? Although he's 10 years older than us, he has a car, a house, and an annual income of $1 million. He's undoubtedly a social elite. Have you forgotten about that cheating guy from college?" At the mention of this, a look of helplessness crossed Chen Yao's face. "So, will you help me or not?" All right. Am I not allowed to help you? I'm merely reminding you not to miss out on a golden opportunity. After all, you are my dearest friend," Su Lulu said with a smile. Suddenly, her gaze swept to the side, spotting a familiar figure ahead. "Yao Yao, look over there. That's the disgusting man I was talking about," Su Lulu exclaimed, tugging at Chen Yao's arm in excitement. Caught off guard, Chen Yao swerved the steering wheel, causing her car to collide with a luxury vehicle beside them. The alarm blared, and both Chen Yao and Su Lulu turned pale. Stepping out of the car, Chen Yao gazed at the luxury vehicle, now marred with a large scrape. She sighed softly. "This is terrible. I might lose a few months' worth of salary over this." Su Lulu also exited the vehicle, observing the unfamiliar license plate. "It's just a scratch on the car's paint. Does it really warrant a few tens of thousands? Do you have any idea how much this car is worth?" Chen Yao rolled her eyes. Su Lulu shook her head. She recognized the license plate, but was otherwise completely oblivious to the intricacies of vehicles. Chen Yao took a deep breath. "This model is a Maybach, a brand synonymous with luxury. The least expensive version retails for several million. Because of your blunder, I'll be eating dirt for months, and you'll have to support me." Su Lulu looked astonished. This brand she had never encountered before was indeed so costly. Meanwhile, at a distance, Wang Chu and Zhao Ruo were walking toward the hotel when they suddenly heard the piercing alarm of a Maybach behind them. Turning around, Wang Chu was dismayed to see a small beetle had collided with the front of his car. "What bad luck. This is my first day driving this car," Wang Chu thought to himself, feeling quite exasperated. "Zhao Ruo, my car has been hit. I need to handle this. Just give me the room number," Wang Chu instructed. Zhao Ruo blinked. "Shall I accompany you?" "No need." Wang Chu firmly declined. "You should head up first. I can manage this." Seeing Wang Chu's resolute demeanor, Zhao Ruo nodded. "All right then, my father booked a banquet in room 808 on the 8th floor. I'll head up now. How am I supposed to reach the car owner? They didn't leave any contact information." Chen Yao lamented as she surveyed the Maybach with a look of helplessness. Su Lulu glanced around. "Yao Yao, it seems there are no surveillance cameras in the vicinity. Should we just leave? Are you joking? This is a 5-star hotel. Surely there are cameras. Moreover, we can't just walk away after hitting someone else's car." Chen Yao replied. "But we have other matters to attend to today," Su Lulu said with an awkward smile. "If all else fails, I'll leave my contact information." Chen Yao sighed. At that moment, Wang Chu's voice rang out. "Oh, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here." Su Lulu furrowed her brow, raising her gaze to Wang Chu, her heart inexplicably racing. He seemed somewhat different from the last time they met. Although his features remained unchanged, he appeared to have a more refined physique and an air of masculinity about him. No matter how he changes, he is still nothing but a waste. In her heart, Su Lulu repeatedly admonished herself not to judge a person solely by their exterior. After all, one cannot discern whether someone is wealthy merely by their appearance. As Chen Yao observed a handsome stranger approaching, she hesitated and inquired, "Excuse me, are you the owner of this car?" Before Wang Chu could respond, Su Lulu interjected with a scoff. "What? How could he possibly afford a luxury car worth millions? He is the one I mentioned, who couldn't make it abroad and returned to China pretending to be an elite." Chen Yao was taken aback. Was this truly the suitor Su Lulu had spoken of days prior? He appeared quite dashing and spirited, not at all resembling the unworthy individual Su Lulu had described. Wang Chu raised an eyebrow, perplexed by Su Lulu's sudden hostility. Had there been a collision? Ignoring Su Lulu, he turned his attention to the site of the incident. Impatiently, Su Lulu remarked, "What does this have to do with you? You should stay in your lane." Wang Chu glanced at her, quipping, "What remarkable driving skills you possess. The car was parked safely, yet you managed to collide with it?" Su Lulu huffed in protest, had she not spotted Wang Chu unexpectedly. She would never have urged Qin Yao to move, and consequently, Qin Yao would not have collided with the vehicle. Thus, the blame ultimately lay with Wang Chu. In any case, every encounter with him seemed to bring misfortune. "It is my vehicle," Qin Yao interjected, but the owner did not leave any contact information. "I was just about to affix my details." Wang Chu internally nodded in agreement. Was it not said that like attracts like? How could Su Lulu possibly have such an admirable friend? In terms of beauty, physique, and character, Su Lulu was utterly incomparable to this stunning woman. Was this perhaps the reason why flowers required foliage to complement them? "Why are you asking so many questions? What does it have to do with you?" Su Lulu retorted. Irritated, Wang Chu glanced at her, then retrieved his car keys and pressed a button, causing the Maybach to flash its lights. "I regret to disappoint you. This is indeed my car," he stated calmly. "Your car?" Su Lulu was rendered speechless. How could this be? Wang Chu was merely a rustic bumpkin. How could he drive a Maybach worth millions? The scornful words she had prepared caught in her throat, lacking the courage to be voiced. "Mr. Wang, is this your vehicle? I sincerely apologize for the accident. Whatever the repair costs may be, I assure you I will cover every penny." Qin Yao, upon realizing Wang Chu was the owner of the Maybach, exhibited her own surprise. This was not at all in alignment with the rustic character Su Lulu had portrayed. Wang Chu inspected the scratch. Fortunately, since Qin Yao had not been driving fast, the mark on the Maybach was minimal. However, for a luxury vehicle such as a Maybach, even a minor repair could easily cost tens of thousands. Let us say 50,000. We can consider this matter resolved. I'll take the loss. As I am acquainted with Miss Lulu, Wang Chu said with a light chuckle. Su Lulu exploded. 50,000? Why don't you just rob a bank? It's merely a small chip of paint. How could it possibly be that expensive? This is extortion. Wang Chu cast a fleeting glance at Su Lulu, choosing to disregard her and instead focused on Qin Yao. What do you think? Qin Yao, unlike Su Lulu, possessed a certain understanding of automobiles and was aware that the repair costs for luxury vehicles like the Maybach were exorbitantly high. "All right, I shall transfer the money to you." Su Lulu hastily intervened, exclaiming, "Yao Yao, have you lost your mind? This is outrageous. We cannot yield to such malevolent forces." Qin Yao was bemused. She was not oblivious to the fact that Su Lulu harbored significant resentment towards Wang Chu. Nevertheless, she was perplexed about the events that transpired that day, as Su Lulu had not elaborated, only continuously lamenting about Wang Chu. However, from today's interactions, it seemed that Wang Chu was not the type to exhibit blatant rudeness. "Yao Yao?" Wang Chu glanced at Qin Yao and remarked, "I am not yet acquainted with your name." "I am Qin Yao, the best friend of Lulu." She replied. "May I transfer the payment via Alipay?" Observing Qin Yao's earnest demeanor, Wang Chu waved his hand dismissively. "It's unnecessary. Just be more careful while driving in the future. There is no need for you to compensate." "What?" Qin Yao could hardly believe her eyes. "No compensation? Why is that?" She couldn't help but inquire. Wang Chu glanced at Su Lulu and stated, "I am merely showing Su Lulu some courtesy, given our prior acquaintance, am I not?" With that, he turned and walked towards the hotel. Wang Chu's refusal to accept compensation was not solely out of respect for Su Lulu. Rather, it was influenced by the fact that Qin Yao's name also contained the character Yao. Furthermore, Qin Yao had consistently exhibited a responsible attitude, which contributed to Wang Chu's decision to waive the compensation. Of course, the two girls were unaware of these nuances. "Lulu, I find Wang Chu to be quite a commendable person. What exactly did he do to offend you?" Qin Yao mused, her eyes following Wang Chu's robust form. Su Lulu, with a complex expression, observed Wang Chu's retreating figure and then said to Qin Yao, "Yao Yao, do you not sense that Wang Chu harbors some interest in me? Should I consider reinstating our connection?" Chen Yao was taken aback, staring in astonishment at her friend. He is willing to forego a compensation of 50,000 yuan for my sake. Does that not signify something? Su Lulu puffed out her chest. Moreover, he drives a multi-million Maybach. He must be quite wealthy. How infuriating. The last time he pretended to be a mere commoner. Chen Yao's lips twitched slightly. As long as you are happy. Upon entering the hotel, guided by the attendant, Wang Chu swiftly arrived at room 808 on the 8th floor. Upon opening the door, he discovered only two individuals inside. One was Zhao Rua, and the other, a middle-aged man approximately 50 years of age. Wang Chu, this is my father. Father. This is the one who saved your precious daughter. Zhao Rua exclaimed, bouncing towards him. Wang Chu regarded the middle-aged man and greeted him politely. Hello, Uncle Zhao. Zhao Guangyao appraised Wang Chu thoroughly and replied with a smile, Young friend Wang Chu, I am deeply grateful for your assistance in saving my daughter. I have long wished to express my gratitude, and today I finally have the pleasure of meeting you. Indeed, you are exceptionally handsome and impressive. You flatter me. Wang Chu responded modestly. Please, take a seat. Zhao Guangyao's eyes shimmered with appreciation. Once the three of them settled down, Zhao Guangyao expressed his gratitude before continuing. Wang Chu, I must say, I watched your recent interview, and I was genuinely astonished by your remarkable strength. Wang Chu smiled modestly. It's nothing, merely a display of brute force. Yet, it cannot be understated. As far as I know, your strength has surpassed all the world's strongmen and transcended the current limits of human capability. After a brief pause, Zhao Guangyao looked at Wang Chu with a knowing smile. If my intuition serves me right, you will soon find yourself quite famous and exceedingly busy. Wang Chu furrowed his brow. His only desire was to care for Yaya, and he had not contemplated the notion of fame at all. Moreover, once he became renowned, Yaya would inevitably be affected, and even his relationship with Yin Qingyao might be uncovered. That would indeed pose a dilemma. Wang Chu murmured to himself, realizing he needed to devise a plan to cool things down. What industry are you currently in? Zhao Guangyao inquired. Wang Chu snapped back to reality and replied, I just returned from abroad not long ago, and at present, I am an unemployed drifter. Oh, Zhao Guangyao raised an eyebrow. Do you have any plans for the future? Plans? Wang Chu shook his head. What do you mean, Uncle Zhao? Zhao Guangyao pondered for a moment before stating, I believe, if you are willing, you could join us at Xinglong Real Estate. However, if you wish to enter the entertainment industry, I could leverage my connections to assist you. As a way to repay you for saving my daughter. Wang Chu quickly responded, I appreciate Uncle Zhao's offer, but I am merely a slacker. My ambition is not that profound, and I have no intention of venturing into the entertainment world. As for my saving Zhao Ruo, let's not dwell on that. It was within my capabilities. Zhao Guangyao chuckled. Very well, I shall refrain from expressing further gratitude. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. Wang Chu replied with a smile. Oh, by the way, how is the situation progressing? Wang Chu asked. Zhao Ruo won't bear any responsibility, will she? Zhao Guangyao sighed. Naturally, there will be some accountability. Fortunately, tests indicate that my daughter's actions were above board, and she did not violate any traffic regulations. The true culprit was the malfunctioning brake system of the sports car. Wang Chu's eyes widened in astonishment. What? The brake system malfunctioned? Chapter 42. Where does the confidence come from? Upon mentioning this, Zhao Ruo's face also displayed a look of indignation. Humph. I initially believed that Might was a prestigious luxury brand, but I never anticipated it would experience brake failure. Wang Chu was somewhat taken aback. He was aware of the Might car. In fact, there was one in Yun Qingyao's garage, reportedly a gift from an advertiser. Could it be that Yun Qingyao endorsed Might? Wang Chu was not entirely certain about this. What do you plan to do? Su Might? Wang Chu inquired. Zhao Ruo shook her head. Su? I refuse to engage in such futile efforts. Previously, there were car owners who sought justice from Might, yet after more than half a year, no resolution was achieved. Instead, those who sought their rights became akin to rats scurrying across the street, reviled by all. Wang Chu furrowed her brow. How could such a situation arise? The answer is quite simple. Might is not a domestic brand. All relevant data remains undisclosed. Moreover, Might has consistently maintained an arrogant stance towards our compatriots. Acquiring complete backend data is utterly impossible. Furthermore, Zhao Ruo's eyes glimmered with a hint of ferocity. Even if I were to win a lawsuit, the most I could expect would be a modest financial compensation, yet the indignation within me remains unresolved. I nearly lost my life in that car accident. I refused to let mine off so easily. Wang Chu felt a shiver run down her spine. It seemed that this young girl, Zhao Ruo, harbored a fierce desire for retribution. Meanwhile, Chen Yao and Su Lulu were engaged in a blind date with a senior client manager from Xinglong Real Estate. The manager, surnamed Chun, was named Chen Luo. Though he was already in his mid-30s, upon reviewing the materials, he was instantly captivated by the youthful beauty, high education, and admirable demeanor of Chen Yao. Now, having met her in person, he felt even more satisfied. Miss Chen, my name is Chen Luo, the senior client manager at Xinglong Real Estate. It is a pleasure to meet you, Chen Luo said warmly, initiating a conversation with Chen Yao. I would just like a glass of lemon water, as I'm currently on a diet, Chen Yao replied with a slight smile. Beside her, Su Lulu unabashedly seized the menu. I one tea hold back then. I'll start with a plate of wine-soaked chicken feet, a dish of lychee beef, 2 pounds of spicy crayfish, and sesame glutinous rice cakes. As for drinks, I'll have some freshly squeezed juice. Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback. Who was this short and stout girl, treating him so casually? This is my good friend, Su Lulu, Chen Yao said, glancing at Chen Luo. You're not upset, are you? Not at all, Chen Luo replied with a forced laugh. Lulu is quite genuine. I truly admire girls like her. A look of delight crossed Chen Yao's face. So, shall I take my leave? Of course, Chen Luo had no intention of letting Chen Yao depart. He would be foolish to have lunch with Su Lulu instead. Throughout the meal, Chen Luo continued to extol his achievements, recounting the challenges he faced in his career and the immense effort he exerted to reach his current status. Chen Yao found herself increasingly disinterested, managing only a polite smile in response. On the other hand, Su Lulu was akin to a voracious eater, perfectly embodying the notion that one becomes plump through indulgence. After all, it does not take a day to achieve such a physique. Soon, her table was littered with the shells of crayfish, and the other dishes were nearly depleted. After a while, Chen Yao could no longer contain herself. Excuse me, I need to visit the restroom. I'll go too. After Chen Yao discreetly pinched Su Lulu, she finally snapped back to reality. In the restroom, Chen Yao looked at Su Lulu with exasperation. I must ask, why are you so focused on eating? You ought to help me navigate this situation. You have no idea how awkward it is for me. Su Lulu remarked nonchalantly. You are simply too reserved. Just refuse him directly. This man is not only unattractive, but also significantly older. While he may earn a decent income, at 36, making just over $1 million a year, he drives a domestic sedan and owns a house that is neither centrally located nor exceeds 150 square meters, and still has a mortgage. Only a fool would be interested in him. Chen Yao sighed. Do not be so harsh. He has achieved this level without any connections, which is quite commendable. Then are you planning to engage in philanthropy? Su Lulu retorted. As I see it, we should indulge ourselves. After all, he is the one desperately wanting to meet us. We might as well take advantage of it. However, one should not bite the hand that feeds them, Chen Yao cautioned. You worry too much. Just trust me. Leave the rest to me, Su Lulu declared, patting her chest. You stay here and await my news. I will call for you once I am done. With that, Su Lulu strode back confidently. Hey, is this Chen Luo? I can tell you have a fondness for my best friend, but she is not someone just anyone can match. Upon returning, Su Lulu stated directly, to be honest, while your qualifications may be acceptable, they fall woefully short of our standards. Not only Chen Yao, but even I find your criteria lacking. Chen Luo looked at Su Lulu, who was dripping with confidence and astonishment. Where does she get such audacity? This is absurd. Where is Chen Yao? He asked, taking a deep breath. Su Lulu waved her hand dismissively. Do not concern yourself with Chen Yao. There are matters she is too shy to address. As her closest friend, I know you are wasting your time. At your age, without a few tens of millions to your name, how can you even think of seeking a partner? Chen Luo's expression darkened. Are you out of your mind? Tens of millions? If I had that, would I be here arguing with you? Besides, with your stature, How can you claim I do not meet your standards? Do you really think I would be interested in you? What? Su Lulu's anger flared at Chen Luo's words. You may not be worth much, but your words are venomous. Let me tell you, my admirers far surpass you, she declared with her head held high. Absolutely ridiculous. Chen Luo retorted coldly. Where is Chen Yao? If she is not interested in me, she can say so directly instead of sending a clown like you to annoy me. Furious, Su Lulu shouted. Who are you calling a clown? At that moment, Wang Chu and Zhao Ruo descended the stairs, passing by the dining area. Su Lulu's eyes lit up, and she dashed over to Wang Chu, seizing him by the arm, and turned to Chen Luo. Did you see that? This is my suitor, driving a luxury car worth millions. Then, turning to Wang Chu, she said, Wang Chu, I am now offering you the opportunity to pursue me. Chapter 43. International Strongman Competition. Wang Chu, who had been chatting with Zhao Ruo, was taken aback. What is happening? How did I become your suitor? You are offering me a chance to pursue you? What are you thinking? I am already a married man. However, before Wang Chu could utter a word, Zhao Ruo beside him could no longer contain herself. With a sharp shove, she pushed Su Lulu aside and exclaimed, Who are you? And what do you think you're doing? What audacity the short and stout individual possessed, claiming that Wang Chu should have a chance to pursue her. Wasn't Wang Chu already married? And who exactly were you? Su Lulu's displeasure was evident as she felt herself being pushed aside. Chen Luo, standing nearby, was rendered speechless, not by the spectacle of two women vying for a man, but by the fact that Zhao Ruo was the beloved princess of Xinglong real estate. Avoid the indecorous, he thought, cautiously retreating while the focus was diverted from him. After all, witnessing such improper scenes involving a superior could spell disaster for him. Fortunately, Zhao Ruo's attention was solely on the diminutive figure of Su Lulu, oblivious to the presence of another man. Wang Chu, I believe you owe me an explanation. Su Lulu declared with conviction. Who is this woman? Wang Chu raised an eyebrow, responding, What she is to you is of no concern to me. And who are you to me? We are merely acquaintances from a blind date, are we not? Perhaps you are overstepping your bounds. A blind date. Zhao Ruo was taken aback and then pointed at Su Lulu, addressing Wang Chu. Brother Wang Chu, when did this happen? How could you have gone on a blind date with such a woman? Zhao Ruo was genuinely perplexed. Wang Chu's physique and demeanor far surpassed that of this woman. It would be far preferable to go on a date with me. Wang Chu sighed in exasperation. It was merely a few days ago. Who could have anticipated her current behavior? A few days ago? Brother Wang Chu was still single? A brilliant light suddenly flickered in Zhao Ruo's eyes, implying that Wang Chu had been unattached just days prior. How could he possibly be married in such a short span? I see, if you were married. That would have been his excuse for rejecting me. Zhao Ruo mused, casting a defiant glance at Su Lulu before suddenly clinging to Wang Chu's arm. Wang Chu was taken aback by Zhao Ruo's actions. What was she doing? I don't care who you are, Brother Wang Chu is my boyfriend now, and you are to cease your pursuit of him, Zhao Ruo declared to Su Lulu. I understand that with Brother Wang Chu's exceptional qualities, there will undoubtedly be a swarm of admirers. However, before you throw yourself at him, perhaps you should take a long look in the mirror and consider whether you are truly deserving. Su Lulu was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that in such a brief interval, Wang Chu had found another beauty comparable to Chen Yao. Why then had he expressed affection towards her in the parking lot? Wasn't this the very definition of a scoundrel? Did he regard her merely as another fish in his pond? Ugh, what a cad! Su Lulu shot a piercing glare at Wang Chu before turning to leave. Wang Chu was left bewildered. How had he become a scoundrel? One must admit, Su Lulu's line of reasoning was truly peculiar. Brother Wang Chu, how could you possibly have gone on a blind date with such an eccentric woman? Zhao Ruo leaned gently towards Wang Chu's ear and whispered, I had thought you were indifferent to women. The warmth of Zhao Ruo's body and her fragrant scent made Wang Chu somewhat uneasy. He discreetly withdrew his arm, creating distance between them. I am a married man. How could I possibly be indifferent to women? It was merely a misunderstanding with Su Lulu. There's no need for further discussion. I shall take my leave now. With that, Wang Chu hastily exited. Not long after, Chen Yao, having spent a considerable time in the restroom without receiving a call from Su Lulu, could no longer contain her anxiety and emerged. To her dismay, she found Su Lulu seated at the dining table, her eyes slightly reddened, weeping softly. What happened, Lulu? Did that scoundrel Chen Luo lay a hand on you? Chen Yao exclaimed in shock. Glancing around, she noticed Chen Luo had vanished. Lulu, I have been deceived by a man. He has betrayed my feelings. Su Lulu wiped her tears, lamenting. Wang Chu is seeing another woman. Chen Yao, somewhat perplexed, quickly recalled who Wang Chu was, the gentleman who drove a Maybach and had been Su Lulu's suitor. How had Su Lulu entangled herself with him again? Chen Yao gazed at Su Lulu in disbelief, sensing that the allure of Wang Chu's wealth had stirred something within her. Upon returning to the flourishing Huayuan, Wang Chu received a call from Coach Lu, who informed him that the formalities had been completed, and Wang Chu is now an honorary special coach at the Tianyuan Club. What is expected of me? Wang Chu inquired. The thought of receiving 50,000 monthly without any obligations made him feel somewhat guilty. Mr. Wang, I previously mentioned that we do not impose any work requirements upon you. Coach Lu chuckled over the phone. All responsibilities at the club are entirely voluntary on your part. A look of surprise crossed Wang Chu's face, as he had assumed Coach Lu was merely speaking in jest. But how can I accept such a generous offer? This is a promise I made to you, Coach Lu replied with a smile. However, if you are interested, an international strongman competition will be held in Haicheng in a week, and Tianyuan Club, as a collaborating partner, will recommend some participants. Wang Chu suddenly realized. Are you suggesting I participate in this strongman competition? Certainly, Mr. Wang, but if you prefer not to, that is perfectly acceptable. Wang Chu pondered for a moment. After all, one cannot simply accept remuneration without contributing. Moreover, he was intrigued by the prospect of encountering formidable competitors at the International Strongman event. Although his physique had been enhanced by the strength pills, he remained uncertain about the gap between himself and the world's strongest contenders. Upon learning that Wang Chu was willing to participate, Coach Lu's voice brimmed with excitement. Excellent. As long as you are willing to join, that would be fantastic. I will send you the details to your phone shortly. Shall I come to pick you up in a week? No need. Just provide me with the address, and I shall make my own way there. Wang Chu remarked. Moreover, please refrain from addressing me as Mr. Wang. It sounds far too formal. You are older than I am, so you may call me Wang Chu, and I shall refer to you as Lu Gu. Coach Lu, somewhat moved, chuckled and replied. Very well. I, Lu Kai, shall accept you as my brother. Chapter 44. My Father Can Eat Excrement. The interview featuring Wang Chu swiftly garnered attention across various platforms, becoming a trending topic. Particularly, the astonishing results of Wang Chu's 2 tests left many netizens who had not witnessed the live broadcast in awe. Had it not been for the complete interview video and the reputable media coverage by Haicheng TV, many would have found it difficult to believe that such feats were achievable by mere mortals. This brother is truly extraordinary. He is nothing short of a monster cloaked in human guise. There is a resounding demand for authorities to conduct research on him. He is simply beyond human comprehension. Is that so? There are even more formidable competitors in international strongman competitions, including those who can pull airplanes with their bare hands. Is that true? I can't help but feel that there might really be superhumans in this world. Just then, Tianyuan Club announced that Wang Chu would participate in the international strongman competition to be held in Haicheng 1 week from now. Is that for real? An international strongman competition. And finally, a representative from Jiazhou. I'm moved to tears. I can't wait to see my husband. Go, darling. Boss shameless. He is my husband. The online community buzzed with excitement, with men marveling at Wang Chu's strength while expressing keen interest in the upcoming international strongman competition. After all, it was taking place domestically, and a Jiazhou native would be competing. They were eager to discover how Wang Chu's immense strength measured up against that of international strongmen. As for the female netizens, the majority were captivated by Wang Chu's looks and physique. Although his perfect form might be slightly diminished through the lens of the internet, it still left a significant impact on many women. Thus, their focus was primarily on Wang Chu's attractiveness. Before long, a segment from Wang Chu's interview regarding his views on romantic partners was edited and circulated, quickly climbing the trending charts. Surprisingly, few expressed the sentiment that Wang Chu was overreaching by aspiring to win over someone like Yun Qingyao. After all, who wouldn't he wish to taste such a swan if given the opportunity? More importantly, the vast majority of netizens were skeptical about Wang Chu's chances with Yun Qingyao. After all, he was merely an ordinary individual while she was a celebrated star, seemingly from entirely different worlds. In light of this, there was an unusual consensus of understanding, with many even encouraging Wang Chu to pursue Yun Qingyao, hoping he might fulfill the dreams of countless fans. Before long, these trending topics and videos caught the attention of Yun Qingyao's manager, Sister Chen. Once Yun Qingyao wrapped up her day on set, Sister Chen approached her with a smile, saying, "Qingyao, let me show you some intriguing videos." As she handed her the phone, Yun Qingyao's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing that the protagonist of the videos was none other than Wang Chu. After she finished watching all the videos, she finally understood that it was an interview conducted by Haiqing TV regarding the rescue efforts at the site of the recent accident. Nevertheless, this fellow possesses a sense of propriety. When she saw Wang Chu earnestly declare on camera that the girl he admired was one akin to Yun Qingyao, a faint smile involuntarily graced Yun Qingyao's lips. "I've seen it, so what?" she remarked to Sister Chen with a smile. "My charm is undeniable. There's nothing I can do about it." Sister Chen rolled her eyes and retorted, "Does your display of arrogance hold any weight in front of me? However, I must admit I was taken aback that your fans did not attack him. Instead, they encouraged you two to be together." Yun Qingyao's heart stirred. "Oh, really? When did my fans become so rational? Isn't it because you've had no scandals since your debut?" Sister Chen sighed. "Your fans are getting anxious. Look at this comment. Hurry up and let Yun Qingyao create some scandals. I'm starting to doubt if she is still relevant." Indeed. The last time I saw her linked to a scandal was 2 years ago with a female friend. With the current trend of coupling, why don't we create a buzz ourselves? As Yun Qingyao listened, she shook her head. These people are the epitome of saying one thing while meaning another. If I were to be embroiled in a scandal, they would surely lash out at me. Sister Chen recognized that Yun Qingyao spoke the truth, yet she added, "However, the fans do have a point. Which popular female star today is devoid of any rumors?" Yun Qingyao turned to Sister Chen. "Sister Chen, something must have transpired in the past few days, right? Just be straightforward with me." Sister Chen sighed in resignation. "I knew I couldn't keep this from you. In the past couple of days since your return, the director approached me, urging me to subtly relay that for the sake of the film, would you be open to accepting some rumors and publicity? In the industry, it is customary for leading actors of a new film to be surrounded by some rumors upon its release. Of course, most of these rumors are not genuine, but rather fabricated news released by the production to draw attention. Yet, many leading actors tacitly accept this approach. After all, it enhances the film's visibility and allows them to make a splash, serving as a mutually beneficial promotional strategy. However, Yun Qingyao is different. She has always shunned publicity and avoided scandals. Her impeccable work ethic, however, leaves many collaborators feeling both admiration and frustration. The director also knew that if he were to address this matter directly with Yun Qingyao, she would undoubtedly refuse without hesitation. Thus, he could only discreetly entrust the matter to her manager while Yun Qingyao was absent. Yun Qingyao furrowed her brow. "Sister Chen, my principle has always been to reject scandals and avoid publicity." "All right, I knew it." Sister Chen sighed. "But given how grand the scene was during Lin Zifeng's visit, and how the director suppressed all the news, I thought I would be in the know." Yun Qingyao's delicate brows knitted slightly in concern, feeling somewhat troubled. The complexities and entanglements of the entertainment industry are indeed exasperating. Yet, the thought of Wang Chu and Ye brought a gentle hue to Yun Qingyao's face. Before encountering Wang Chu, she never engaged in gossip or scandal, and now that she has found him, she certainly will not. After all, I am now a person with a family. Ding. You have earned 10 points of joy from Yun Qingyao. While waiting for Ye at the kindergarten gate, Wang Chu's mind was flooded with the system's notification. He paused for a moment, pondering the significance of Yun Qingyao's joy points. Soon after, a message arrived on Wang Chu's phone. It was from Yun Qingyao. "You performed admirably in today's interview." A smile graced Wang Chu's face. As it appeared, his public declaration of affection in the live stream had indeed caught Yun Qingyao's attention. No wonder he had accrued 10 points of joy. At that moment, the kindergarten day came to an end, and children rushed out like wild horses breaking free. The teachers hurriedly restrained them, urging them to leave in an orderly fashion. Among the throng of children, Wang Chu quickly spotted his little treasure, Yaya. However, she seemed engaged in a spirited conversation with a little girl. As they drew closer, Wang Chu could hear their exchange clearly. "My daddy is so amazing. He knows martial arts," Yaya exclaimed proudly. "My daddy knows martial arts too. And he can eat spicy food," the other girl retorted with pride. "My daddy is even better. He can eat anything," Yaya countered, refusing to back down. "Humph. My daddy can eat poop. Can yours?" the little girl challenged, hands on her hips. Yaya pondered for a moment before conceding. "You win. My daddy cannot eat poop." Chapter 45. Picky eater. Wang Chu sighed heavily with relief. He had feared that Yaya might not hold her tongue and utter something inappropriate. Thankfully, his little princess was quite considerate. "Chi-Chi, what are you talking about? When have I ever eaten poop?" a middle-aged man nearby exclaimed, visibly flustered. The girl who had been arguing with Yaya blinked her adorable eyes and replied, "Daddy, didn't you eat poop at home the day before yesterday? The yellow kind." Nearby parents and children immediately distanced themselves from the man. Even the kindergarten teachers cast him peculiar glances. Yumechi hesitated before stepping forward. "Chi-Chi's dad. I believe some matters are better left unknown to children. It's not that I think your preferences are wrong, but such things might affect their understanding." Chi-Chi's father was on the verge of despair. "I did not eat poop. I had durian that day." "It was durian." "Durians?" The crowd exhaled in relief, realizing the misunderstanding. After all, who could possibly eat poop? "Chi-Chi, you lost. Your daddy cannot eat poop." "My daddy is the best," Yaya declared, holding her head high with pride. Chi-Chi, slightly irritated, insisted, "My daddy can. He eats it. My daddy is the greatest." The surrounding spectators found the situation both amusing and exasperating. There were better ways to boast about one's father. "If Chi-Chi is telling the truth, let your daddy demonstrate how he can eat poop," Yaya challenged defiantly. Noticing Chi-Chi's father's expression darkening, Wang Chu quickly called out, "Yaya, daddy is here to pick you up." Upon seeing her father, Yaya's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, he had not deceived her. He had come to take her home. She hurriedly dashed a few steps, leaping into Wang Chu's embrace like a little sprite. "Teacher Yu, was Yaya well behaved at kindergarten today?" Wang Chu inquired with a smile as Yumechi approached. "Father, I was very good," Yaya exclaimed enthusiastically. Wang Chu playfully pinched her nose, remarking, "Whether you were good or not is not solely for you to declare. I must hear what your teacher has to say." Yumechi nodded affirmatively. Yaya performed admirably today, although she was a bit picky with her food. At this, Yaya buried her head in Wang Chu's shoulder, feeling a wave of embarrassment. "Picky?" Wang Chu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Yaya refused to eat her vegetables and gave them all away at lunch. Yumechi stated earnestly, "At this stage, it is essential for children to maintain a balanced diet for healthy growth." "Thank you, Teacher Yu," Wang Chu acknowledged with a serious nod. "I will certainly educate Yaya on this matter when we return home." Concerned that Wang Chu might be too stern with Yaya, Yumechi quickly added, "Of course. Yaya's overall behavior today was quite commendable." "Yaya, what events transpired at kindergarten today? Did anything joyful occur that you wish to share with your father?" On their way home, Wang Chu noticed Yaya appearing somewhat glum and could not resist asking, "Father, are you not angry with Yaya?" Yaya looked at Wang Chu. Her eyes filled with uncertainty and apprehension. Wang Chu paused in surprise. "Why would I be angry with you?" But, Yaya was picky today." It seemed Yaya was aware that being picky was not appropriate. A smile broke across Wang Chu's face. Since Yaya recognized this, he had no intention of reprimanding her. Furthermore, he had always perceived her as a remarkably understanding child. He never anticipated that she, too, would dislike eating vegetables. Since Yaya acknowledged her fault, why would he harbor any anger? Wang Chu chuckled softly. "I am rather curious. Are you and Chi-Chi good friends?" "We are not friends at all." Upon mentioning Chi-Chi, Yaya instantly perked up. "Today, she tried to snatch toys from me, and during playtime, she even took my little red flower." Wang Chu raised his brow, pondering their strained relationship. Could it be that all that transpired outside the kindergarten this evening was not merely coincidental? Perhaps Yaya had orchestrated it? Ahem. Yaya, tell me honestly. Did you deliberately argue with Chi-Chi tonight? Yaya, feeling shy, covered her face and fell silent. Oh. Wang Chu inhaled sharply. He had always believed Yaya to be a little angel, But to his astonishment, beneath that angelic exterior resided a mischievous little devil. He recalled Yun Qingyao's words from yesterday. Ye harbored a playful little demon within her heart. Indeed, no one knows a daughter better than her mother. Throughout the journey, Ye chattered incessantly like a little sparrow. Wang Chu listened attentively, frequently responding in agreement, which brought immense joy to Ye. Father, what shall we have for dinner tonight? A look of excitement illuminated Ye's face. Shall we go for barbecue? While barbecue was an option, I had already envisioned preparing a lavish feast for Ye. A grand feast for me. Ye's face instantly brightened with anticipation. Father, what will you prepare for me? You will find out when it's time to eat. Wang Chu replied mysteriously. Upon returning home, Wang Chu was astonished to discover that old Master Yin had returned. Great-grandfather! Ye exclaimed joyfully as she rushed towards him. Ye, have you missed great-grandfather these past few days? Old Master Yin scooped Ye up, playfully tickling her with his beard. Of course I have. I even thought about great-grandfather so much that I couldn't eat. Wang Chu couldn't help but smirk. Ye's words were as sweet as honey. Whose genes did she inherit? After all, Yun Qingyao had never uttered any heart-fluttering words to him. Nevertheless, old Master Yun appeared to be in excellent health. Grandfather Yun. Wang Chu approached to greet him, pondering how to explain his situation with Yun Qingyao. To his surprise, old Master Yun revealed that he was already aware of everything. Wang Chu, I know about you and Yao Yao. Let bygones be bygones. Treat her well in the future. Understood? Wang Chu felt a wave of relief wash over him. I will. Please rest assured, grandfather. Old Master Yin nodded slowly. Then I shall await your actions. Oh, by the way, after you drop Ye off at school tomorrow, come with me to a certain place. Wang Chu, intrigued, inquired where to. You will find out then. This phrase sounded remarkably familiar. Chapter 46. Cherishing food during dinner. Wang Chu instructed the kitchen to prepare meals solely for old Master Yun and the others, while he personally took charge of preparing Ye's meal. Although Wang Chu had never formally learned to cook, his years abroad had rendered him unaccustomed to the foreign fare of hamburgers and roasted chicken. Thus, he had honed a commendable culinary skill over those 4 years. Ye sat eagerly at the dining table, already daydreaming about the delicious dishes her father would create. Would it be crayfish or spicy chicken? Oil-braised prawns and saltwater chicken would also be delightful. As her thoughts wandered, her mouth began to water, and her stomach grumbled impatiently. At last, when Ye could hardly contain her excitement, Wang Chu wheeled out a cart laden with several dishes. The first dish was garlic broccoli. Despite its vibrant color and the enticing aroma of garlic wafting through the air, it was, after all, a green vegetable. Ye's expression fell instantly. The second dish was stir-fried lettuce. Similar to the garlic broccoli, it was visually appealing, yet another green vegetable she loathed. The third dish was sweet and sour cabbage, followed by the fourth, stir-fried asparagus, and fifth, hand-torn cabbage. When the last dish of cold cucumber salad was served at the table, Ye's little face fell completely. She craned her neck to glance at the cart behind Wang Chu. Daddy, is this all there is? Why is it all vegetables? I want to eat meat. Wang Chu gently patted Ye's head and said, We have 8 dishes for just the 2 of us. Isn't that enough? But they're all vegetables. Ye pouted. What's wrong? Don't you like vegetables? Wang Chu countered. Yet, Ye knew that being picky was not right. At Wang Chu's question, a hint of bashfulness crossed her face. Wang Chu sat beside her and softly remarked, These dishes were carefully prepared for you. Ye, don't you like them? After a moment's hesitation, Ye closed her eyes and declared, I do. Then why are your eyes closed? Mama said you shouldn't lie with your eyes open. Wang Chu felt a bit of a headache. I'll just step out to the restroom, and then we can eat together, all right? However, once Wang Chu left, Ye's eyes darted, and she dragged the trash bin over, emptying all the vegetables in front of her into it, then moved the bin aside. When Wang Chu returned, he found that the vegetables before Ye had mysteriously vanished. While she chewed on a stalk of oil wheat, Daddy, your cooking is so delicious that I couldn't help but eat it all, Ye said proudly. Look how clean I ate. Wang Chu raised an eyebrow at the 3 empty plates in front of her. Had she really consumed 3 plates of vegetables in just the time he spent in the restroom? Ye, did you really eat everything? Wang Chu inquired. Ye felt a pang of guilt, but nodded. I really did eat it all. Wang Chu sighed and approached the trash bin. where he discovered the 3 plates of vegetables Yeya had discarded. He brought the bin to her side, fixing her with a stern gaze. Yeya lowered her head, her heart racing with fear at the thought of her father's reprimand. Yet, the scolding did not come. Nervously, she watched as Wang Chu dumped the discarded vegetables onto a plate and began to eat heartily. Alarmed, Yeya rushed to her father's side. "Daddy, those vegetables are dirty now. You can't eat them. Please don't eat." Wang Chu ignored her, continuing to eat. He understood that Yeya did not yet grasp the value of food. Her thoughts were consumed by likes and dislikes. Thus, he felt it imperative to lead by example and teach her the importance of cherishing food. As she witnessed her father disregarding her protests and eating the vegetables retrieved from the trash, a wave of anxiety and regret washed over Yeya. For the first time in her young life, she felt such complex emotions. With a sudden cry, she burst into tears. "Daddy, please stop eating. It was my mistake. I shouldn't have thrown away the food. Please don't eat it, all right?" Her sobs attracted the attention of old Master Yun, who stood at the stairway, silently observing the scene unfold. Wang Chu paused, gazing at Yeya with earnestness. "Yeya, every bowl of rice and every vegetable we consume is the result of countless sweat and toil from our farmers. Each grain and morsel is a reminder of its hard-earned nature. I understand your reluctance towards greens, yet what troubles me is twofold. First, your wastefulness of food, and second, your deceit towards your father. This behavior serves as a lesson for you not to squander sustenance. Do you comprehend?" Yeya nodded. "I understand, father. I will no longer waste food." A smile finally graced Wang Chu's face. "Very well, let us eat." Yeya wiped her eyes and began to eat the vegetables heartily. In her small demeanor, there was a hint of appeasement that tugged at Wang Chu's heart. He recognized that for Yeya, the concept of cherishing food was still somewhat elusive. However, as her father, he felt it was imperative to instill within her the awareness of valuing sustenance. Reflecting on the wisdom of the ancients, he mused, prosperity arises from diligence and frugality, while downfall stems from extravagance. Yet, Yeya's attempts to please him also caused Wang Chu considerable distress. He understood that his absence in the paternal role over the past 3 years had fostered a sense of insecurity within her. Gently stroking Yeya's head, he murmured, "Yeya, I am sorry." After dinner, Wang Chu engaged in numerous parent-child games with Yeya, eliciting bursts of laughter from her. They played games and shared stories until past 9, at which point Yeya began to feel drowsy. Wang Chu bathed her and then carried her to bed. Upon returning to Yun Qingyao's bedroom, he inhaled deeply, the air still redolent with her essence, as if she were still by his side. He never anticipated marrying so swiftly, and to a wife who was a celebrated star. Retrieving their marriage certificate from the drawer, he beheld their names, and a foolish grin crept upon his lips. Had his friends known, they would have undoubtedly been envious. Life is indeed replete with unexpected surprises. Chapter 47. The Great Crisis. I wonder what Qingyao is doing now. Does she think of me? Wang Chu chuckled softly, retrieving his phone and searching for Yun Qingyao's name. Yet, after a moment of hesitation, he dismissed the idea of reaching out to her. What if she were still on set? What if she was surrounded by others? What if their relationship were exposed? Although Yun Qingyao had expressed indifference regarding the public knowledge of their relationship, Wang Chu felt that as her husband, he ought to safeguard her dreams. Thus, it would be best not to disturb Qingyao for now and to focus on Yeya's matters instead. Wang Chu sighed softly. He had always believed Yeya to be a sensible child, one not requiring much concern. However, it now appeared that he possessed little knowledge of child rearing. After all, how much understanding could a 3-year-old truly have, no matter how sensible they seemed? Through the events of this evening, Wang Chu truly grasped why Yun Qingyao wished for him to accompany Yeya in her growth. It is a continuous and meticulous endeavor to instill in a child the correct perspective on life and values. However, it is precisely for this reason that I, as a father, find my existence to be meaningful, Wang Chu murmured to himself. At that moment, Yun Qingyao had just finished her bath and lay comfortably on the hotel bed, indulging in her smartphone. Had there been anyone else present? They would have undoubtedly seen the scene of Wang Chu being interviewed on the screen. He performed quite well. Who would have thought he would be so photogenic? Humph. That host named Mao Xiaoyan's eyes were sparkling, She must have taken a liking to my husband. Wow, Wang Chu is truly impressive. He lives up to being my husband. As she watched the video, memories of Wang Chu showcasing his muscular physique on the beach yesterday flushed Yan Qingyao's cheeks with warmth. No, I mustn't dwell on such thoughts. She tossed her phone aside, burying herself under the covers, but soon reached for her phone again. Humph, that annoying Wang Chu. Now he's my husband. Yet he hasn't sent me a message. Are all men like this? Once they have it, they no longer cherish it. Observing that Wang Chu had not sent her any messages, a hint of annoyance crossed Yan Qingyao's face. Am I supposed to wait for him to message me first? This is utterly ridiculous. With gritted teeth, Yan Qingyao declared, "You have 3 more minutes. If you don't contact me within that time, I shall ignore you. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Soon, the 3 minutes would pass, yet Yan Qingyao's phone remained silent, clearly indicating that Wang Chu had not received the unvoiced message from thousands of miles away. Suddenly, her phone rang. A video invitation had arrived. Humph, you finally show some awareness. I might reluctantly forgive you. However, upon seeing who initiated the video call, Yan Qingyao's expression shifted to one of alarm. It was a video from her second brother? Wasn't he undergoing close training? Why was he sending me a video? Could it be that he knows about my relationship with Wang Chu? Although the likelihood was slim, Yan Qingyao could not help but feel anxious. Taking a deep breath, she answered the video call. Second brother, why aren't you resting at this late hour? Did your training conclude? On the other end of the video, a robust man in his late 20s, dressed in military uniform with a buzz cut, revealed a bright smile. Yao Yao, I just finished training. They granted me a week's leave, and I was preparing to head home. Yan Qingyao felt a wave of relief. Of course, her second brother, who had been in the military, would not know about her situation. But I want to visit my little niece in Haiqing before heading home. Her second brother chuckled. It's been over 6 months since I last saw that little one. I wonder if she has forgotten her second uncle. What? Yan Qingyao was taken aback. Second brother, you're going to Haiqing? But I'm not in Haiqing. I understand. You are a superstar. Surely you are quite busy. Second brother remarked with a smile. I merely intend to check on Yaya. I am familiar with the route, so there is no need to worry about me getting lost. A faint smile of concern flickered across Yan Qingyao's face, as she was apprehensive about a potential encounter between second brother and Wang Chu. Although the circumstances from years past could be deemed justifiable, her 3 brothers harbored lingering discontent towards Wang Chu. After all, their cherished sister had become pregnant with his child, and he remained blissfully unaware of it. This was a reality they simply could not accept. Thus, her brothers showered Yan Qingyao with even greater affection, extending the same regard to Yaya as if she were their own. Now, should second brother cross paths with Wang Chu, Yan Qingyao could not guarantee that he would refrain from inflicting harm upon him. Having absent-mindedly ended the video call with second brother, Yan Qingyao felt an overwhelming urge to share this news with Wang Chu. Yet, she quickly dismissed the thought. Wang Chu had not provided her with any updates throughout the day. Such behavior was utterly intolerable. Perhaps it would not be amiss for second brother to teach him a lesson. Yan Qingyao blinked, reasoning that Wang Chu was quite capable himself. The image of him dispatching 20 ruffians just yesterday vividly played in her mind. Yes, if you reach out to me today, I shall divulge second brother's past actions. However, should you remain silent, I shall disregard you. My stunning presence as your spouse is neglected, and you exhibit no concern. Just as she set her phone down, a wave of worry washed over Yan Qingyao. Second brother was a formidable member of the special forces. If he were to become genuinely enraged, his actions could be perilous. What would happen if he inadvertently harmed Wang Chu? Yet, surely second brother would exercise restraint and not resort to lethal force? But his temper was notoriously volatile. No, I have just married. I cannot allow myself to become a widow so soon, as it would be inauspicious. Taking a deep breath, Yan Qingyao dialed Wang Chu's number once more. In that fleeting moment, she felt defeated. However, the sweet voice of the system rang out from her phone. We apologize. The number you have dialed is currently turned off. Turned off? Yan Qingyao was incensed. After all her deliberation, Wang Chu had the audacity to power down his phone? Never mind. Let whatever happen, happen. In a fit of anger, she tossed her phone aside and turned to bury herself in her pillow. Meanwhile, Wang Chu remained blissfully unaware that his greatest crisis was silently approaching. Chapter 48. A Collision of Worlds. Why is my phone turned off? Upon awakening, Wang Chu discovered that his phone had automatically powered down due to a depleted battery. He paid it no mind and plugged it in before heading to wash up. After freshening up, he rubbed his hands together, eager for today's free lottery draw to commence. System, initiate the free lottery. Ding. The system lottery is in progress. Congratulations. You have received the chef's legacy. From now on, you can prepare delicious meals and bento boxes for Yeye every day. Wang Chu's lips twitched. Indeed. This was the most formidable daddy system. Even the skill description was tailored for Yeye's benefit. Nevertheless, this is quite pleasant. By preparing meals for Yeye myself, I can assist her in overcoming her picky eating habits. The heartfelt bento from her father is officially commencing today. Wang Chu stepped out of the bedroom with unwavering confidence. Good morning, Uncle Wang. You're up quite early. Aunt Wang greeted him with a smile upon seeing Wang Chu. Wang Chu expressed his surprise. Aunt Wang, you're also up early. I usually rise at 5. Age has rendered sleep elusive. Aunt Wang replied. Wang Chu quickly added, not at all. If it weren't for Qin Yao suggesting I address you as Aunt Wang, I would have thought to call you Sister Wang. You appear to be only a few years my senior. Aunt Wang chuckled, appreciating his flattery. No wonder Miss so adores you. Aunt Wang, you needn't worry about me. I shall head to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for Yeye and also get her bento ready for today. Isn't the kindergarten supposed to provide meals? The food at kindergarten may not suit Yeye's palate. I've decided to prepare a heartfelt bento for her daily. Wang Chu declared with a smile. A look of contentment graced Aunt Wang's face. You truly care for Yeye? Of course, she is my daughter. A hint of affection illuminated Wang Chu's countenance. Upon entering the kitchen, he first opened the refrigerator to assess the available ingredients, discovering a fair amount still remaining. I shall make crystal dumplings, followed by shrimp and tofu soup, and some colorful beef strips. After all, children require quality protein. With the menu set in his mind, Wang Chu commenced his culinary endeavor. With the legacy of a culinary master, he skillfully handled the ingredients. Even the sound of chopping vegetables resonated with rhythm and harmony, offering a soothing auditory experience. In no time, the translucent, pearly crystal dumplings were ready. After placing them in the steamer, he began preparing the shrimp and tofu soup. Fresh sea shrimp were cleaned, deftly deveined, and shelled, then cut into uniform pieces and seasoned with sauce. Next, he proceeded to slice the tofu to create a delectable shrimp and tofu soup. Selecting silken tofu was imperative. Wang Chu opted for the intricate technique of Wensi tofu, slicing a block of tofu into 150 delicate cuts, resembling fine strands, which, when placed in water, blossomed like a fresh flower. This method would ensure that the shrimp essence enveloped each piece of tofu, undoubtedly winning Yeo's heart. The colorful beef strips, however, were far simpler to prepare. First, the marinated beef was stir-fried until thoroughly cooked, then drained. Next, a medley of vibrant peppers and other vegetables were sautéed until just tender, after which the beef and an array of seasonings were added, allowing them to be tossed together. Before long, the colorful beef strips were complete, with the vibrant pepper shreds mingling with the beef, creating a delightful aroma that was both meaty and fragrant, resembling a vivid tapestry of colors. For a full half hour, Wang Chu diligently prepared an array of dishes. The delicate, juicy crystal dumplings, the fragrant shrimp and tofu soup, and the vibrant, colorful beef stir-fry. Wang Chu felt quite pleased with his culinary skills as he presented the lovingly crafted breakfast at the dining table, carefully covering it with a warming lid. Time was of the essence. It was time to rouse the little lazy cat from her slumber. With a smile, Wang Chu made his way toward Yu's room. Yu, it's time to rise. The sun is shining on your bottom. He gently kissed her cherubic face and whispered in her ear. Yu, rubbing her sleepy eyes, caught sight of Wang Chu's face and beamed. Daddy, can I sleep just a little longer? No, it's already 6:30. You must wake up, wash up, and prepare for kindergarten. Yu pouted her tiny lips. But today, Daddy has prepared a special bento for you. One that will surely make many of your friends envious. If you don't get up upon hearing this, Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. I'll get up. Daddy, Help me wash my face. Wang Chu chuckled, knowing full well that Yu usually took care of her own washing. Yet, at this moment, it was clear she was seeking a bit of indulgence. All right, Daddy will help you wash your face. How does that sound? Just then, the villa's front door swung open, revealing a weary, crew-cut man lugging a bag as he entered. After a whole night on the train, I'm starving. What is that delightful aroma? The man sniffed the air and immediately spotted the warming lid on the dining table. Without hesitation, he lifted the lid and beheld the crystal dumplings, shrimp and tofu soup, and colorful beef stir-fry. Ha! My dear sister knows I would be both tired and hungry upon my return, so she prepared this wonderful breakfast. The man wasted no time, plopping down into a chair without washing his hands, and eagerly grasped the crystal dumpling to devour. Ah, this is heavenly, he exclaimed, closing his eyes in bliss. The rich broth was aromatic and perfectly seasoned, and the dumpling, though thin-skinned, was remarkably resilient. I've never tasted such exquisite crystal dumplings. I wonder where my sister found the chef. I'm so envious. Let me try this tofu soup. Wow, it's absolutely delightful. The beef stir-fry is also quite commendable, cooked to perfection. At that moment, Aunt Wang noticed the crew-cut man and paused in surprise. Second young master, when did you arrive? Just now. He chuckled. Aunt Wang, my sister's chef is quite skilled. Knowing I would come home early, she made such delicious treats. Chef, prepared for you? Aunt Wang's expression shifted to one of astonishment as she glanced at the nearly empty plates before him, sensing that events were spiraling beyond control. What a pity. There could have been more. Just a bit more would have been perfect. The man smacked his lips. Yao Yao should know my appetite. Second young master, please enjoy your meal. I must attend to some matters upstairs. Aunt Wang hurriedly ascended the staircase, realizing she needed to inform her son-in-law promptly. Otherwise, chaos was sure to ensue. Chapter 49. Anger. Before Aunt Wang could reach Ye's room, Wang Chu had already opened the door and spotted her. A look of great joy illuminated Wang Chu's face. Aunt Wang, you arrived just in time. Please assist me in styling Ye's hair. I find myself utterly incapable. Although Ye's face was freshly washed, her hair resembled a chaotic bird's nest after a nap, leaving Wang Chu in distress. He wished to help her, but felt as helpless as a dog trying to bite a hedgehog. My dear nephew, I have something important to discuss with you, Aunt Wang began. But Wang Chu interrupted her. Aunt Wang, styling Ye's hair is the most pressing matter at hand. Time is of the essence. Please attend to her hair while I prepare her lunch. With that, Wang Chu hurriedly dashed downstairs. Aunt Wang was taken aback. Why was her nephew in such a rush? Could he not wait to hear her out? He was a good person, but she hoped the second young master would be a tad gentler. Who are you? Who are you? As Wang Chu descended the stairs, he unexpectedly collided with a crew-cut man, both momentarily stunned and asking in unison. Wang Chu furrowed his brow. How could this individual audaciously appear in Yun Qingyao's villa? However, upon noticing the military uniform adorned by the man, Wang Chu recalled Yun Qingyao's words. Wasn't her second brother serving in the army? Could this man be Yun Qingyao's second brother? I'm asking you, who are you, and why are you in my sister's villa? The crew-cut man's eyes flashed with a fierce glint as he stepped forward. I ask you again, are you mute? Wang Chu's brow knitted tighter. This must be the second uncle that Yao Yao spoke of, but his demeanor was rather unpleasant. May I inquire if you are Yao Yao's second brother? Wang Chu asked. The crew-cut man's eyes narrowed. Yao Yao? Who are you? I am Yao Yao's husband, Wang Chu replied calmly. My name is Wang Chu. The crew-cut man's eyes squinted. This Wang Chu was Yao Yao's husband? What a joke. Yao Yao had never shown kindness to any man over the years. Moreover, who was this Wang Chu? Suddenly, the crew-cut man seemed to recall something, and his gaze sharpened. What is your relationship with Yaya? I am Yaya's biological father. No wonder the crew-cut man sighed in relief. This fellow was the boy who had been involved with Qingyao 4 years prior. So you are Wang Chu. I envisioned many scenarios, but I never anticipated encountering you in this context. Without warning, the crew-cut man swayed, swiftly appearing before Wang Chu and throwing a punch towards his face. The blow was both quick and fierce, one moment calm, and the next, a tempest unleashed. This second brother possessed quite the temper. Wang Chu let out a slight sigh, retreating his body. The punch missed, leaving the crew-cut man with a hint of surprise on his face. Even in the army, there were few capable of evading such a strike. Though I may not have exerted my full strength, it is certainly not a feat that an ordinary person could evade. I inquired of my second uncle, "What are you up to? Is there no matter we can discuss calmly?" Wang Chu expressed his exasperation. Yuan urged snorted, "Discuss calmly? There is nothing to say to a scoundrel like you. Prepare to face my fists." With that, he charged at Wang Chu once more. Possessing extraordinary martial arts skills, Wang Chu was able to swiftly analyze his uncle's attack trajectory in the blink of an eye, allowing him to evade each of Yuan urged strikes. If dodging once could be attributed to mere chance, the subsequent series of evasions could not possibly be coincidental. Could it be that Wang Chu is a concealed master? A flicker of seriousness crossed Yuan Urge's eyes. The sudden emergence of Wang Chu instilled a sense of unease in him. This level of skill was certainly not possessed by an ordinary individual. Who is Wang Chu, and why has he reappeared beside Qing Yao after 4 years? What is his true intention? Who exactly are you? Yuan Urge took a deep breath. What is your purpose in approaching Qing Yao? Wang Chu raised an eyebrow, displeased by his uncle's line of questioning, as if he were coveting something from Yun Qing Yao. I am with Qing Yao because I care for her. Huh. Such words may deceive Qing Yao, but do you think you can fool me? Dream on. Yuan Urge inhaled deeply, shaking his wrist. If you do not truthfully disclose your intentions, I shall not hold back. You did not truly believe I exerted my full strength earlier, did you? A flicker of anger ignited within Wang Chu. Though this man was Qing Yao's second brother, it was unreasonable to resort to violence without cause. Had he been an ordinary person without the benefit of extraordinary martial arts, he would have likely sustained injuries. It seemed that the second brother favored resolving matters with his fists. Wang Chu replied indifferently, "What a coincidence. I too prefer resolving issues with my fists. After all, only through such means can one engage a fool in earnest conversation." Yuan Urge's expression darkened. "Are you calling me a fool? I never said that. I merely asserted that your behavior resembles that of a fool." Yuan Urge laughed in exasperation. "Well then. It has been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. Perhaps the individuals you have encountered possess better decorum." Wang Chu chuckled lightly. "Unfortunately, my decorum does not extend to calmly conversing with fools. Wang Chu, you have successfully enraged me." Yuan Urge inhaled deeply. "You will come to understand the wrath of a warrior." Wang Chu replied coolly, "Equally, I shall show you what the fury of a devoted father entails." "You consumed the breakfast on the table, did you not?" "Indeed, I did." "So what? That was prepared for Yaya, and besides Qing Yao, no one else has the right to partake. Thus, since you have eaten my food, I shall ensure you regurgitate it." Yuan Urge laughed heartily. "Very well. I am eager to see how you plan to make me do that." Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from the upstairs. "Get out and fight. I don't want to see either of you until a victor is declared." Old Master Yin pointed towards the door and commanded. Chapter 50. A single punch outside. On the expansive lawn, Wang Chu and his second uncle, Yun Qingyi, stood facing each other. Wang Chu could distinctly feel an overwhelming pressure emanating from his uncle, a sensation far beyond what the local ruffians could ever impart. Ding. A random task has been issued by the system. Thoroughly defeat Yun Qingyi, earn his acknowledgement, and protect your honor as a devoted father. Reward: a random skill and 100 joy points. Wang Chu was momentarily taken aback. A task had been assigned? He was to defeat his uncle? Clearly, even the system could not tolerate Yun Qingyi's disdainful demeanor. Moreover, the rewards offered by the system were extraordinarily enticing. Wang Chu's joy points barely totaled 300, yet this task promised a one-time addition of 100. My sincerest apologies, dear uncle, but for the sake of joy points, I must unleash my full might. At that moment, Yun Qingyi appeared to Wang Chu as nothing less than a walking embodiment of joy points. A shiver ran down Yun Qingyi's spine as he sensed the sudden, ravenous gleam in Wang Chu's eyes, reminiscent of a ferocious dog spotting a meat bun. "Are you prepared?" Yun Qingyi shook off the odd sensation and spoke to Wang Chu in a low voice. "If you leave the villa immediately, I might let it slide, considering Yao Yao's sake. However, your words are truly excessive." Wang Chu chuckled lightly. "Do you genuinely believe victory is assured? Do you not realize that it will take but a single punch to deal with you?" What? Yun Qingyi was momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to comprehend Wang Chu's words. Do you think you're some sort of one-punch hero? Do you doubt me? Wang Chu replied nonchalantly. If I cannot defeat you, how can I possibly have the confidence to protect Qingyu? Therefore, should I fail to overpower you with a single punch, I shall concede. What say you? Yun Qingyi was infuriated. Did this fool not grasp the gravity of the situation? He should be the one in a position of superiority, not Wang Chu. How had he been relegated to the role of a mere challenger? What was this condescending tone directed at him? What did Wang Chu take him for? Of course, if you lack the confidence to endure this punch, I advise you to adopt a more amiable attitude towards me. For Yao Yao's sake, I shall extend you the respect you deserve. Wang Chu continued to taunt, observing Yun Qingyi's ashen face. Very well. I shall see just how powerful this punch of yours truly is. Yun Qingyi inhaled deeply, speaking slowly. He felt like an enraged lion, insulted as a special forces king. This affront demanded retribution directly from Wang Chu. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense and uneasy, both men resembling dormant volcanoes on the brink of eruption, uncertain of what was about to transpire. Suddenly, Wang Chu let out a fierce roar, exerting force beneath his feet as he charged forward with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Yun Qingyi. His fist struck like thunder, swift as the wind. With this blow, Wang Chu did not exert his full strength, yet he unleashed 80% of his power. What a formidable punch! Yun Qingyi's eyes narrowed, possessing considerable strength himself. He was well aware of the might behind Wang Chu's strike. However, two paths lay before him. The first was to evade with agility, offering him at least an 80% chance to dodge the incoming attack. The second was to confront the force head-on, retaliating with his own fist. While the first option was undoubtedly the wiser choice, avoiding the sharp edge and attacking when least expected, yielding would signify defeat. As a king of special forces, how could Yun Qingyi concede to someone he found utterly irksome? Thus, no matter the cost, he resolved to counter Wang Chu with his own fist. This was precisely what Wang Chu had anticipated. Although Wang Chu possessed exceptional combat skills, he remained uncertain of Yun Qingyi's true strength. Nevertheless, as a warrior of elite special forces, he was surely not to be trifled with. Therefore, in pursuit of victory, Wang Chu resorted to verbal provocation, aiming to incite Yun Qingyi's ire and compel him to meet force with force. After all, bolstered by the effects of a potent enhancement pill, Wang Chu's physical power surpassed 1 ton, far exceeding the limits of humanity. With a resounding thud, their fists collided mid-air. The immense forces rebounded violently, impacting both combatants. Yet, Wang Chu's strength proved overwhelming. With a sharp crack, Yun Qingyi's arm dislocated under the sheer force of the recoil. The pain was excruciating, piercing to the core. Witnessing Yun Qingyi half-kneeling on the ground, his arm dangling limply, sweat beads forming on his forehead, Wang Chu felt a pang of anxiety. He truly had not anticipated such dire consequences. If Qingyao were to discover that he had incapacitated her second brother, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have defeated Yun Qingyi, earning his recognition. You have received a system reward of 100 points of pleasure and a random skill, a set of traditional Chinese bone-setting techniques. Bone-setting techniques? A look of delight spread across Wang Chu's face. The system was indeed considerate, providing such a timely reward. Meanwhile, Yun Qingyi was acutely aware of his dislocated arm. The force of the recoil had misaligned his joint. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to reposition his arm using his left hand. However, at that moment, Wang Chu crouched beside him. Are you here to mock me? Yun Qingyi scoffed coldly. Wang Chu offered a sheepish smile. Second uncle, what are you saying? Am I that kind of person? I'm merely here to see if there's any way I can assist. I know a bit about bone setting, and it seems you've dislocated your arm. I can. There's no need. Yun Qingyi interjected firmly. I can manage on my own. Oh, but from what I observe, your right arm's joint is severely misaligned. Attempting to realign it with your left hand would be quite challenging. If it cannot be corrected in one attempt, it may seriously damage the surrounding soft tissues. Yun Qingyi's brow furrowed tightly. He was acutely aware of his injuries and recognized the truth in Wang Chu's words. However, having already been defeated by Wang Chu, he found it intolerable to have him treat him. Second uncle, We are the closest to Qing Yao. There's no need for this awkwardness. Allow me to assist you as a way to apologize for earlier. What do you say?" As Wang Chu's tone softened, Yun Qingyi's expression also became more composed. "Remember, this is your decision to accept my help, not a request from me." Wang Chu chuckled. "Indeed, it is I who voluntarily offers to assist my second uncle." With that, Wang Chu gently grasped Yun Qingyi's dislocated arm, applying a swift pull and shake. With a sharp crack, the previously dislocated arm was miraculously restored in an instant. "Is that it? So simple?" Yun Qingyi moved his arm and, finding no discomfort, revealed a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Chapter 51, Double Standards Ding. "You have gained 10 points of Yun Qingyi's happiness." Wang Chu blinked. Did his second uncle harbor feelings for him? Though Yun Qingyi's arm had been healed, the atmosphere now felt somewhat awkward. After all, Yun Qingyi, a king of special forces, had failed to withstand even a single blow from Wang Chu. How could he face the soldiers he had reprimanded upon returning to the unit? The more humiliating thought was that he had intended to teach Wang Chu a lesson, only to find himself the fool. "Cough, second uncle. Shall we return and grab a bite to eat? This stiffness is rather unproductive." "Who is your second uncle?" Yun Qingyi still refused to acknowledge Wang Chu as his sister's husband. Wang Chu grinned. "Unless you sever your sibling ties with Qing Yao, you shall forever remain my second uncle. Are you truly my sister's husband?" Yun Qingyi clenched his teeth, still somewhat incredulous. "Legally and rightfully so, we are recognized as such." Wang Chu winked. "Would you like to see our marriage certificate?" Yun Qingyi felt as though he had been pierced by an arrow to the chest. How could it be that after 6 months of intensive training, he returned to find his sister already married? The most distressing part was realizing that he had missed all of this. "Second uncle, I know how much you care for Yao Yao. She has always told me that among her 3 brothers, the second is the most caring." Yun Qingyi's expression softened. "That is indeed true." Wang Chu spoke earnestly. "Second brother, I fully understand your feelings, but Yao Yao cannot remain your little girl forever, and you cannot grow up without a father. I know I have failed in my duties as a husband and father in the past, but now that I have this opportunity, I promise to cherish both of them. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to protect them, even if it costs me my life." Listening to Wang Chu's heartfelt words, Yun Qingyi couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, his sister had grown up, and she even had a daughter now. She could not remain their little shadow forever. Suddenly, Yun Qingyi struck Wang Chu's chest with considerable force. "Let me make this clear. Should you dare to bully my sister, I will not spare you," Yun Qingyi declared fiercely. "Even if I am not your match, I would not hesitate to take you down." Wang Chu's lips twitched as visions of a battle-hardened warrior returning home, only to find his beloved sister being mistreated, flooded his mind. A single call could summon 100,000 soldiers to Haicheng. This is a predicament I cannot afford to provoke. A shiver ran down Wang Chu's spine as he chuckled nervously. How could that be? Qing Yao is the most beautiful woman in my heart, the best wife. I shall never betray her in this lifetime. That is more like it. Yun Qingyi replied, still displeased. By the way, what did you eat to grow so strong? I have yet to encounter anyone in the army with such formidable strength. Regarding this matter, I believe you should check out my reports. Observing the 2 men, shoulder to shoulder, entering the villa, the elder Mr. Yun upstairs smiled with satisfaction. Men ought to be straightforward and decisive. After a fight, all issues can be resolved. Daddy, where have you been? Upon entering, Yaya rushed into Wang Chu's embrace, shaking her little head. Look, does my hairstyle, made by Grandma Wang, look pretty? Absolutely beautiful. My Yaya is the cutest. Wang Chu exclaimed as he lifted her up and playfully pinched her little nose. Yet, Yaya's face did not display overwhelming joy. She glanced at Wang Chu and said, But, Yaya wants Daddy to do my hair. Wang Chu patted her head and nodded. All right, Daddy will learn. Tomorrow, I will style your hair. How does that sound? Yaya happily nodded in agreement. Then let us eat first, so you can savor Daddy's culinary skills. Although the previous dish had been ruthlessly devoured by Yin Qingyi, Wang Chu had prepared plenty, with an abundance of crystal dumplings and shrimp tofu soup still in the kitchen. Just as he was about to carry Yaya to the dining table, Yin Qingyi could not help but cough. Did this father-daughter duo not realize there were others present? Witnessing Wang Chu's affectionate treatment of Yaya, Yin Qingyi felt a mix of comfort and jealousy. It was worth noting that, previously, Yaya had adored playing with him, her uncle. Yet now, he had been standing there for a full 5 minutes, and she hadn't even glanced his way. This left Yun Qingyi feeling rather hurt. "Uncle, are you really my uncle?" Hearing Yun Qingyi's cough, Yaya finally noticed that there was indeed someone standing beside her father, and upon a closer look, he seemed somewhat familiar. Yun Qingyi broke into a wide grin, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. "It's me, Yaya. Come here and let your uncle give you a hug." However, Yaya recoiled slightly, a hint of disdain in her gaze. "Uncle, you are too dirty. Yaya doesn't want your hug." Yun Qingyi was taken aback. "How am I dirty? Your face is all black. You definitely didn't wash it properly," Yaya asserted confidently. "Uncle doesn't maintain hygiene. Shame on you." Yun Qingyi was left both amused and exasperated. The darkness of his complexion was merely a result of intense training under the sun. However, it is evident that in Yaya's perception, a darkened face equates to neglecting personal hygiene, which in turn signifies dirtiness. "Yaya, you cannot speak of uncle like that." Although Wang Chu took pleasure in witnessing Yun Qingyi's misfortune, he felt compelled, as a father, to impart some wisdom to Yaya. "How could uncle possibly be unclean? Just look at me. Am I not similar to your uncle?" Yaya scrutinized Wang Chu with earnestness and then turned her gaze to Yun Qingyi. "My daddy is fair-skinned," she proclaimed proudly. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Wang Chu's face. "Well, Yaya, although your uncle has tanned, let's not go there." Yun Qingyi managed a smile that was more pained than sorrowful. "I see now that women are inherently creatures of double standards," he thought, feeling a pang of anguish. After all, he had finally seized a week of vacation, prepared a gift for Yaya, and now this was the outcome? "Uncle, don't be sad. I will lend you my facial cleanser later, and you will surely become fair again." Yaya comforted him, noticing his dismay. Yun Qingyi was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a wry smile. What was happening to him? Why was he vying for favor with Yaya's biological father? He was merely her uncle. "Well, I must thank you, Yaya. However, I have brought you a gift." With that, Yun Qingyi rummaged through his backpack to reveal a box. Upon opening it, a jade pendant in the shape of a wolf's head emerged. "What is this?" Wang Chu exclaimed, astonished by the wolf-headed pendant. Although he lacked expertise in jade, he could discern that the color and texture of this piece were truly exceptional. "This is a jade talisman I discovered among the Changyan tribe. Their totem is the wolf. I was captivated the moment I laid eyes on it," Yun Qingyi said, his face adorned with a gentle smile. "I wanted to gift it to Yaya, wishing her a joyful growth." Wang Chu's expression softened with gratitude. "Thank you so much." "Second brother, this must be quite valuable." "Not really, it was a secluded tribe, and I exchanged 3 packs of compressed meat pies for it." Yun Qingyi flashed a bright smile, downplaying the matter. What he did not share with Wang Chu was that he had only 3 packs of compressed meat pies left, which had constituted his sustenance during a week of outdoor training. To acquire this pendant, he had to survive on wild vegetables for an entire week. "Thank you, uncle." Yaya was enchanted by the crystal-clear wolf-headed pendant. Once Yun Qingyi adorned her with it, a joyful smile illuminated her darkened face. "Are we done?" At that moment, Old Master Yun descended the stairs, casting a casual glance at Wang Chu and Yun Qingyi. Both men felt a twinge of awkwardness. One was a grandson-in-law, the other a grandson, and they had engaged in a brawl upon their first meeting, right before Old Master Yun. "Well, I suppose I didn't see you before you started fighting," Old Master Yun remarked irritably. "Who won?" Wang Chu pondered for a moment before replying, "I did not lose." "Then that means you lost?" Old Master Yun glanced at Yun Qingyi, exclaiming, "What a talent! The esteemed king of special forces has actually lost? What a disgrace!" Yun Qingyi's face flushed, but fortunately, his complexion was dark enough to conceal his embarrassment. "Let us dine first, Wang Chu. After the meal, you shall accompany me." "Certainly, grandfather." Wang Chu nodded. After their meal, Wang Chu intended to first take Yaya to kindergarten, but Yun Qingyi insisted on escorting her alone, expressing a desire for Wang Chu to fulfill this small wish of his. It seemed that his long journey had been accompanied by a heartfelt gift for Yaya, and this request was not unreasonable. However, Wang Chu was well aware that his second uncle merely sought to divert him, to privately inquire of Yaya regarding matters concerning himself. "Daddy, you must come to pick me up tonight." Before parting, Ye's reluctant demeanor nearly melted Wang Chu's heart. Half an hour later, Wang Chu and Old Master Yin set off in a car. Wang Chu, if my memory serves me correctly, you majored in management at university, did you not? Wang Chu nodded, indeed. Perfect. I currently have a project I would like you to oversee. Old Master Yin chuckled. This project is a collaboration between our Muyun Pharmaceutical Group and Haiqing. Do you have the confidence to undertake it? Listening to Old Master Yun's words, Wang Chu's expression grew increasingly serious. Grandfather, may I inquire what sort of project this is? It is the construction of a martyr's cemetery. A hint of nostalgia graced Old Master Yun's face. Wang Chu was puzzled. Why would a pharmaceutical group construct a martyr's cemetery in Haiqing? Had there been some significant battle in the past? However, as a native of Haiqing, he had never heard of such events. After a thorough discussion, Wang Chu finally understood. This location had once been a battlefield where Old Master Yun fought, where a valiant suicide squad suffered near total annihilation, holding back tens of thousands of enemy troops and buying precious time for the main force's retreat. As time passed, this chapter of history had gradually faded from memory. Wang Chu was astonished to learn that Old Master Yun had once been a soldier on the battlefield in his youth. Instantly, he felt a profound respect for Old Master Yun. Grandfather, rest assured, I will complete this task. Old Master Yun patted Wang Chu's shoulder, saying, this project is not only a wish of mine from years past, but is also closely tied to Haiqing's future. Thus, I can only entrust this responsibility to you. Thank you for your trust, grandfather. In less than half an hour, Old Master Yun brought Wang Chu to the government hall. The secretary of Haiqing was already waiting for Old Master Yun. Old Master, it is a pleasure to see you again. Your complexion is rosy. You appear as vibrant as ever. Secretary's son, you are too kind. I am just an old man, hardly comparable to the youth among you. Old Master Yun chuckled lightly. Wang Chu, this is Secretary's son, the head of the Secretary's office in Haiqing. Hello, Secretary's son. Wang Chu gazed at the middle-aged man before him, who appeared to be in his 40s, and nodded in acknowledgement. This is my granddaughter's husband, also a native of Haiqing, Wang Chu. It turned out he was indeed the esteemed son-in-law, a strikingly handsome figure. Secretary's son extended his hand with enthusiasm, grasping Wang Chu's firmly. Old Yun, Mr. Chen has been awaiting your arrival inside. And many prominent figures from Haiqing's upper-class business community are eager to seize this opportunity to meet you and contribute to the Martyrs Cemetery project. Mr. Chen, referred to by Secretary's son, was none other than Chen Qingshan, the head of Haiqing City. Old Yin turned to Wang Chu and said, Wang Chu, assist me in entering. Originally, Old Yun was sprightly and vigorous, but now he required Wang Chu's support to proceed. His intention was clear, to present Wang Chu as his representative before the crowd. Secretary's son, possessing an astute perception, discerned from Old Yun's simple gestures that he held Wang Chu, this young man from Haiqing, in high regard. It was likely that this project would be entrusted to Wang Chu. In the reception room, a throng of people had gathered. Renowned entrepreneurs, culinary magnates, real estate tycoons, and fashion moguls were present, all aware that the initiation of the Martyrs Cemetery project would serve as a quintessential case for Haiqing's future promotion. Securing a stake in this venture would greatly benefit them, both in terms of policy support and corporate image. Unfortunately, the project was organized by the Muyun Pharmaceutical Group from the capital city, and any desire to partake would hinge upon the approval of its head. That Muyun Group's leader certainly carries an air of superiority. A young man within the crowd murmured in discontent, How long have we been waiting? Yet they have yet to arrive? Arriving late must make them feel important. If Wang Chu had been present, he would have recognized this disgruntled young man as Yang Wei. After all, he was associated with the Muyun Pharmaceutical. A companion beside Yang Wei chuckled lightly. They are a nationally, even globally, renowned pharmaceutical group. For Haiqing, they are akin to a deity of wealth. Chapter 53. Seeking trouble. This place feels stifling. I need to step outside for a smoke and a breath of fresh air, Yang Wei declared before departing the conference hall. Meanwhile, as they progressed halfway, Old Yun waved his hand dismissively. I'm getting old. Ailments are numerous. I need to visit the restroom. Secretary's son, you proceed to the conference hall. Wang Chu and I will join you shortly. Secretary Sun glanced at his watch, realizing time was indeed slipping away, and after a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced. Very well, I shall inform Old Chun in the conference hall. With that, Secretary Sun hurriedly exited. Grandfather, allow me to assist you. Wang Chu offered. Do you truly see me as a frail old man? Old Yun waved his hand again. I can manage on my own. You wait for me here. Wang Chu touched his nose, acquiescing to Old Yun's wishes. At this moment, Yang Wei observed Wang Chu wandering back and forth alone, and a look of astonishment crossed his face. It truly is a case of enemies crossing paths. Over the past few days, he had been contemplating an opportunity to teach Wang Chu a lesson, yet here they were, unexpectedly face to face. He extinguished the cigarette in his hand and approached with a sinister grin. Oh, who do we have here? It's Wang Chu. Is this a place for someone like you? Wang Chu was somewhat surprised to encounter this individual in such a setting. Hey, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me ask you a question? Yang Wei's irritation grew as he noticed Wang Chu's indifference towards him. Did he still consider himself significant? Do I even need to acknowledge you? Wang Chu sighed softly, replying, Do you know? If I were you, I would never come here at this moment. Why? Yang Wei asked, momentarily taken aback. Because it will only remind you once again that your fiancée, you was once my girlfriend. Wang Chu shrugged. Doesn't that bother you? Haha, what should I be bothered about? The one who should be uncomfortable is you, right? You didn't even hold her hand before I took her away, Yang Wei retorted. Wang Chu interrupted. We are both adults. Do you truly think that is plausible? What? Yang Wei was stunned. In young love? ISNT, every couple ablaze with passion? Do you really believe that after 3 years with Lin Xiaoyan, it was merely a platonic relationship, devoid of holding hands or kissing? Shut up. Yang Wei's eyes reddened as he gritted his teeth. You're talking nonsense. Xiaoyan's first time was clearly with me. Wang Chu looked at Yang Wei with a hint of pity. Surely, you must know about a procedure called restorative surgery? Yang Wei was flabbergasted. Could it be that everything Wang Chu said was true? He had thought he had stolen the other's partner, but it now appeared he had merely picked up someone else's discarded shoe. I don't believe it. Yang Wei inhaled deeply and continued. Do you think I would be fooled so easily? Wang Chu shrugged. Believe it or not, do you think I have any reason to deceive you? My wife is beautiful. My daughter is adorable, and my family is happy. Why would I waste my time to trick you? Oh, by the way, Wang Chu shot Yang Wei a knowing glance. Half smiling. You don't genuinely believe Lin Xiaoyan is the kind of girl who is extremely conservative, do you? Wang Chu's final remark shattered Yang Wei's illusions. Indeed, if Lin Xiaoyan were truly so reserved, how could he have won her over so swiftly? Yet, if Wang Chu's assertions held any truth, a surge of anger and jealousy ignited within Yang Wei. What an utter humiliation. This was an extraordinary disgrace. No wonder Wang Chu had claimed that if he were in Yang Wei's shoes, he would never show up. Wasn't that self-degradation? Enough. I do not wish to dwell on this any longer. After all, you are both engaged. Wang Chu feigned sincerity. Just pretend I said nothing. Wang Chu. Yang Wei clenched his jaw, declaring, You did this on purpose. You must have done this intentionally. Don't be like that. It's truly just a coincidence. Wang Chu said earnestly. However, there is no need for you to be so enraged. After all, if you exercise caution, your child may indeed be yours. In a sudden burst of anger, Yang Wei seized Wang Chu by the collar. Silence. Do you believe I won't throw you out of here? Wang Chu pondered for a moment before responding with conviction. I do not believe you. Oh, you don't, do you? Someone, come here. Observing their altercation from a distance, the security personnel hastened towards them. I suspect this individual is engaging in illicit activities at the municipal government. Yang Wei pointed decisively at Wang Chu. I demand that you expel him immediately. The security guards exchanged uncertain glances, caught in a dilemma. What are you standing there for? I am a representative for investment promotion. Here is my entry pass. He has no such pass, so kindly remove him from the conference hall to prevent any adverse repercussions. Indeed, the guards found no entry pass on Wang Chu. Sir, are you also a participant in the investment meeting? May I inquire if you possess an entry pass? Wang Chu nodded. I am indeed a participant, though I do not have an entry pass. You see, he lacks an entry pass. How could he possibly be a participant? Yang Wei retorted venomously. I suggest you take him to the police station for an investigation to uncover any sinister motives he may harbor. The guards immediately grew tense. Secretary Sun had repeatedly emphasized the importance of security for this investment meeting. Thus, Wang Chu, without an entry pass, suddenly became a person of significant suspicion. Please accompany us for an inquiry. We ask for your cooperation, one of the security personnel stated gravely. Wang Chu frowned. I am a guest of Secretary Sun. Are you truly determined to proceed in this manner? We request your cooperation for the investigation, the guard replied, a hint of disdain crossing his features. A guest of Secretary Sun, you say? The audacity of today's youth is truly remarkable. At that moment, Elder Yun emerged from the restroom. What is happening here? Upon seeing Wang Chu surrounded by security, displeasure clouded his face. Wang Chu shrugged. They say I lack an entry pass and won't allow me to enter. Absurd. Elder Yun was incensed. Summon Sun Chongqing to me. Sun Chongqing. Why does that name sound so familiar? A flicker of confusion crossed the guards' faces. Sun Chongqing was indeed Secretary Sun's name. Meanwhile, Yang Wei sneered. Oh, so we have a group attempting to deceive us? What a spectacle. His voice dripped with sarcasm. Old man, you should be enjoying your twilight years at home, not engaging in such antics. He had no faith that Wang Chu had any connection to Secretary Sunday. When he had previously undermined Wang Chu, Yang Wei had thoroughly investigated him. Wang Chu was merely the son of a wage earner, with a grandfather still tilling the fields in the countryside. What pretense was he putting on here? Chapter 54. Misunderstanding Secretary Sun. Has Elder Yun arrived? In the conference hall, Chen Qingshan couldn't help but inquire as Secretary Sun entered. Old Yun is undoubtedly the most significant figure in this conference. Individuals of his stature are warmly received even by senior leaders. His presence in Haiqing, along with his intention to establish a martyr's cemetery under the name of Muyun Pharmaceutical, is indeed splendid news for the city. On a micro level, this represents a pivotal opportunity for collaboration between Haiqing and the Muyun Group. On a macro scale, Haiqing is currently vying for recognition as a national advanced civilized city. Achieving this accolade would greatly benefit the city's future development. Moreover, the establishment of the Martyrs Cemetery at this juncture will indelibly mark Haiqing as a stronghold of revolutionary spirit. This is immensely advantageous for both the local image of Haiqing and its prospects in the civilized city evaluations. Consequently, the entire city has placed significant importance on this matter. Mr. Chen, rest assured, I have just received word from Old Yun. He is en route with his grandson-in-law. Secretary Sun remarked with a smile. I specifically came to inform you that the meeting will commence shortly. Chen Qingshan nodded in acknowledgement. That is splendid. I never imagined that Old Yun had once fought fiercely against the enemy in Haiqing. We must honor this historical connection, you understand? Secretary Sun replied earnestly, Sir. I comprehend and know how to proceed. However, after a while, Old Yun had yet to arrive. Chen Qingshan and Secretary Sun exchanged glances, pondering the cause of the delay. At that moment, a security personnel hurried in and whispered something in Secretary Sun's ear. What? This is utterly outrageous. Secretary Sun exclaimed in shock. Old Sun, what has transpired? Chen Qingshan inquired upon hearing Secretary Sun's exclamation. With a dry chuckle, Secretary Sun replied, Sir, there are some matters outside concerning Old Yun. I must attend to them promptly. You should hurry. As Secretary Sun rushed out, he felt as though he might faint, for 7 or 8 security personnel were encircling Old Yun and Wang Chu, with 2 of them tugging at Wang Chu. This scene elevated Secretary Sun's blood pressure. What on earth were these individuals attempting to accomplish? Stop this at once. Secretary Sun shouted, charging forward. What are you doing? Upon seeing Secretary Sun, the security personnel finally released their grip, their faces displaying confusion. Old Yun, are you all right? Secretary Sun asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice. If Old Yun were to become angered and leave, Secretary Sun's tenure as his secretary would be at an end. Old Yun glanced at Secretary Sun with calmness and replied, I am fine, but as for my grandson-in-law, I cannot say. Secretary Sun silently lamented. This meant that Old Yun had entrusted the decision to Wang Chu. Wang Chu was a young man, and if his youthful exuberance led him to react poorly, all would be lost. What is going on here? The security personnel, now in a state of shock, realized that these two individuals were indeed esteemed guests of Secretary Sunday. If they had offended such honored guests, they were surely doomed. They haltingly recounted the sequence of events, and Secretary Sun's expression grew increasingly grave. Wang Chu, I sincerely apologize. It is my fault that this misunderstanding has arisen. Secretary Sun took a deep breath and spoke earnestly to Wang Chu. Wang Chu felt a surge of displeasure. Yet he understood that, despite the other party's blunder, he could not afford to dwell on it. After all, constructing a martyr's cemetery for fallen comrades was the greatest aspiration of Elder Yun. He could not possibly abandon this noble cause over such trivialities. Secretary Sun, it is quite all right. This is merely a misunderstanding, Wang Chu reassured him. A glance revealed that Yang Wei, the instigator, had vanished. Thank you very much. Let us proceed to the venue swiftly, as everyone is awaiting us eagerly. Secretary Sun sighed in relief. As Wang Chu passed by Secretary Sun, he discreetly handed him a business card. This is my personal number. Should you encounter any insurmountable troubles in Haiqing, I will be more than willing to assist. A flicker of surprise crossed Wang Chu's face as he accepted the card and tucked it into his pocket, a warm smile gracing his features. It seemed that, thanks to Yang Wei's meddling, he had inadvertently won Secretary Sun's favor, a fortunate turn of events indeed. Meanwhile, in the conference hall, Yang Wei was trembling with trepidation. Upon seeing Secretary Sun hastily approaching, he realized with dread that the old gentleman might very well be a distinguished guest of Secretary Sun. Seizing the opportunity while others were distracted, he quickly slipped away. Moments later, Secretary Sun indeed entered with Wang Chu and the elderly gentleman. To Yang Wei's astonishment, both the elder and Wang Chu took their seats at the representative table of Mu Yun Pharmaceutical. Yang Wei was acutely aware of the theme and purpose of this meeting, where everyone was to revolve around the representatives of Mu Yun Pharmaceutical, yet he could not fathom how Wang Chu had become one of them. This was simply unacceptable. For years prior, he had wielded his power to toy with Wang Chu at will. But now, as a representative of Mu Yun Group, Wang Chu was beyond his reach. This must be a deception. It simply could not be real. Yang Wei's mind was still attempting to comfort itself. At that moment, Qin Qingshan spoke up. Ladies and gentlemen, you are the pillars of Haiqing. I would like to introduce an important guest. He is the founder of Mu Yun Pharmaceutical Group, Elder Yun Zhangguo. All eyes turned to Elder Yun, filled with awe. A legendary figure in the business world. Elder Yun had established Mu Yun Pharmaceutical 50 years ago when the nation was newly founded and the populace suffered from ailments. He had traveled far and wide in search of renowned physicians to alleviate the people's suffering. Through 5 decades of growth, Mu Yun Pharmaceutical had become a guardian of the health of the citizens of the 9 provinces. Furthermore, since stepping back from the limelight 10 years ago, Elder Yun had rarely appeared in public, making this encounter with the legendary elder all the more remarkable. Over 80% of those present were titans of industry, all well acquainted with Elder Yun's achievements, and they displayed expressions of admiration akin to that of starstruck fans. Amidst the thunderous applause that reverberated through the venue under the leadership of Qin Qingshan, the clapping persisted for a full 5 minutes before gradually subsiding. Qin Qingshan then addressed the audience, declaring that Haiqing United Mu Yun Pharmaceutical would be initiating a thematic event to revisit the Red history, while also establishing a martyr's cemetery to honor the past and remain true to their original aspirations, thereby enhancing their resolve to forge ahead. Chapter 55. The predecessor. Like many leaders, Qin Qingshan's opening remarks were somewhat tedious, causing Wang Chu to feel a touch of drowsiness. Ultimately, after 10 minutes, he concluded his prologue with lingering enthusiasm. Next, it was Elder Yun's turn to speak. Elder Yun took the microphone and succinctly articulated 2 points. Establishing a martyr's cemetery is, in fact, my personal wish, and I am immensely pleased to receive the support of the Haiqing government. In the future, Mu Yun Pharmaceutical will contemplate deeper cooperation with Haiqing. The overall head of the Martyrs Cemetery project from Mu Yun Group is this young man beside me, my granddaughter's husband, Wang Chu. Upon delivering these 2 sentences, Elder Yun stood resolutely like an ancient pine tree on Huangshan Mountain. The audience was left in disbelief. How could Wang Chu possibly be the son-in-law of Mu Yun Group? Yang Wei, seated below, was utterly astonished. This unsophisticated fellow had suddenly risen to become the son-in-law of a prestigious family? The disparity was almost maddening. Other entrepreneurs were equally shocked. While news about Muyun Group was abundant, reports concerning the Yun family were scarce, as they had always maintained a low profile in the industry. Many were even unaware of who the Yun family's little princess was, let alone Wang Chu, the son-in-law. However, Elder Yun's decision to bring Wang Chu to the forefront clearly indicated a desire to cultivate this son-in-law. Building a rapport with Wang Chu could potentially lead to an alliance with the formidable Muyun Group. Yet, among the business magnates of Haiqing, Zhao Guangyao's emotions were the most complex. As a devoted father, he was well aware that his daughter held affection for Wang Chu. Moreover, after careful observation, he found Wang Chu to be a young man quite compatible with his daughter's temperament. He had initially thought that with his daughter's beauty and the Zhao family's background, there was a possibility of a romantic connection between them. However, he quickly reconsidered. Perhaps he should prepare his daughter for this upon their return. Fortunately, their interactions had been limited, which should prevent her from becoming too entangled, or so he hoped. Although the event to revisit the Red history was officially organized by the Haiqing government, the actual orchestrator was Muyun Pharmaceutical. And the theme of this meeting aimed to encourage participation from various sectors of Haiqing. Such opportunities for mutual benefit were rare. Nevertheless, the only point of anxiety for all enterprises was that the list of collaborators was largely dictated by Muyun Group. For Haiqing, the essential factor was merely the involvement of sufficient local enterprises. The specific participants were of little consequence. Thus, when the meeting reached an intermission, Wang Chu was instantly surrounded by numerous local magnates eager to engage with him. "Mr. Wang, here is my business card. I am the owner of Haiqing Tiantong Construction Group, and I hope to cultivate a friendship with you. Mr. Wang, I represent Feiyun Technology, and we aspire to contribute to the spiritual civilization of Haiqing, just as the Muyu Group does. Mr. Wang, I am the head of Dake Film and Television Company." The enthusiastic smiles surrounding him left Wang Chu somewhat pensive. Indeed, power begets status, and status attracts admiration. However, he was acutely aware that this status and power did not belong to him, but were conferred by the Muyu Group and Elder Yun. Thus, Wang Chu remained humble, greeting the prominent figures who approached him with graciousness. Before long, Wang Chu spotted Yang Wei in the distance, his expression grim, with a shift of his countenance. He addressed those around him. "My apologies, I must greet an acquaintance." Navigating through the crowd, Wang Chu reached Yang Wei and remarked with a hint of amusement, "Young Master Yang, we meet again." Yang Wei glanced at Wang Chu. His lips moved, but no words escaped, his countenance darkening. "Hey, you insolent brat, Mr. Wang is speaking to you, and yet you remain mute?" Yang Wei's father, Yang Wensi, reprimanded, striking Yang Wei lightly on the forehead, his tone laced with disappointment. "Mr. Wang, do you know my son?" In Yang Wensi's eyes, Wang Chu stood on equal footing with him, despite their similar ages. "Indeed," Wang Chu replied, casting a glance at Yang Wei with a light chuckle. "I've known Yang Wei for 4 years. We even shared a close rapport back then. In some respects, I might consider myself a mentor to him." Yang Wensi's face brightened with delight. So, Wang Chu's connection with his son was more favorable than he had presumed. He had long disapproved of his son's choice of friends, yet here was a trustworthy acquaintance. "You insolent child, why haven't you greeted Mr. Wang?" Yang Wensi struck his son again, exasperated. Yang Wei displayed a look of frustration. He felt more humiliated and uncomfortable than ever before in his life. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words, unable to confess to his father that his acquaintance with Wang Chu stemmed from an illicit entanglement. "Uncle Yang, let it be. It has been a while since Yang Wei and I last met, so some awkwardness is only natural, especially given how much my circumstances have changed," Wang Chu said with a gentle smile. "By the way, Uncle Yang, what are your thoughts on the upcoming event to revisit our Red history?" Yang Wensi sighed. "I am in the clothing business. While I wish to contribute to Haiqing, I find it challenging." Wang Chu stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Since you are in the fashion industry, you should be eager to participate in such endeavors." Yang Wensi furrowed his brow slightly. "What do you mean by that?" Wang Chu explained. "The event will surely involve a series of Red promotional films, and the costumes featured therein will need to be custom designed. This presents a perfect opportunity for you, Uncle Yang. At Wang Chu's suggestion, Yang Wenxi's eyes lit up with realization. Indeed, at first, he harbored some trepidation, pondering how he, being neither from the construction nor the film industry, could possibly engage. However, Mr. Wang, your words have truly awakened him from his reverie. Our Angel Apparel will certainly rely on your generous support. A smile graced Wang Chu's face as he reassured, Uncle Yang, rest assured, given my respect for Yang Wei, I shall provide ample consideration to our Angel Apparel. Once Wang Chu departed, an irrepressible smile emerged on Yang Wenxi's face. How had I not considered this before? If the promotional video for the activity commemorating our Red history could feature Angel Apparel's clothing, it would not only elevate the brand's visibility, but also enrich its cultural significance. More importantly, it could potentially attract governmental support and foster connections with Muyun Pharmaceuticals, truly a multifaceted advantage. Yang Wei, I have previously criticized your choice of acquaintances. Yet it appears my foresight was lacking. Wang Chu is indeed a remarkable individual. Listening to his father's praises of Wang Chu felt like a series of slaps across Yang Wei's face. Chapter 56. No pretense. The meeting continued, swiftly consuming the morning hours. As the session progressed, Elder Yun retreated to the backstage to rest, and Chen Qingshan accompanied him, leaving Wang Chu as the sole focal point of the gathering. Wang Chu, this exchange meeting primarily aims to introduce you to some of the business figures from Haicheng, whispered Secretary's son at Wang Chu's ear. Although this event was initially spearheaded by Elder Yun, I hope many local enterprises will participate. Wang Chu nodded, acknowledging Secretary's son. I understand and know how to proceed. Secretary's son smiled, pleased that Wang Chu, being a local, would consider Haicheng's interests. Our government wishes to ensure that quality enterprises are involved through a fair and just bidding process, Secretary's son continued. I had hoped Elder Yun would lead the review committee, but considering his advanced age, I did not want to burden him with such matters. Therefore, Wang Chu, I hope you will take on this responsibility. What do you think? A flicker of surprise crossed Wang Chu's face. This was clearly entrusting him with significant authority over the review process. Recognizing the weight of this responsibility, he responded with a smile. Naturally, I shall not let you down. This was an opportunity too advantageous to decline, and it would also make it easier to manage Yang Wei as the head of the review committee. Very well. I will announce this news to everyone shortly and distribute the government documents. Secretary Sun nodded in agreement. At the conclusion of the meeting, when Secretary Sun announced Wang Chu's appointment as head of the review committee, the entrepreneurs of Haicheng raised no objections. Despite Wang Chu being merely a young novice, his connection as Elder Yun's grandson-in-law afforded him considerable respect. Yet, Yang Wei felt discomfort. He did not dare to reveal the truth to his father. However, it is evident that under Wang Chu's persuasive influence, father has developed considerable anticipation for this event. If father were to expend tremendous effort only to uncover the truth later, Yang Wei shuddered to think of the consequences he might face. That detestable Wang Chu, how did he become the grandson-in-law of Elder Yun? How did he manage to board the grand vessel of Muyun Pharmaceutical? Bah, a man who lives off others, utterly shameless. Yang Wei's heart brimmed with resentment. After the meeting concluded, Chen Qingshan initially intended to invite Elder Yun for a meal, but was politely declined. Old son, why does the name Wang Chu sound so familiar to me? Chen Qingshan inquired, furrowing his brow after Elder Yun departed with Wang Chu. Secretary Sun nodded thoughtfully. I also found the name somewhat familiar at first. After the meeting, I realized that Wang Chu is the hero who saved others at the car accident scene just a few days ago. A look of realization spread across Chen Qingshan's face. No wonder his name seems so familiar. I recall a suggestion from a member of the city committee to honor him as an exemplary figure, correct? This matter must be expedited. We ought to encourage such acts of bravery and selfless good deeds. Secretary Sun nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, at the Windmill Kindergarten, it was time for lunch. Yaya did not queue for food in the cafeteria, but instead retrieved her lunchbox. Yaya, did you bring your own meal today? Ms. Yu approached with a curious expression. Yaya proudly lifted her chin. Yes, my daddy specially prepared this for me. It's delicious. Ms. Yu nodded slightly. recalling her conversation with Yeya's father about her picky eating habits the previous day. Today, he had made an effort to prepare special food for her, indicating his concern. Yeya opened her lunchbox, which retained warmth exceptionally well, revealing the steaming crystal buns and colorful beef strips, releasing a delightful aroma. Wow, Yeya, your buns are so beautiful. May I have one? A little boy, eyeing the glistening crystal buns in Yeya's lunchbox, couldn't help but swallow hard. The crystal buns were indeed stunning. Yeya immediately shielded her lunchbox with both hands, her expression cautious. No, Chu Zishuan, these were specially made by my daddy for me. You snatched my toy this morning, so I want to share. Yeya, we are best friends. Can't you share one with me? A cute girl, observing Chu Zishuan's disappointment, gazed at Yeya with pleading eyes. Yeya hesitated, glancing between her lunchbox and her best friend, her little mind racing to decide between the delectable food prepared by her father and her cherished friend. In the end, she made a difficult choice. With 10 crystal buns from her father, but only one best friend, she declared, Xian, you are my best friend, so I will give you one, but only one. Yeya raised her index finger decisively. Xuan's face radiated with a joyous smile. As she stuffed the crystal bun into her mouth, her eyes widened in surprise. Yeya, your father's dumplings are absolutely delightful. I have never tasted such exquisite dumplings before. Although the filling was packed with an array of vegetables, the flavors harmoniously intertwined, instantly tantalizing her taste buds, the aroma enveloping her mouth. Yeya felt elated. The praise from her best friend for the culinary creations of her father brought her more joy than any compliment directed toward herself. Witnessing Xuan's enthusiasm, the other children grew increasingly intrigued by Yeya's dumplings. Teacher Yu quickly interjected, Children, please form an orderly line. Our lunch today is also delectable and abundant. I want to eat dumplings. I want to eat dumplings too. I want to try Yeya's dumplings. Yeah, from now on, I will consider you my best friend. Could you share a dumpling with me? Teacher Yu was nearly in tears. Were the dumplings truly that delicious? You haven't even tasted them yet. Why are you so fixated on dumplings? All right, children, I will have the kitchen prepare some dumplings for you, okay? But first, let us enjoy our meal, shall we? With Teacher Yu's assurance, the children gradually calmed down. The sumptuous feast prepared for them in the cafeteria suddenly lost its allure, as everyone eagerly awaited the dumplings. Only Yeya continued to savor her dumplings while relishing her beef strips. Wow, my daddy's dumplings are so delicious. Oh, and my daddy's dishes are delightful too. Yeya's father is the best. Teacher Yu cast a glance at the boastful Yeya, yearning to impart a word of wisdom. Do not be conceited. For pride may invite misfortune. Chapter 57. I disagree, grandfather. Where are we headed? After departing from the municipal government, Old Yun mentioned taking Wang Chu to a special place. Yet unexpectedly, the vehicle veered out of the city and toward the suburban outskirts. This is Xuanshi town, the very site of my past battles. Old Yun's gaze brimmed with nostalgia and sorrow. It was here that nearly all my comrades perished. Wang Chu's heart trembled, although Old Yun appeared nonchalant. His inner turmoil was undoubtedly profound. Soon, I will introduce you to a comrade from my past. Today, we shall pay him a visit. Shortly thereafter, they arrived in Xuanshi town, the car halting once again before the familiar farmhouse. Old Yun, regarding the matter you mentioned earlier, I still believe it's best to let it go, Yang Lao remarked as he emerged to greet Old Yun. Old Yun waved dismissively. Today, I have come to indulge. Please serve me the finest wines and dishes, and we shall discuss everything once I am sated. Yang Lao retorted with annoyance. You, a billionaire tycoon, have the audacity to come here and mooch off my hospitality. Aren't you ashamed? Old Yun promptly replied. What do you mean by tycoon? Everything I do is for the health and well-being of the nation's citizens. Enough of this chatter. I am determined to enjoy your hospitality today. Wait here. I shall go gather some vegetables. Although Old Yang teased Old Yun with his words, he nonetheless picked up the vegetable basket and headed towards the garden. Wang Chu hurried over, saying, Grandpa Yang, why don't you take a rest with my grandpa? Leave this to me. Can you handle it? City folks can't manage this. Old Yang scoffed. Wang Chu smiled and replied, Grandpa Yang, you underestimate me. I spent plenty of time in the garden as a child, and have done my fair share of farming. Today, allow me to showcase my culinary skills, shall we? All right then, I entrust it to you. Old Yang handed the basket to Wang Chu and turned back to Old Yun, observing Wang Chu's nimble movements in the garden. Old Yang glanced at Old Yun and asked, "Aren't you going to tell me who this young man is?" "My grandson," Old Yun replied nonchalantly. "What a joke!" Old Yang retorted disdainfully. "You could produce such a handsome and sensible grandson?" Old Yun narrowed his eyes. "What of it? He is indeed my grandson and son-in-law. Thus he counts as a grandson too. Your son-in-law is far more handsome than you were back in the day." "Nonsense. Back then, I was the one with the charm, receiving the most love letters in the entire unit." Old Yun wore a smug expression. "At that time, I couldn't keep so many for myself and even gave you 2 pairs. Have you forgotten?" Old Yang's expression darkened. "How could I not know about this? I say, Big Watua, you ought to speak with integrity. You can't just enjoy the benefits and deny the truth." Old Yun was incensed. Meanwhile, while the two were bickering, Wang Chu had quietly entered the kitchen with the vegetable basket. Old Yang's kitchen was quite humble, with the most striking feature being a large pot. It seemed they were to enjoy a rustic meal today. Meals cooked over a wood fire are always superior to those prepared with gas, as the even heat distribution enhances the cooking process, and the aromatic wood imparts a delightful flavor to the food. With Wang Chu possessing the skills of a culinary master, cooking was no challenge for him. However, considering the age of the 2 elders, he decided to prepare a simple dish of mushroom and wild vegetable porridge, along with stir-fried cured meat and green beans, garlic eggplant, tofu soup, and sautéed bok choy. When the fragrant dishes were presented on the table, the eyes of both elders widened in astonishment. "Young Wang, your culinary skills are quite impressive," Old Yang remarked, a hint of surprise evident in his gaze. As a solitary elder, he usually settled for a hasty meal. Rarely did he enjoy such a variety of dishes unless his children were visiting. "Forgive my clumsiness, Grandpa Yang. Please sample the skills of your junior," Wang Chu said with a smile. Old Yang picked up his chopsticks, eager to taste the food, but was interrupted by Old Yun. "You can't just eat the dishes. What about the wine?" "I've given it up," Old Yang replied. "Preposterous. I saw you had some the last time I visited. That was my secret stash. My daughter insists I quit drinking. Do you know the risks I take to hide a bottle?" Old Yun looked at him with disdain. "A man who doesn't drink cannot truly be considered a man. Big Watua, how did I not notice before that you are such a coward? There's no wine. Just my life at stake, and love is irrelevant," Elder Yang remarked with irritation. "No wine, is it? Luckily, I brought my own." Elder Yun chuckled and instructed, "Wang Chu, fetch that bottle of matai from the trunk. I recall there's also a pack of chicken and a pack of braised ribs. Bring those over as well." Wang Chu nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, Wang Chu returned with the matai, accompanied by 2 servings of delicacies artfully arranged on the table. The delightful aroma of the meat and the fragrance of the wine made Elder Yang's throat constrict in anticipation. "Old Yun, pour me a glass." "Ah, but isn't someone trying to abstain from alcohol?" Elder Yun replied leisurely while raising his glass. "This wine is truly exquisite." Observing Elder Yun's demeanor, Elder Yang felt an insatiable urge. "I've decided to drink after all. Pour me a glass swiftly." At Elder Yun's subtle prompting, Wang Chu poured Elder Yang another drink. Slurp. Elder Yang's eyebrows danced with delight. "What a fine wine, truly exceptional." Wang Chu interjected, "Gentlemen, let us not focus solely on the wine. We should indulge in the dishes as well." After sampling each dish, astonishment illuminated Elder Yang's face. "These dishes are simply delightful. In this day and age, young people skilled in the culinary arts are a rarity." Elder Yun beamed with pride. Though the compliment was directed at Wang Chu, Elder Yun felt more elated than if it had been aimed at himself. As the wine flowed generously, the 2 elders became slightly tipsy. Seizing the moment, Elder Yun suggested, "Old Yang, having devoted your life to your comrades, why not accompany me to the capital? I shall entrust everything here to this young lad, Wang Chu, and we needn't worry about the rest." Elder Yang fell silent for a moment before responding. "Old Yun, I grasp your intentions, but I must oppose this notion." Elder Yun slammed the table in protest. "This is a benevolent opportunity. Why do you resist? Why must you uphold such lofty principles?" Wang Chu, observing the exchange, blinked in confusion. What had transpired? Just moments ago, everything seemed fine. Why were the two elders now at odds? Old Yun, tell me, what were we fighting for all those years ago? Was it not for the future of our nation and the prosperity of our descendants? Now that these aspirations have been realized, with our country flourishing and its citizens standing tall, why must we construct a martyr's cemetery? I, for one, cannot agree. Chapter 58. Persuasion. Wang Chu's eyes reflected a hint of confusion. Why oppose the establishment of a martyr's cemetery, which would honor the sacrifices of nameless heroes? He found it perplexing. Surely, someone willing to guard their comrades' graves could not harbor ill intentions. Suddenly, Wang Chu felt a light tap on his shoulder. Initially dismissive, he soon felt a more forceful nudge. Bewildered, he glanced around. There were only 3 of them present. Surely Elder Yang would not be playing such tricks. Casting a sidelong glance at Elder Yun, he found the elder seated as still as a statue, unwavering. In that moment, realization dawned upon Wang Chu. No wonder Elder Yun had brought him to meet Elder Yang. The reason became clear. It is evident that Elder Yang opposes the establishment of a martyr's cemetery. Thus the task of persuading him now falls squarely upon my shoulders. Wang Chu felt somewhat speechless. Why couldn't matters be addressed directly? Fortunately, his quick wit spared him from the difficulty of deciphering Elder Yun's temperament. Cough, cough. Elder Yang, I must admit I am somewhat perplexed. The construction of a martyr's cemetery represents a profoundly significant endeavor for the brave souls of the death squads. Do you not wish for more people to remember and honor them? Elder Yang waved his hand dismissively, replying, honor? One cannot dwell in the past perpetually. Besides, there are countless martyrs' cemeteries nationwide, mere symbolic projects. What matters is that we live well today, filled with joy, and that foreign adversaries do not dare to bully us. I believe both I and my fallen comrades are already quite content with that. With a bitter smile, Elder Yang continued, in those days, when our nation faced such grave calamities, how many patches of earth were stained with the blood of warriors? The number of soldiers who fought and sacrificed like us is simply overwhelming. Millions of brave souls have perished. It would be unreasonable to establish a martyr's cemetery solely for our small group of over 100. If I were to descend into the afterlife, my commanding officer and instructor would surely scold me. At this point, a wistful expression crossed Elder Yang's face. Moreover, the construction of a martyr's cemetery necessitates the relocation of graves, and I do not wish to disturb them further. Wang Chu fell silent, grasping the essence of Elder Yang's sentiments. Nevertheless, the establishment of a martyr's cemetery is not only a pivotal task for the Haiqin government, but also the grandest aspiration of Elder Yun in his twilight years. Wang Chu felt compelled to assist Elder Yun in this endeavor. After all, Elder Yun is currently his most significant ally, and winning over his future father-in-law is essential. Elder Yun's support is indispensable. Elder Yang, I believe we must approach this matter from a dual perspective, Wang Chu stated earnestly. Do you understand why Elder Yun wishes to build the martyr's cemetery? Do you truly think it is merely to assuage his own regrets? Is it not? Elder Yang shot a glance at Elder Yun. I know him all too well. He was flamboyant in his youth and has only grown more so with age. He surely desires to construct a martyr's cemetery to flaunt before his fallen comrades in the afterlife. Wang Chu couldn't help but twitch his lips at Elder Yang's peculiar viewpoint. However, observing Elder Yun's slightly awkward demeanor, perhaps he was indeed onto something. In truth, Wang Chu hesitated before speaking. Increasingly, people seem to forget that chapter of history. Some even criticize our own nation, blindly idolizing foreign cultures, while others attempt to whitewash the war criminals of yore. Is such a thing truly happening? Elder Yang slammed his palm on the table, his previously murky eyes now wide with disbelief. Wang Chu nodded. Indeed, there exists a certain segment of society, though not predominant, who take pride in being unconventional, continually eroding the perceptions of our children. It is precisely due to witnessing such circumstances that Elder Yun decided to establish the Martyrs' Cemetery, to revive the activities of our red history. Yun Lao cleared his throat and remarked, Indeed, it is as you say. You, Old Yang, truly underestimate my character, misjudging me as someone of ill intent. How could I possibly be the person you described? Wang Chu retrieved his phone and read aloud relevant news articles to Old Yang. Before he could finish, Old Yang was already seething with anger. "Grandpa Yang," Wang Chu expressed earnestly, "I believe it is the responsibility of our new generation to revisit history and appreciate the sacrifices made by our predecessors. Only then can we truly cherish our present lives. To forget history is tantamount to betrayal, wouldn't you agree?" After listening to Wang Chu's words, Old Yang fell silent for a moment before exhaling heavily. "Very well. If that is the case, I shall not oppose you. After all, it's your money being spent, Old Yun." A hint of satisfaction appeared on Yun Lao's face. It seemed that calling Wang Chu over had indeed served a purpose. After their meal, Wang Chu expressed a desire to visit the cemetery of the Daring Death Squad on the mountain. Old Yang intended to accompany him, but Wang Chu declined. "Grandpa Yang, I can go up alone. You and Grandpa should rest." Wang Chu chuckled. "Surely there are no wolves here, right? Do not underestimate this mountain. Decades ago, there were indeed many wolves here, but after several government-led exterminations, they vanished. However, do not take it lightly." Wang Chu smiled. "I understand. I won't venture too far." "Old Yang, let Wang Chu go alone. In our youth, we carried our heads on our shoulders, traversing every deep forest and snowy mountain without fear." As he spoke, Yun Lao glanced at Wang Chu. "This is Yimang Mountain, which can be quite perilous. Just see what you need to and return, understood?" "Yes, Grandpa, I understand." Nonetheless, under Old Yang's insistence, Wang Chu set off with a machete. Yimang Mountain is the largest mountain surrounding Haiqing, adorned with dense jungles. Previously, some developers sought to transform Yimang Mountain into a resort, but it was later designated as a wildlife protection area, dissuading many potential investors. Consequently, Yimang Mountain became a favored destination for adventurers. Every year, numerous outdoor enthusiasts venture into Yimang Mountain, with many unfortunately getting lost. In response to these unauthorized entries, the city government organized a specialized rescue team known as the Hummingbird Rescue Team. This information was gleaned by Wang Chu from his phone prior to his ascent. As for wild beasts, he found no related news. At that very moment, on the opposite side of Yimang Mountain, a 5-member outdoor expedition team was laboriously climbing. However, from their backpacks emerged a furry little head. "Qingwen, hurry and tuck it away. What if it escapes?" one girl urged. "But keeping it locked away will distress it," replied the girl named Qingwen softly. "Are you joking? You wouldn't suggest going back now, would you? Moreover, how could we possibly let go of such a rare encounter?" A young man chuckled and remarked, "Just look at how adorable it is." Qingwen cast a glance and let out a slight sigh. Indeed, this creature was undeniably charming, with its fluffy coat and wide, innocent eyes. Yet, this was a wolf cub. Qingwen was taken aback by her classmates' audacity in bringing it along. Fully aware of its identity, the 5 of them, 3 boys and 2 girls, were all students from Haiqing University. They were avid sports enthusiasts and had heard of the breathtaking scenery at Yema Mountain, thus seizing the opportunity to venture out during their free time. Among them, only the leader, a young man named Zhou Ji, possessed any survival skills, with the others merely following his lead throughout the journey. It was he who had discovered the little wolf cub. Qingwen felt a twinge of fear. Wolves were known to be ferocious creatures. What if the wolf mother came after them upon realizing her cub had been taken? Zhou Ji provided her with a reassuring explanation. "Fear not, this is Yema Mountain, where wolves have been absent for decades. Moreover, we are on the outskirts, close to human habitation, making the presence of large wild animals highly improbable. If there were any, surely the government would have intervened by now. This cub might very well be abandoned, and if there were a pack, there wouldn't be just one cub, would there?" The other 4, lacking knowledge on the matter, were gradually reassured by Zhou Ji's confident assertions. After traversing the small hill ahead and following the path downward, we would soon reach the base of the mountain, Zhou Ji said with confidence after glancing at the map of Yema Mountain. Hearing his words, everyone felt a sense of relief. Although venturing into the wilderness offered a unique thrill, the initial excitement had long faded, and fatigue was beginning to set in, for they were merely inexperienced university students. Were it not for Zhou Ji's guidance, they might have easily lost their way in Yema Mountain. As they painstakingly climbed the slope and crested the hill, they were met with an unsettling sight. A graveyard sprawled before them, dotted with dozens of tombs. both large and small. Ah! The three girls couldn't help but scream in shock. A hint of unease crossed the faces of the two boys as well. In such a desolate wilderness, the sudden appearance of so many graves would send chills down anyone's spine. Fortunately, it was daytime, with the sun high in the sky. Had they encountered this scene at night, they would likely have collapsed in terror. This place feels eerie. Could we have encountered ghosts? One girl asked cautiously. Yes. I've seen movies. When confronted with such a situation, calamity is sure to follow. What should we do? I haven't even had the chance to experience love yet, lamented another girl with a mournful expression. At this moment, Zhouji took a deep breath and said, Fear not, everyone. This appears to be a graveyard. I have heard that in rural areas, many families seek a feng shui treasure site on nearby mountains to inter their deceased elders. I believe this is just such a place. Really? The other four stared at Zhouji. He swallowed hard and continued, It should be so. However, this is also good news, indicating that we are soon to descend the mountain. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from ahead, as if something were about to reveal itself. Instantly, the five held their breath, their expressions grave. Yet, before long, a young man, seemingly a few years their senior, appeared from the opposite side. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a magical glow upon him, as if he had stepped out from a fairy tale. How handsome! One exclaimed. Indeed, I am quite taken, seeing his female companions swooning. Another young man felt a twinge of jealousy. What is the matter? Are you no longer afraid he might be a ghost? Afraid? Even if he were a ghost, he would still be a handsome one. Zhouji replied, somewhat exasperated. Keep your voices down. It would not be good if he overheard us. The young man was Wang Chu, who had indeed located the burial site as instructed by Grandfather Yang. However, upon his arrival, he had caught wind of a faint conversation from across the graveyard, startling him. Voices in a graveyard? Who's there? Come out. Wang Chu tightened his grip on his machete and called out sharply. The voices abruptly ceased. Before long, 5 youthful adventurers emerged from the other side. Backpackers? Wang Chu thought to himself, surprised to encounter the legendary group, albeit these adventurers seemed rather youthful, perhaps just barely in their 20s. Who are you? What brings you here? Wang Chu asked in a low tone. Hello, big brother. We are students from Haicheng University, here for a little adventure. Zhouji stepped forward, a smile adorning his face. Do you not know where this is? Right below is Shuangshi town. You university students possess quite the audacity, Wang Chu remarked, eyeing them. Aren't you afraid of encountering wild beasts? Zhouji chuckled softly. What beasts could possibly be here? We haven't dared to venture deep into the wild mountainous area. At that moment, Qingwen interjected, Big brother, what about these tombs? Oh. Wang Chu glanced at the tombstone erected for the brave souls of the daring squad led by Old Yang and spoke softly. These are the final resting places of martyrs who sacrificed their lives for the nation. Martyrs' graves? The 5 were taken aback, realizing that those interred here had perished over half a century ago. The ominous clouds that had loomed over their hearts dissipated completely. Wang Chu gently traced the faded inscriptions on the tombstone, his heart growing heavy. Would there still be people to visit these heroes a century after Old Yang's passing? Perhaps they would gradually fade from history. While achieving eternal fame may not have been their initial desire, surely future generations must do something to honor them. Wang Chu deeply bowed toward the grave. Inspired by Wang Chu, the 5 university students followed suit. Suddenly, Wang Chu's ears perked up. Do you have any other companions? Zhouji was taken aback. No? Then why do I hear sounds from over there? As the words left his mouth, several pairs of glistening green eyes emerged from the underbrush. To their astonishment, they had encountered wolves. Chapter 60. The Wolf Pack Wolves. Those are wolves, a girl exclaimed, her face etched with terror. 4 furry wolves emerged from the thicket, surrounding the 6 individuals, their eyes gleaming with ferocity and rage. Wang Chu inhaled sharply. Had they not consulted the almanac before venturing out today? Grandfather Yang had explicitly stated that there were hardly any wolves in the vicinity. From where had these 4 wolves appeared? Everyone, do not run. If we provoke their aggression, we are doomed. Zhouji managed to maintain a semblance of composure, albeit with a quivering voice. However, the other 4, including the boy, were paralyzed with fear. After all, they were face to face with wolves, carnivorous creatures. Having grown up in the city, their prior encounters with wolves had been confined to those in zoos or those tamed. They had never faced such savage wild wolves before. "This is all your fault, Zhou. They must have come for the wolf cub," a girl shrieked. "Wolf cub?" Upon hearing this term, Wang Chu's expression shifted. "Did you disturb a wolf's den?" A hint of embarrassment crossed Zhou face. "We encountered a beautiful little wolf on our way, so I thought of bringing it back to raise." Wang Chu was at a loss for words. Did they think a wolf cub could simply be taken away? Wolves were among the most family-oriented creatures in the animal kingdom. If you took their cub, it was only natural for them to seek revenge. However, it appeared that the boy came from a privileged background, as not many could afford to raise a wolf. But this was not the time for such musings. Wang Chu extended his hand. "What are you waiting for? Quickly return the cub, or they will attack us." At that moment, one of the wolves lunged toward Qingwen. For the wolf cub was nestled in her backpack. Qingwen gasped, her beautiful face filled with fear. Her mind raced with a singular thought. "It's over. I'm going to die." The surrounding companions were so terrified that they could hardly move, let alone come to her rescue. Who would dare confront a wolf for another's sake, risking their own life? In the split second before the wolf pounced on Qingwen, Wang Chu dashed forward, landing a punch on the wolf's forehead. With a thud, the wolf was knocked to the ground. Wang Chu then positioned himself in front of Qingwen, addressing the others. "Hurry over. Descend the mountain behind me. I will hold them off." It was not that Wang Chu was overly heroic. He had confidence in his own strength, especially with a machete in hand, and with only 4 wolves before him, he felt capable of navigating the situation, whether to advance or retreat. The 5 students cast astonished glances at Wang Chu, utterly surprised that this handsome stranger, whom they had encountered by chance, would seize the opportunity to fight for their survival in such a perilous moment. However, Zhou hesitated, but a fellow student grasped his arm and urged him to flee. Before long, the others heeded Wang Chu's command and fled in a panic, heedless of their path. Observing their retreat, the wolf pack grew somewhat agitated. They yearned to bypass Wang Chu and pursue the fleeing students. Yet instinct warned them that the formidable figure before them was a daunting and perilous adversary. Wang Chu inhaled deeply, gripping his machete, determined to delay the wolves long enough for the 5 students to reach safety. Just then, a delicate voice came from behind him. "Big brother." Wang Chu turned abruptly. "Why haven't you left?" Qingwen bit her lip. "I came back to give you this." As she spoke, she handed him her backpack, which contained the very wolf cub that had been taken. The cub, sensing its parents nearby, emitted soft whimpers, clearly anxious. Wang Chu accepted the backpack, relief washing over him. With the cub in hand, he knew the wolves would at least retain some semblance of rationality. "Why are you still here?" Wang Chu asked, astonished to see Qingwen still present. "It's dangerous," she replied, biting her lip. "What about you? It's perilous here. You won't be in danger, will you?" Wang Chu smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." At that moment, the wolves detected the scent of the cub within the backpack, growing restless. One wolf howled into the sky, seemingly calling for something. Wang Chu's eyes narrowed, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. A cacophony of rustling emerged from the nearby underbrush, and soon a massive alpha wolf appeared before him, accompanied by more glimmering green eyes emerging from the shadows. A sense of dread settled in Wang Chu's heart. Had he unwittingly disturbed a hornet's nest? Initially believing there to be only 4 wolves, he now counted over 10 encircling him. Quickly, he opened the backpack and extracted the small cub. "I have returned your child. Let us part ways peacefully," he declared to the alpha wolf, placing the cub gently on the ground. The cub limped toward the alpha, which fixed a fierce gaze upon Wang Chu, wary of any threat to its offspring. At last, the cub reached the alpha, which softened its demeanor and lowered its head to tenderly lick the cub's fur. Wang Chu felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Do you still have the strength to run?" He turned to Qingwen, only to find her face pale. I can't move," she spoke, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Wang Chu sighed. It was remarkable that this young girl had not burst into tears upon witnessing such a multitude of wolves. "Fear not, for I am here." Wang Chu gently patted Qingwen's shoulder and softly said, "Take my hand, and I shall lead you away from here." Qingwen looked up at Wang Chu, and in the sunlight, He appeared to her as a valiant warrior clad in resplendent armor. In that moment, Qingwen felt an unprecedented calmness envelop her heart, dispelling her panic. With a nod, she extended her small hand and clutched tightly at Wang Chu's garment. A sigh of relief escaped Wang Chu's lips. It was not that he yearned to be a hero, but at that moment, he felt compelled to ensure the safety of the young girl rather than abandon her. The thought of facing the inner turmoil alone was daunting, and he knew that if Grandpa Yun were to find out, he would never be forgiven. His only hope now was that the lead wolf would guide its pack away. Otherwise, he would have no means to confront the dozen or so wolves. After tending to the cubs, the lead wolf raised its head, a glint of ferocity in its eyes, a woo, a woo. With the lead wolf's low growl, the entire pack began to stir, but rather than retreating, they began to converge towards Wang Chu. It was evident that they had no intention of letting him escape. They sought to make humanity pay for their actions. Chapter 61. Lost. Wang Chu felt a bitter pang in his heart. It was clear that these wolves, dwelling deep within the mountains, held no reverence for humanity. On the contrary, he could discern a palpable rage in their eyes. Run! Wang Chu grasped Qingwen's hand, identifying an opening, and dashed backward. The lead wolf let out a growl, and the other wolves lunged at Wang Chu and Qingwen. It was over. This time, it was truly the end. Fear and despair clouded Qingwen's eyes. With so many wolves advancing, how could they possibly escape? Moreover, this jungle was the wolves' territory. How could they hope to outrun them? Big brother, just run. You cannot save me. Qingwen bit her lip and implored. Wang Chu smiled. A mere pack of wolves is nothing to fear. I promise to take you home, and I shall fulfill that promise. No more chatter. At that moment, the closest wolf lunged toward them. Terror flickered in Qingwen's eyes. However, just then, Wang Chu swung his machete with a fierce determination. The sharp blade descended with unstoppable force, cleaving through the wolf's body. The creature let out a heart-wrenching howl, its flesh torn and bloodied. The injured wolf writhed on the ground, its gaze toward Wang Chu now filled with a mixture of fear and unease. Wang Chu, already possessing immense strength, was further empowered by the blade's sharpness. As long as the wolves did not rush him all at once, he felt confident in dispatching them one by one. If two approached, he would take them down together, and if three came, he would only have to flee. Yet, while his display of power intimidated the pack, it also ignited their ferocity. The lead wolf growled again, and the others slowed their advance, preparing to encircle Wang Chu from all sides. Once they formed a tight circle, their fate would be sealed. Run swiftly. We must not allow them to encircle us, Wang Chu urged Qingwen. However, Qingwen, being merely a girl and already worn out from a morning spent in the wilderness of Yema Mountain, nearly stumbled as Wang Chu dragged her along. Observing the ferocious pack of wolves closing in behind them, Wang Chu cast aside any notions of gender distinction. Apologies. With a swift motion, he hoisted Qingwen onto his left arm and dashed through the underbrush. Although Qingwen weighed nearly 100 pounds, it was of little consequence to Wang Chu. In fact, carrying her propelled him to even greater speeds. The lead wolf let out a deep growl, prompting the remaining pack to quicken their pace. Only to their astonishment, they realized they were falling further behind. Who, indeed, is the true master of the jungle? The lead wolf was momentarily bewildered. These two-legged creatures could run remarkably fast. However, for wolves, patience is an abundant virtue. As long as their quarry remained within the forest, they would eventually catch up. The moment Wang Chu and Qingwen exhausted their strength would be when the pack launched their full assault. Wolves are, without a doubt, the most patient hunters in this world. Meanwhile, Wang Chu, with Qingwen in tow, navigated through the jungle with the agility of a sprightly leopard. They ran for over 20 minutes until the wolves were no longer visible, at which point Wang Chu finally halted. For the time being, they were safe. He exhaled deeply, murmuring to himself, "Big brother, could you please set me down?" Qingwen, her cheeks flushed, spoke in a soft voice. It was her first experience being carried in such a shy manner by a boy. She felt as if countless ants were crawling over her body, especially since Wang Chu's left hand was firmly pressing against her backside to prevent her from slipping. "My apologies," Wang Chu said, somewhat embarrassed as he gently lowered Qingwen to the ground. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she covered her face, blushing fiercely. Her head nearly bowed to her chest, lacking the courage to meet Wang Chu's gaze. Wang Chu also felt a tinge of awkwardness. After all, he was already committed to someone else, and his earlier actions were indeed improper, albeit a reaction born of urgency. Yet, he soon dismissed the trivial matter, glancing at the towering trees around them, his face betraying a contemplative expression. Qianwen, whose heart was racing and unsure of how to face Wang Chu, could not help but lift her head after a moment of silence. She noticed Wang Chu was intently surveying their surroundings, his expression hinting at a concealed concern. "Big brother, what are you searching for?" Qianwen inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. Wang Chu pointed towards the trees, saying, "Do these surroundings seem familiar to you?" Qianwen followed his finger, scrutinizing the area before shaking her head. "Really? Take a closer look. I don't find it familiar at all. It feels entirely foreign to me." She hesitated before adding, "This is my first time in Yema Mountain. I'm not well acquainted with this place." Wang Chu sighed, addressing Qianwen in a solemn tone. "I have a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" "Huh." Qianwen was momentarily taken aback. "Good news?" she inquired. "The good news is that we are temporarily safe. We have evaded the pursuit of the wolf pack." "And the bad news?" "Well, I am also a newcomer to Yemen Mountain, which means we are lost." As for Qingwen, Zhou Ji and the others, halfway through their descent, realized she was missing, their faces displaying shock. "I just saw her moments ago. Surely she isn't gone back. Is she out of her mind, returning to meet her doom? I believe I heard her mention wanting to return the wolf cubs. Did she truly go back?" The expressions of the group turned grim. After all, they were classmates from the same university and friends. If they abandoned Qingwen on the mountain and something unfortunate happened, none could bear that responsibility. Yet, if they were to return, the mountain was teeming with wolves. "I believe our immediate priority is to ascend the mountain and rescue them," one male classmate asserted. "With just us, we cannot possibly save Qingwen and that older brother." "Indeed, I share that sentiment. Isn't Shuangshu town just below? Let us go there and report to the police to rescue them." A fluctuating expression appeared on Zhou Ji's face. Ultimately, he sighed. "Let us descend first and hope that older brother can protect Qingwen." Despite these words, a sense of despair lingered within them. Targeted by wolves, mere survival was already a commendable feat. How could they hope to save others? Yet, self-reassurance was all they could cling to. Soon, they descended the mountain and spotted people in Shuangshu town below. At that moment, Yang Lao and Yun Lao were resting under the large huai tree at the entrance. They noticed the four disheveled young individuals emerging from the mountain, and Yun Lao couldn't help but wave. "Children, you look weary. Would you like some water?" Finally, they had encountered people. Two of the girls, upon seeing them, burst into tears. The old men were taken aback. "I should have appeared quite amiable, shouldn't I? Why is she crying?" "It must be your unappealing visage that frightened her," Yang Lao declared confidently. "Nonsense." Chapter 62. The mysterious pointer old gentleman. "It is quite dangerous here. There are wolves on the mountain." Zhou Ji, seeing the kindly demeanor of the two elders, anxiously addressed them. "I need to find the mayor of Shuangshu town immediately to prepare for this." "What?" Both Yun Lao and Yang Lao were stunned. "Wolves on Yemen Mountain? How can this be? There have been no traces of wolves for over a decade. How could they reappear? If wolves have returned, then what about Wang Chu?" A look of concern flashed in Yun Lao's eyes. "Have you seen a young man, around 25 or 26 years old?" Yun Lao quickly inquired. Zhou Ji hesitated for a moment. "We indeed encountered an older brother wielding a machete. Were it not for him, we would likely have been devoured by the wolves." Wang Chu encountered wolves? Yun Lao felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, stepping forward to grasp Zhou Ji's hand tightly. "What on earth is happening?" Zhou Ji was taken aback. The old man's grip was surprisingly strong. However, observing his anxious expression, it seemed that he must be a relative of that older brother. With this thought, a trace of guilt washed over Zhou Ji's face. He swiftly recounted the events to Elder Yun, who released Zhou Ji's hand, his eyes reflecting a grave concern. Although he was aware of Wang Chu's impressive skills, he was nonetheless confronted with the daunting presence of four wolves. "Elder, you should find a safe place to hide for now. I must report this matter to the authorities." My classmates are still on the mountain, Zhou Ji declared before hastening towards the government office of Shuangshi town with the others. Elder Yang approached, his expression a mixture of complexity. Old Yan, do not worry too much. Wang Chu is a child destined for greatness. Elder Yan's complexion regained some color. Wang Chu is indeed formidable and armed with a machete. Those mere 4 wolves are hardly a challenge for him. Elder Yang cast a concerned glance at his old comrade. Elder Yin took a deep breath. Moreover, he has performed admirably. In such a critical moment, he chose to protect those students. He truly deserves the title of my granddaughter's husband. Old Yun. The depths of Yemen Mountain are devoid of signal. If Wang Chu is driven deeper by the pack, he will be in peril. We must hasten to rescue him. Elder Yang's words ignited a spark of urgency in Elder Yun. He pulled out his phone. You rascal, where are you right now? Grandpa, I'm drinking with my comrades. What's the matter? Yun Qingyi replied, looking perplexed. Why was the old man speaking with such vehemence? Who had offended him? What are you drinking for? Your brother-in-law is in danger of being devoured by wolves. If you don't reach Shuangshi town within half an hour, you might as well forget about coming home this year. Afterward, Elder Yun made several more calls. Instantly, panic spread throughout Haiqing. Elder Yun's son-in-law was encountering a wolf pack in Yemen Mountain. His whereabouts were unknown, his life or death uncertain. Soon, under Mayor Chen's orders, the entire rescue team of Haiqing surged towards the direction of Yemen Mountain. Armed police, helicopters, and wilderness rescue teams. If Elder Yun's son-in-law perished in Haiqing, it would spell disaster. Lost. We can use navigation. Qingwen blinked and said. Wang Chu rolled his eyes in response. You really are a clever little girl. Check if your phone is still functional. Upon inspecting her phone, Qingwen was left in disbelief. There was no signal whatsoever. What do we do now? She panicked. In this desolate wilderness, if anything were to happen, it would be as if the heavens would not respond and the earth would not heed their cries. Big brother, what shall we do? Are we going to die here? Fear etched across Qingwen's face. Wang Chu chuckled lightly. Rest assured, we will not perish. After all, I have just married and reunited with my daughter. I cannot possibly meet my end here. I still wish to see Yaya grow up. I also aspire to win over Yun Qingyao. Yet, given the current circumstances, he found himself devoid of particularly effective strategies. After all, Wang Chu's experience in wilderness survival was limited, and here, he could not even discern the cardinal directions. This posed a significant dilemma. System, I urgently require assistance. Wang Chu fervently called out to the system within his heart. However, the system did not respond to his summons, which filled him with indignation. How could such a mere system disregard the call of its host? It was utterly preposterous. Nevertheless, gazing at his existing 400 points of joy, Wang Chu resolved to take a bold gamble. System, initiate a tenfold draw. Ding. The system is conducting the lottery. Wang Chu took a deep breath, hoping this tenfold draw would yield something to aid him in overcoming his current predicament. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a pack of miraculous vegetable seeds. Miraculous vegetable seeds? What on earth are those? Miraculous vegetable seeds, capable of producing vegetables rich in various vitamins, a top-tier ingredient coveted by chefs, valued at 5 joy points in the marketplace. Utterly useless. Wang Chu's lips twitched. This was of no benefit to him whatsoever. Ding, congratulations, you have acquired basic guitar performance skills, available for experience point purchase. Ding, congratulations, you have acquired basic guitar performance skills, available for experience point purchase. Ding, congratulations, you have acquired basic composition skills, available for experience point purchase. Ding, congratulations, you have received the system's gratitude. Thank you for your patronage. As the system's notifications echoed in his ears, Wang Chu felt a sense of numbness wash over him. What on earth were these rewards from the tenfold draw? Guitar skills? Composition skills? Was the system compelling him to venture into the entertainment industry? Fortunately, once the tenfold draw concluded, Wang Chu did obtain a rather useful item. Miraculous pointer, can guide you to that which resides in your heart's desire. A pointer? This could indeed prove to be quite beneficial. Wang Chu mused internally. He examined the pointer in his hand, which was merely the size of half an egg, featuring only a single needle and nothing else. Could this truly be effective? Wang Chu was filled with doubt. yet products from the system ought to be of high quality. Yun Qingyao. The image of Yun Qingyao materialized in Wang Chu's mind. Indeed, the needle began to rotate, swiftly indicating a direction. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in his mind. Distance, 576 kilometers. Goodness. Wang Chu's eyes widened. Yeah. Instantly, the visage of Yaya appeared in his thoughts. The needle shifted direction once more, and the same voice resounded in his mind. Distance, 27 kilometers. Hiss. Wang Chu inhaled sharply. This was undoubtedly a superior tool for locating someone. Yun Zhangwo, grandfather Yun. Soon, the needle adjusted again. Distance, 3 kilometers. Wang Chu's heart steadied. With this item, escaping from Yema Mountain would be a trivial matter. Suddenly, for reasons unknown, the image of the alpha wolf flashed across his mind. The needle changed once more. Distance, less than 300 meters. In an instant, Wang Chu broke out in a cold sweat. Less than 300 meters? This meant that the wolf pack was closing in. Chapter 63. Assault on the Alpha Wolf Front. Wang Chu grasped Qingwen's hand, speaking urgently. Qingwen was momentarily taken aback. Big brother, what is it? The wolf is coming. Wang Chu hastily explained, lacking the time to elaborate further. The wolf is coming? Qingwen was stunned. How could the wolf return? It seemed to haunt them relentlessly. Rustle. Soon, Wang Chu realized that there was no time to flee. As the sounds of rustling foliage surrounded them, a pungent stench wafted through the air, carried by the wind. There was no time left. Wang Chu glanced at Qingwen. Can you climb trees? Qingwen blushed. I'm a girl. Whether I can or cannot, stop dawdling. Wang Chu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Can you? Yes. Then, there's a tree right here. Climb up, and I will buy you some time. Qingwen paused, her eyes lighting up. How had she not thought of this sooner? Quickly, Wang Chu spotted a sturdy tree and urged Qingwen to ascend. As Qingwen climbed halfway, the wolf pack emerged, effectively blocking Wang Chu's escape route. Indeed, they were a cunning horde. Wang Chu mused. Big brother, hurry up. Once Qingwen reached safety, she saw Wang Chu surrounded by the wolves, his face betraying anxiety. Wang Chu smiled wryly. He wished to join her, but knew the wolves would not grant him that chance. Yet, with his back against the tree and a machete in hand, he stood firm. Under normal circumstances, Wang Chu should have been anxious, facing a pack of ferocious beasts, even more fearsome than tigers. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a profound calm, even a hint of exhilaration. With superhuman strength and extraordinary combat skills, coupled with the machete, he believed he could defend himself against the wolves. After all, in many ways, Wang Chu was not one to conform or cower. Otherwise, he would not have left the country in a fit of anger 4 years ago. Come, little wolf cubs, taste my power. Wang Chu licked his lips and took a deep breath. The lead wolf slowly approached with the pack. It understood that this man was formidable. To kill him, they would need to strike as a unit. Wang Chu counted the wolves, 7 in total, all baring their teeth, their eyes glinting with ferocity. He could not allow them to constrict his space. Otherwise, he would have no room to maneuver. Wang Chu quickly assessed the situation. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. If he could subdue the lead wolf, would the pack lose its threat? With this thought, anticipation sparked in Wang Chu's gaze. The lead wolf felt a chill run down its spine, sensing a hint of malice in Wang Chu's eyes. At that moment, Wang Chu suddenly lunged forward toward the lead wolf. The pack was startled. They had not expected their prey, who was supposed to be passive, to initiate a counterattack. However, the wolf pack quickly reacted, and 2 wolves surged towards Wang Chu. A cold smile crept onto Wang Chu's lips as he suddenly launched into the air, delivering a powerful kick to the first wolf. His strength, already formidable, left no room for mercy. With a resounding thud, the wolf was sent flying, its anguished howl echoing as it crashed against a nearby tree, snapping it in half. The wolf fell to the ground, unable to rise. No sooner had he dispatched the first wolf than the second lunged at him. Wang Chu deftly retreated while his blade struck the second wolf's head with brutal force. He poured all his strength into the swing, and with a sickening crunch, he cleaved half of the wolf's skull away. Blood splattered, staining Wang Chu and enveloping him in an aura of ferocity. In an instant, both wolves lay defeated at his feet. This astonishing display not only left the anxious Qingwen perched in the tree, dumbfounded, but also stunned the rest of the pack. Wolves are intelligent creatures, and witnessing Wang Chu's ferocity instilled a deep-seated fear within them. Even the previously composed alpha wolf could not help but rise, wariness flickering in its eyes. Who knew my older brother was so formidable? Qingwen's face was awash with surprise as she instinctively pulled out her phone. Although there was still no signal, she activated the camera and aimed it at Wang Chu, who was now locked in a standoff with the alpha. The alpha was larger and exuded a more savage presence than the others, having recognized Wang Chu's prowess. With the surrounding wolves gripped by fear, it felt compelled to act. It let out a low growl, and the other wolves gradually parted. This was a confrontation between man and wolf king. Qingwen, filled with excitement, felt her hands tremble. At that moment, the alpha lunged at Wang Chu. His eyes narrowed as he swung his blade toward the approaching beast. However, the alpha was cunning. Its advance was merely a feint. Aware of the lethal potential of Wang Chu's weapon, it skillfully dodged the attack and struck from the side. Wang Chu quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the alpha's assault. He marveled at the alpha's agility, realizing it was indeed more formidable than the average wolf. A bite from the alpha would surely tear away a significant chunk of flesh, and Wang Chu was determined not to let that happen. In this initial exchange, neither side could claim victory, both recognizing the other as a formidable adversary. The alpha crouched low, poised to pounce at any moment, while Wang Chu gripped his blade tightly, moving with utmost caution. Suddenly, Wang Chu's foot slipped, causing him to stagger, and the machete in his hand clattered to the ground. The lead wolf's eyes gleamed. This was a rare opportunity. With a low growl, the lead wolf leapt forward, aiming to sink its teeth into Wang Chu's throat. Yet, Wang Chu's eyes sparkled with realization. I've been waiting for you to take the bait. With his extraordinary combat skills, how could Wang Chu possibly be tripped by the pebbles beneath his feet? This was a deliberate feint on his part, for only in this manner could the lead wolf be rendered vulnerable to his assault while suspended in midair. Indeed, as Wang Chu pivoted, he executed a dazzling display of agility before the lead wolf. The wolf, momentarily blinded, found its opponent had mysteriously appeared behind it, and then, like a mountain crashing down, Wang Chu mounted its back. The lead wolf struggled desperately but could not free itself. Wang Chu's grip was powerful. One hand pressed against the wolf's neck while the other relentlessly pounded its head, just as the legendary Wu Song subdued the tiger. Now Wang Chu was delivering blows to the wolf. Up in the tree, Qingwen watched in disbelief. This was truly remarkable. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Wang Chu's fists were heavy with force. Although wolves are known for their iron-like resilience, after several strikes, the lead wolf's head grew dazed, emitting whimpering sounds of submission. Wang Chu had no intention of killing it. After all, it was humans who had initially stolen its cubs. After delivering a dozen punches, he released the lead wolf. The wolf, tail tucked, did not flee immediately but instead crawled before Wang Chu, displaying an attitude of submission. Wang Chu felt a sense of relief. Since the lead wolf was so perceptive, he would spare its life. Recognizing it was no match for him, he declared, "Now, be gone." Wang Chu picked up the machete and looked down at the lead wolf from his elevated position. Although the wolf could not comprehend Wang Chu's words, it understood the intent. Cautiously, it retreated to a safe distance, and, with a low growl, the pack gradually vanished into the depths of the forest. "Come down. They have left, and we must return." Wang Chu called up to Qingwen in the tree. She glanced below, her voice trembling slightly. I feel a bit weak. I can't come down." Wang Chu, feeling somewhat helpless, ascended to carry Qingwen down. Unbeknownst to them, nearly an hour had passed since they encountered the wolves. "Let us hurry back. Your friends must be quite worried," Wang Chu said, gently placing Qingwen down, smiling. "Yes," she nodded, observing Wang Chu's retreating figure, a hint of hesitation crossing her face. But soon, she hurried after him. "Big brother, my name is Zhao Qingwen. What is yours? You were truly incredible just now." Despite Elder Yun's repeated insistence to keep the incident under wraps, news of Wang Chu's wolf encounter had spread widely, particularly among those who were deeply concerned for him. After all, how could the involvement of so many to rescue Wang Chu remain concealed from the observant? Wang Chu had faced wolves. What a relief it was. Upon learning this news from his father, Yang Wei appeared to be in a state of great exhilaration. He had initially believed that Wang Chu had successfully ingratiated himself with the Yun family, leaving him powerless in the situation. However, it seemed that fate had other plans. What a pity. A look of regret crossed the face of Yang Wei's father. Yang Wensi, I had thought we could rely on Wang Chu to connect our Yang family with the Yun family, but it seems otherwise. Yang Wei feigned disappointment, saying, It is what it is. By the way, has Wang Chu's body been found? I hope it hasn't been devoured by wolves. I cannot say for certain. There has been no concrete news yet. Let us hope that Wang Chu is indeed fortunate. As Yang Wei listened to his father's words, a hint of disdain appeared at the corners of his mouth. Wang Chu was merely an ordinary individual. How could he possibly escape the clutches of a wolf pack? Wang Chu, your fate is sealed. Meanwhile, in a high-end club within the capital, several prominent young elites congregated. Each was accompanied by a charming hostess. By the way, Lin Zifeng, I hear you've been pursuing Yun Qingyao for a year now. How is that progressing? One young elite inquired. Indeed. With your prowess, Lin, how has this mere actress not yet been won over? It must be her fortune to be noticed by someone of your caliber. Lin Zifeng's lips twitched. These insipid fools truly had no sense of discretion. In truth, even within the elite circles of the capital, few were aware of Yun Qingyao's true identity. Had it not been for a serendipitous encounter, Lin Zifeng would have, like the rest, assumed she was merely a starlet. However, he had no intention of revealing her identity to them. After all, he desired what he could not possess for himself, and should they uncover her true nature, they would surely descend upon her like ravenous wolves. Wouldn't that complicate his pursuit? Yet, each time Lin Zifeng recalled the image of Yun Qingyao kissing Wang Chu, his heart brimmed with jealousy and fury. Over the past few days, he had thoroughly investigated. Wang Chu was simply an ordinary wage earner. How could he possibly capture Yun Qingyao's affections? Why would she choose a nobody over him? Lin, what are you pondering? At that moment, a nearby elite nudged Lin Zifeng and teased, Have you already won Yun Qingyao's heart? Lin Zifeng snapped back to reality and chuckled awkwardly. Not yet, but it will be soon. He could not allow these fools to know that he had been bested by a mere commoner. How could he ever face the elite circles of the capital again? Just then, Lin Zifeng's phone buzzed. Upon glancing at the message, he was taken aback. Wang Chu encountered wolves, fate unknown. A surge of joy flooded his heart. Before he could even intervene, his rival was already dead. This was simply splendid. Ha ha. Lin Zifeng could not help but burst into laughter. Lin, what is so amusing? The person beside him asked in confusion. Lin Zifeng put away his phone and downed his drink in one gulp. Suddenly, I felt that it wouldn't be long before I could completely conquer Yun Qingyao. Ladies and gentlemen, take your time with your drinks. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Once he exited the club, Lin Zifeng was filled with confidence. He eagerly dialed Yun Qingyao's number. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed does not wish to speak with you. Please do not call again. Furious, Lin Zifeng realized that Yun Qingyao had blocked him. Fine, if you have chosen to block me. I shall make this news known to all. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zifeng dialed another number. I need you to help me spread a message. Wang Chu from Haiqing has been killed by a pack of wolves. I want this news to become the hottest topic on the internet within an hour. The other party seemed bewildered. Who is this Wang Chu, Lin Xiao? Go find out for yourself. Must I inform you of everything? Lin Zifeng hung up the phone in irritation. Yun Qingyao, you accepted Wang Chu, didn't you? Then I shall ensure that you are confronted with the grim reality of Wang Chu's demise. A sinister smile crept across Lin Zifeng's face. Meanwhile, in Haicheng, at Shuangshi town, Yun Qingyi arrived breathlessly. Grandfather, what on earth has happened? Yun Lao briefly explained the situation to Yun Qingyi. Stunned, Yun Qingyi's eyes reflected admiration. My brother-in-law is indeed a man. This is not the time for such discussions. Quickly gather men and head into the mountains. We must find Wang Chu. Yun Qingyi nodded solemnly. Understood. I will spare no effort. By the way, do not inform your sister about this matter just yet. Yun Lao instructed in a grave tone. Let us first locate Wang Chu. Then we shall discuss everything else. Chapter 65. Unconscious soon. The rescue team had arrived at the scene, bolstered by the special police, totaling over 100 personnel. Zhou Ji and the others were deeply moved by the sight of such a vast rescue operation. They had not anticipated that Haiqing would commit such substantial human and material resources to the rescue efforts. Indeed, it is a people-oriented approach. While the search and rescue operations were underway, news of Wang Chu's attack rapidly ascended the trending charts across the internet. A civilian hero besieged by a pack of wolves, with his fate unknown. Reports indicated that Wang Chu had been brutally killed by the wolves. Was it arrogance or sheer folly to provoke a pack of wolves? May the hero rest in peace. We salute Wang Chu. Netizens were astonished. Just this morning, the headlines were dominated by news of a celebrity's clandestine affair, yet by afternoon, a certain Wang Chu had taken the spotlight. Who is this Wang Chu? Why is he so unfamiliar? Many netizens, filled with confusion after reading the news, grew even more perplexed. It turned out that Wang Chu was the hero from Haicheng who had saved lives. But how had he incurred the wrath of the wolves? Even if he had provoked them, was his brutal and truly deserving of such widespread attention? A mere publicity stunt. This is nothing but shameless sensationalism. Just yesterday, I watched his live stream, and today such a tragedy unfolds. Truly, the heavens are envious of talent. I suspect that the celestial sovereign has intervened, attempting to suppress the news of his own clandestine affair by exploiting the demise of a hero as a shield. This is truly devoid of humanity and utterly disgraceful. Why has Wang Chu attracted the ire of the wolves? Is he not endowed with innate strength? Yet, even such prowess could not spare him from being besieged by the pack. It appears that yesterday's broadcast was nothing but a fade. Innate strength does not equate to invincibility. The might of a bison surpasses that of a wolf, yet it still falls prey to their hunger. The discourse surrounding Wang Chu has reached a fervent climax at the filming location of Dianjiang Tai. Yun Qingyao has just completed her scenes and is seated, perusing the script and lines for the next act. Beside her, she hears Sister Chen's voice, tinged with regret. Oh, what a pity. Yun Qingyao, brushing back her hair, inquires. Sister Chen, what troubles you? With a sigh, Sister Chen replies, do you recall the fan I mentioned yesterday? The one who claimed you were their ideal? Wang Chu. At the thought of him, a smile graces Yun Qingyao's lips. Whatever about him? He has passed away. Yun Qingyao is taken aback, her expression shifting to one of discomfort. Sister Chen, that is not a humorous jest. I am not jesting. He encountered wolves in the forest and was reportedly killed in a gruesome manner. With a thunderous jolt, Yun Qingyao feels as though she has been struck by lightning. Her mind goes blank, echoing only a singular thought. Wang Chu is dead? How can this be? How could he possibly die? She had finally encountered him. She had worked hard to better herself. He had matured and taken on responsibilities over these 4 years. She often envisioned a beautiful future for the two of them. But now, how could he have suddenly perished? Why did he venture into the forest, and how did he come across the wolves? Countless questions swirl in her mind. No, I must call my grandfather and my second brother to ascertain the truth of this matter. Suddenly, Yun Qingyao rises, but as she does, the world spins violently, and she collapses. In her haze, she faintly hears Sister Chen's panicked calls. Yet, her mind is consumed with a singular plea. Wang Chu, you must not die. Meanwhile, Wang Chu walks alongside Qingwen on their return journey. Freed from the pursuit of the wolves, their pace is light and unencumbered. Are you students of Haiqing University? Through their conversation, Wang Chu learns their identities, his tone imbued with surprise. What a coincidence. I am also from Haiqing University. Qingwen's eyes sparkle. So, Brother Wang Chu is our senior? How wonderful. Which department do you belong to? Just as Wang Chu is about to respond, he suddenly hears shouts in the distance. I think I hear someone nearby. Let us hurry over and see. Perhaps it is our rescuers. Wang Chu smiles and quickens his pace, while behind him, Qingwen's face betrays a hint of disappointment. She wishes for more time to spend alone with Wang Chu. When Wang Chu sheltered her behind him and remained unfazed amidst the onslaught of the wolf pack, her heart was already stirred with admiration. Which young maiden does not harbor romantic feelings? Which girl does not yearn for her hero to descend upon her like a radiant cloud? In that moment, Qingwen increasingly felt that Wang Chu was indeed the destined hero of her life. However, she hesitated to directly inquire if he had a girlfriend. Initially, she had contemplated a more subtle approach, yet she had not anticipated encountering someone so swiftly. Indeed, they had genuinely stumbled upon the rescue team. Upon seeing Wang Chu and Qingwen, the anxious expressions of the team members finally relaxed. Both were safe and sound. Had they faced misfortune, the city of Haicheng would have been shaken to its core. Returning to Shuangshi town, Elder Yun, upon seeing Wang Chu unscathed, finally eased the tension etched on his face. "You little rascal, you nearly scared me to death." Elder Yun approached and playfully struck Wang Chu, pausing momentarily before adding, "But you did well." Wang Chu smiled knowingly. He was aware that Elder Yun, who had once shed blood for the nation, would undoubtedly support his decision to save lives. At that moment, Chen Qingshan approached, a hint of anxiety shadowing his features. "I am truly sorry. This was a failure on our part, and it has caused you considerable trouble." Elder Yin waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for such words, Mayor Chen. Such events are beyond our predictions. Thankfully, it has passed. So let us not dwell on it." Chen Qingshan breathed a sigh of relief. He genuinely feared that Elder Yun might harbor grievances against the leadership of Haicheng due to this incident, for such a rift would be detrimental to the city. Nonetheless, Chen Qingshan resolved to promptly award Wang Chu the honorary award for courage and establish him as a paragon of moral integrity for the city of Haicheng. Setting aside his connection as Elder Yun's grandson-in-law, Wang Chu's repeated acts of valor were more than sufficient to merit the title. At that moment, a secretary approached and whispered something into Chen Qingshan's ear, causing his expression to shift. "Elder Yun, I have one more request. Could we have Wang Chu collaborate with us on an official statement?" The online discourse has erupted into chaos. Chapter 66. Cultivating crops. When Wang Chu learned that news of his perilous encounter had become a trending topic online, he felt utterly speechless. He was neither a celebrity basking in the limelight nor a commanding entrepreneur. Why would his affairs garner such widespread attention from netizens? Was it due to the live broadcast from yesterday? Unbeknownst to him, unseen hands were orchestrating it all behind the scenes. Soon, the news regarding Wang Chu's encounter with the wolf pack and his miraculous survival was officially released through Haicheng's channels, providing a sense of closure to the concerned public. As for any ensuing turbulence, it was no longer a matter of concern for Wang Chu, for he was now en route to pick up Yeye from kindergarten. He merely cast a glance at his cousin-in-law, who occupied the passenger seat, his expression replete with exasperation. As he expressed grave skepticism about Wang Chu's heroic actions, I inquired, "Are you so captivated by the beauty of that young girl that you recklessly engaged with a pack of wolves? Wang Chu, I acknowledge your formidable strength. Yet you remain oblivious to the true ferocity of a wolf pack. You were fortunate to escape this time. Otherwise, my sister would be left a widow. Are you even listening to me?" Although Yun Qingyi harbored admiration for Wang Chu's act of heroism, he vehemently opposed any future displays of such recklessness. After all, Wang Chu was now the husband of Yun Qingyao, making him Yun Qingyi's brother-in-law. He certainly did not wish for Wang Chu to encounter any perilous situations. Wang Chu rubbed his nose, pondering how Yun Qingyao often described her second uncle as fiery and brash, yet he appeared surprisingly nagging now. "Brother, I understand. But you mischaracterized my actions. I didn't merely escape the wolf pack. I delivered a severe beating to the lead wolf." Yun Qingyi looked at him with disdain. "You are unaware of the lead wolf's vast combat experience, I presume. Even the elite of the military must tread cautiously when confronting such a formidable foe. Those lacking mental fortitude often lack the courage to engage when faced with the lead wolf's pressure. You think you can simply beat the lead wolf? By the way," Wang Chu added gravely, "you must not disclose this to Yeye, nor to Qingyao." Yun Qingyi replied languidly, "Your exploits have already become a sensational topic online. Do you believe my sister is blind to it?" Wang Chu felt a headache coming on, as this was an unavoidable predicament. He could only wait until the evening to explain the situation to Qingyao. Soon, the kindergarten day came to an end. Wang Chu stood at the entrance, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the children, just like the other parents. Before long, the children streamed out in a jubilant rush. Ye spotted Wang Chu immediately and joyfully leaped into his arms. Daddy, the meal you prepared today was absolutely delicious. Is that so? If you enjoyed it, I shall make it again tomorrow. Wang Chu's heart swelled with joy. Could you perhaps make a bit more? Ye hesitated before asking. Wang Chu blinked. What is the matter? Was today's meal insufficient? I prepared quite a lot for you. Could it really not be enough? His heart was filled with confusion. Ye chuckled. It's just that many in my class want to taste Daddy's buns. She held up her finger. Xin is my best friend. And I promised her I would bring a bun tomorrow. Chu Zishuan shared his favorite toy with me this afternoon, so I also promised him a bun. Zhao Ziluo gave me his stickers, and I promised him as well. And Yuan agreed to bring me her Barbie doll to play with tomorrow. So I promised her too. Wang Chu's lips twitched. How many promises had she made? However, looking into Ye's expectant eyes, he could only nod in agreement. All right. I promise you. Yay. Ye cheered, wrapping her arms tightly around Wang Chu's neck. Daddy, you are just the best. Just as Wang Chu was about to leave with Ye, Teacher Yu approached them. Dear Ye's father, please hold on for a moment. I have something to discuss with you, said Teacher Xiaoyu. Today, our kindergarten received a notification. In an effort to establish a spiritually civilized city, Haiqing is organizing a city-wide singing competition for kindergartens. Given Ye's exceptional singing talent, our kindergarten has recommended her to participate in this event. Wang Chu was somewhat taken aback, yet he quickly came to terms with it. After all, with Qin Yao having risen to stardom, it was hardly surprising that Ye had inherited some musical talent. Is there anything you need me to do? Wang Chu inquired. Teacher Xiaoyu shook her head, saying, Not at all. I merely wanted to ask if you would be interested in participating. Pointing to himself in astonishment, Wang Chu exclaimed, Me? How do I resemble a kindergarten child? Teacher Xiaoyu chuckled awkwardly. Well, I didn't articulate that very clearly. What I meant was, would you like to perform alongside Ye as her father? At this, Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she exclaimed, Teacher Xiaoyu, is that really possible? Teacher Xiaoyu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, if you two can form a parent-child duo, it would certainly enhance your performance. Ye turned to Wang Chu. Daddy, shall we enter the competition together? After a moment's contemplation, Wang Chu replied, That poses no problem at all. I am quite looking forward to it. Do you know when the competition begins? It will take place 3 days from now at the City Cultural Palace. I hope we can rehearse the performance in the meantime. Is that acceptable? Wang Chu nodded, all right. Upon returning home, old Yun took Ye for a stroll, while Wang Chu pondered for a long time in the garden space in front of the villa. Previously, he had joked with Yun Qingyao about planting vegetables there, but now he genuinely entertained the idea. After all, he still had a packet of marvelous vegetable seeds in his system backpack. Wang Chu was curious about what kind of vegetables those extraordinary seeds could yield. Ding! Ye's vegetable garden task has been issued. Plant vegetables in front of the villa to provide Ye with the essential nutrients she requires daily. Task reward: randomly elevate the host's skills by 2 levels. Note: using the magical spring water for planting will yield different results. Wang Chu's lips twitched. Planting with magical spring water? That costs 5 joy points per bottle. How many bottles would be needed for such vegetables? He felt a pang in his heart. Although the prospect of elevating his skills by 2 levels was enticing, the expenditure of joy points would surely be considerable. Oh well, let us consider it for Ye's well-being, he sighed, rolling up his sleeves. Planting vegetables in the prized space of the flourishing garden might be unique to Haiqing. Chapter 67. Meeting Yun Qingyao. When old Yun returned with Ye, they discovered numerous servants gathered in front of the garden, seemingly captivated by an astonishing sight. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that Wang Chu had turned the garden soil and fashioned a small vegetable patch. Wang Chu, what are you doing? Planning to plant vegetables here? Old Yun asked, astonished. Wang Chu wiped the sweat from his brow and nodded, saying, Indeed, I believe cultivating some fresh vegetables would enable Ye to enjoy them daily. Old Yun nodded in approval, then turned to the surrounding servants. Are you all just standing by, leaving the young master to toil alone? The servants displayed expressions of fear. However, Wang Chu interjected, Grandfather, I am the one who prefers to handle this myself. It is better for me to take the initiative. The servants breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that with the young master's words, the old master would not be displeased with them. Yet, Yaya had developed an interest in gardening. Having only seen vegetable gardens in picture books and on television, she was astonished to discover that her own home had one, which filled her with wonder. Scurrying over to Wang Chu, she exclaimed, "Daddy, can this vegetable garden grow lots of delicious food?" "Indeed. What would you like to eat, Yaya? Can you grow surprise eggs?" Yaya's face lit up with anticipation. "Surprise eggs? That might be a bit challenging," Wang Chu replied, his lips twitching. "Oh. Then can you grow chocolate or ice cream?" "That seems unlikely as well." Disappointment clouded Yaya's face. "Then what can we grow that's delicious?" Wang Chu pondered for a moment. "For instance, cucumbers, tomatoes, peppers, and eggplants." With each mention, Yaya's excitement dwindled. "Once the vegetables grow, I can prepare even tastier dishes for you," Wang Chu assured her. "More delicious than little buns?" "Absolutely." Finally, a spark of hope returned to Yaya's eyes. "Daddy, I will help you water them." Once Wang Chu finished organizing the garden, the system finally chimed, signaling the completion of a task. Ding! "Congratulations, task completed." System reward. Composition skill increased by 2 levels. Obtained intermediate composition skill. Observing the system reward, Wang Chu felt utterly speechless. An intermediate composition reward. He had no desire to enter the entertainment industry. What use was this skill? Yet, it was better than nothing. For enhancing a skill by 2 levels typically required 20 delight points. After dinner, Wang Chu perused information online. Although he had collaborated with the Haiqing authorities to dispel rumors, the results were not particularly evident. Many individuals began to suspect that the previous sensational news was deliberately fabricated by Haiqing and Wang Chu. After all, how could a normal person possibly encounter a pack of wolves in the wilderness? The online discourse was tumultuous, yet Wang Chu remained unfazed. After all, he was not a celebrity, nor did he rely on exposure for his livelihood. In fact, he preferred to avoid the limelight, as it was not beneficial for himself. Yun Qingyao, or Yaya. He sincerely hoped for the situation to settle down swiftly. Just as Wang Chu was about to turn off his phone, he glanced at the trending topics, and his expression shifted dramatically. Yun Qingyao fainted on set, suspected to be due to excessive work pressure. He quickly clicked on the news, discovering that during the afternoon, just before the crew was to wrap up, Yun Qingyao had collapsed on set and was taken to the hospital. According to the doctor's examination, the issue stems solely from excessive stress and mental fatigue, and with some rest, it should pose no significant problem. Despite the news indicating no cause for concern, Wang Chu felt a pang of anxiety. He dialed Yun Qingyao's number, but there was no answer on the other end. "I must go there personally," he resolved instantly. However, what about Yaya if he went alone? After pondering for a moment, Wang Chu made his way to Yaya's room. Inside, Yun Qingyi was engaged in a game of building blocks with Yaya. It was undeniable that although Yun Qingyi had a fiery temperament, he exhibited remarkable patience with Yaya, and his demeanor revealed a genuine affection for his niece. "Yaya, your father has something important to discuss with you tonight." Wang Chu decided to be honest with her. "Mama is feeling a bit unwell today, and I need to visit her. So I want to be able to stay with you. Will you be a good girl and stay at home with your uncle?" Concern etched on her face, Yaya asked. "What is wrong with Mama? She is just a bit fatigued." Wang Chu reassured her and then turned to Yun Qingyi. "Brother, I'll rely on you to look after Yaya today. There's no need for such formality. Yaya is your child, but she is also my niece," Yun Qingyi replied. Looking at Wang Chu, "How do you plan to get there?" "I'll drive," Wang Chu responded without hesitation. "There are no suitable flights right now, and it's only about 500 to 600 kilometers. Driving will be more convenient." "Very well, you can go without worry. I will take care of things here." Yun Qingyi nodded. He could see the unmasked urgency and concern in Wang Chu's eyes. Despite his initial unfavorable impression of Wang Chu as Yun Qingyao's brother, he felt a sense of comfort knowing how much Wang Chu cared for his sister. This indicated that at least he was not one of those irresponsible rascals. After conferring with Yun Qingyi, Wang Chu wasted no time and swiftly took a Porsche from the garage. While sports cars are known for their speed, considering potential shortcuts along the way, he opted for the sedan instead. Soon, the silhouette of Wang Chu in the Porsche vanished into the night. Although he was unaware of Yun Qingyao's exact location, He was fortunate to possess a magical compass that directed him as long as he envisioned her. The nearly 600 kilometers would take at least 5 hours to traverse. It was already 7 in the evening, and by the time he reached his destination, it would likely be around midnight. However, none of this mattered to Wang Chu, for his eagerness to see Yun Qingyao was palpable. As the car navigated through the streets cloaked in darkness, the magical compass displayed a message: target location confirmed. Would you like to proceed with the optimal route planning? Yes. Wang Chu replied immediately. Planning the optimal route would cost 5 points of joy. Wang Chu cursed under his breath, wondering if this system was particularly stingy. However, this is not the time to be frugal. With a resounding beep, a complete route map materialized in Wang Chu's mind. After optimal route planning, the distance has been shortened by 100 kilometers, and the estimated time has been reduced by 1 hour. A sigh of relief washed over Wang Chu. The 5 points of joy he had spent were indeed well worth it. Chapter 68. Road Racing. Although the best route had saved Wang Chu nearly an hour and over 100 kilometers of travel, he still faced the daunting task of racing over 400 kilometers, a considerable challenge for him. Long-distance driving primarily tests a driver's concentration. It is nearly impossible for a person to maintain an intense level of focus for an extended period, as it exacts a tremendous toll on one's energy. Yet, Wang Chu was oblivious to such concerns. His sole thought was to reach Yun Qingyao as swiftly as possible. On the highway, Wang Chu drove for a solid hour and a half before exiting onto a non-highway national road, following the pointed directions. The clock had already passed 9 in the evening. Typically, at this hour, Ye would be preparing for bed. Wang Chu let out a soft sigh, realizing he still had half the journey ahead of him. Let me see. If I pass through Rongding City and navigate this winding mountain road, I can save a significant distance, he contemplated, taking a deep breath and continuing his drive. Even though fatigue was beginning to set in, at that moment, the mountain road was teeming with people, a cacophony of voices filling the air. Today, 2 racing teams were vying for a spot in the prestigious Jiuzhou racing competition. Only the victorious team would represent the East China region in the National Racing Championship. The competition was straightforward. The 2 representatives would race to complete an 18-kilometer mountain course in the shortest time possible. Suqua, I can't believe your team sent someone as useless as you to compete. I'm profoundly disappointed, sneered a young man leaning against a Bugatti Veyron, a toothpick clenched between his teeth. This is a man's game, not something for a weakling like you. Suqua, a handsome youth, glared at the speaker, Chen Feng. Don't be arrogant, Chen Feng. I will teach you a lesson today. Do you really think you're a racing god? Chen Feng chuckled lightly. A lesson? I await your demonstration. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, your new girlfriend is quite alluring. Fury ignited within Suqua. Chen Feng, are you out of your mind? He exclaimed, ready to charge forward, but was restrained by those around him. Chen Feng spat out the toothpick. Calmness is a quality every racer should possess. You are far from being a competent driver. Those around Suqua urged him. The race is about to start. Wouldn't it be more fulfilling to humiliate him during the competition? With a fierce glare, Suqua spat at Chen Feng. I will annihilate you. I look forward to it. Chen Feng shot back. Soon, the race between the 2 would commence. Both were standout competitors from their respective teams, and the outcome would determine which team would advance. Ready. As the sound of the starting gun echoed, 2 cars surged forward like awakened beasts, roaring into the night and quickly vanishing from sight. Along the winding mountain road, throngs of spectators gathered at every observation point, with live commentary accompanying the entire event. Today's competition was a qualifying battle between the Flying Dragon team and the Fierce Tiger team. Representing the Flying Dragon team was the rising star of the racing world, Suqua, who, despite his brief time in the sport, had already triumphed over numerous heavyweight contenders. The Fierce Tiger team was represented by Chen Feng, a seasoned champion who had claimed victory in 3 consecutive city races, with his sole aim in this competition being the championship of the 9 provinces racing tournament. This marked their inaugural clash. Would the rookie bravely challenge the tiger, or would the fierce tiger vanquish the dragon? We eagerly await the outcome. In the live broadcast, the 2 commentators passionately narrated the unfolding race. Although this event was not of paramount importance, for the fans of the Flying Dragon and Fierce Tiger teams. It was a matter of life and death. The racecourse employed for this competition was a newly constructed mountain road, yet to be officially opened for use. One commentator remarked that this winding road was said to have 9 twists and 18 turns, with the most perilous section being a series of 4 consecutive bends in the middle of the course. For those unfamiliar with the terrain, accidents were all too likely. Now, Su Kuo and Chun Feng had navigated the first bend, fiercely pursuing one another, their strengths seemingly equal. However, neither had yet exerted their full power. It remained uncertain who would strike first or if they intended to maintain the suspense until the end. Both sets of fans fixated on the screen, fervently hoping their chosen team would prevail and claim victory. In that moment, a voice reached the ears of the race director. "This is bad, director. A vehicle has intruded onto the track. Should we intercept?" The director's expression shifted. How could a car breach the secured course? Immediately intercept. Identify the intruder and maintain communication. But time was fleeting, and the vehicle had already dashed past. What a swift car it was. The director's mind buzzed with concern. Another vehicle had infiltrated the race. However, Su Kuo and Chun Feng had already been racing for over 2 minutes, and he hoped the incoming car would not pose a significant threat. Nonetheless, he instructed, "A new car has entered the track. Everyone must document and prepare for contingencies." Wang Chu felt a surge of curiosity as he followed the map's directional arrow, discovering that both sides of the road ahead were lined with a large crowd. What could so many people be doing here at such a late hour? Thankfully, there were many. Had there only been a few, their presence on the mountain road at this hour might have been quite alarming. Was there an event taking place on the mountain? Wang Chu pondered, but chose not to dwell on it, instead veering off towards the mountain with determination. His time was precious, and he could not afford to waste it. With a roar, the powerful engine emitted a low growl as the Porsche zipped past the gathering crowd. As the crowd struggled to discern the identity of the approaching vehicle, all they could catch was the blurred silhouette of a Porsche. Goodness, why does it seem to me that this car is even swifter than Chun Feng's? Is it the vehicle of the Flying Dragon team or that of the Fierce Tiger team? It is astonishingly powerful. Have you managed to identify the car? Not at all. Its speed is too overwhelming, and I merely felt a gust of wind sweep past me. Do you think this could possibly be a vehicle meant for wrecking? Surely not. If that were the case, it would indeed be quite intriguing. Along the route, Wang Chu noticed that nearly every stretch of the road was lined with spectators, some even wielding cheering placards. It dawned on him that he seemed to have entered a makeshift racetrack. Chapter 69. The novice racer. The unfamiliar vehicle entered the first turn at a speed of 136. It approached the second turn at 127. Upon reaching the subsequent stretch, its average speed soared to 137. Listening to the monitoring personnel's voice, the chief commander was utterly astounded. How could a vehicle navigate an unknown stretch at such a speed of 136? Even the most skilled drivers in East China could not achieve such results. Are your measurements accurate? Could there be some error? The chief commander wore an expression of disbelief. This is impossible. Our instruments have been calibrated. Furthermore, we genuinely believe its speed surpasses that of our 2 drivers. As the chief commander absorbed the words of the monitoring staff, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. These 2 drivers had already ascended to the status of the strongest in the city. Could there truly be someone even stronger? Who is he? If he could represent our city in the 9 provinces racing tournament. At this thought, the chief commander felt a surge of excitement. He quickly instructed those at the finish line. No matter the means, they must halt that unfamiliar vehicle. Meanwhile, during the live broadcast, the commentators learned of the intrusion of an unknown vehicle onto the track. Incredibly, a strange vehicle had invaded the racetrack, pursuing the 2 racing cars with astounding speed. One commentator exclaimed in astonishment, "What? Impossible! These 2 racers are the strongest in our city." The other commentator mirrored his shock, exclaiming, "Let us check the latest news regarding this intruding vehicle." The mysterious car is the latest model of a Porsche, and upon entering the track, its average speed exceeded 130 kilometers. My heavens, this is simply inconceivable. It is worth noting that Su Kuo and Chun Feng's average speed is around 90. Yet, this enigmatic racer's average speed surpasses theirs by nearly 50%. Of course, while Su Kwa and Chen Feng's speed may appear slow, it is due to the unfamiliarity of the track, the numerous curves, and the poor visibility at night, which all contribute to a lower average speed. However, the unknown driver faces similar challenges, implying that this mysterious racer possesses the potential to contend for the national championship. As the commentators continued to express their astonishment, all viewers of the live broadcast were left in utter shock. Almost everyone was captivated, and a question arose in their hearts. Who exactly is this person? Could this individual, with remarkable speed, catch up to the two drivers ahead? At this pace, it seemed that in less than 3 minutes, he would close the gap with Su Kwa and Chen Feng. Many spectators eagerly anticipated the reactions of the two drivers once this Porsche overtook them. However, neither Chen Feng nor Su Kwa realized that their battle had been interrupted by an unexpected contender. Ahead lay a series of 4 consecutive bends, and given Su Kwa's prowess, he would undoubtedly reduce his speed to below 80, otherwise, he would lose control. Chen Feng was well acquainted with Su Kwa's skills, knowing that navigating bends was not his strong suit, while he himself excelled at cornering with speed. As expected, upon entering the 4 bends, Su Kwa slowed down, while Chen Feng pressed the accelerator, pushing his speed to 90. Though this pace posed a challenge, it was necessary to instill a sense of despair in Su Kwa, making him acutely aware of their disparity. Chen Feng was determined not only to win, but to thoroughly demoralize him. As Su Kwa decreased his speed, Chen Feng surged ahead, shattering the previously even odds. Su Kwa felt a pang of panic. How could Chen Feng dare to accelerate through the bends? Was he reckless? Watching the tail lights of Chen Feng's car recede into the distance stirred an impulsive desire within Su Kwa to press the accelerator. Yet, he ultimately refrained, knowing that a reckless pursuit could lead to ruin, both for himself and his vehicle. Frustrated, Su Kwa muttered curses under his breath, feeling powerless as he awaited the opportunity to regain momentum after the bends. Just then, he perceived 2 brilliant lights approaching from behind. Stunned, he wondered, was another car joining the race? Why had he not received any notification? There was no time for contemplation as the lights grew increasingly bright, indicating that the pursuing vehicle was gaining on him. A surge of anger welled up within Su Kwa. Did others truly view him as a soft target, attempting to overtake him? Dream on. With a derisive snort, he maneuvered his car to block Wang Chu's path. Wang Chu, positioned behind Su Kwa, raised an eyebrow at the slow-moving vehicle ahead, which dared to obstruct the road. After honking twice, he saw no sign of yielding from Su Kwa, which only deepened his displeasure. Was this what racing drivers had come to? Such poor skills yet still claiming the right of way? Wang Chu scoffed, knowing he was pressed for time and could not afford to linger behind. With a swift press of the accelerator, the Porsche emitted a low growl and surged towards Su Kwa's rear. Startled, Su Kwa wondered if this driver had lost his mind. Before he could react, Wang Chu seized the opportunity, overtaking him on the inside during the first bend. Impossible. This was absolutely inconceivable. How could he maintain such speed through the turn without losing control? This defies the principles of physics. Su Kwa watched in astonishment as a Porsche flashed past him on the inside. However, he soon realized that the driver had ingeniously utilized the roadside drainage to catch the inner tire, enabling such a rapid maneuver through the curve. But could this truly be accomplished by a mere human? The level of skill and the imaginative thinking displayed were utterly beyond belief. As Su Kwa gazed at the receding taillights, he felt a tremor of excitement coursing through him. If only he could take this individual as his mentor, he would undoubtedly become a renowned race car driver. I have memorized your license plate number. I will find you. Meanwhile, at the forefront, Chen Feng had already passed the third curve. In the rearview mirror, Su Kwa's figure had vanished completely, a faint smile gracing his lips. Defeating an opponent like Su Kwa brought him little sense of accomplishment. With a light chuckle, he thought to himself, this championship is mine for the taking. Just as he reveled in his triumph, a brilliant light from behind caught his attention. Could it be that Su Kwa had caught up so swiftly? How is that possible? Chapter 70. My name is Yang Wei. Regardless of whether Chen Feng believed it or not, the vehicle from behind was hurtling towards him at a breakneck speed. Estimating the speed of the approaching car, a smile emerged on Chen Feng's face. To catch up to him, Su Kwa's speed had surpassed 101. At this velocity, There was no way he could navigate the upcoming curve. Forcing the turn could very well result in disaster. If you seek your own demise, I shall not hold back. Chen Feng maneuvered his car, granting passage for overtaking. Wang Chu had initially been troubled, wondering what he would do if the other car obstructed his path as well, but it appeared the driver was quite reasonable. Since the other driver had yielded, Wang Chu took no hesitation, zipping past Chen Feng, executing a flawless drift at the upcoming curve before swiftly vanishing into the night. Chen Feng was left dumbfounded. How could the other driver have passed so effortlessly? No, that car does not belong to Su Qua. So whose is it? Who possesses such extraordinary skill? It is impossible, absolutely impossible. A look of fury crossed Chen Feng's face, wishing fervently to drag Wang Chu from the car ahead. Yet in the brief moment of distraction, Wang Chu had left him in the dust. As Wang Chu continued to overtake both Su Qua and Chen Feng, the surrounding spectators were left in awe. It should be noted that Wang Chu had made his appearance merely 2 minutes after the race commenced, meaning he had gained a 2-minute lead over the top competitors, having covered less than half the distance. This revelation left both the Flying Dragon and the Fierce Tiger teams utterly astonished. The racing enthusiasts were eager to discover the identity of the driver behind the wheel of the Porsche. Soon enough, the finish line was teeming with fans. As the crowd awaited with bated breath, the silhouette of the Porsche emerged. Wang Chu, observing the multitude ahead, couldn't help but furrow his brow. Yet he could not simply rush through. He had no choice but to gradually reduce his speed. Greetings, I am Qin Bei, the chief coordinator of this road racing competition. May we converse? As the vehicle came to a halt, a middle-aged man appeared before the Porsche. Wang Chu pressed the window button. I apologize, but I am in a hurry. Could you kindly ask the individuals in front to move aside? I must pass. Upon seeing Wang Chu's youthful and unfamiliar visage, a flicker of surprise danced in Qin Bei's eyes. He prided himself on being a seasoned veteran within the racing circuit, yet this was his first encounter with Wang Chu, suggesting that Wang Chu was far from being a newcomer in the realm of racing. Might this imply the opportunity to draw Wang Chu into the prestigious racing circles of Rongding City? This notion stirred excitement within Qin Bei. Ahem. It appears they are overly zealous. Would you be so kind as to step out of the vehicle for a brief discussion? Qin Bei inquired. At that moment, the managers of the Feilong and Menghu teams rushed over. Greetings, I am the general manager of the Feilong team. Here is my business card. Might you be interested in joining us? Our compensation is undoubtedly among the finest in the industry. Do not listen to his unfounded claims. The Menghu team's benefits and prowess far surpass that of Feilong. Choosing us would be your wisest decision. The general manager of Feilong, incensed, retorted. Wang Chu listened to their quarrel, his head buzzing with confusion. I apologize. I am merely passing through and have urgent matters to attend to. Could you please allow me to proceed? We won't take up too much of your time. Perhaps you could share your contact information? We could arrange a time to converse more thoroughly. Qin Bei pressed on. Wang Chu sighed softly, realizing that if he did not resolve this matter promptly, they would not let him leave. Very well, though I do not have a business card on me. You can jot down my phone number, by the way. My name is Yang Wei. Let us connect tomorrow. Believing they had secured Yang Wei's contact details, Qin Bei and the two team managers finally exhaled in relief. They had silently resolved to reach out to Yang Wei promptly the following day, determined to deny their competitors any advantage. As Wang Chu's vehicle vanished into the night, Chen Feng arrived. Upon learning of the events, a look of indignation crossed his face. Hi, Yang Wei. I shall remember you. A sudden sneeze escaped Yang Wei. Is someone speaking ill of me? Did you hear what I said clearly? His father, Yang Wensi, remarked with feigned indifference. Are you trying to drive me to madness? Observing his son's bewildered expression, Yang Wensi could not suppress his anger. You are on the verge of marriage. You are no longer a child. Yang Wei chuckled awkwardly. Father, I am aware of what you mentioned earlier, but is it truly necessary? What do you mean by is it necessary? Yang Wensi replied, his tone tinged with exasperation. Wang Chu is your friend. Out of both sentiment and reason, you must visit him tomorrow after his narrow escape from calamity. This will bolster our Yang family's chances of securing the bid for the event commemorating our red history. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing the miraculous news of Wang Chu's survival after encountering a pack of wolves, Yang Wensi was inspired to seize this opportunity for his son to cultivate a closer relationship with Wang Chu. While this intention was not inherently objectionable, Yang Wensi remained unaware that the bond between his son and Wang Chu was far from that of friends. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Yang Wei's face as he muttered softly, "What a pity. That wolf pack was rather ineffectual. What are you mumbling about?" Yang Wensi retorted with irritation. "Tomorrow, take some gifts and strive to bridge the gap between you two." Gritting his teeth, Yang Wei resolved to reveal the truth to his father. "Dad, that's unnecessary. The situation is actually as follows." With that, he recounted the entire sequence of events to Yang Wensi. Upon hearing his son's words, Yang Wensi was left dumbfounded. "Are you suggesting that you and Wang Chu are not friends, but rather that you have stolen his girlfriend from university?" He continued, "Is the girlfriend you mentioned Lin Xiaoyan? Therefore, not only will Wang Chu not assist us, but he will seek revenge against us?" Watching his son nod repeatedly, Yang Wensi suddenly grabbed a feather duster from the side and hurled it at Yang Wei. "You little rascal, let me tell you, if you can't appease Wang Chu, I swear I'll disown you." He fumed. "How could I have produced such a wretch? Don't you dare run. Let me finish you off." He added, "I assure you, no matter what means you employ, even if Lin Xiaoyan herself comes to apologize, you must eliminate Wang Chu's hostility towards us. Do you understand? If you fail, I shall simply have another son, and you won't receive a single penny of my inheritance. Do you comprehend?" Yang Wei, face contorted with frustration, replied, I understand. Dad, could you please refrain from hitting me? I'm about to get married. After all, I'm an adult now." "Pa, let me make it clear. I will absolutely not approve of your relationship with Lin Xiaoyan." Chapter 71. A passionate confession. The route planned by the navigation system proved to be remarkably shorter, saving over 100 kilometers compared to the current navigation software. Before 11 o'clock, Wang Chu had already arrived at the hospital where Yun Qingyao was staying, the First People's Hospital of Dahong City. However, as he noticed several vigilant bodyguards stationed at the entrance of the corridor, he promptly abandoned the idea of barging in. Although Wang Chu was aware that these bodyguards were certainly no match for him, he was there to see Yun Qingyao, not to engage in any form of confrontation. Furthermore, should the outside world become aware of his relationship with Yun Qingyao, it could bring her unnecessary trouble. He merely wished to care for her and had no desire to complicate matters. Thus, he opted for cleverness rather than force. Wang Chu first wandered around the lobby, memorizing the staff list posted in the area. Then, seizing a moment when the medical staff were distracted, he stealthily acquired a set of white coats intended for the laundry. Dressed in the white coat and donning a mask, it was indeed difficult to accurately identify a person based solely on their eyes. Observing his reflection in the mirror, Wang Chu felt quite the part of a doctor and nodded in satisfaction. Clad in his medical attire, he approached the entrance of the deluxe ward. Indeed, clad in a pristine white coat, Wang Chu strode confidently inside, evading any suspicion from the guards. It appeared that their vigilance was lacking. He mused silently. What if someone intended harm towards Yun Qingyao? Wang Chu shook his head and cautiously approached her room, gently pushing the door open. He discovered Yun Qingyao lying on the hospital bed, her delicate brows furrowed, as if burdened by some profound distress. A pang of sorrow pierced Wang Chu's heart, prompting him to hurriedly sit beside her and clasp her hand. "Qingyao, I am here for you." Perhaps sensing his voice, the tension in Yun Qingyao's brow gradually eased. Gazing upon the enchanting girl before him, Wang Chu's heart brimmed with compassion. What kind of arduous work could have fatigued Yun Qingyao to this extent? Was it due to her frail constitution? Wang Chu stroked his chin, contemplating that perhaps he could offer her some miraculous spring water, rumored to enhance one's physical condition. He exchanged a bottle of spring water from the system and carefully administered it to Yun Qingyao's lips. Indeed, within 5 minutes, she let out a soft whimper and slowly opened her eyes. Wang Chu breathed a sigh of relief. "Qingyao, are you all right?" As Yun Qingyao opened her eyes, she stared blankly at Wang Chu, her large eyes swiftly brimming with tears. Wang Chu, taken aback, instinctively reached out to wipe the tears from her face. However, Yun Qingyao grasped his hand, allowing her tears to flow freely. "Wang Chu, I'm so sorry, truly sorry." Wang Chu was momentarily stunned. a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Sorry. Why had she suddenly apologized to him? Did she perhaps engage in something that warranted an apology? A chill ran down his spine. Surely, Yin Qingyao was not that kind of person, yet why this sudden remorse? Noticing Wang Chu's silence, Yin Qingyao spoke through her sobs. I shouldn't have rushed to shoot after we obtained our marriage certificate. If I hadn't, I wouldn't have missed seeing you one last time. One last time? Wang Chu felt a shiver of dread. Her words implied something dire. I know you've come to find me because there's much you wish to say. And I too have much to convey, he replied, blinking in surprise. Wait, let me speak first. Yin Qingyao interrupted, taking a deep breath. I will raise Ye well. And I will tell her that her father was a remarkable man. I shall care for your parents. Though they have lost you, I will be their daughter and support them in their old age. Yin Qingyao gazed into Wang Chu's eyes, her own filled with heartbreak. Do you know? I searched for you for 4 years. At times, I nearly gave up, but I never anticipated that we would meet again one day. Initially, I believed it was a divine blessing that allowed me to encounter you once more, and I envisioned a future filled with happiness and fulfillment. Yet now, we find ourselves separated by the veil of death. Tears streamed down Yin Qingyao's cheeks, each droplet falling heavily upon Wang Chu's heart. He was taken aback, never anticipating the depth and fervor of Yin Qingyao's feelings for him. You are the only man I have ever truly recognized in this life. Beyond you, my heart shall not be swayed by any other man. In another realm, do not worry for me, nor for our child. Wang Chu could no longer contain himself. While he found solace in Yin Qingyao's heartfelt confession, he was very much alive. Witnessing the heartbreak reflected in her eyes pained him deeply. Qingyao, I am not dead. I am very much alive, he asserted earnestly. Look at me. I truly live. Yet, Yin Qingyao shook her head. Oh, how I wish that were true. But for me, it may just be a distant hope. Wang Chu was exasperated. How could she be so stubborn in her belief that he had perished? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that she had seen the news online and assumed he had fallen victim to a pack of wolves, leading to her fainting? Thus, she remained unaware of his survival? With urgency, Wang Chu urged, I am indeed alive. If you doubt me, check your phone. The internet has dispelled the rumors. But Yin Qingyao gazed at him with a dazed expression. Yes, you are not dead. You have always lived in my heart. Frustrated, Wang Chu decided to take action. He gently pushed her back onto the hospital bed and leaned in to kiss her tender lips passionately. In that instant, Yin Qingyao felt a jolt, her eyes widening in disbelief. With a sudden movement, she pushed him away, slapping his face. Who are you? Wang Chu licked his lips, a satisfied and blissful smile gracing his face. Was this the sensation of a kiss? Sweet, tender, and utterly delightful. I am Wang Chu, he chuckled. Now do you believe me? I am alive, a living, breathing person. You're not dead? You truly live? Yin Qingyao touched her lips, still in disbelief. But the news said you were attacked by wolves. Wolves? What can they do to me? Wang Chu replied nonchalantly. I never regarded them as a threat. But weren't you in Haiqing? How did you end up in Dahong City? Yin Qingyao remained skeptical. The distance between them was nearly 600 kilometers. Surely, upon awakening, she would not have mistaken him for a ghostly apparition. Wang Chu smiled sheepishly. I heard you had fainted, so I hurried over. Yin Qingyao glanced at the clock. It was nearly midnight. How did you manage to get here? If I recall correctly, there should be no suitable flights available. You are truly impressive. You even know about flights. Wang Chu expressed his admiration. So, you must have driven here? Wang Chu nodded. Yes, I drove my family's Porsche for nearly 5 hours. Suddenly, Yin Qingyao seized Wang Chu by the collar and unexpectedly pushed him onto the bed. Wang Chu was utterly taken aback. He never anticipated that Yin Qingyao would launch such a surprise attack. When he finally regained his senses, fearing that he might hurt her, he could only allow her to have her way. Wang Chu found himself pinned to the bed, while Yin Qingyao straddled him, looking down from her elevated position. Although her thighs were firm, Wang Chu felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from her. Wife, what are you doing? Before Wang Chu could finish his sentence, Yin Qingyao pressed her lips forcefully against his. To his astonishment, she even pried open his mouth. This happiness came so unexpectedly that Wang Chu was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Qingyao, are you awake? I brought you some late-night snacks. Chun Jie entered with 2 bags, and upon witnessing the scene, she was left dumbfounded. On the bed, Yun Qingyao was still straddling Wang Chu, while at the door, Chun Jie looked as if she had seen an alien. What had she just witnessed? The princess of the Yun family, the hottest celebrity, was actually making advances on a man. Chun Jie's arrival startled Yun Qingyao as well. She abruptly lifted her head and saw Chun Jie's stunned expression. Chun Jie, you misunderstood. It's not what you think. Yun Qingyao quickly clarified, regaining her composure. Chun Jie took a deep breath. Qingyao, you're still in the hospital. There are still many paparazzi outside, not to mention your current condition. Wang Chu felt extremely awkward, yet he was still pinned beneath Yun Qingyao, unsure of what to say. You two continue. I'll take my leave. Oh, by the way, I'll leave the food here. Chun Jie inhaled deeply, suppressing her shock. If someone intended to harm Yun Qingyao, she wouldn't have been so surprised. After all, given Yun Qingyao's beauty and popularity, it was inevitable that someone would covet her. However, she never imagined that Yun Qingyao would behave in such a manner towards a man. Chun Jie, don't go. This is truly a misunderstanding. Let me explain. But at that moment, Chun Jie had already swiftly turned to leave, closing the door behind her. In an instant, only Wang Chu and Yun Qingyao remained in the room. However, the previously romantic atmosphere had completely dissipated. Should we continue? Wang Chu, noticing Yun Qingyao's lack of further action, couldn't help but remind her, I am ready. Yun Qingyao, exasperated yet amused, replied, What do you mean you're ready? What are we continuing? She descended from Wang Chu, covering her face with her hands. It's over. My image is completely ruined this time. In truth, given Yun Qingyao's character, she would never engage in such behavior in a hospital room. But this time was different. At first, she truly believed that Wang Chu had been devoured by a wolf. The psychological impact was overwhelming. However, when she suddenly learned that Wang Chu was alive and had traveled for over 5 hours, braving the night to see her, her emotions surged uncontrollably, culminating in the earlier scene. Fortunately, Sister Chen's untimely entrance interrupted them. Otherwise, Yun Qingyao was uncertain what might have transpired next. Embarrassed, Wang Chu awkwardly rose from the bed and inquired, That woman from earlier, she must be your manager, right? Do you need an explanation? At this moment, Yun Qingyao regained her composure. Yes, Sister Chen is indeed my manager, but as for an explanation, let us skip that. I wanted to find an opportunity to discuss your presence with her anyway. As she spoke, she glanced at Wang Chu, a hint of crimson gracing her cheeks. As for what happened earlier, please don't misunderstand. I am not a frivolous girl. I know, Wang Chu hastily replied, though the vivid image from moments prior lingered in his mind. He hadn't anticipated that Yun Qingyao would be such a bold girl. Suddenly, a rumbling noise emanated from Yun Qingyao's stomach. Her face flushed slightly. I haven't eaten anything since this afternoon. Wang Chu affectionately caressed her cheek. Perfect. Your manager brought supper, didn't she? You should eat something. But eating now will make me gain weight. Yun Qingyao hesitated, expressing concern over her appearance. Who says that? Wang Chu declared earnestly. My wife is beautiful no matter what. Besides, indulging once in a while won't hurt. I would be distressed if you went hungry. He retrieved the supper and said, Here, let me feed you. A smile of happiness blossomed on Yun Qingyao's face. All right. Sister Chen had prepared a simple supper, a vegetable salad and a bowl of lean meat congee. She likely considered the late hour and refrained from preparing greasy foods. As Wang Chu fed Yun Qingyao, he softly recounted his experiences from the day. With her chin resting on her hands, Yun Qingyao consumed the meal Wang Chu offered, gazing at him with tender eyes. The most fortunate thing in the world is to regain something lost, and in this moment, she acutely felt that fortune. Soon, the small bowl of congee and the salad were finished. Yun Qingyao looked at Wang Chu and said, Why don't you stay here for the night? Hearing this, Wang Chu felt a surge of excitement. Really? That's wonderful. I'm quite tired. After driving for nearly 5 hours, his energy was at a critical level. As he prepared to climb into bed, Chapter 73. Composition with a thud, Yun Qingyao kicked Wang Chu off the bed. What makes you think you can sleep here? If Sister Chen sees this, I would be irreparably tarnished. Go sleep on the accompanying bed. She pushed Wang Chu away. Wang Chu felt a sense of helplessness. How could he possibly clear his name if he were to jump into the Yellow River? Are you not aware that you are already immersed in the Yellow River? However, Wang Chu did not argue with Yin Qingyao. After all, she had just exhibited such behavior, and Wang Chu felt quite delighted and content. Aren't you going to sleep? Wang Chu lay on the accompanying bed, observing Yin Qingyao as she retrieved a script from her bag and began to read. I just woke up and am not the least bit tired. Moreover, I missed my filming this afternoon due to fainting, so I need to review the script and strive to make up for the lost time. A hint of concern appeared in Wang Chu's eyes. You are already so popular. Why do you still push yourself so hard? I have seen numerous news articles about those young heartthrobs with their big brands. Because this is my beloved career. Yin Qingyao replied, gently brushing her hair back with a light laugh. Although my popularity is high now, I am acutely aware that I have a long way to go to reach the level of those seasoned artists. They are all diligent in their craft. What right do I have not to take it seriously? Seeing Yin Qingyao's earnest demeanor, a trace of astonishment flickered in Wang Chu's eyes. Even though they were already married, there remained much for Wang Chu to learn about Yin Qingyao. Nevertheless, it was evident that she was a girl worthy of his care and cherishment. Could you tell me what kind of film this is? Wang Chu could not help but inquire. Yin Qingyao set aside the script, pondered for a moment, and replied. In simple terms, it is the story of a woman who takes her father's place in the army. Faced with a shattered homeland, foreign invasion, and the suffering of her people, she resolutely picks up her spear and becomes a legendary female general. Wang Chu furrowed his brow slightly. Is this story inspired by the tale of General Qin Hongyu? She is renowned in the history of the 9 provinces as a female general. Over 1,000 years ago, during the chaos of the 5 barbarians, countless people from the Central Plains were slaughtered, with devastation and despair stretching for miles. The Central Plains were nearly annihilated, with corpses and smoke filling the landscape. At that time, the once gentle Qin Hongyu took up the flag of resistance against the foreign invaders. She exhausted her wealth and fought for over a decade. Although she was ultimately captured and met a tragic end, she ignited the flames of battle in countless men. After half a century of struggle, the 5 barbarians were finally expelled from the Central Plains, allowing the history of the 9 provinces to endure. Even after a millennium, there remain countless sites honoring Qin Hongyu, where her descendants pay their respects. Yin Qingyao nodded. Indeed, this is based on General Qin Hongyu. Wang Chu frowned slightly again. This is quite a formidable challenge. Portraying such a heroic figure and bringing this poignant history to the big screen requires immense courage from both the production team and the actors. After all, if Yin Qingyao's portrayal does not meet the audience's expectations, it would be a significant blow for her. Yin Qingyao sighed and nodded in agreement. Yes, initially. Sister Chun was not keen on me taking this role, but I truly adore it. I feel that being able to portray the life of such a legendary female general is a fulfillment of my life's ambition. Although I am aware that flawlessly embodying this historical segment and such a legendary figure is an almost unattainable feat, I still wish to give it a try. In Yin Qingyao's eyes, there shone a steadfast determination and yearning, accompanied by a radiant light, a light that emanated from the depths of her heart. Wang Chu was momentarily entranced. This version of Yin Qingyao was imbued with charisma and brilliance. I support you. Wang Chu inhaled deeply and earnestly proclaimed, whatever is required of me, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly. Your ability to care for Yaya at home is already the greatest support for me. A faint smile graced Yin Qingyao's face. Caring for Yaya is my duty. Don't you think there is something I could assist you with? Wang Chu inquired. Yin Qingyao playfully stuck out her tongue. There is truly nothing needed, though if you could compose music, it would be worth considering writing a theme song for our Dian Zhang Tai. I've heard our director is currently troubled by the theme song. Wang Chu chuckled awkwardly. Compose music? I lack that skill. Before he could finish, he paused in realization. He could indeed compose. Hadn't the system just elevated his composition skills to an intermediate level? Could he perhaps leverage this to craft a theme song? Although the art of composition seemed distant to Wang Chu, with the system's assistance, everything became possible. To safeguard the nation, a heroine leads. Women shall not yield to men, Wang Chu murmured, seemingly lost in contemplation. Noticing Wang Chu's silence, Yun Qingyao chose not to press further and continued her study of the script. After pondering for a solid half-hour, Wang Chu still found himself at a loss. He glanced at Yun Qingyao, who was diligently poring over the script, and quietly called out, "System, how many delight points are needed to upgrade my composition skill to the maximum level?" The host's current composition skill has reached an intermediate level. An additional 50 delight points are required to achieve the maximum level. Wang Chu checked his delight points. Over 380 remained. Despite a recent tenfold draw, Yun Qingyao had just contributed an additional 50 delight points upon their meeting. Thus, he still possessed a substantial amount of delight points. Upgrade the composition skill to the maximum level, Wang Chu declared boldly in his heart. In an instant, he lost 50 delight points, and his composition skill reached its pinnacle. At that moment, an array of melodies seemed to flow endlessly through his mind. He gently closed his eyes, envisioning the tale of Qin Hongyu, as a melody began to crystallize in his consciousness. Suddenly, Wang Chu's eyes brightened. "I've got it." Yun Qingyao was startled. "What do you have?" "I have a concept." Wang Chu had no time to explain. He flipped over and grabbed a piece of paper, rapidly inscribing his thoughts. Watching him fervently write, a flicker of curiosity ignited in Yun Qingyao's heart. Yet, Wang Chu remained engrossed, and over half an hour passed without pause. Unable to stifle a yawn, Yun Qingyao felt drowsiness creeping in. As Wang Chu exhaled and set down his pen, he discovered that Yun Qingyao had already succumbed to slumber. Clutching the script in her hand, he approached her gently, carefully taking the script away before covering her with a blanket. He bestowed a soft kiss upon her forehead, whispering, "Good night, my dear." Chapter 74. Love is the finest nourishment. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the hospital window, illuminating the bed. It was only then that Yun Qingyao slowly opened her eyes. The sun was splendid today, heralding yet another beautiful day. She recalled that Wang Chu had visited her the previous night. As she reflected on the events of the prior evening, a dreamlike sensation enveloped her. Turning her head, she noticed the caregiver's bed was neatly made. Where had Wang Chu gone? Could it be that what transpired yesterday was merely a figment of her imagination? At that moment, the door to the ward creaked open, and Wang Chu entered, carrying a steaming bowl of porridge. "This is the red date, longan, and black rice porridge I made for you with my own hands. Do try it, and let me know how it tastes." As she beheld the fragrant porridge in his hands, a tender glimmer shone in Yun Qingyao's eyes. He placed it on the bedside table, and she took a small spoonful. Instantly, her eyes sparkled with delight. "Delicious. It's truly exquisite. The sweetness of the red dates and longan melds perfectly into the porridge. It's simply marvelous." A smile graced Wang Chu's face. "If you enjoy it, I shall make it for you every day. Are you planning to lure the chef from this takeout place to cook for us?" Yun Qingyao shook her head. Despite Wang Chu's claims of having prepared it himself, she found it hard to believe. After all, they were not at home, and he had no means to cook here. Moreover, did he truly possess such culinary skills? She was skeptical. "Of course, I made it myself. I sought out a breakfast shop nearby and used their kitchen," Wang Chu retorted, slightly indignant. "If you doubt my abilities, order a dish, and I assure you I can replicate the flavor you desire. Is this truly your creation?" Yun Qingyao observed Wang Chu's earnest expression, her surprise evident. Could he really possess such talent? "Naturally," Wang Chu replied proudly. "Since you insist, I shall indulge you upon my return. You must prepare a variety of delectable dishes for me," Yun Qingyao said earnestly. A hint of affection appeared on Wang Chu's face. "I aspire to cook for you for a lifetime. Then let us seal our promise." With that, Yun Qingyao extended her pinky finger. Wang Chu chuckled and linked his own pinky with hers. Pinky swear, for 100 years, no changing. After solemnly sealing their pact, Wang Chu noted the improvement in Yun Qingyao's condition. "You seem to be recovering well. I must return to Haiqing now." A flicker of reluctance crossed Yun Qingyao's face. She genuinely wished for Wang Chu to remain by her side, yet she understood that even if he were willing to stay, she would have little time to accompany him. Moreover, what about Ye? She couldn't possibly leave Ye alone in Haiqing. "Very well," Yun Qingyao sighed softly. Wang Chu sat by Yun Qingyao's bedside. "I will visit you again when I have time, all right?" he said. "Then it's settled." You must appear before me whenever I miss you, okay? Yun Qingyao replied with a hint of playful affection. Wang Chu chuckled softly. All right, I shall take my leave now. Wait. Just as Wang Chu was about to rise, Yun Qingyao held him back and gently pecked his cheek. Take care on your way. Wang Chu touched his face and pointed at his lips. What about here? You wish. Off you go. Yun Qingyao playfully pushed him away. Understanding her shyness, Wang Chu did not press further. Moreover, her behavior yesterday had already revealed her feelings. Well, I'm off then, he said with a smile before turning to leave. As he exited, the empty hospital room left Yun Qingyao feeling a sense of desolation. Even the porridge before her seemed less appetizing. With a creak, the door opened, and Yun Qingyao's eyes brightened, only to find it was Sister Chun who entered. Has he left? Sister Chen remarked, noticing the disappointment etched on Yun Qingyao's face. Could you at least disguise your feelings? Do you wish to see me gone? Yun Qingyao quickly donned a radiant smile. Sister Chen, you're overthinking it. After all, you're the esteemed one here, and I'm merely a manager. I have no right to complain. Yet you are a major star. Can't you show a bit of restraint? And aren't you going to introduce him? Sister Chen inquired, her tone tinged with jealousy. I need to prepare myself. Oh, he is Wang Chu, my husband, Yun Qingyao stated calmly. Husband? Sister Chen jolted in surprise. Are you referring to the kind of husband I think you mean? Yun Qingyao rolled her eyes. Of course. We have already registered our marriage, my dear. Sister Chen sat down by Yun Qingyao's bed, her expression turning anxious. I do not oppose your relationship, but getting married? Are you trying to give me a heart attack? When did this happen? Why was I not informed? Yun Qingyao blinked innocently. I returned to Haiqing a few days ago. It all happened then. Sister Chen gasped. So soon? Yet, a sense of helplessness washed over her. Though she was a top agent in the industry, she was acutely aware that Yun Qingyao was no ordinary artist. Yun Shangxingchen was established solely for Yun Qingyao. The unwritten rules of the industry held little sway over someone of her stature. Whether she wished to date or engage in publicity stunts was entirely beyond Sister Chen's control. It depended solely on Yun Qingyao's desires. However, as her manager, Sister Chen felt a profound sense of failure for not even knowing when Yun Qingyao had married. Such a scenario could hardly be found elsewhere in the entertainment industry. Sister Chen, please don't be angry. Seeing the displeasure on her face, Yun Qingyao promptly apologized. I initially intended to share this matter with you, but I believe it would be best to wait until the filming is complete. I shall find a suitable moment to formally introduce Wang Chu to you, as you are the elder sister I hold in the highest regard. Although Sister Chen is aware that this is merely Yun Qingyao's pretext, it still sounds rather pleasing to hear. Enough of this. Are you not concerned that this situation might be exposed by paparazzi or fans? You still had him come over? A look of happiness spread across Yun Qingyao's face. If it is captured, then I shall confidently admit it. I believe my fans will certainly support and bless me. How Navi you are? Sister Chen replied with a hint of exasperation. This is a crucial period for your career. There is no rush to make this public. Let us wait for a more opportune moment to announce it. Oh, by the way, Director Chen asked me to inquire about your health. Are you well enough to continue filming? Yun Qingyao nodded affirmatively. Absolutely. I have never felt better. Observing Yun Qingyao's radiant demeanor, Sister Chen felt a pang of emotion. Indeed, love is the finest nourishment. Chapter 75. The Great Deceiver. The filming schedule for the Dingjiang Tai is exceedingly tight, as a considerable amount of post-production work awaits after shooting concludes. To meet the scheduled release date, it is imperative to expedite the filming tasks. Thus, when Yun Qingyao fainted on set, Director Chen's heart plummeted. Yun Qingyao is undoubtedly the leading lady of this production. If she requires an extended period of recuperation, the filming would come to a standstill. This urgency is what drives Director Chen to such desperation. Fortunately, he soon received word from Sister Chen that Yun Qingyao could continue filming. It is no wonder that Yun Qingyao has achieved such remarkable success. Indeed, heaven rewards the diligent. Prepare to roll. In Haiqing, Yang Wei locked eyes with Lin Xiaoyan. Shock flickered in Lin Xiaoyan's eyes. What did you say? Apologize to Wang Chu. Yang Wei, have you lost your mind? Are you not aware of the nature of my relationship with Wang Chu? Yang Wei's eyes reflected his agitation. I am not foolish. Do you think I am unaware? Do you think I am not feeling frustrated? But what can be done now? Wang Chu has latched onto a powerful ally. What can I do? Lin Xiaoyan took a deep breath and scoffed. Wang Chu is merely a freeloader. I truly do not understand what you are so worried about. Does he really pose a threat to us? Yang Wei looked at Lin Xiaoyan as if she were naive. What do you think? Lin Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback, incredulously responding. He wouldn't actually dare. What is there for him to fear? Yang Wei, somewhat irritated, waved his hand. Lin Xiaoyan, regardless of the means you employ, you must ensure that Wang Chu forgives our previous actions. Otherwise, my family will never consent to our relationship. But we are already engaged. Marriage can be dissolved. Do you truly believe that engagement holds any legal weight? Lin Xiaoyan expressed disbelief. Yang Wei, after 4 years together, how could you utter such words? How can you say that? For years with me? Yang Wei's face broke into a cold smile. You wouldn't dare say that your first time was with me, would you? Is it not true? I was only holding hands with Wang Chu. We haven't even kissed. Who do you think you're fooling? You can't possibly expect me to believe your words. An expression of impatience crossed Yang Wei's features. Ever since Wang Chu referred to himself as a discarded shoe yesterday, Yang Wei couldn't shake the feeling that Wang Chu might be right. Nowadays, young people, after 3 years of dating, have likely accomplished everything that needs to be done. Moreover, Lin Xiaoyan is quite beautiful. Unless Wang Chu has some physical ailment, how could he possibly restrain himself for 3 whole years? Lin Xiaoyan was taken aback. She could not fathom that such words would emerge from Yang Wei's lips. With irritation, Yang Wei said, Enough of this. I leave this matter in your hands. I don't care how you do it, but remember, you must ensure that Wang Chu no longer targets us. Lin Xiaoyan cast a deep glance at Yang Wei. All right. I promise you, I will do my utmost. With that, she turned to leave. Once out of Yang Wei's sight, a flicker of resentment crossed Lin Xiaoyan's face. Yang Wei, you better not regret this. With a sigh of relief, Yang Wei thought it best to entrust this matter to Lin Xiaoyan. On one hand, she was the original cause of the situation, and facing his former girlfriend, Wang Chu would likely be more lenient. On the other hand, seeking Wang Chu's forgiveness would undoubtedly subject him to ridicule or even humiliation. As a wealthy heir in Haicheng, how could he endure being humiliated by Wang Chu and still maintain his standing in the city? Thus, it was better to leave such embarrassing matters to Lin Xiaoyan to handle. Dingling. At that moment, Yang Wei's phone rang. Hello, who is this? What dragon-flying team? Are you out of your mind? I have no idea what you're talking about. Meanwhile, at the DeFinch kindergarten, the children were engrossed in games. But Yeye sat unhappily in a corner. Yeye, come play with us. Yeye, I brought my Barbie doll for you to play with. Can you give me 2 little buns at lunchtime? Yeye, I have this transformer for you. As she looked at the enthusiastic children around her, Yeye's frown deepened. Her father had gone to care for her mother yesterday, and he hadn't even made any buns. However, seeing the expectant gazes of her peers filled her with trepidation. She was unsure of what to do when lunchtime arrived. If she couldn't produce the buns, she would surely be mocked by everyone. Daddy, Daddy, where are you? Yeye's heart cried out in desperation. Just then, a little boy shouted, You've all been fooled by Yeye. She didn't bring any buns today. The boy who spoke was Sun Xiaoyu. Previously, he had always been the center of attention among the children. But now he felt that his spotlight had been stolen by Yeye, which left him quite indignant. Hearing Sun Xiaoyu's words, a hint of panic flashed across Yeye's face. Upon hearing Sun Xiaoyu's words, the other children displayed expressions of anxiety. Yeah, you promised me. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? I even brought over the Barbie doll for you to play with. You wouldn't really deny me the little buns, would you? Not keeping one's word is not the behavior of a good child. I will never play with you again. Neither will I. Yeye is a big liar. As Yeye watched her companions leave one by one, her face flushed crimson. I am not a liar. If you don't want to play with me, then I don't want to play with you either. Angrily clutching her toy, Yeye retreated to a corner. The commotion soon caught the attention of their teacher. What is happening? What are you all doing? Teacher Yu approached. The children eagerly relayed the situation to her. Observing Yeye's forlorn expression, Teacher Yu sighed inwardly. You all have misunderstood Yeye. She has prepared little buns for everyone. The reason you haven't seen them is that she wanted to surprise you. Teacher Yu said with a smile. Really? The children responded with a hint of skepticism. Teacher Yu earnestly replied, of course. Do you not even trust me, your teacher? With Teacher Yu's assurance. The children joyfully surrounded Yaya once more. Yaya, we're sorry. We misunderstood you. Yes, Yaya, please don't be mad at us. Yaya, here is my toy. You can play with it. Seeing the children reconcile, Teacher Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Now it was time to buy the buns. At this point, they could only procure some buns from the nearby shop to cover for the situation. Chapter 76. The Bun Catastrophe. Soon, it was lunchtime at the kindergarten. Teacher Yu hurriedly made her way to the kindergarten, carrying over 30 small steamed buns from a nearby shop. She needed to hurry, otherwise it would be too late. Teacher Yu. At the entrance of the kindergarten, Yumechi suddenly heard a man's voice from behind. She turned to see Wang Chu, looking momentarily surprised. Mr. Yaya's father? Wang Chu, holding a 4-tier thermal box, noticed the buns in Yumechi's hands and asked, so, Teacher Yu enjoys buns? Yumechi's lips twitched slightly. Yes, Mr. Yaya's father, is that so? Didn't Yaya mention yesterday that the kindergarten children wanted to eat the buns I made? Wang Chu smiled. I was busy yesterday and didn't have time to make any, so I prepared some this morning to bring over. Ah, Yumechi was taken aback, her face reflecting a mix of amusement and embarrassment. Had she known, she wouldn't have gone to the trouble of buying so many buns. Teacher Yu, could you please help me take these inside? I'm not sure how many children there are, so I made quite a few. Since you enjoy buns, you should try some. They should taste decent. Oh, all right. Yumechi quickly accepted the thermal box from Wang Chu. Thank you, Teacher Yu. Everyone, please quiet down. It's almost time for our meal. In the kindergarten, Meichi entered with Wang Chu's thermos. Today, we must express our gratitude to Yu Yu's father, for he personally prepared these delightful buns for us. We should also thank little Yu Yu, for her spirit of sharing allows us all to enjoy such delicious treats. Shall we applaud for Yu Yu now? Under Teacher Yu's guidance, everyone clapped enthusiastically, and Yu Yu proudly puffed out her little chest. Thanks to the collaborative efforts of Teacher Yu and Yu Yu, every child in the class received a crystal bun. Finally, Yu Yu held up one of the crystal buns and said, Teacher Yu, thank you. I invite you to have a bun. Meichi glanced at the bun in Yu Yu's hand and recalled that she had 3 or 4 dozen buns in her office, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over her. Yet, faced with Yu Yu's heartfelt gesture, she could not refuse. Thank you, Yu Yu. Meichi accepted the bun with a smile. Upon returning to her office, confronted with such a multitude of buns, she fell into deep contemplation. So many buns. How long would it take to finish them all? I fear I might never look at buns the same way again. Nevertheless, having purchased them, she felt compelled to consume them. Wasting food was simply unacceptable. After eating 3 buns, she began to feel a sense of fullness. 3 for 1 meal. 9 in a day. At this rate, I'll be eating buns for 5 consecutive days. I must be going mad. Meichi sighed. At that moment, another teacher walked in. Lu Jia, have you eaten? Why not join me for a bite? Teacher Lu smiled and said, I've already eaten. Why did you buy so many buns? I didn't realize you loved them so much. Meichi's lips twitched involuntarily. It was a sorrowful tale she could not articulate. Ah, yes, I do enjoy buns. She replied reluctantly. By the way, there's a bun shop near my home with the most delicious buns. I'll bring you a couple tomorrow. No, you don't have to. Meichi's expression changed dramatically. Don't be so polite. Last time, I had a matter to attend to, and if you hadn't covered for me, I wouldn't have known what to do. Rest assured, those buns are absolutely delightful. Seeing Lu Jia's enthusiasm, Meichi felt a surge of frustration. Why did these buns seem to be conspiring against her? The ones in her hand were already a calamity. With a large bag of buns still remaining, Meichi decided to store them in the refrigerator. Just after taking care of this, she noticed a small head bobbing at the office door. Uzmo, what are you doing outside? Do you need to see a teacher? Unable to resist, Meichi inquired upon seeing the shy little boy lingering outside. Uzmo hesitantly shuffled inside. Teacher Yu, may I ask if you finished your buns? Meichi was puzzled. Aren't you full? You can still go to the cafeteria for more. No, it's just that I haven't had enough. Uzmo swallowed hard. Yaya's crystal dumpling is simply divine. I recall Yaya gifted one to the teacher. Yumechi suddenly understood. This mischievous boy had his sights set on the crystal dumpling that Yaya had given him. However, considering Yuzimo's affluent background, one would wonder why he would rush over for just a dumpling. Could it be that this crystal dumpling possesses such extraordinary allure? After all, children are inherently curious. As Yumechi was about to hand over the dumpling to Yuzimo, another little head poked through the door. Chu Zishuan, what brings you here? Upon seeing Chu Zishuan, Yuzimo's eyes glimmered with caution. Chu Zishuan chuckled. Little teacher you, I'm still hungry. May I have the dumpling that Yaya gave you? Yumechi was taken aback. Another child craving a dumpling? Was there truly such enchantment in the dumplings made by Yaya's father? Apologies, but that dumpling has already been consumed, Yumechi said with a hint of regret. If only one child desired it, she would gladly oblige. However, with too eager for the single dumpling in her possession, it seemed unjust to favor one over the other, so she decided against giving it to either. Moreover, what if other children had not had their fill? As a kindergarten teacher, Yumechi understood all too well that if one child possessed something, the others would inevitably desire it, regardless of their personal preferences. The notion of if someone has it, I must have it too reigned supreme. Upon hearing teacher use words, both boys departed with visible disappointment. Once they left, a flicker of curiosity crossed Yumechi's face. When the children had consumed their dumplings earlier, their faces indeed radiated satisfaction. But how delightful could a single dumpling be? Perhaps these children had yet to encounter truly exquisite delicacies, such as spicy crayfish, dual-flavor hot pot, or barbecued treats. Nevertheless, Yumechi found herself intrigued by the thought of the crystal dumpling. It was not large, perhaps she could sample its flavor? With this thought in mind, she retrieved the crystal dumpling she had just placed in the refrigerator. The translucent dumpling certainly appeared appetizing. But could it really be that delectable? Her curiosity piqued. She took her first bite and was utterly astonished. What a celestial flavor! The dumpling's skin was firm yet elastic, perfectly encasing all the savory juices within. Remarkably, although numerous vegetables were included, their flavors did not overshadow one another. Instead, they harmoniously intertwined, creating a refreshing and invigorating taste. As she savored it, Yumechi fancied she could hear the chirping of insects and birds, while the aroma of fresh grass seemed to dance at her nostrils. The greasy sensation from the 3 dumplings she had consumed earlier vanished in an instant, and her midday fatigue dissipated as well. This crystal dumpling was simply extraordinary, truly magical. Yumechi gazed at the remaining half of the crystal bun, a flicker of regret illuminating her eyes. She should have indulged in it the moment Yaya offered it to her. Now it had grown cold, and its texture was no longer as delightful as it had been. Had it been fresh from the pot, the mere thought of its flavor made her mouth water. No, I am a teacher. How could I be tempted by a child's bun? With utmost care, Yumechi wrapped the leftover half. She would savor it later at home, warmed up. It would surely taste even better. After handing the bun to teacher Xiaoyu, Wang Chu felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, this was a promise he had made to Yaya previously. If she hadn't received the bun, it would have been a breach of trust on his part. Such a scenario was one Wang Chu would never allow to unfold. Finally, the task was accomplished. It was time for a nap after returning home. Since last night, Wang Chu had barely slept for 5 hours, with the rest of his time spent on the road. Even though his physical condition was remarkable, an indescribable fatigue began to settle in. At that moment, his phone rang. Wang Chu, this is Sun Chongqing. Upon answering, the voice of Sun Chongqing resonated in Wang Chu's ear. Uncle Sun, what can I do for you? Hearing Wang Chu refer to him as uncle, Sun Chongqing's heart swelled with sweetness. Haha, Wang Chu, I just wanted to inform you that this afternoon at the Ocean City Convention Center, there will be a commendation ceremony for acts of bravery, honoring the citizens of Ocean City who have recently displayed valor. It starts at 3 o'clock. Make sure you're not late. Wang Chu paused, puzzled. Acts of bravery? Surely, I don't need to attend. How could you not? Sun Chongqing's tone turned slightly stern. Wang Chu, I understand you're not one to seek the limelight, preferring to do good deeds anonymously, but consider this. Only by promoting your commendable actions can we inspire our society towards positivity, don't you think? Wang Chu was taken aback. Indeed, his superior possessed a remarkable vision, seeing far beyond the immediate. Therefore, you should use your story to motivate others. Isn't that more meaningful? A twinge of shame washed over Wang Chu. His aspirations were still too modest. Uncle Sun, I understand. I will definitely arrive on time. May I ask how long the ceremony will last? What is the matter? Do you have plans this afternoon? Nothing significant. But I need to pick up my daughter from school later. What a wonderful father you are. Don't worry, it won't exceed an hour. That's reassuring. After resting for an hour, Wang Chu felt rejuvenated. By 2 o'clock, he set out in his car. Although the ceremony commenced at 3, he believed it prudent to arrive at least 10 minutes early. After all, only the most prominent figures had the privilege of making a grand entrance. Yet, Wang Chu did not consider himself among such illustrious company. He opted for a discreet black Mercedes rather than an ostentatious vehicle. At this moment, a tense and oppressive atmosphere enveloped the criminal police team in Haicheng. Eagle, keep a vigilant eye on the situation. Cheetah Squad, we will launch the assault in 3 minutes for the net operation. The countdown began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, action. After an extensive tracking investigation, they were finally at the stage of capturing their targets. If all went well, they could apprehend both the criminals and the evidence this time. Captain Ma, we're absolutely confident this time. Our team has been tracking them for over 6 months and has thoroughly mapped out their counterfeit drug manufacturing facility. Rest assured, a police officer smiled as he spoke. Captain Ma, a middle-aged man in his 40s, bore a gaunt face that revealed little ease. He merely glanced at the officer. Do not underestimate your opponents. The fact that they have managed to organize such a vast network for the production and sale of counterfeit drugs indicates that they are far from ordinary. I even have my doubts about the smoothness of our operation. It seems a bit too easy. Isn't smoothness a good thing? Another team member asked, perplexed. Captain Ma shook his head. It's hard to say. We shall see the results. Suddenly, the telephone on the desk rang. Captain Ma swiftly picked it up. What is the situation ahead? The suspects escaped? A complex expression crossed his face upon receiving the news. Indeed, they had fled. Contact the traffic police department. Set up defenses at all intersections. Seal off all entrances to Haicheng, and closely monitor a black Mercedes with the license plate 69966. The suspects may be armed. In special circumstances, use your firearms. He issued a series of commands meticulously. The entire criminal police department of Haicheng began to encircle and intercept the drug counterfeiting group. Meanwhile, at an intersection, Qin Fei was idly performing her duties. Once a member of the criminal police team, she had been demoted to the traffic police department for a disciplinary violation 3 months prior. Sigh, I heard the criminal police team is on the move again. What a pity that I cannot showcase my skills. Qin Fei gritted her teeth. Old Ma is truly something else. For such trivial matters, he completely sidelined me. They will regret losing me. Just then, she received an order through her earpiece. Her expression changed. They escaped? Driving a black Mercedes? License plate 69966? At that moment, a black Mercedes sped past her. Qin Fei's eyes narrowed. What a stroke of luck. This is a divine opportunity. She was certain that the Mercedes that had just dashed by was indeed the one reported in her earpiece. If she managed to capture the suspect, how could old Ma deny her return to the criminal police team? With a graceful leap onto her motorcycle, she revved the engine, the vehicle roaring to life as she chased after the speeding Mercedes. Chapter 78. A misunderstanding. Wang Chu was leisurely driving down the road when he soon sensed something amiss. A police motorcycle was rapidly approaching him from behind. What on earth was happening? Why are you pursuing me? Is the insurance on this vehicle expired? Wang Chu mused silently. However, he harbored no other thoughts. If the insurance had indeed lapsed, it could simply be renewed. Mercedes, please pull over for a routine inspection. Qin Fei blared the horn. Wang Chu complied and parked at the roadside. Qin Fei positioned her vehicle in front of the Mercedes and approached the driver's side of Wang Chu's car. Step out for a routine check. Wang Chu was somewhat perplexed. Did this inspection truly necessitate him exiting the vehicle? Miss, isn't it sufficient for me to show you my driver's license? As he spoke, Wang Chu prepared to retrieve his license. Qin Fei's expression shifted dramatically. It seemed the other party was not as compliant as she had hoped. Was he preparing to draw a weapon? Don't move. If you do, I might just fire. Qin Fei swiftly drew her handgun, her demeanor stern as she addressed Wang Chu. Wang Chu was taken aback. Wasn't this merely a routine check? Was it truly necessary to brandish a firearm? Miss, are you perhaps overreacting? I am not your enemy. Enough chatter. Open the door, clasp your hands on your head, and comply with my instructions. Qin Fei shot a glance at Wang Chu and then at the back seat, realizing there was only Wang Chu in the car. The young man was rather handsome, yet it was unfortunate that he appeared to be a criminal. With a sigh, Wang Chu complied, opening the door and placing his hands behind his head as he stepped out slowly. The moment he emerged, Qin Fei moved forward to restrain him. Where are the others? Where have you hidden them? Wang Chu looked utterly bewildered. Officer, I assure you, you must be mistaken. Could there be some misunderstanding? A misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding could there be with someone like you? Qin Fei scoffed. If there is a misunderstanding, you can discuss it with our special task force. Be honest. Wang Chu furrowed his brow. Though he was unaware of the circumstances, he was certain this female officer had apprehended the wrong individual. You can contact your superior now. If you've made a mistake, wouldn't that be rather embarrassing? Qin Fei dismissed Wang Chu's well-meaning suggestion. To her, he was merely attempting to buy time. I am not mistaken. I advise you to disclose the whereabouts of the others, or you shall face serious consequences. With that, she forcefully nudged Wang Chu, her voice cold. Wang Chu was at a loss for words. Had this female officer lost her senses? While he was willing to assist the police, it did not mean he would passively accept unjust treatment. If this assertive officer could communicate reasonably, he would gladly help resolve the misunderstanding. Yet she seemed convinced she had apprehended the right person. The urgency of the situation weighed heavily on him, as the commendation ceremony was imminent. I'm acquainted with Secretary Sun Cha-ching from the Haicheng City Secretariat. My phone is within my pocket, so feel free to make a call. However, Qin Fei interrupted Wang Chu's speech, stating, I am unfamiliar with any Secretary Sunday. Surely you must know Qin Qingshan from Haicheng? Wang Chu pressed on. I do not know any Qin Qingshan, Qin Fei replied with a cold laugh. Just as she was preparing to report to her superior that she had apprehended a suspect, an immense force suddenly emanated from Wang Chu, and in a flash, she realized she had been subdued, with Wang Chu pressing against her from behind. You dare to assault an officer? Qin Fei exclaimed in shock. I strongly advise you to surrender. We have laid a comprehensive net, and there is no escape for you. I have not committed any crime. Why should I flee? Wang Chu shook his head. The reason I have restrained you is so that we may converse calmly. Regardless of the orders you have received, I am not a criminal. Surely, as police, you must adhere to evidence in apprehending individuals. Evidence. We certainly possess it. At that moment, a voice crackled through Qin Fei's earpiece. We have located the suspect's vehicle, which is fleeing in the direction of Changhai Road. Qin Fei was taken aback. They have found the suspect's vehicle? Then what is this one I have stopped? Is your license plate number 69,966? Wang Chu rolled his eyes. What's 69,966? My license plate is 69,699. What? Qin Fei struggled to approach the front of the car, where she saw Wang Chu's license plate reading 69699, leaving her utterly dumbfounded. In that fleeting moment, she had misread the license plate number. Embarrassment flooded over her. It was truly humiliating. Qin Fei felt her face burn with shame, unable to fathom that she had indeed apprehended the wrong person. Noticing her distress, Wang Chu remarked nonchalantly, What's the matter? Realizing now that you have apprehended the wrong individual? Feeling somewhat sheepish, Qin Fei stammered, I am truly sorry. I told you so. You apprehended the wrong person, but you refused to listen. Wang Chu retorted, Fortunately, I possess some skills. Otherwise, if you had taken me in, how would your colleagues perceive you? At his words, a wave of dread washed over Qin Fei. The real criminal had escaped, and instead, she had apprehended an innocent civilian. She feared that she might never return to the criminal investigation team again. I am truly sorry. I was just too anxious. A hint of pleading appeared on Qin Fei's face. If you can forgive my professional blunder, I will agree to anything you ask. Please do not report me, all right? Wang Chu cast a glance at Qin Fei. Anything you desire? As long as it is within my capacity, I shall comply. Of course. I cannot entertain any unreasonable requests. Unreasonable requests, you say? What might those entail? Wang Chu chuckled, a mischievous glint in his eye. Qin Fei instinctively clutched her chest, unable to resist taking a step back. Enough. I am not interested in you, but I am rather curious about the person you are attempting to apprehend. Qin Fei hesitated for a moment. If I disclose that information, it would be a breach of protocol. Very well, I shall report you at once. How could you be so unreasonable? Qin Fei, in a fit of anxiety, stamped her feet, exclaiming, I did not do it on purpose. How can you bear to bully a frail woman like me? Frail woman? Wang Chu's lips twitched. If it weren't for the enhancement from the strength potion, he would indeed be no match for this female officer. I can only tell you that they are involved in the production of counterfeit drugs. A preliminary estimate suggests that the amount involved reaches hundreds of millions. Of course, these are minor details. The critical issue is that they severely endanger the health and safety of the public. Counterfeit drugs? Isn't that encroaching upon my wife's family's market? Wang Chu's expression grew serious. You must ensure their arrest. Chapter 79. Repeated threats. Qin Fei sighed. We also wish to apprehend them swiftly, but unfortunately, they have already escaped. Escaped? Wang Chu frowned. This seems too unreliable. With a net cast so wide, how could they have slipped away? Where did they flee to? Wang Chu could not help but inquire. Qin Fei's expression suddenly changed. Why should I tell you that? It's confidential. Do you think I have received insufficient confidential information from you? If you refuse to speak, I wouldn't mind lodging a complaint against you. Qin Fei gritted her teeth in frustration. You're a grown man, threatening a woman. Aren't you ashamed? Wang Chu pondered for a moment, then shook his head seriously. No, but if you were to tell me, I might be able to assist you in some way. Qin Fei scrutinized Wang Chu, her face revealing skepticism. Really? All I know is that they fled towards Shanghai Road. Wang Chu's brow furrowed. Shanghai Road? That leads to the most chaotic shanty town in Haiqing. Once they slip into there, finding them will be quite troublesome. Qin Fei's expression darkened. She was aware of this situation, which made her anxious as well. However, I can help you, but you must provide me with some basic information, such as their appearances, names, and the vehicle they are driving. I only know they are in a black Mercedes, license plate 69,966. Qin Fei said weakly. I am merely a traffic patrol officer. I cannot access more information. Wang Chu retrieved a tracking device, feeling somewhat uncertain. A black Mercedes, license plate 69,966, can it be tracked? Soon, the device's needle began to spin, ultimately pointing in a specific direction. It was 11 kilometers away from Wang Chu. It really works. Wang Chu's face lit up with joy as he glanced at Qin Fei. Get in the car. I will take you to catch them. Qin Fei's face displayed a look of skepticism. Do you truly know where they are? You're not deceiving me, are you? Go or not. It's up to you. Wang Chu replied curtly. I have many friends in Haiqing, and I am quite familiar with that area. If you don't believe me, then so be it. I will go alone. I believe you. Please don't report me. Qin Fei hurriedly responded. Wang Chu blinked. He had initially meant to say he would just head to the Ocean Plaza, but it seemed this girl misunderstood. All right then. Get in. I can ride my motorcycle behind you. Qin Fei said timidly. Are you worried that he doesn't know there's a police car behind me? Wang Chu said. Irritation evident in his voice. Could you think before you speak? Oh, Qin Fei replied, feeling aggrieved as she entered the car. Ever since encountering Wang Chu, she felt as if her mind was not quite functioning properly. The clock was nearing 3 o'clock, yet the star of the recognition ceremony, Wang Chu, had yet to arrive. This left Sun Chongqing feeling increasingly anxious. Is Wang Chu still not here? After confirming with the staff multiple times, he decided to call Wang Chu for an update. Uncle Sun, I have an urgent matter to attend to. I might be a bit late. Please carry on without me. I'll hang up now. The call connected. But Wang Chu's brief response was followed by an immediate disconnection. Sun Chongqing was taken aback. Did Wang Chu really just hang up? When he attempted to call again, he was met with a system prompt. Sorry, the user you are trying to reach is currently unavailable. Sun Chongqing's mouth twitched. Goodness, you really are a piece of work. Make sure to turn off your phone later. What if it rings during the operation? Wang Chu stated, exuding an air of experience. Qin Fei blinked. Aren't we just supposed to find them? Why turn off the phone? Wouldn't that just make it easier for them? Wang Chu responded with a look of certainty. Finding them isn't enough. We need to tie them up for convenience. Qin Fei was astonished. You plan to rush in alone and apprehend them? How could that possibly work? Alone? I have you with me. Wang Chu laughed. With your fierce spirit, they wouldn't stand a chance against you. He encouraged. Qin Fei was taken aback. Just the two of us? Yes. Weren't you brave enough to stop me earlier? Wang Chu urged. Believe in yourself. You can do it. But they have dangerous weapons. If we find them, we should inform the cavalry, she countered. If you're scared, just get out. I can handle this alone. Wang Chu's eyes held a glimmer of disdain. Who's scared? Qin Fei retorted, miffed by his condescension. I'm merely concerned for your safety. After all, you're just an ordinary person. Rest assured. I want to let these counterfeit drug dealers go unpunished. Wang Chu declared, determination etched in his features. From their earlier conversation, Wang Chu understood that these counterfeiters primarily targeted products from Mu Yun Pharmaceutical. This not only threatened the market share of Mu Yun, but also jeopardized its reputation and credibility. After all, the public could not discern whether a drug was genuine or not if it failed to work. They would blame Mu Yun without hesitation. Therefore, to protect Yin Xingyao, Wang Chu felt it was imperative to bring these criminals to justice. With the enhancement from the strength pills and his super combat skills, dealing with a few counterfeit drug dealers should be a breeze. However, Qin Fei found herself in a moral quandary. If the leadership were to discover that she had involved an ordinary, innocent civilian in a perilous situation, she would undoubtedly face repercussions. Yet, she found herself unable to report this upward. After all, she herself harbored doubts about Wang Chu's ability to locate the target. The fact that the individual had evaded the police's meticulous net indicated that he possessed extraordinary skills. Reporting this now would surely lead her superiors to question her sanity. Forget it, could he truly find the target? Qin Fei mused internally. However, she soon realized that Wang Chu was driving in an unusual direction. This was Shanghai Road. Was it? Indeed, this was not Shanghai Road. Wang Chu nodded, stating, the key is that these counterfeit drug dealers are not on this segment of Shanghai Road. Impossible. My colleague saw them enter Shanghai Road with his own eyes. That was merely a diversion. Trust me, you won't go wrong following my lead. If I'm mistaken, I won't hold you accountable for previously pointing a gun at me. What do you say? Qin Fei curled her lip, thinking, this man only knows how to threaten, lacking any semblance of gentlemanly decorum. Chapter 80. Yang Wei, stand tall. However, merely 10 minutes later, astonishment overtook Qin Fei's features. As Wang Chu's vehicle approached an aging residential area, she was taken aback to see a black Mercedes-Benz not far ahead, its license plate reading 69,966. Incredible. Qin Fei's expression mirrored that of someone who had seen a ghost, despite the numerous officers in the criminal investigation team failing to pinpoint the target's location. Wang Chu had succeeded. How did you manage this? She asked, casting a disbelieving glance at Wang Chu. Wang Chu shrugged. Luck, I suppose. It simply indicates my fortuitous nature. Humph. Qin Fei scoffed. Can you concoct a more believable story? I even suspect you might be in cahoots with them. You'll soon discover whether we are allies. Let us tidy up and prepare to act. No. Qin Fei exclaimed in alarm, urgently clutching Wang Chu's arm, holding him back. You cannot go. I will contact the cavalry immediately and have my colleagues secure this area. You mustn't proceed. You truly need to worry about me. I'll be fine. Wang Chu replied, slightly exasperated. No, absolutely not. If I allow you to go, I will never be able to serve as a detective again. Qin Fei stood her ground resolutely. Wang Chu sighed. Very well. I will heed your wishes and refrain from going. Please, contact your colleagues. It was at this moment that Qin Fei realized she had been clutching Wang Chu's arm tightly, enough to cause discomfort in her chest. Blushing, she inwardly chastised herself and feigned nonchalance as she contacted Lao Ma. After a brief interval, she ended the call, exhaling in relief. I have informed the cavalry. Our team will arrive shortly. We merely need to keep an eye on them. At that moment, 3 men emerged from a corridor, their expressions tense as they approached the black Mercedes. This is bad. They are attempting to escape. Wang Chu's expression shifted, and he spoke in a low, serious tone. Qin Fei witnessed the scene with a look of anxiety etched upon her face. What should we do? Our colleague 1T arrive for another 5 minutes. We 1T make it in time. Given the circumstances, I must adapt. A faint, sardonic smile curled at the corners of Wang Chu's lips as he pressed the accelerator. Wang Chu, what are you doing? You must remain calm. Qin Fei gasped, yet found herself powerless to intervene. Watching helplessly as Wang Chu drove directly into the rear of the opposing vehicle. With a loud crash, the 3 men inside the car were startled. Stay inside the vehicle and don't exit, Wang Chu instructed. No, they are dangerous individuals. I need to negotiate with them, and besides, your police uniform will only provoke them. After tossing this remark, Wang Chu exited the car with a beaming smile. I sincerely apologize. I mistook the accelerator for the brake and accidentally collided with your vehicle. I truly regret this. The 3 men appeared disheartened. How could you possibly drive like that? Did you buy your driver's license? Wang Chu feigned innocence. I assure you, my license was not purchased. I studied under Coach Chen. However, that is beside the point. I see that I've caused considerable damage to your vehicle, but rest assured, I will compensate for all losses. One should never strike a smiling face. Wang Chu adopted a lowly demeanor, assuring them that he would not evade responsibility. Even though the counterfeit drug dealers were visibly irate, they found themselves at a loss for words. No need for compensation, just move your car. We have urgent matters to attend to, one of the men asserted. Wang Chu frowned. How can that be? I, Yang Wei, am not the kind of person to shirk responsibility. Rest assured, I will contact my insurance agent immediately, and we will resolve the compensation matter in no time. I've already said there's no need for compensation. Are you dense? Another man grumbled. Get lost. And don't waste my time. Wang Chu furrowed his brow. My dear young man, that's where you are mistaken. Indeed, I accidentally struck your vehicle. But it was unintentional, and I am not evading responsibility. What do you mean by that? Let me remind you, a gentleman must not be humiliated. I, Yang Wei, am a man of honor and integrity. Am I the type to quibble over a small sum? State your figure, and if I furrow my brow, I am no hero. A middle-aged man beside them frowned. Xiao Wang, stop being tedious. Just state a number, and let us resolve this quickly. Our time is limited. Xiao Wang nodded. Very well. Since you're quite affluent, how about 1 million? Can you manage that? Wang Chu let out a cold laugh. Is that all? 1 million? No problem. However, you must wait a moment, as I do not have that amount readily available. I will instruct my secretary to transfer the funds. Let us not go down that road. Young man, it seems you didn't mean any harm, so let us consider this settled. Let us just say we've made a new friend. The previously speaking middle-aged man smiled. We're not in need of money, so let us not dwell on this. We have important matters to attend to and cannot afford to waste much time. Therefore, let us part ways amicably. Hearing these words, Wang Chu's expression softened. He gave a thumbs up to the middle-aged man, stating, "This uncle speaks with refinement." Well, in that case, I, Yang Wei, will befriend you all. I shall leave you my phone number, and once you finish your tasks, I invite you to a meal. With that, Wang Chu provided them with Yang Wei's mobile number. After sharing the number, he began to reverse the car. However, feigning the awkwardness of a novice driver, he suddenly backed up and, with a loud crash, collided with a nearby trash bin. This guy must have bought his driver's license, remarked Xiao Wang from inside the bins, expressing his disdain. With skills like that, daring to drive is nothing short of courting disaster, due to a large truck obstructing much of the road ahead. They could only wait for Wang Chu to maneuver his car out before they could proceed. Watching Wang Chu's clumsy attempts through the rearview mirror, the occupants of the car grew impatient. Xiao Wang, go help him get the car out. We cannot afford to waste any more time, the middle-aged man said sternly. Cursing under his breath, Xiao Wang exited the vehicle and approached Wang Chu's car. Upon reaching the driver's seat, he was taken aback to see Qin Fei, clad in her police uniform, seated in the passenger seat. Boss, this is bad. It's the cops. With a sudden crash, Wang Chu flung open the car door, striking Xiao Wang on the forehead and rendering him unconscious. Chapter 81. Standing someone up. This is troublesome. We've been discovered. We must act immediately. After uttering this, Wang Chu opened the door and charged toward the bins ahead. Qin Fei exclaimed in surprise, "Wait for me." At that moment, The occupants of the bins also sensed something amiss and swiftly realized that their adversary's intent was to buy time. However, with the train blocking the front and this car obstructing the rear, they found themselves with no avenue of escape. "Atao, take him down, and we will switch to his vehicle." A cold glint flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. The burly man beside him nodded, stepping out of the car to confront the rushing Wang Chu. This muscular brute wore a sinister grin, and in comparison, Wang Chu appeared weak and frail. Surely, dealing with someone like Wang Chu would require nothing more than a single punch. Thus, he dismissed Wang Chu as a threat. As Wang Chu threw a punch, the strong man met it head-on without hesitation. With a crack, the sound of bones echoed. The burly man stared at his twisted arm, shock flashing in his eyes. Had he truly lost in this contest of strength? How could that be possible? How could someone so slight possess such power? After a brief moment of astonishment, excruciating pain followed, and the strong man let out a wretched scream, his features contorting in agony. Too noisy, Wang Chu did not relent. Seizing the opportunity while the strong man was still in shock, he advanced with a knee strike directly to the man's face. The tremendous force knocked the burly man out cold. With a thud, the burly man collapsed onto the ground. A glint of malevolence flickered in the eyes of the middle-aged man inside the car as he drew a gun from his clothing and swung open the car door. "Are you a police officer?" he inquired, fixing his gaze on Wang Chu. "Yet you possess none of the traits of a lawman." "I am not a police officer," Wang Chu replied with a sly smile. "Oh, if you are not a police officer, why do you obstruct my path? We harbor no enmity toward one another. So why impede my way?" "We harbor no enmity?" Wang Chu scoffed, a sinister grin creeping across his face. "Even if we had none, those who peddle counterfeit medicine deserve to be eradicated. Is that so? You wish to play the hero? Unfortunately, being a hero is not as simple as it seems." With that, the middle-aged man raised his hand, preparing to fire at Wang Chu. Having already sensed the man's intention, Wang Chu lunged forward in a swift motion, reaching the man in an instant. With a resounding bang, the gun fired, but the bullet soared harmlessly into the sky. For Wang Chu had delivered a powerful kick that sent the firearm flying from the man's grasp. By the time Qin Fei arrived, Wang Chu had subdued all the assailants. "You are truly remarkable," Qin Fei exclaimed, utterly astonished by the scene before her. The opponents were a hulking brute and a dangerous individual armed with a gun. Yet both had been easily overpowered by Wang Chu alone. Who exactly was Wang Chu, and how could he possess such formidable prowess? Minutes later, the criminal investigation team arrived and apprehended all the counterfeit drug dealers. As the middle-aged man was escorted to the police car, he cast a lingering gaze at Wang Chu. "Young Wei, I will remember you." Wang Chu snorted disdainfully. "What is the matter? Do you wish to seek trouble with me? Remember, I am a man of integrity. And I am Yang Wei of Angel Garments." The counterfeit drug dealers were taken away. A middle-aged detective approached. "Hello, I am Captain Ma of the criminal investigation team. I have already gleaned the details of the situation from Qin Fei. Had it not been for your intervention, these criminals would have surely escaped." Wang Chu waved his hand dismissively. "No need for formalities. It is our duty as citizens of Haiqing." "Mr. Yang, your noble character is commendable." Wang Chu quickly corrected him. "I am Wang Chu, not Yang. But just now, can one truly converse with such criminals in a straightforward manner?" Wang Chu chuckled. Captain Ma smiled, recognizing Wang Chu's keen perceptiveness. "Mr. Wang, in the pursuit of these culprits, your vehicle has sustained damage. We will certainly apply for a commendation for your bravery and compensate you for your losses." At this, Wang Chu seemed to recall something. "Ah yes, the commendation ceremony for bravery is later. Captain Ma, could you arrange for your team to take me to Ocean Square?" "Certainly. I will have Qin Fei escort you there." At the commendation ceremony at Ocean Square, the atmosphere turned awkward. The star of the event was conspicuously absent. Sun Changqing fidgeted anxiously, akin to an ant on a hot pan. He dialed Wang Chu's number repeatedly, but was met with the incessant tone indicating that the recipient's phone was switched off. "Oh, my dear ancestor, why must you power down at this moment of all times? Please turn your phone back on. If you don't, I truly do not know how to explain this to the multitude of reporters and media present." In an effort to promote Wang Chu's act of bravery, Haiqing had gone to great lengths, inviting not only local media but also renowned journalists from across the nation. Yet, Wang Chu had left everyone in the lurch. What could possibly be the reason for this? If it were merely the local media, it might be manageable. But dealing with the national press was an entirely different matter for Sun Chongqing. Thankfully, the host on stage was still passionately engaging the audience. But the protagonist must eventually make an appearance. If the delay continues, the astute journalist will certainly sense something amiss. Finally, perhaps moved by Sun Chongqing's fervent prayers, Wang Chu returned his call. "Wang Chu, where are you? Please don't leave me in the lurch." Upon hearing Sun Chongqing's anxious tone, a hint of embarrassment crossed Wang Chu's face. "Uncle Sun, I'm terribly sorry. I happened to apprehend a few counterfeit drug dealers on my way here and am now hurrying towards Yuanyang Square." Sun Chongqing's forehead was instantly adorned with a plethora of question marks. "What? You casually caught a few counterfeit drug dealers on your way? What sort of operation is this?" "Enough of that. I should arrive in less than 20 minutes. I'll personally apologize then." Sun Chongqing glanced at the time. In 20 minutes. It would be nearly 4 o'clock. "All right, please hasten. I'll do my best to manage the situation for now." After hanging up, Sun Chongqing furrowed his brow. What exactly was going on with the counterfeit drug dealers? Time ticked by. The reporters on site began to sense something was amiss. Why had the host not concluded? Where was the main character? Could it be that Wang Chu had not arrived? This would certainly be intriguing. He had left everyone hanging. It was quite possible. Otherwise, the host wouldn't be rambling on with such uninformative chatter. Below, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Chapter 82. Apology at last. Amidst Sun Chongqing's hopeful gaze, Wang Chu finally arrived on the scene. "Wang Chu, what on earth is going on?" The reporters outside are nearly unable to contain themselves. Wang Chu appeared somewhat sheepish. "Uncle Sun, I truly apologize. I was delayed on the way. What exactly happened with the counterfeit drug dealers?" Sun Chongqing pressed. "Allow me to explain," interjected Qin Fei, who had been by Wang Chu's side and finally regained her composure. She then recounted the entire sequence of events to Sun Chongqing. Upon hearing Qin Fei's account, Sun Chongqing's eyes lit up. Initially, he had been pondering how to address the waiting reporters, having kept them in suspense for so long. But little did he expect Wang Chu to present him with such a remarkable twist. "In collaboration with the police, we have dismantled a counterfeit drug manufacturing syndicate and apprehended the primary suspects. This achievement is far more perilous than previously rescuing individuals from a car accident or saving lives from the jaws of a wolf in the wilderness." "Splendid, splendid indeed," Sun Chongqing exclaimed thrice in approval before turning to Wang Chu, saying, "Please prepare yourself. I will first explain the situation to the reporters. I believe they will be quite eager to hear this significant news." Wang Chu nodded nonchalantly. After Sun Chongqing departed, Qin Fei glanced at Wang Chu, her expression betraying a hint of embarrassment. "I never expected you really knew Secretary Sun," she remarked. "Indeed, I told you long ago. But who would have guessed you didn't believe me?" Wang Chu replied with a light chuckle. "I apologize. I hesitated before saying." Qin Fei continued, "I still owe you a formal apology for the earlier misunderstanding when I mistakenly apprehended you." Wang Chu waved his hand dismissively. "Let it go. Just be more attentive in the future. If there's a next time, you might not encounter someone as magnanimous as I am." Qin Fei felt a bit awkward. "Thank you. Thank you. If there's nothing else, I shall return to my duties." Wang Chu nodded. "Then I shan't see you off." Qin Fei seemed to hesitate, as if she had more to say, but ultimately turned and left without uttering another word. On stage, Sun Chongqing addressed the audience. "Dear reporters, first and foremost, I extend my apologies on behalf of the organizing committee for making you wait so long. Due to an unexpected situation, Mr. Wang Chu, the individual we are honoring for his bravery, arrived nearly an hour late." As this statement hung in the air, the audience erupted in a clamor. While they had initially considered the possibility of Wang Chu being a no-show as merely theoretical, the reality of his absence was astonishing. How could he disregard the presence of everyone here? Despite his commendable acts of heroism, rescuing 2 individuals at the scene of an accident and saving 5 university students on Mount Yema, such deeds did not grant him the right to toy with the press and media. This was utterly excessive. Had Wang Chu truly become so arrogant? One could only wonder what Haiqing was thinking in appointing such a person as its ambassador for spiritual and cultural civility. It was laughable. If word of this spread, Haiqing would be utterly humiliated. Amidst the swirling discussions, Sun Chongqing remained unperturbed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. To show my respect for everyone, I have chosen to clarify the situation in advance. He began. On his way to the venue, Wang Chu assisted the Haiqing police in successfully capturing key members of the counterfeit drug ring. This is the reason for his tardiness. Of course, I sincerely apologize on behalf of Wang Chu and the organizing committee for his delay, but I hope everyone can understand and support his actions. In that moment, all dissatisfaction among the reporters dissipated. They could scarcely believe their ears. What? Wang Chu apprehended counterfeiters on his way here. Numerous astute journalists have discreetly reached out to their acquaintances to verify this news. Moments later, their eyes sparkled with eager anticipation, clearly having received the answers they sought. My understanding of this matter is rather limited. Let us await further announcements from the police for clarity. Observing the heightened interest among the crowd, Sun Chongqing smiled and declared, "We shall now officially commence our commendation ceremony for acts of bravery." The ceremony is primarily divided into two segments. The first portion features Sun Chongqing elucidating the recent endeavors of Wang Chu, presenting him with a Medal of Valor, and additionally appointing him as the ambassador for the spiritual and cultural promotion of Haiqing. This unexpected honor took Wang Chu by surprise, as he had not been informed prior about the ambassadorial role. However, on stage, he found it difficult to decline outright. The second segment involved a Q&A session, where journalists expressed keen interest not only in Wang Chu's previous act of heroism, but also in the recent apprehension of counterfeit drug dealers. Yet, Wang Chu had already received a discreet hint from Sun Chongqing to maintain silence regarding the events of the day, much to the dismay of many reporters. After an exhausting hour, the event finally concluded, leaving Wang Chu feeling as though the muscles in his face had stiffened from the forced smiles. "You performed admirably today," Sun Chongqing remarked with a grin as he approached Wang Chu post-ceremony. With a hint of resignation, Wang Chu replied, "Uncle Sun, you never mentioned anything about this ambassador role beforehand. Did I not?" "Oh, I spoke to Elder Yun about it, and he had no objections. I assumed you were aware." Sun Chongqing patted Wang Chu on the shoulder. "You see, with greater capability comes greater responsibility. As a resident of Haiqing, contributing to its development is indeed a source of pride, is it not?" Wang Chu shrugged. "I suppose so. But I have no idea how to fulfill the duties of an ambassador." "Don't worry, I will reach out to you if needed," Sun Chongqing assured him. "This ambassadorial title carries no specific obligations. It is more about honor and recognition. I hope you can contribute further to Haiqing." Wang Chu nodded, relieved that he wouldn't be burdened with chaotic responsibilities. "Uncle Sun, I really must be on my way." Glancing at the time, a look of urgency crossed Wang Chu's face. "Is something amiss?" Sun Chongqing inquired, noticing Wang Chu's anxious expression. "It's nearly 5 o'clock. My daughter has finished school, and I need to pick her up." Chapter 83. Mommy, I'm hungry. At the Windmill Kindergarten, classes have now concluded. "Goodbye, teacher." "Goodbye. Yeah, your dumplings are delicious." Yeah. "Will I be able to have more dumplings tomorrow?" "Goodbye, teacher." Yeah. "Could you ask your daddy to make us some tasty treats again tomorrow?" Thanks to the delightful crystal buns served at lunch, Yaya has undeniably become the little star of her class. Before departing, each child took the initiative to greet Yaya, expressing their hope to savor the crystal buns once more the following day. Yaya, with her head held high, displayed a hint of pride on her face. "Making these buns is quite a chore. My father takes a long time to prepare them. There's no guarantee we can have them tomorrow," she informed her friends. Disappointment flashed across their faces, yet Yaya felt a secret satisfaction within. Naturally, the delicacies crafted by her father were meant for her enjoyment alone. She was unwilling to share her father's culinary creations with so many others. "Just prepare delicious food for me, and perhaps for Mama, and that would suffice." At that moment, Teacher Yu approached. "Yaya, your father just called. He's caught in traffic and might be delayed in picking you up. Would you like to play with me in the meantime?" Yaya's eyes brightened, and she eagerly nodded. "Teacher Yu, is that really possible?" "Of course. I would like to formally invite you to my home as my guest, if that's all right with you. Following Teacher Yu, Yeye returned to her residence, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. Teacher Yu's apartment, although modest with a single bedroom and living area, was remarkably tidy. Yeye, please have a seat and browse through the picture books while I tidy up. Teacher Yu placed her tote bag on the table. Intrigued by the bulging bag, Yeye asked, Teacher Yu, how did you manage to buy so many buns? Do you really enjoy them? A flicker of discomfort crossed Teacher Yu's face. The question struck a nerve. Yes, I do love buns, she replied, taking a deep breath. Let me put the buns in the fridge and prepare some fruit for you, all right? Great. Although Yeye was fascinated by the small apartment, she obediently opened a picture book and settled down beside the sofa. As Teacher Yu washed the fruit in the kitchen, she was surprised to see Yeye behaving so well. As she was usually quite lively at kindergarten, she had expected Yeye to be just as spirited here, but was pleasantly surprised by her calm demeanor. Just then, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Could it be my father? Yeye's eyes lit up, and she sprang up from the sofa. Teacher Yu walked to the door, opened it, and was greeted by a neighbor, Aunt Chin. Aunt Chin, is there something you need? Teacher Yu inquired curiously. Aunt Chin's eyes crinkled with delight upon seeing Teacher Yu. Oh, my dear, I bring good news, wonderful news. A look of confusion crossed Teacher Yu's face. What kind of wonderful news? She asked. Did you win the lottery? Not me, but you? Aunt Chin chuckled. I've never bought a lottery ticket. How could I win? Leaning in conspiratorially, Aunt Chin whispered, though you've never purchased a ticket, it doesn't mean you can't win. My dear, I must tell you. That young man from the Lao Sun family has taken a liking to you. The young man from the Lao Sun family? Yumi Chi was left pondering with a furrowed brow. Aunt Chin, are you referring to that ne'er-do-well, Sun Chenkai, whom you spoke of earlier? A hint of embarrassment flickered across Aunt Chin's face. What are you talking about? We have never claimed that Sun Chenkai is a good-for-nothing. You may not be aware, but the Sun family received compensation for their property before the new year, and now he possesses 3 apartments. Given the current real estate prices in Haicheng, which you are surely aware of, each square meter is approaching 30,000. Each apartment is worth millions, although Sun Chenkai may not possess striking looks. He is a diligent and honest young man. While he may not have grand ambitions, isn't this preferable? You could take the reins in the Sun household. Yumi Chi, both amused and exasperated, declined Aunt Chin's suggestion. Aunt Chin, let's not pursue this. I barely know Sun Chenkai, and I have just begun my career. I am not in search of a boyfriend. Ah, my dear Yumi, I must admonish you, Aunt Chin said earnestly. Work is work, and life is life. These two aspects need not conflict. Moreover, resolving personal matters allows for greater focus on one's career, does it not? As for not knowing each other, that is easily remedied. I can arrange for you two to meet. Yumi Chi's brows furrowed slightly. She wondered if Aunt Chun was truly oblivious to her sentiments. Aunt Chun, I really don't think that's necessary. My job keeps me quite busy. Not at all. Just set aside one evening to meet him. Aunt Chin interjected. Yumi, once this opportunity passes, it may never return. What are you hesitating for? Yumi Chi felt conflicted, contemplating how to gently refuse Aunt Chin's proposition. Just then, Yeye approached. Mommy, I'm hungry. Please go make me something to eat. Both Yumi Chi and Aunt Chin were momentarily taken aback. However, Yumi Chi quickly regained her composure. Are you hungry? I'll prepare a meal for you shortly. Now go study, be a good girl. Yeye obediently nodded and turned to leave. Aunt Chin's eyes widened in astonishment. Yumi, what is the meaning of this? Are you married? Seeing Aunt Chin's incredulous expression, Yumi Chi fought back laughter and shook her head. I am not married. But that does not preclude me from having a child. Gasp. Unwed and with child? Aunt Chin couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Is this how today's youth conduct themselves? Aunt Chin, you now understand my situation. I genuinely have no interest in pursuing a relationship at this time. My daughter is hungry, and I must prepare her meal. Do you have any other matters to discuss? Oh, none at all. My apologies, goodbye. Yumi Chi closed the door and returned to the living room, finally allowing herself to laugh. Yeye, you are incredibly clever. How did you think of such a ruse? Yeye blinked innocently. Because Teacher Yumi doesn't tea like that, Grandma, and besides, I am really hungry. Chapter 84. The ne'er-do-well outside. Aunt Chin walked to her doorstep. still in a daze from the unexpected revelations. She appeared to be no more than 22 or 23 years old, yet she already had a 3-year-old daughter. Does this not imply that she was pregnant and gave birth while still in university? Today's college students truly are incomparable to those of the past. At that moment, a young man emerged from Aunt Chen's home. Aunt Chen, how is that matter of mine progressing? Have you spoken to Yumechi? Ah, my dear son, patience is key. You cannot rush things. This girl, you, is beautiful and well employed, and given that you are not acquainted, it is unreasonable to expect her to agree outright. Wouldn't you say? Sun Chunkai furrowed his brow. Aunt Chun, have you mentioned to her about the 3 properties our family has from the relocation? Of course I have. But the young lady must maintain a sense of propriety, don't you think? Propriety? Does she see herself as a fairy? Does she look down upon me, thinking I lack a respectable job? Sun Chingsai's eyes widened in disbelief. Aunt Chen hurriedly reassured him. She has not said such a thing. Humph. Although I may not have a formal job, all the brothers in the circle address me as Brother Sun. Aunt Chen, both amused and exasperated, replied. But she is unaware of that. This will not do. I must go speak with her. It would be her fortune to have Sun Chunkai interested in her. How could she refuse? What a joke. As he spoke, he made his way toward Yumechi's rental. Aunt Chen rushed to stop him. What are you doing? You can't possibly be. Aunt Chen, rest assured. Didn't she say she doesn't he know me? I shall go introduce myself. Sun Chunkai shrugged off Aunt Chen's grasp. Aunt Chen, alarmed, urged, you must stop. The girl already has a daughter. What? A daughter? She is not a single young maiden. Sun Chunkai was taken aback. How would I know? Perhaps her daughter is with her father. However, they must have separated now. That makes things simpler. A sinister smile crept across Sun Chingsai's face. Initially, I thought she was a pure young lady, but it turns out she is a single mother. This may indeed facilitate my approach. With that, he continued toward Yumechi's rental. Aunt Chen opened her mouth, but refrained from speaking. With Sun Chingsai's ruthless gaze fixed upon her, it seemed Yumechi was destined for trouble. How truly uncouth. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Yumechi found herself troubled. She was acutely aware that her culinary skills were rather mediocre. After tasting the crystal dumplings made by Wang Chu, she feared that her own cooking would not sit well with Yaya. Yaya, what would you like to eat? Let me see if there is anything in the kitchen that you fancy. Yaya blinked her eyes and replied, I want to eat what Daddy cooks. Yumechi, feeling somewhat disheartened, responded, what is this? Are you looking down on your teacher's cooking? I assure you, my dishes are far superior to your father's. My daddy's cooking is the best. Yaya retorted immediately. Of course, I finish everything that teacher you makes. Yumechi realized that Yaya was merely trying to comfort her. Judging by the crystal dumplings created by Wang Chu, his culinary prowess was clearly exceptional. Her own specialty was merely boiling noodles. In that case, I shall prepare a bowl of seafood noodles for Yaya. Just as Yumechi was ready to roll up her sleeves and get to work, a knock resounded from outside once more. Could it be Aunt Chen again? A flicker of impatience crossed Yumechi's face. She opened the door to find a young man with a small tuft of green hair, gazing at her with an avaricious look. Who are you? A sense of wariness crept into Yumechi's heart, prompting her to swiftly attempt to close the door. However, he forcefully propped it open, wearing the signature grin of a petty rogue. Xiaoqi, weren't you just saying you didn't know me? Well, here I am, come to introduce myself. Perhaps we might have a more profound exchange later. Who are you really? If you don't leave, I will call the police. Yumechi's heart raced with fear, yet she mustered a stern reprimand. She understood that with such a scoundrel, one must appear even more resolute to instill fear. Call the police? For what? I merely wish to get acquainted. Is that a crime? Yumechi's feigned bravado did not intimidate Sun Chunkai. He suddenly shoved the door wide open. As a frail woman, Yumechi could hardly match his strength. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sun Chunkai. I believe Aunt Chen has informed you about me. Stepping into the room, Sun Chunkai inhaled deeply, a lascivious expression gracing his features. No wonder you are a beauty. The room is imbued with fragrance. Upon learning the young man's name, Yumechi's trepidation lessened somewhat. Aunt Chen has mentioned you, but I am not currently seeking a boyfriend, and I see no necessity for us to get to know each other. She firmly articulated her stance. What? Do you look down upon me? Sun Qingsai's countenance darkened. Yumechi frowned. This is not a matter of respect. We are strangers. Moreover, I have no desire for a boyfriend. Even if you are exceptional or wealthy, what does it matter to me? Are you truly so ungrateful? It is a privilege for you that I am interested in you, yet you still complain. Are you out of your mind? Sun Qingsai replied impatiently. I had thought you were still an innocent maiden, yet it appears you are nothing but a fallen woman. I would be doing you a favor by choosing you, and you dare to disdain me? Let me tell you, no woman I, Sun Qingsai, have set my sights on has ever escaped my grasp. Perhaps you would like to try? Do you not inquire how my peers refer to me? Brother Sun, should you continue to be ungrateful, believe me, with a single call, I can ensure your life in Haiqing becomes untenable. As Sun Qingsai's threats echoed in her ears, Yumechi trembled with rage. How had she encountered such a scoundrel? You are a villain. You shall not bully others. At that moment, Yaya stepped forward, grasping Yumechi's hand earnestly. I will protect you. A warm surge of comfort enveloped Yumechi's heart. Is your refusal due to this little brat? Sun Qingsai sneered at Yaya. Then today, I shall play the role of a doting father in front of your daughter. As he spoke, Sun Qingsai advanced towards Meichi with malicious intent. Startled, Meichi shouted, Help! Someone please! Shout all you want. Who here does not know of my formidable reputation? Sun Qingsai taunted. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your aid. In a panic, Meichi hastily reached for her phone to call the police. But Sun Qingsai seized it and violently smashed it to the ground. With a sharp crack, the screen shattered into countless pieces. Sun Qingsai grinned menacingly. I suggest you be wise, or I shall show no mercy. Fear filled Meichi's wide eyes, yet instinctively, she shielded Yaya behind her. Sun Qingsai, do not act rashly. Do not commit an act you will regret. Chapter 85. I will call my brothers now. My daddy will be here soon. He will surely defeat you. You villain. Yaya, peeking from behind Meichi, declared confidently. Sun Qingsai scoffed. Ah, no wonder you didn't want me to linger. Your old flame is on the way. Meichi, infuriated, retorted. Do not speak nonsense. What's wrong? Afraid your old flame will misunderstand? Whoever he is, I will ensure he enters upright and exits horizontally. Little brat, do you idolize your father? Today, I shall show you that your father is nothing but a coward. My daddy is not a coward. He is the greatest hero and will surely defeat scoundrels like you. Yaya insisted. Is that so? A great hero, you say? Do you think he can come to your rescue now? Sun Qingsai approached Yaya menacingly. Fearful of his grotesque visage, Yaya cried out, Daddy, save me. Do you think your father is Ultraman? Just then, a deep and furious voice resonated from the entrance. Step one more inch forward, and you shall not find me merciful. Standing at the door was Wang Chu, who had hurried over after receiving a location share from Teacher Yu. His sudden disappearance had caused Wang Chu considerable concern. Upon arriving nearby, he had heard Yaya's desperate cries, which sent a wave of terror through him. Yaya was his precious child. Should anything happen to her, he could not bear to live. Thus, he rushed towards the sound. Fortunately, while the situation was dire, his daughter had not been harmed. Daddy! Upon seeing Wang Chu, Yaya's eyes sparkled with joy. Daddy is indeed a hero. When I called for him, he truly appeared. Yaya, are you all right? Wang Chu asked anxiously as he embraced her, scrutinizing her for injuries. Yaya shook her head. I'm fine. Teacher Yu protected me. Daddy, please drive away this wicked man and protect Teacher Yu. At that moment, Sun Qingsai was also assessing Wang Chu, and upon seeing him, a flicker of insecurity crossed his eyes. Such a physique, such an aura. How can there exist someone so extraordinarily handsome in this world? It is no wonder that Yumechi overlooks me. It turns out her ex-husband is remarkably attractive. What a pretty boy. After a moment of self-doubt, an overwhelming wave of jealousy surged within Sun Qingsai. Are you Yumechi's old flame? He sneered coldly. Let me tell you, Yumechi is mine now. If you dare approach her again, beware, I will break your legs. Wang Chu furrowed his brow, still uncertain of the identity of this man whose face resembled a car crash scene, yet he spoke first. Mr. Yu, what is going on here? To ensure clarity, Wang Chu directed his inquiry towards Yumechi. A hint of embarrassment appeared on her face. Before she could explain, Yaya interjected. Daddy, this bad guy is harassing Mr. Yu. Let's get rid of him. Observing Yumechi's expression, Wang Chu seemed to grasp that they were indeed facing harassment from a petty thug. I don't care who you are. Did you just attempt to harm my daughter? Wang Chu regarded Sun Chengtai and calmly stated, if you sincerely apologize to my daughter and Mr. Yu, and they choose to forgive you, I might consider overlooking your previous transgressions. Otherwise, today's events will not conclude so easily. Sun Chengtai erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the grandest joke. Apologize? Do you know who I am? He retorted, advancing to seize Wang Chu by the collar. Wang Chu's brow furrowed, cradling Yeye in his left arm. His right hand moved with lightning speed, knocking Sun Chengtai's hand away and delivering a swift strike to his elbow, followed by a resounding slap to his face. The fluidity of his movements was nothing short of exquisite. With a sharp crack, Sun Chengtai stood in shock. This pretty boy dared to strike him? Unbelievable. You dare hit me? I'll make you pay? Sun Chengtai exclaimed as he drew a spring-loaded knife from his pocket, aiming to lunge at Wang Chu. Yumechi gasped, never imagining that Sun Chengtai could descend to such madness. Wang Chu let out a cold snort, launching a powerful kick that struck Sun Chengtai's wrist with tremendous force, sending the knife flying. He followed up with a kick to Sun Chengtai's chest, sending the hefty man crashing against the door with a thud. Sun Chengtai grimaced in pain, gritting his teeth. Fine, if you have the guts, don't run. I'm going to call my brothers. You better not escape. Wang Chu scoffed, all right. I look forward to seeing who you can summon. Sun Chengtai scrambled away in a flurry. With a trace of worry on her face, Yumechi advised, Yeye's father. You should hurry and take Yeye away. I have heard that Sun Chengtai has always been inept and has recently associated with some unsavory individuals. They have no sense of danger. Wang Chu glanced at Yumechi and said, we will leave now, but what about you? Do not fret about me. I shall stay with my relatives for a few days. I believe after some time, they will cease their pursuit of me, Yumechi declared. Wang Chu shook his head and responded, no, this matter must be resolved. It remains a potential threat. Besides, consider this my expression of gratitude for what transpired earlier today. Yumechi paused. Are you referring to assisting in bringing the buns to the kindergarten? That is of no consequence. If I am not mistaken, the buns you purchased at noon were intended for Yeye, correct? A hint of a smile appeared on Wang Chu's face. A flicker of alarm crossed Yumechi's features. How did you know? Who buys so many buns at once? Even if one adores buns, one would not consume such a quantity in a single sitting. Wang Chu chuckled softly. I nearly let Yeye down. You are merely compensating for my oversight, would you not agree? Yumechi's cheeks flushed, and she nodded in acknowledgement. Therefore, assisting you in dealing with Sun Chengtai shall serve as my token of appreciation for you. However, if Sun Chengtai summons his unruly companions, Wang Chu contemplated, indeed, my circumstances have changed, I cannot act recklessly. Yet, if he can summon others, why can I not do the same? Wang Chu retrieved his phone and dialed a number. What are you up to? I need to discuss something with you. Chapter 86. I can hardly wait at a night market stall in Haicheng. 3 girls awaited their grilled meat. Feier, I heard you made significant contributions during the recent capture mission. I suspect the Bureau may reinstate you to the Criminal Investigation Division. Qin Fei hung her head. I wish that were true, but tonight I inquired with old Ma, and he mentioned my punishment is not yet complete. Another girl covered her mouth and laughed. Who told you to have such a fiery temperament? Seems you brought this upon yourself. However, I also heard that a handsome fellow accompanied you during the mission. Qin Fei's mind conjured the image of Wang Chu. Handsome? He is merely a reckless individual. She replied nonchalantly. Then why the blush? Are you perhaps interested in him? They teased. With that expression, I am seriously suspicious. By the way, do you have that handsome fellow's contact information? We should invite him out. After all, we cannot simply sever ties with someone we have collaborated with. Her 2 close friends urged her on. Qin Fei, flustered, retorted, you 2 are simply envious of his looks. I had no idea you were like this. Better late than never. Even if you are not in a hurry, you must consider your good friends. At that moment, Qin Fei's phone rang. She glanced at the screen, straightened her posture, gestured for her friends to be quiet, and answered the call. On the other end of the line, Wang Chu's voice resonated. What are you doing? I need to discuss something with you. I'm out. What is it? Qin Fei replied calmly. Oh, some ruffians are causing me trouble. Could you come and assist me? Wang Chu stated without a hint of embarrassment. Qin Fei's lips twitched slightly. Brother, please. I have already finished my shift. I'm merely a traffic officer now, not a law enforcement officer. What you said is quite beside the point. The truth is, those ruffians don't care whether you're on duty or not. Wang Chu chuckled. Besides, we are familiar with each other. If you choose to ignore it, so be it. But I assure you, my actions will not be gentle if it comes to that. Wait a moment. Qin Fei interjected hastily. She recalled that Wang Chu possessed formidable skills. If he were to take action and a headline emerged reading Harbin's ambassador of cultural civility engages in brawl with street thugs, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among reporters and media outlets. If such a scenario were to unfold, it was uncertain what responsibility Wang Chu would bear, but she would undoubtedly be implicated. I'll be there shortly. Qin Fei sighed inwardly, resigning to the fact that she would have to bear the consequences of the misunderstanding from earlier that day. Hey, whose call was that? You look quite pale. Qin Fei's two close friends inquired. Qin Fei regarded them with a glint of mischief in her eyes. Aren't you eager to meet that handsome guy from earlier? Now that he is in trouble, would you like to lend a hand? The two friends, momentarily forgetting their loyalty, rolled up their sleeves. Let us go. What are we waiting for? It is our duty as police officers to combat crime. All sorted, Wang Chu declared as he hung up the phone, smiling. Yumechi exhaled in relief. It was evident from the conversation that Wang Chu had contacted a police acquaintance. With that, all would be well once his friend arrived. Daddy, I'm hungry, Aya whined, rubbing her little belly as she looked up at Wang Chu. Wang Chu glanced at Yumechi. May I borrow your kitchen, Mizu? A hint of concern lingered on Yumechi's face. Why don't we just eat out? Are you still worried about Sun Chengkai and his dubious friends? Wang Chu replied with a smile. Yumechi nodded. Have no fear. I'm more concerned that they won't show up. We must nip danger in the bud. Wang Chu asserted confidently. Yumechi felt a sense of helplessness. She could not fathom the source of Wang Chu's unwavering confidence. If his friend arrived on time, all might be well, but if not, the situation could become precarious. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to leave promptly, after all. A gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. Yet, Wang Chu remained unfazed, displaying an unusual degree of self-assurance. In the end, Yumechi's kitchen was commandeered by Wang Chu, while she kept Ye entertained with games outside. Rest assured, Mizu, Daddy will protect us. Ye comforted her, sensing her unease with her innocent voice. Yumechi smiled wryly, realizing that she had been consoled by a 3-year-old. It was truly evident that they were father and daughter, both blissfully oblivious to their circumstances. All right, since Yaya has said so, I fear nothing. Let us continue our game. In the kitchen, Wang Chu listened to the cheerful laughter of Yaya emanating from the living room, a gentle smile gracing his face. If Yin Xingyao was the one playing games with Yaya outside, the scene would be truly perfect. He wondered how Qingyao was doing. Perhaps he could initiate a video call with her later in the evening. Recalling Yun Xingyao's proactive nature from the previous day brought an uncontrollable smile to his lips. The culinary provisions in Yumechi's kitchen were rather limited, prompting Wang Chu to prepare a simple dish of mushroom and shrimp noodles. As he presented the noodles, a delightful aroma enveloped the entire room. Gulp. Yumechi gazed intently at the noodles in Wang Chu's hands, unable to suppress a swallow. Come, teacher you. Do indulge in my culinary skills. The rich broth, fragrant and enticing, instantly awakened Yumechi's appetite. She sipped a small spoonful of the soup, her eyes curving into crescent moons. This is simply exquisite. Yaya's father, your cooking is exceptional. Yaya, beaming with pride, chimed in. My daddy's cooking is the best in the world. Wang Chu chuckled, but suddenly his ears perked up. They're here, he exclaimed. Is it your friend? Yumechi inquired hastily. Wang Chu shrugged. Fortunately, it's Sun Chengtai. Yumechi was taken aback. How was this fortunate? With a loud bang, Sun Chengtai burst in, flanked by 7 or 8 ruffians. What is that delightful aroma? What are you cooking that smells so good? One of the thugs, drawn in by the scent of the noodles, exclaimed, I'm starving. Where did you order this from? Sun Chengtai's expression darkened. Had this group forgotten the purpose of their visit? Clearing his throat, He pointed at Wang Chu, saying, "You, pretty boy, if you kneel before me now and sincerely apologize, I might consider sparing you. Otherwise," he paused. "Enough talk. Let us get to it." Wang Chu stretched. "I can hardly wait." Chapter 87. "We are the victims," Yumechi gasped, gripping Wang Chu's hand tightly. "What do you intend to do?" "Of course, I'm going to deal with these thugs," Wang Chu replied matter-of-factly. "You? Alone? There are 7 or 8 of them," Yumechi exclaimed anxiously. "Didn't you call for help?" "Oh, you mean my friend? I just asked her to help clean up the mess, not to rely on her for this." Wang Chu shrugged. "Don't worry, these small fry are not even on my radar." Upon hearing Wang Chu's words, Sun Chengtai and his entourage became furious. How arrogant! This pretty boy is insufferably audacious. We must ensure he regrets underestimating us. Indeed, how dare he look down on us? Brothers, let us show him what we're made of. Sun Chengtai's companions shouted in unison. Wang Chu swayed his neck. Are we going for a one-on-one? Or is this a free-for-all? Sun Chengtai narrowed his eyes and declared to his companions, Brothers, let us save some time and charge together. Let us deal with this pretty boy first. He still felt a lingering fear regarding Wang Chu's prowess. Wang Chu gave Sun Chengtai a thumbs up, retorting, Scum is indeed scum. Always finding lofty justifications. Yet, I find it amusing, for it allows me to deal with you without remorse. Arrogant. Sun Chengtai scoffed. Though he acknowledged Wang Chu's skills were somewhat formidable, he firmly believed in one principle. No matter how skilled one might be, a kitchen knife instills fear. After all, could he take down 8 men simultaneously? Thus, Sun Chengtai brimmed with confidence. With a command, his companions surged toward Wang Chu. The living room, already modest in size, felt even more cramped with so many bodies pressing in, despite the limited space making it difficult to unleash their full fighting potential. Wang Chu needed no elaborate techniques against such a ragtag group. Bang, bang, bang. Their attacks revealed far too many vulnerabilities. With just a few swift kicks, Wang Chu sent them sprawling to the ground. Sun Chengtai's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he were witnessing a monster. How could this be? 8 men, all incapacitated within 20 seconds. Such combat prowess was unprecedented for Sun Chengtai. It was utterly disappointing. They were simply no match at all. Wang Chu sighed. Addressing the quaking Sun Chengtai, you ought to be aware of my capabilities. I initially thought you would recruit individuals of higher caliber, but it seems at this point. Wang Chu scrutinized Sun Chengtai with a playful glint. I presume you didn't inform your friends of my true strength, did you? An embarrassed expression crept onto Sun Chengtai's face. He had indeed kept that detail to himself. After all, he believed that no matter how formidable Wang Chu was, could he truly stand against 8 burly men? Yet now, the men groaning on the floor cast furious glances at Sun Chengtai, realizing that had they known of this fellow's prowess, they would never have walked into their own doom. Fear had already shrouded Sun Chengtai's mind. He failed to recognize that Wang Chu's words had sown discord among them. Now, it's just you left. I offer you 2 choices. Either I beat you into submission, or you apologize to teacher Yu, promising never to harass her again, and I shall allow you to leave. Sun Chengtai was taken aback. Just an apology? Nothing else? Indeed. Just an apology will suffice, Wang Chu responded with a hint of amusement. Of course, you could opt for the first choice. I've just finished warming up. Forgive me. I was blinded by foolishness. I promise I will never harass you again. Sun Chengtai blurted out to Yumechi with surprising forthrightness. Yumechi, already in shock, found herself at a loss for words. Initially overwhelmed by the influx of individuals, a sense of despair enveloped her. However, she was astounded to witness Wang Chu, akin to a superhero, vanquishing all the evildoers. Listening to Sun Chengtai's abject apologies now gave her a surreal sensation, as moments ago he had been so arrogant, and now his countenance was marred by fear and anxiety. Teacher Yu, what is your perspective? Wang Chu inquired, if you choose not to forgive him. I am more than willing to assist you in administering a proper reckoning. In a moment of panic, Sun Chengtai implored, Teacher Yu, I beg your pardon. You possess a generous spirit. Please do not stoop to my level. If you remain unsatisfied, feel free to strike me, or I could do it myself. With that, he slapped his own face twice. Enough, enough. You may leave. Yu Meichi exhaled deeply. Just refrain from disturbing my life in the future. Certainly, certainly. I assure you. I will not. Sun Qingkai promised, resembling a subservient figure. Yu Meichi cast a glance at Wang Chu. Let them go. I have no desire to see them any longer. Wang Chu nodded slowly in agreement. At that moment, the tardy Qin Fei entered with her team. Do not move. We are the police. However, upon entering, Qin Fei was taken aback to find the small room littered with bodies. It was evident that Wang Chu had indeed resorted to violence. Officers, apprehend him. He has injured our people. He is a mere thug. Sun Qingkai rushed towards the police. You must protect me. Qin Fei's expression turned exasperated. It was clear that this individual was the ruffian Wang Chu had mentioned. What had transpired to leave them in such a state? Wang Chu, what on earth are you doing? Did we not agree to wait for us to handle this? Qin Fei's face bore a hint of frustration. Wang Chu shrugged. I had no choice. You arrived far too late. However, your timing is fortuitous. You can handle the cleanup. Sun Qingcai's heart raced. Officer, you cannot merely take his word for it. We are the victims. Qin Fei shot him a disdainful glance. Victims, you say? Sun Qingcai, if our investigation is correct. You are connected to the city's Zhongmitang, are you not? Sun Qingcai's heart sank. I do not know what you are talking about. Is that so? You will find out shortly. Take them all away. The police swiftly escorted Sun Qingcai and his accomplices out. Wang Chu turned to Qin Fei. Do you require my assistance to provide a statement? Naturally. The necessary procedures must be followed. Qin Fei acknowledged. She then glanced at Wang Chu. However, today will suffice. Please come by tomorrow to give your statement. We shall not intrude any further. Wang Chu blinked, sensing an oddity in her words. Once they had concluded their duties, it dawned on him. Could this young lady have misunderstood something?